Volume 4, Cannon Fire Arcade. Chapter 108 Replenishing Staff, new volume opens. After eating in the cafeteria, Wang Zhong just walked out of the cafeteria door and saw Popov face to face. Popov, did you also receive the order? As he said that, he saw Vasily coming out with Wang Zhong's military uniform and new collar badge, and curled his lips. It seems that I received it. Then I have to fulfill my duties as the military bishop of the 151st Division. I suggest that before eating every morning in the future, assemble and tidy up after dinner. Vasily frowned. Are you going to polish your shoes again? Popov, it's not just shoes that need to be polished. I went around the dormitory today, and there were people who didn't even have a quilt. It's understandable during the war, and I can tolerate the lack of military discipline, but now that we've entered rest, we have to take care of all this. Which can reduce the sacrifices in the next battle. Can shiny leather shoes reduce sacrifices? Vasily showed his thorny nature. Wang Zhong, you have already made me feel that you owe me a lot. I'm sorry, General. After telling Vasily to shut up, Wang Zhong said to Popov, just start whatever you plan to do. The Patriarch told me yesterday that our supplementary personnel will arrive today, and we should provide you with enough priests. You finally have someone to discipline them. Today? Are you sure? I didn't receive the notice. Popov looked a little doubtful. Wang Zhong, we'll find out later. I'll go find Pavlov first. Do you know where he is? Popov turned back and pointed at the two-story building facing the concave dormitory building. He seems to have set up his headquarters there. I don't know the details. I slept in the local church's dormitory yesterday. Wang Zhong, didn't you kidnap any capable monks back? There is a shortage of these monks everywhere now. Even monks like Brother Peter are in demand. They are expected to serve as air defense surveillance posts everywhere. Popov looked helpless. Don't worry, the Patriarch has clearly promised me, it will replenish our company of divine arrows. Just as Wang Zhong opened his mouth, he saw a row of gas trucks with church flags driving into the playground. So he pointed at the truck and asked, is that those? Popov turned around and said, I don't know. Just go over and have a look. Just then the first gas truck stopped and a bunch of civilians jumped out. Wang Zhong, Bishop, please explain why a bunch of civilians jumped out of the church flag truck. Like a goldfish being fished out of water, Popov opened his mouth in vain, without saying anything. At this time, the old soldiers who had finished eating also discovered these people, and they all stopped and looked at them curiously. The men who looked like priests began to form a team, trying to make these civilians line up like an army. Wang Zhong had a bad premonition. Could this be the replenishment of our ski terii? Popov was stunned. There is one lowest ranking priest in a platoon, he must be the ski terii. But he wasn't even given any equipment. Wang Zhong, not to mention equipment, I don't even have military uniforms. Is the Patriarch trying to trick me? You'd better not say this in front of the Inquisitor. Popov reminded. Gas trucks lined up and drove over, put the people down and drove away. After a while, the playground was filled with a large crowd of people. These people could only stand in loose formations in rows. Although the priests had tried hard to maintain order, many people could not stop chatting. Wang Zhong stood at the door of the dining hall and watched this scene. It felt like he was in college watching the freshmen gathering at the auditorium at the final exercise of military training. My next mission is to lead this group of people to a cruel battlefield. Vasily, although I am only a warrant officer who has not yet completed officer training, I can see that these people still need to train for at least half a year to become reliable soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, Yegorov came out of nowhere and added, these new recruits can only fire the first shot when they arrive on the battlefield, and then they forget to pull the trigger to the end before firing. It will constantly pull the bolt to pull the unfired ammunition out of the barrel. I have tasted enough new recruits like this. Why should we be replenished with such troops? Wang Zhong turned to look at Yegorov. Have you been promoted? Yegorov, no. The boss above probably thinks that if I, a civilian, want to continue to be promoted, I have to go to a military academy for further studies. Even though the most outstanding commander in the army is ranked last when he graduates from the military academy. Well, Wang Zhong was a little embarrassed. I'm just the best commander of the Southwest Front. Yegorov, it's all the same. I think you should go to Pavlov first and get these people's equipment, so that we can start teaching them how to shoot right away. In the future, they can at least shoot into the sky. Atmosphere Group. Wang Zhong, I am planning to go find Pavlov. I will leave these new recruits to you. Wang Zhong found Pavlov in the empty map room of the headquarters, who was instructing the two trainees assigned to him to update the maps. Did you see the reinforcements outside? Pavlov glanced out the window. Now I see it. It feels like he is escaping reality a bit. Wang Zhong, these people need guns, ammunition, and military uniforms. Pavlov, legend has it that there is a witch living outside Ixikov. As long as you give her a part of your body, any wish can come true. I suggest you give it a try. Wang Zhong thought that since there were missiles guided by God, it would not be surprising to have such a witch, so he replied, okay, where can I find her? Pavlov rolled his eyes in anger, I'm teasing. Do you understand? There is no such witch, and I am not a magician. He took off his round glasses with trembling hands, and then dropped the pencil in his hand on the map. I'm so angry. Where is my staff officer? Where is my clerk? Where is my accountant? Do you know the division of a division? The department must have at least several hundred people to maintain the operation of the entire division? No, you don't know. You just drive your little tank and beat up the prosens on the battlefield. When I came to Ixikov, there were so many civilians here. I thought I would finally have a functioning division headquarters. But now, I have to personally direct and update the map. The overall style of Antes is relatively soft, but because of the Pavlovian tone, Wang Zhong always feels like he is listening to prosen. Prosen has a lot of puff sounds, so normal speech also feels like a quarrel. Wang Zhong was overwhelmed and said subconsciously, I'm sorry, please calm down. Just as he spoke, there was the sound of braking outside. It seemed that a car was parked at the entrance of the division. But from where he stood, he couldn't see the car. Pavlov looked out the window and asked suspiciously, what is this? Why are there so many girls? Girl. Wang Zhong suddenly became interested and walked to the window to look out. Indeed, many girls got off the truck and looked at the division headquarters curiously. They saw the red flag hanging at the division headquarters. Yes, it was the one Wang Zhong pointed at before on the communication antenna of tank number 422. Is this here? Yes, red flag. Wang Zhong and the chief of staff looked at each other, both of them were confused. Wang Zhong, forget it, go out and ask around. With that said, he walked out first, and Pavlov immediately followed. When the two of them arrived outside the door, Wang Zhong spoke directly, ladies, what are you here for? The girls who were still looking around curiously looked at Wang Zhong. One of them asked boldly, are you Major General Rokosov? Wang Zhong, although I haven't had time to change my rank to Major General, but yes, it's me. Who are you? We are typists and clerks. The church recruitment office sent us here, saying we were needed here. Wang Zhong immediately turned to Pavlov, your clerk is here. The chief of staff frowned, why are they all women? The eldest sister who just answered said, because all the men are carrying guns. That makes sense. Pavlov scratched his head, okay, any of you have experience as a stock clerk in a warehouse? Stand here. Anyone who has studied accounting stand here. I am a student at Ixikov University, a girl raised her hand, we are all the same. Although we have no relevant experience, we can learn and we are quite good at learning. Pavlov nodded, well, very good, this is the best news I heard this morning. Wang Zhong always felt that this guy looked much younger in an instant, and the anxiety that had just been around him was relieved. Pavlov, I will arrange work for you. At this time, two more gas trucks drove to the entrance of the division and stopped. This time the people who came down were all elderly men. A bearded man walked up the steps first and gave Wang Zhong a nondescript military salute, hello, General. Is this the headquarters of the 151st Provisional Infantry Division? Wang Zhong, yes, you are. I am the academic director of Ixikov University. The entire university has been evacuated. Only professors and students who are studying will go to the rear. We must stay and serve the country. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, are you a 6th level clerk? To be precise, it's called a 6th level civilian official of the empire. Yes, I am indeed at this level. What's wrong? Wang Zhong pointed to the old man in surprise and said to Pavlov, your 6th level clerk is here. Pavlov frowned and looked at the uncle, uncle, we are a field force. Really? But these ladies can be in the field army, and I think I can too, said the old dean. Wang Zhong, come on Pavlov, my chief of staff, now you have someone, hurry up and give me the equipment and uniforms for the new recruits. After distributing the equipment this morning, we can teach them how to shoot in the afternoon. Time is running out. Pavlov, even if there is someone, it's impossible to change the equipment for you so quickly. If you're bothering me here, why not go to the local military depot and grab some? If you want it, remember to ask for some gas trucks for us. If we don't have gas trucks, mules, horses, and carriages will do. In addition, we also need civilian husbands. There are 2 civilian husbands for 1 combatant. Do you understand? Wang Zhong nodded, okay. I am the superior. Why did you give me the order? I'm just providing suggestions. The Chief of Staff's duty is to provide suggestions. Whether to adopt them or not is up to the chief officer. But I also want to tell you the consequences of not adopting them. Another truck stopped in front of the division headquarters, and a group of lieutenants wearing staff armbands got out of the truck. The red flag, Wang Zhong heard someone say, is here. Wang Zhong said to Pavlov, now you have someone, don't take it out on me anymore. I'll go to the military station to rob, apply for supplies. Chapter 109 Cannon and Seal. Just as Wang Zhong was about to leave the headquarters, he saw the 31st Guards Regiment and the 5th Bishinsk Regiment gathering from a distance, while the armored troops nearby gathered to watch the fun. So Wang Zhong decided to go over and watch the excitement. There is no way, he has never commanded so many troops, and now he feels a bit like playing a business simulation game, wandering around the territory with relief after working hard for a long time. That's probably what it feels like. By the time he reached the edge of the playground, the remaining infantry of the Rokossov battle group had already assembled and were standing opposite the supplementary ski terii. Popov stood between the two groups, took an iron trumpet and shouted, these are the remaining infantry of the Rokossov battle group, and they will become your instructors. You will be trained in the current organization for the time being. After all, the division headquarters hasn't had time to compile a new roster yet. I don't know which of you will be added to which company, so I might as well train like this first. If you go to the front line now, you will quickly turn into fertilizer. You will not play any role. The instructors will teach you basic tactical movements and basic skills. Wang Zhong thought to himself that he was originally an instructor. Thinking about it carefully, this was quite good. First of all, if he just dispersed the troops to serve as instructors, there would be no need to compile a new roster. Pavlov's division headquarters was still busy absorbing new recruits. As for the members, it may take a few days before they are free to do this. Secondly, the instructor only needs to have one gun to demonstrate all operations, and 5 guns allow recruits to take turns operating it, so the requirements for supplies are relatively low. It can only be said that Popov is also experienced. Popov began taking the roster and assigning instructors to each ski terii platoon. At this time, the armored soldiers who were watching noticed Wang Zhong and hurriedly organized their troops to line up. Wang Zhong waved his hand, okay, there's no need to line up every time you see me. When everyone relaxed, Alexander Yefimovich, the gunner of car number 422, asked, we heard that you were promoted to Major General, why are you still Brigadier General? Wang Zhong, I haven't had time to change. You also know that I don't have an orderly now. I have to go back to the dormitory to change myself later. Alexander asked again, I heard that the new unit under your command is an infantry division, what should we do? You won't hand us over to other generals, right? I can make it clear that the Crown Prince asked us to follow you all the time, even if we hand over the troops should not be handed over to us either. I heard that Proson's troops will have a tank platoon at the division headquarters. I think we can learn from the enemy's advanced experience. The other crews were all anxious. How can one platoon be enough? That's right, an armored company is guaranteed when dealing with the enemy. Don't abandon us, General. Wang Zhong, don't worry, no one can try to snatch the troops from me. No one can. I, Alexei, can never get in or out. Not only do you guys not leave, I have to bring an entire armored battalion over. Isn't it normal for an infantry division to have an armored battalion? If this were a game, adding an armored battalion to the infantry division would get a lot of bonuses. The armored soldiers seem to feel a lot more at ease. That's good, the other generals will just let us die. Yes, the generals above can do nothing but ask us to launch an attack. I feel like they don't understand how to use armored forces at all. Yes. None of our original 23 tank corps is gone, and there are no decent results. The general's ambush resulted in more results than our entire army. Wang Zhong frowned, really or not? Did the 23rd Army really have no results? Several armored soldiers who transferred from the BT tanks of the 23rd Army shook their heads together, most of them were destroyed by the Prasen Air Force. They finally encountered the enemy's armored forces, but they were all destroyed at a distance of more than 1,000 meters. They were not touched at all. To the enemy. Wang Zhong sighed. Although the BT series tanks were technically behind the number 3 and number 4 tanks on the opposite side, it still made him feel distressed to hear that an entire tank army was destroyed like this. If you give me command, you can achieve some results, he thought. At this time, the former tank driver of the 23rd Army said, please order more tank troops, at least they can play a greater role in your hands. Your death will not be in vain. Other tank crews agreed, yes. General. Wang Zhong couldn't bear the rainbow fart, so he waved his hand and ran away. He still has a sense of his own worth, and one day in the future, maybe he will accept such praise unceremoniously. But now Wang Zhong dare not, he feels guilty and cannot bear it. When Wang Zhong returned to the suite in the east wing of the manor, Ludmila had ironed the new general's uniform and sprinkled it with lavender essence. Wang Zhong frowned and said, "I'm a general. Lavender doesn't smell good, does it?" "Ludmila, you don't understand. When you smoke, the smell of smoke mixed with the flavor of this essence will be great. This is my father's little trick, he taught me personally." "Wang Zhong, when did he teach you?" "Before going to St. Catherine's Castle, he thought that I would have a man there and he would need to know this. It was a pity that it was of no use." Wang Zhong said, "Oh. Come here," Ludmila said in an unquestionable tone, picking up her coat. Wang Zhong could only go over and let his fiancée manipulate him. About 15 minutes later, he stood in front of the military mirror wearing a brand new military uniform. "Ludmila, less medals. You see, the other generals at least have ribbons. You are so simple here." She made a gesture on Wang Zhong's chest. Wang Zhong shrugged, "I don't fight for medals." "I know." Ludmila kissed Wang Zhong's cheek gently, "Okay. Now you can go and do your work." "Wang Zhong, Gregory." His guard immediately opened the door and came in, still carrying the captured Prasen submachine gun. He seemed to really like this weapon. "Wang Zhong, prepare the jeep, let's go to the military station headquarters." Gregory put his heels together, used this instead of saluting, closed the door and left. "Ludmila, didn't Dad say he would help you deploy troops?" "Wang Zhong, you just called Dad. Are you a little impatient?" "Ludmila, okay, didn't Uncle Constantine say he would help you deploy troops?" "Wang Zhong, the old man has retired, so the adjustment may not be practical." At this time, the prince's voice came from outside the door, "Elisha, my friend." Wang Zhong turned around and went out, and saw the crown prince in the corridor. "Your Highness, good morning, how did you sleep yesterday?" The crown prince gave a thumbs up. "It's a pity that you didn't come, there are some tricks missing. So I am responsible for providing tricks in the crown prince's team." "Crown prince, go to the salon today. I know that Lady Catherine will hold a salon this afternoon, and all the girls in the city will go." "Wang Zhong, no, I am a division commander. I am going to get supplies and equipment for my troops." "Ah ha 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 ha." The crown prince laughed, "You are a division commander." "Huh? You are a division commander? Shouldn't you be in charge of the warehouse? Yesterday you contradicted General Skorobo." "Wang Zhong, look at my generals, they are worth two." The crown prince blinked, "Is this true? Let me go, it's really a five-pointed star. From a distance, I thought it looked like a pattern of a five-pointed star. Their fake military ranks are all made like this." "Then you should go even more Lady Catherine's salon, war hero. Girls will fall for you." In fact, Wang Zhong really wanted to see how to dump, but it was more important to get equipment. "Wang Zhong, so I'm sorry, Your Highness, I have to go to work." The crown prince distanced himself and looked Wang Zhong up and down. "What's wrong with you? This doesn't look like you." "Wang Zhong, I was hit by the 381 cannon of the enemy battleship. There were more than 100 people in the church, but Sergei and I were the only ones who survived. So my head was a little damaged." The crown prince shook his head. "I went to see Sergei, and he was very normal. He also said that you were so scared that you peed during the battle, and you had to change pants with him." "Damn it, can I go and shoot the Sergei?" Ludmila looked to the side. "Wang Zhong, which hospital does Sergei live in?" "Crown Prince, he lives in Prince Vladimir's house." Wang Zhong remembered that Sergei Nikolaevich Romanov was the Duchess's male favorite. Now that the Duchess was a widow, it made sense to take him home. "Crown Prince, do you want to see him? The Duchess also wants to see you who survived the disaster. It just so happens that she is planning to hold a ball tonight." "Wang Zhong, no, I don't have time. Besides getting equipment, I have other places to go. I'm very busy today." His other task today is to be a postman. Exukov, 43, Krugen Street, Alexeyevna, wants to send a letter to this aunt, probably an aunt. The crown prince shook his head. "You have changed. You are not Elisha. Who are you?" Ludmila took a step forward. "Who else could he be? It's Elisha." The crown prince suddenly became hysterical. "How is that possible? Elisha is a dandy like me. We should live and die together. I can't accept this outstanding soldier now. I can't accept it." Seeing that the crown prince was about to collapse, Wang Zhong quickly comforted him. "Your Highness, look, when you graduated from the military academy, your scores were higher than mine. You can do what I can do, so don't belittle yourself." The crown prince did not answer. He was silent for a few seconds and then turned away. "I will tell Lady Catherine that war heroes are very busy and don't want to be praised. Just go about your business." "Wang Zhong, Your Highness, can you lend me your seal or something?" The crown prince stopped and looked back at Wang Zhong. "What? Wang Zhong, seal. Look, Her Royal Highness the Princess used your seal to send me tanks and heavy artillery, didn't she? Then. I can also use the seal, right? Ludmila frantically tugged at Wang Zhong's clothes. The Crown Prince smiled, okay, I understand, you and her are in the same group. Why didn't I see it? Okay, here you go. As he spoke, the Crown Prince took off the ring with his personal seal on the front and threw it to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong caught the ring and then saluted the Crown Prince, the Lieutenant, salute to you, Your Highness. Save it. The Crown Prince waved his hand, turned and left. Chapter 110 Suggestions from the Logistics Commander, additional update from the Alliance Leader. Although the Crown Prince turned and left, Wang Zhong and Ludmila followed him to the main entrance of the east wing of the manor's main building. On the one hand, it was basic etiquette to see the royal family out, and on the other hand, Wang Zhong also had to go out, and there was no other exit in the east wing, he couldn't jump out of the window. When he reached the door, the Crown Prince turned around and looked at Wang Zhong, I have a question, after this war is over, can we still drink like before? Wang Zhong, of course, after the victory of this war, we will drink day and night. The Crown Prince nodded, and the jeep that came to pick him up had arrived, so he walked down the stairs at the door and got in the car, and then turned back and smiled at Wang Zhong. The car started and gradually went away. Then Gregory drove the jeep over and stopped in front of the door. Wang Zhong said goodbye to Ludmila, opened the door and got in the car. Ludmila hesitated for a moment, but still said, Deputy Knight Yetsemenko said that we can have a day off today. Can I go with him? Wang Zhong thought about it and it seemed that there was no big problem. Besides, he would visit the families of the fallen soldiers later. It would be convenient to comfort the female family members with a girl by his side. So he nodded, and Ludmila immediately smiled and trotted over to get in the car. Wang Zhong reminded, don't hug my arm later. You are wearing a military uniform. I have to maintain the dignity of the general. Ludmila saluted, yes, General. Wang Zhong nodded and said to Gregory, let's go to the Ixikov Logistics Command building first. The Logistics Command building is actually larger than the fertilizer factory building that Wang Zhong and his team used as a front-line command post in Luchthof. It looks like it can hold on for a long time. There is an anti-aircraft artillery position in the yard where the building is located, but Wang Zhong doubts the significance of setting up the anti-aircraft artillery here. If the enemy plane wants to bomb the logistics headquarters, it must have dropped bombs long ago, and this anti-aircraft artillery will not play any role at all. Gregory bypassed the anti-aircraft gun position and stopped in front of the headquarters. The guard immediately stepped forward and saluted Wang Zhong, please show your ID. Wang Zhong took out his ID and said, I checked it when I entered the door, why are you checking it here again? The guard replied expressionlessly, it was requested by Lieutenant General Chekhov, the commander of the military station. Wang Zhong didn't say much. At this time, there were all kinds of people, and there might be saboteurs and spies. It wouldn't be wrong to be careful. After showing his ID, Wang Zhong got out of the car and walked into the headquarters. After 2 steps, he saw a huge blackboard in the lobby on the first floor, which wrote the main functions of each floor. Wang Zhong looked around and didn't find Lieutenant General Chekhov's office, so he asked the guard who had just checked his ID, where is Lieutenant General Chekhov? The Lieutenant General is in the General Allocation Department. His office is with the accountants. Wang Zhong looked at the location of the allocation department on the blackboard and strode towards the stairs. The dispatching department arrived soon. Wang Zhong knocked on the door, and a man wearing glasses and with clerk epaulets on his shoulders opened the door immediately. General, who are you looking for? Wang Zhong, I'm looking for Lieutenant General Chekhov. The guard said his office is together with the dispatching department. Just as the clerk was about to answer, a loud shout came from the room, tell him to go to the first floor to get the form. Fill it out and stamp it and hand it into the application office on the first floor. Really, they keep running to my office. I've moved out of my own office, but they still keep coming. Wang Zhong, is it okay to stamp the application form with the personal stamp of the Crown Prince? The voice inside stopped abruptly. 5 seconds later, the tall man with a gloomy face pushed the clerk away and opened the door, don't apply for ingredients for the banquet here, go to the granary. Looking at the rank, this is Lieutenant General Chekhov. Wang Zhong, I need weapons, ammunition, and bedding. Thousands of new recruits were sent to me today, all without weapons or uniforms. Are they going to let the new recruits wear their own clothes to fight? Lieutenant General Chekhov looked incredulous, the Crown Prince is going to fight in person? What unit are you? Royal Guards? I haven't heard of any casualties. Wang Zhong, I am Major General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, commander of the 151st Provisional Infantry Division. The 31st Guards Regiment and the 5th Peshinsk Regiment under my command have suffered heavy losses, and we have just added thousands of soldiers. Am I clear? General Chekhov frowning, he looked at Wang Zhong again. Are you the prodigal Rokosov who has returned to his roots? Well, you look like you have fought in the war, not fake. But you still have to fill out the application form, otherwise how can I know what you want? Ivan. Go get the application form. Form No 34. Wang Zhong, can't we do it specially? I have the seal of the Crown Prince. Chekhov, this is already a special case. After you fill out the form, the dispatcher here will check where the supplies are for you, and then issue the warehouse and transportation orders to the lower level. Generally, you can get the supplies tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I mean, if we have them here. Wang Zhong, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Why, are you going to meet the enemy tomorrow? Lieutenant General Chekhov asked back. Wang Zhong, no, I just lamented that it's so slow. Can't you send a clerk to help me write it? See where there is a clerk available? Wang Zhong looked into the room and found that the whole room was filled with the feeling of a mobile game company in the future working non-stop the night before the new version was updated. Ludmila said, I will write it, you just read it. At this time, the clerk who had just opened the door came over with a stack of application forms. Chekhov scolded, there is also a list of supplies. Do you expect the Major General to report the names of the dishes out of thin air? So 2 minutes later, a thick stack of forms came into Ludmila's hands, and a list of materials as thick as Sahai was handed to Wang Zhong. Fortunately, there are a bunch of tags next to the list, so you can quickly turn to the corresponding page according to the first letter of the needed supplies. Chekhov pointed to the table next to his desk. That table is the special affairs table. You fill it in. Good guy, it seems that there are quite a few people who do special things every day. Ludmila immediately pulled out the chair in front of the table, picked up a pen and tried it on the notepad next to her. Then she looked at Wang Zhong and indicated with her eyes that she was ready. Wang Zhong turned to the page of anti-tank guns and read, ZIS-3 anti-tank guns. Chekhov, wait a minute, does your division have an anti-tank artillery regiment? Wang Zhong, no. But this is not. Then you should go to the front army headquarters and ask for an artillery regiment. It's much easier than asking for artillery to build a regiment from me. Do you know how many cannons, ammunition trucks, and mules and horses an artillery regiment of 2,000 people requires? Get it all from me. If you want to apply, you will probably have to fill out half of the form in your hand. Wang Zhong thought about it and it seemed to make sense. Lieutenant General Chekhov, my suggestion is that you first apply for weapons, machine guns, mortars, military uniforms, military boots, and other miscellaneous items to arm the 2 infantry regiments. Then ask the headquarters for guns, anti-tank gun battalions or anti-tank gun regiments, and howitzer regiments. If you want to come over, just fill them up. Wang Zhong held his chin. We shouldn't just rob equipment, we should rob everyone. Is that what you mean? Lieutenant General Chekhov, absolutely. In fact, this is the best solution. You already have the Crown Prince's seal. As long as you don't grab the troops under the division structure, and focus on the troops that have not yet been assigned, it should be fine. Now many of Exukov's technical weapons units that have not been assigned yet are waiting to be incorporated into a newly formed division. Wang Zhong, you mean, I came to the wrong place. We still need uniforms and rifles. Ludmila interrupted, okay, I filled out the rifle form, can I just hand it over to the clerk over there? Clerk, another item of ammunition is required. Only the rifle is not acceptable. In addition, I suggest that you also fill in the gun cleaning kit form. Wang Zhong, by the way, fill in the truck's order. Lieutenant General Chekhov, you should go to the headquarters and ask for the automobile regiment that has not yet been established. The automobiles of a regiment can almost supply a division. I mean, if you keep running. Ludmila, the bullet is filled, is it enough for me to fill in this number? Lieutenant General Chekhov took a look and said, twice it, believe me, doubling it is at least enough. Ludmila quickly corrected it, handed it to the clerk, and started filling in the clothing information again. At this time, the clerk came to Wang Zhong with the original form, our seal is ready, we need the Crown Prince's seal, and the seal pad is here. Wang Zhong took out the ring, pressed the front side of the ring on the ink pad, pushed it back and forth, and then pressed it hard on the form. Lieutenant General Chekhov glanced at the military uniform list that Ludmila was filling out, and said, I will fill in a cloth bag list later. Soldiers need cloth bags to carry daily necessities, and they can be placed at the rest station before going to the front line. Wang Zhong, you are very experienced. Lieutenant General Chekhov, I have been in charge of logistics since the beginning of the Civil War. I know all this. I am not one of those generals who only brag without being responsible for specific military affairs. Wang Zhong nodded and handed the thick supply list directly to Lieutenant General Chekhov, then please ask the experienced Lieutenant General to tell us what we need to receive. The lieutenant general looked at Wang Zhong with an expression of "Does your old man know you are so shameless?" But he still took the roster and started ordering supplies based on his own experience. Wang Zhong was holding the crown prince's ring there, waiting to strike the seal. When the clock on the wall struck 12 noon, Chekhov closed the roster. That's almost it. After all these materials are shipped out of the warehouse, we will arrange transportation to your station. They will probably be available tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Arrive. Wang Zhong, okay, let's go to the front army headquarters to ask for troops. Lieutenant General Chekhov hesitated and said, "Did you contradict General Skorobo last night?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, but it was the Patriarch who asked me to introduce the situation and express my opinion." "Then when you go to the front army headquarters, it is best to avoid General Skorobo and go directly to the Chief of Staff of the front army. He is easier to talk to. If he does have the troops you need, he will give them to you." Wang Zhong, "Understood, thank you." As he spoke, Wang Zhong saluted Chekhov. Chekhov responded with a salute, "By the way, don't reveal at the front headquarters that I am doing something special for you. General Skorobo is quite cautious." "Wang Zhong, aren't you afraid that your evaluation of him will reach his ears? There are so many people here." Lieutenant General Chekhov smiled, "I have never dealt with him. I joined the army in the same year as him. Now I am just a logistics commander, and he is a general of the front army. It is said that before the war, His Majesty the Tsar considered promoting him to marshal." Wang Zhong was afraid that there was no chance. When Xiao Gai went south, all the troops on the southwest front were sent. Lieutenant General Chekhov sent Wang Zhong and Ludmila to the door and warned again, "Go to the Chief of Staff, don't let General Skorobo see you." "Thank you, got it?" Wang Zhong waved his hand. Chapter 111:43, Krugen Street. When Wang Zhong arrived at the headquarters, he specifically reminded himself to avoid General Skorobo, so he arranged the guards before entering the map room, opened the door and took a peek. Then he saw the Chief of Staff of the front army, the Bishop of the front army, and General Skorobo together. They could be heard discussing the situation at the door. General Skorobo, the foolish son of the Rokossov family, really has no military knowledge. If the enemy's heavy group of troops to the north of us moves south, won't our troops in front of them attack? It's really unreasonable. Well, we are still discussing my speech yesterday, Wang Zhong thought. It is better not to go in and continue to anger General Skorobo. Just as he was about to leave, the door, which was only open a crack, was opened from the inside. The staff officer who opened the door shouted loudly, "Who is eavesdropping? Okay, even if you open the door just a little, someone will notice you." When the staff officer saw that it was Wang Zhong, he was stunned for a moment, and then said to the guard at the door, "Why don't you let the Major General in?" "Guard, report, Major General asked me to keep quiet." Wang Zhong was extremely embarrassed. "Well, I don't want to disturb the normal work of the headquarters." At this time, General Skorobo shouted, "Isn't this the military genius Major General Rokossov? What's the point of coming to us?" "Wang Zhong, I don't have any high opinions, I'm just here." He looked at the Chief of Staff. According to Lieutenant General Chekhov, the Chief of Staff was a good man, unlike General Skorobo. But is it too obvious to directly ask for the Chief of Staff? While Wang Zhongzhen was hesitating, the Chief of Staff spoke up, "Are you asking me to transfer troops?" Yes." Everyone said it bluntly, so Wang Zhong admitted it unceremoniously. "Chief of Staff, we do have some scattered troops here that have just been transferred from the rear. We have not yet decided which division to strengthen. Your temporary 151st Division has just been formed. It is reasonable to strengthen these troops to you." "Unreasonable?" General Skorobo interrupted the Chief of Staff, "Those precious troops must be handed over to real soldiers. I heard, Rokossov, that you peed your pants on the battlefield. How the fuck does everyone know this? Sergei, I'm going to kill you." General Skorobo continued to taunt, "Do you believe that a man who was scared to death on the battlefield achieved those results? No, I never believe it." Chief of Staff, but the Prasen people also spoke highly of Rokossov. The person who is highly regarded by the Prasen people is General Whitehorse. This guy just happened to have a white horse, so he took the credit. The real General Whitehorse must have been dead long ago. Chief of Staff, Randolph, commander of the enemy's 15th Armored Division, died in Lokotov. At that time, it was Brigadier General Lokosov who was conducting defensive operations there. It would have been appropriate to go to Pionnier before. General Skorobo pursed his lips, and his hygienic beard really looked like that person on earth when he pursed his lips. The general held it in for a few seconds and replied, "Even if it is true, it only proves that he is an excellent tactician. Strategic matters are more theoretical, and a military academy countdown will not understand it. Wang Zhong, since you admit that I am a tactician, should I replenish my division with troops?" Isn't it just right for a tactician to command a division? Chief of Staff, what troops do you want? Wang Zhong raised his voice before Skorobo could speak. I want a car regiment, a communications battalion, an anti-tank artillery regiment, and laborers. As for laborers, the front army bishop said, go to the church. The church is organizing labor camps, as well as laundry teams and cooking teams. All logistics-related personnel can be found in the church. After all, the connection between secularism and the people is closer and more capable of mobilization. It turns out that you can ask for labor camps and logistics from the church. Previously, in Luktov, Pavlov came to provide logistics. Wang Zhong really didn't know that. Wang Zhong, the anti-tank gun. No. General Skorobo shouted, even if it's a 45mm anti-tank gun, you can't even get it. Chief of Staff, anyway, we are going to counterattack soon. It doesn't matter if we give him a battalion of defensive weapons like anti-tank guns, right? General Skorobo looked at the Chief of Staff. Are you looking at him? Do you really believe his boasted achievements? If he could destroy 600 tanks, the enemy's offensive spearhead would have been too blunt to be used anymore. Wang Zhong screamed injustice in his heart. I really never said that I destroyed 600 enemy tanks. Skorob turned to Wang Zhong. In short, if you want laborers or something, go to the church. If you want a car regiment, go to the church. I won't give you a single soldier or a single technical weapon here. We can't let these precious weapons fall in the hands of a ticket player. Okay, I'm just a gambler again. Wang Zhong was very angry at this time and wanted to punch General Skorobo in the face. He might have done it before. But now he can't do something that might cost him his command. Now the top leaders of the Ant Army are all such idiots. Losing their command is equivalent to pushing their troops into a pit of fire. Wang Zhong endured his anger and saluted General Skorobo. Thank you for your evaluation, then I'll take my leave. When he turned around, he heard Skorob shouting, guard. Remember from now on, Major General Rokosov cannot come in without making an appointment in advance. The Chief of Staff of the Front Army reminded, our staff still has his brother Brigadier General Rokosov. Isn't it appropriate not to let him in? Skorob cursed something, but Wang Zhong couldn't hear it clearly. When they got into the jeep outside, Ludmila asked, what should I do? Wang Zhong, first go to the church to ask for labor camps, laundry teams, cooking teams, as well as tailors and blacksmiths who accompany the army. If there were a large number of mules and horses in the army, a blacksmith would be needed to maintain the horseshoes of the mules. If the horseshoes fell off, the blacksmith would have to reshoe them. Gregory in the driver's seat turned back to confirm, go to the local church. Wang Zhong nodded. Ludmila smiled and said, we may have to go around all Exukov's departments in the afternoon. The church didn't know if the patriarch had made arrangements in advance. Anyway, everything went very smoothly. Thousands of logistics personnel arrived at the Rokosov manor in a mighty manner. However, the car group still didn't come out, only a large group of drivers came who volunteered to join the army. After coming out of the church satisfied, Wang Zhong asked Gregory, do you know the way to number 43 Krugen Street? I've asked about it in advance, Gregory replied, but I haven't actually been there. Maybe I can ask someone somewhere. Wang Zhong, then let's go. Number 43 Krugen Street is a multi-story apartment building with a brick and stone structure that looks quite old. The iron sign at the entrance to the apartment reads Malazov Apartment in embossed letters, but the words Malazov have been erased by paint. Wang Zhong opened the apartment door himself and saw a reception room-like room on the left side of the corridor. An old lady was sitting in it knitting. Just as he was about to speak, Ludmila stepped forward and gently tapped the bell on the windowsill. Following the crisp sound, the old lady raised her head and her eyes stayed on Wang Zhong's star for a few seconds. Hello, General, whose child died again? Wang Zhong was immediately silenced by these words. It seems that death notices are often sent to the apartment recently. When the old lady saw that Wang Zhong was silent, she added another sentence, if a general can deliver the notice, the person who dies must be a hero, right? Wang Zhong suddenly woke up and nodded, yes, a very brave hero. That's great. Every death should urge those who survive to live a better life. Wang Zhong always felt that this old lady had something and could make some philosophical remarks casually. He decided to go straight to the topic, so he took out the bloody letter that he had kept in his pocket and read out the address, Exukov, Krugen Street, Alexeyevna. Do you know what this is called? The name of a woman? I'm sorry, the death came so suddenly. I couldn't ask for the identity of this Alexeyevna, nor did I know how old she was. The old lady in the reception room sighed, put down her sewing, found her reading glasses and put them on, and then replied, she is 73 this year, and her 3 sons, the eldest, middle and youngest, have all gone to war. So which one died? Wang Zhong reported the gunner's name. Old lady, the third child is dead. Please give me the letter. Wang Zhong, you are Alexeyevna, right? Who else could it be? There was no sadness in the old lady's voice. She just calmly accepted the bloody letter. Ludmila couldn't help but ask, aren't you sad? Old lady, I'm used to it. During the Civil War, my husband and my brothers all died in battle. I'm quite good at receiving death notices. Sharapova at 306 cried so sadly yesterday. I just want to tell you the war is coming, the sooner she gets used to this kind of thing, the better. As she spoke, the old lady opened the letter, glanced at it briefly, and said, he still made the wrong tense change. It's really hopeless. After saying that, the old lady put away the letter and looked up at Wang Zhong. My youngest son's expressive ability is too low, and the whole letter does not convey as much information as the blood stains on the letter. Kind General, do you know how he died? Wang Zhong immediately thought of the moment when the gunner died. It seems you know, what a surprise. The old lady said, tell me about it, kind General. Wang Zhong couldn't refuse the old lady's request, so he began to recall the battle that day. He recalled that when he was hit by the enemy's armor-piercing projectile, the gunner was still shouting, the loader has died, please find someone else to load. Finally, he said that he urged to fire quickly, but when he lowered his head, he found that everyone in the turret was dead except Su Fang, who had just joined as a loader. Ludmila looked sad, so that's it? This is the first time I've heard you talk about frontline combat. The old lady looked at Wang Zhong kindly, and suddenly stood up and poured Wang Zhong a cup of tea. General, you need this more than me. Drink it, this is the red day tea I made myself, it can soothe sadness. Wang Zhong held the teacup with both hands and took a sip. In short, your son died very heroically. He was, to protect the motherland, to protect. The old lady chanted softly, all life in the world will eventually die. In that case, guard the ashes of our ancestors and the temples of the gods. To die fighting a powerful enemy is of supreme value. In order to protect my mother who loved me so much. In order to protect my wife who is currently raising a young child. To protect the pure girls who light the eternal fire. Protect everyone from the shameless villain Sextus. How glorious is such a death. Wang Zhong happened to know the song Horatius on the bridge, so he continued to recite, Your Excellency, Consul, please demolish the bridge as soon as possible. There are 1,000 enemy troops occupying the bridge, let's stop them with 3 men. Come on, which 2 brave men want to guard the bridge side by side with me? Old lady, yes, my son is as brave as an ancient hero. It's enough to know this. The old lady looked at Wang Zhong and added some hot tea to the cup in his hand. Wang Zhong took a sip and found that the tea was bitter yet sweet. Old lady, you still have a lot to do, don't you? After all, the invaders are still raging on the earth. Go quickly, General. I am an old lady who can only knit sweaters in my apartment. In addition to sending my children to the battlefield, I have already done a lot of work. There is nothing more you can do for Aunt's mother. Wang Zhong took another sip of tea, put down the cup, turned and left. He never looked back. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 112. Thanks to old Rokosov for the rocket. On the way back to the station, Wang Zhong kept frowning, wondering where he wanted to get anti-tank guns. The infantry division does not have anti-tank guns, and has to find terrain to fight at close range, but the Prosan infantry is not weak either. Previously in Luchthof, Wang Zhong was forced into the most dangerous situation by the enemy's infantry attack. Now considering the quality of the infantry in his hands, he did not dare to mince meat at close range with the Prosens again. Wang Zhong himself didn't realize that this was actually a kind of accumulation of experience. Although he was a layman, after so many battles, he gradually understood the enemy and formed muscle memory. Wang Zhong frowned and continued to calculate. To defeat the enemy in the wilderness, in addition to relying on tank bunkers and supporting tank ambush tactics, the most important thing is anti-tank guns. This is a cyclical restraint relationship. Machine gun fire points can restrain infantry in the wilderness, direct fire from tanks can restrain fire points, and hidden anti-tank guns and tanks can destroy enemy tanks. Finally, artillery defeats everything on the ground. Unless the fortifications are built like the tunnels in Shanganling, there will definitely be casualties when the enemy's heavy artillery bombards them. We should also consider ways to counter enemy heavy artillery, maybe using balloons? Can you still find hot air balloons for observation? If blind fire is not observed, the enemy's artillery may not necessarily be placed where it should be. After all, the requirements for the position of the direct fire cannon are not as high as those of the direct fire cannon. How can we know the location of enemy artillery positions? Relying on the infiltration team. But the opposite side is the Prasen army, and it's not India. How can it be so easy to find the position? Moreover, the enemy is very cruel, so disguised reconnaissance will definitely not work. After approaching the artillery position, the enemy will definitely shoot directly. What should we do? Ludmila has been watching Wang Zhong from the side, looking very worried about him, but she did not dare to speak to interrupt his thinking. Finally, the gate of the manor arrived. When the guard guarding the gate saw Wang Zhong's car approaching, he immediately opened the iron gate. The task of guarding the gate since yesterday had been handed over to Wang Zhong's troops. After driving into the manor, Gregory looked back and drove towards the troop barracks in the corner of the manor on his own initiative. As a result, just after driving not far, Ludmila broke out of her previous state and stabbed Wang Zhong in the shoulder. Elisha. Look over there. Wang Zhong was forcibly pulled out of his thoughts, his expression was a little dazed, and he just followed Ludmila's fingers mechanically. He saw a row of brand new T-34 tanks parked on the lawn. These are definitely not Wang Zhong's original tanks, because even if the original tanks were repainted, they would not be able to block the mottled marks left by the battlefield. The scratches caused by armor-piercing bullets were very obvious. Not only are the paints on these T-34s very new, the surfaces are also quite smooth, and there are no traces of incomplete diesel combustion on the exhaust ports. New T-34. Wang Zhong raised his sight and discovered that these T-34s were arranged in 3 rows, with 8 vehicles in each row, a total of 24 vehicles. All the tank main guns are adjusted to the same angle, like the heads raised when the parade formation passes the viewing platform. Where did the tank come from? Wang Zhong asked doubtfully. Ludmila, did you forget that yesterday, Uncle Constantine said he would give you troops? Wang Zhong, he said he had to write a letter and it would take 3 to 5 days to get the result. Maybe the process went particularly smoothly. Wang Zhong thought for a moment and patted Gregory on the shoulder. Go to the main building. I want to see the old man. I can't call Dad, but I can still call him old man. Gregory flicked his tail, kicked the accelerator and ran towards the main building. When Wang Zhong rushed into the study, retired General Rokosov was on the phone and made a SHH gesture. Rokosov, General, thank you, old man. Very good, very good. They are all top tanks. Ha 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 ha, he is just lucky. What ability does he have? He is the last one. He IP'd my pants on the battlefield. We are obviously talking about last place and wetting our pants, but why does my old man feel completely different when talking about it? This sounds more like Versailles. As soon as Wang Zhong thought this, the old man laughed loudly. I really peed, Luda even admitted it. Wang Zhong turned to look at his fiancée. Lucia stuck out her tongue and whispered, he asked when we were preparing breakfast. I can't lie to him, can I? Damn it, I should have shot Sergei in the ruins of the church and pulled out his pants. If no one mentioned this, Ludmila would definitely not take the initiative to say it. The old man laughed again for a while before hanging up the phone. Then he put away his smile and looked at Wang Zhong. Did you see the thing on the lawn? Unfortunately, T-34 is in short supply now. Just because of your results, everyone knows that this thing is useful. And they seem to think that your battle results are all the result of T-34, not you. I feel like I promised to get you 2 battalions before, but I probably can't get them. Let's make do with these 6 platoons. Wang Zhong was about to answer, but the old man said, and you said that the viewing type is more useful. I told the old man about it, but he laughed at me severely, saying that I was an infantry general and didn't understand tanks. He also said that you did the same. An infantry general also doesn't understand tanks. Other armored units have agreed to use it. Wang Zhong frowned. In fact, the advantage of T-34 was mainly in 1941. After Sandeza began to equip the No. 3 with a long-barreled 50mm gun in 1942, the disadvantage of T-34's blindness was infinitely magnified. A platoon rushed Sandeza's vehicle and was often completely wiped out without finding the enemy. Forget it, I didn't expect the factory to change the design now. Wang Zhong, what about installing radios? The old man shook his head. Our radio production is too low, and we have to give priority to providing them to the fighters of the Air Force. This is the experience of the Castilian Civil War. Without radios to inform each other of the situation, we will be at a disadvantage in air combat. Wang Zhong, fighters need radios to inform each other of the situation, but tanks don't need them? Obviously, tanks fighting on complex battlefields need radios more. Old Duke Rokosov just looked at Wang Zhong with a calm and loving look. Okay, let's do our own things. Now your infantry division has armored forces far beyond ordinary infantry divisions. Do you know that there are still people who want to transfer the armored forces in your hands? After all, you are an infantry division. Wang Zhong nodded. It is indeed good news to be able to add 24 T-34s. Don't be too greedy. Then give me a regiment of anti-tank guns. It's best if they are all 76mm ZIS-3 anti-tank guns. Old Rokosov frowned. Don't you have armored forces to perform anti-tank tasks? Or T-34? Wang Zhong, This is different. Anti-tank guns can be hidden by camouflage and launch surprise attacks on the enemy. Moreover, if machine guns are used to force the enemy's commander to retract the turret, the high concealment of anti-tank guns will be highlighted, and the combat effectiveness may be higher than that of tanks. The fact is that the old German armored soldiers have always believed that the Soviet anti-tank guns are a greater threat to them than tanks, mainly because tanks are too blind. Anti-tank guns equipped with observers are not blind and are difficult to be discovered. Even the German heavy armor is very afraid of this thing. Old Rokosov nodded. Is this experience from actual combat? We should pay attention to it. However, the 76mm gun is also in great demand. Let me see if I can give you some 45mm guns. After all, the 76mm gun can also be used on ammunition carts and pack horses, and the gunners can adapt to the new guns with just a little training. In this way, you can try to apply for a separate 76mm gun supplement in the future, and gradually replace the artillery team with 76mm guns as the main force. Wang Zhong had a feeling that the old man probably had a lot of crooked ideas to enhance his strength before. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly had an idea. Why not take out the problem that just troubled him and ask the old man? So he said, I want to ask, in your experience, how to deal with the enemy's heavy artillery. Old Rokosov raised his eyebrows. Heavy artillery? It depends on the situation. If the two sides have formed a solid front line and the ground is full of trenches, let the planes scout the enemy's artillery positions and then bombard them with artillery. At that time, the most concentrated anti-aircraft firepower was the artillery positions on both sides, and they would rather risk disrupting the trajectory of the artillery shells than release anti-aircraft balloons around the artillery positions to interfere with the reconnaissance of enemy aircraft. Sometimes, when you see enemy aircraft coming, you have to release smoke at several different locations to confuse the enemy. Wang Zhong, use aircraft for reconnaissance. If you have aircraft under your command, use the radio on the aircraft to establish contact, and then you can sweep out the enemy's artillery positions. This is indeed a way. Unfortunately, to be able to command the air force, you have to become a general to command the front. Wang Zhong, apart from aircraft, is there anything else? Old Rokosov, when there is no stable trench, you can use cavalry. Cavalry. Yes, cavalry is a good thing. The saddle can carry extra rations and ammunition, allowing the cavalry to go 7 days without supplies. As for horses, although the feed for war horses is very expensive, such as carrots and so on, horses are originally grass eaters. When people sleep and rest, horses will eat grass by themselves. Although war horses will generally lose a lot of weight after a week of fighting, their endurance and maximum speed are only slightly worse, and there is not much difference in normal trotting. Look, cavalry troops can circle around the enemy's territory without supplies, and they have mobility. Isn't this the most suitable type of troops for sneak attacks on enemy artillery positions? It seems to be true. Wang Zhong held his chin thoughtfully. Old Rokosov said, okay, the boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridgehead, don't frown. Go meet your new armored troops, boost morale and introduce practical experience by the way, and hold a sharing session or something. This is a brand new unit I transferred to you, with no experience at all. You have to teach them well before the enemy attacks. Do you understand? More sweat in training, less blood in war. Wang Zhong nodded, okay. Is this how you respond to your superiors? The old man said angrily. Wang Zhong snapped to attention and saluted, yes. General. That's good enough, hurry up. The old man waved his hands like he was shooing away a fly. Chapter 113 New changes in the division, 8,000 monthly votes for additional updates. Wang Zhong left the main building of the manor and immediately went straight to the new tank that had just been sent to him. When he arrived, the new tank crews and the veterans who had come down from Luftwaffe were already mingling, chatting with each other. As soon as Wang Zhong appeared, Alexander shouted, the general is here. Alexander Yefimovich was originally the instructor of the teaching team. Although he is now Wang Zhong's gunner, his military rank has not been reduced, so he naturally assumed the role of commander. Wang Zhong raised his hands in salute to everyone, and then ordered Alexander, organize an experience-sharing meeting as soon as possible and explain the methods that the enemy may use to deal with us in battle, such as hitting the tracks and blocking the turret seat ring. At this time, one of the new tank pilots asked in surprise, can the enemy actually deal with our new tank? I heard that this tank is invincible and can kill the enemy at will. There is a dude who is obviously scared as soon as he goes to the battlefield. Wang Zhong thought, Suri, right? Is the SEP plot coming? Alexei. The commander of the additional armored battalion spoke up, shut up. Who asked you to talk nonsense in the queue? Don't you care about discipline? The one named Alexei closed his mouth. Wang Zhong looked at the battalion commander and felt that this battalion commander had the qualifications of an armored division commander. but business was more important. Wang Zhong turned to Alexander and said, "In short, we must convey all the experience to these new recruits, especially tell them the most fatal weakness of the T-34, poor battlefield situational awareness. Tell them what this unfortunate two-man turret design brings, what a lot of negative effects. Alexander, don't worry, General, I will make them all understand." He looked at the tank crews. "After all, some of you were my students when you were in the armored training team." The platoon leaders of each tank platoon's eyes were a little wandering, as if they were remembering what happened when they were training in the armored training camp. "Wang Zhong, also, I won't be able to do anything else for the rest of today's exchange meeting. I will prepare delicious food to entertain everyone in the evening. Eat, drink and have fun. Remember to arrange for everyone to inspect the tank tomorrow. I will also find a way to go to the tractor factory to find a group of masters. The Soviet army on Earth attaches very little importance to tank maintenance. Only when the T-34 is durable can the Soviet army ensure sufficient combat readiness. On the other hand, Dissan's armored battlefield maintenance is the same as that of the US military. However, the equipment is very delicate. Kursk Dissan has an armored group with more than 160 new Leopards participating in the battle, and then it broke down on the road. 110 vehicles, so it basically didn't play a big role. In other words, Dissan's support ability was forced out by the delicate equipment. Wang Zhong is determined to change this in the Ant Empire. After all, his T-34 was obtained with great difficulty. He cannot participate in the war because of poor security. This kind of thing is unacceptable. Wang Zhong plans to use the support of the church tomorrow to hire 1,000 experienced workers from the local tractor factory to repair tanks wherever they go. It can also repair enemy tanks. If you encounter tigers and leopards later, you can repair them and use them. Even if they are not used, it is good to repair them and donate them to the museum. They can be used in the movie Liberation in the future. Wang Zhong was about to leave, but Alexander stopped him. "You are the most experienced tank commander among us. Why don't you talk about it first? If you don't talk about it, none of us will be embarrassed to talk about your experience. Like me, I am basically commanded by you. The gunner only knows how many degrees to turn the turret and what target to hit." Wang Zhong thought for a while and nodded. "Okay. Let me tell you something. The organizers sit over and gather around you. Alexander, everyone gather and form a square." 30 minutes later. Wang Zhong, the above is a summary of my experience in a series of tank battles in Upper Penier and Luchthof. In short, the enemy is elite and cunning. We cannot underestimate the enemy just because our tanks have a temporary advantage in armor and shell confrontation. Then you will suffer a big loss. Alexander, applause. The words were followed by thunderous applause. Wang Zhong made a quiet gesture. "It's getting late, don't waste time, other tankers still have experience to share. For example, the gunners can tell where the enemy tanks are weak. The driver can also share what angle can be used to troubleshoot the engine and gearbox the fastest." Wang Zhong's last sentence caused a burst of laughter. It seems that everyone knows the faults of their cars and also knows the anti-style maintenance method. Wang Zhong waved his hand and turned around to leave. Just at this time, he saw a new truck driving past the road next to the lawn and heading towards the division headquarters. So in the mood to see what was going on, Wang Zhong got into the jeep and said to Gregory, "Go to the division headquarters and have a look." Wang Zhong's jeep and the truck arrived at the division headquarters. As soon as the jeep stopped, a girl wearing a ski terai uniform jumped out of the truck. "Ski terai, girl." Wang Zhong was stunned. Then more girls jumped out of the truck. Wang Zhong looked puzzled and glanced at Ludmila subconsciously, only to find that she was also looking at him, and the two just looked at each other. At this time, several girls wearing monk uniforms jumped out of the car, and the last one to get off was Sufang. Wang Zhong then asked loudly, "Sufang, what do these girls do?" Sufang smiled immediately when she saw Wang Zhong, and immediately turned into a smile when she saw Ludmila. "General, this is the choir. Now we can continue the chanting ceremony and keep in touch with the superior choir. Don't worry about missing the hymn." Wang Zhong glanced at the people who got off the car again. "Why are there only 4 poetry monks? What are the other ski terai doing?" Sufang, responsible for the chores in the ceremony, as well as the protection of the ceremony. Of course, he is also responsible for taking care of us when we have exhausted our strength by chanting poems. "Why are they all women?" Wang Zhong asked naturally. He had obviously asked Brother Peter and Yevsemenko before, and both of them answered that the monks were equally male and female. Sufang, the monks happened to have only female monks, so they added them to us. As for the ski terai, because we are all women, it would be more convenient to have all female ski terai. All in all, it's just a coincidence. "Ah, that's it? I thought you were sent by the patriarch to test me." Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. At this time Ludmila asked, you will always stay with the division headquarters in the future, right? Of course, we are a crucial means of communicating with superiors in an emergency. At this time, a staff officer came out from the division headquarters. Brother Sufang Bachawenjisu is the chief priest. I'm here, I'm here. Sufang raised her right hand high, I'm here. Staff officer, I will take you and the ski terii to the temporary sanctuary. From now on, I will be responsible for helping you build the sanctuary. Wang Zhong, sanctuary. Although it seemed very common sense to ask this, he still asked. The staff officer immediately explained, it is a temporary church. In addition to the mass held by the choir, it will also receive prayers from people suffering from shell shock or other battlefield symptoms, and treat them with hymns. Originally, this is the job of the priests, but there are always things that even experienced priests cannot handle. Wang Zhong said oh and made a let's go gesture to the staff officer. The staff officer immediately turned around and said to Sufang and others, let's go this way. The group of people walked away, and Ludmila smiled and said, Pavlov, the chief of staff, has someone to call upon. Wang Zhong smiled and said, yes, he is finally a veritable chief of staff. As soon as he entered the map room, Wang Zhong saw Chief of Staff Pavlov humming a tune while making marks on the map. When Wang Zhong went out to run around this morning, the map room only had a small map on the table. On the north wall of the entire map room was a luxurious map with 6 maps put together, which was completely different from the small map in the morning. The entire map is covered with military symbols, almost reflecting the situation on the entire southern front. Forget about the key map, Pavlov also added a curtain to the map, which made Wang Zhong feel that his small division headquarters had suddenly transformed from a mud house on XX slope to the Suzhu suppression headquarters. Seeing Pavlov standing in front of the map wall, Wang Zhong was almost hallucinating. The pig's tactics, the snake of Changshan, and the full of vitality and all things competing were all coming. Thinking about it carefully, all Ant nobles like to engage in this kind of ostentation. Pavlov is also a noble, so he is naturally not exempt from the custom. Wang Zhong decided to give him a few words of reprimand. You have someone else. How much manpower will be wasted to create such a grand ceremony? Pavlov turned back, don't get me wrong, the military markings on the map were made by the staff, and this room was decorated by your maid. Wang Zhong, how could you let the maid enter the map room? What if the military secrets were leaked? Pavlov, well. I was wrong. Vasily raised his head, Chief of Staff is picking shit tonight. Wang Zhong frowned, why did you get into the staff? I wanted to go back to be an infantry instructor, Vasily said with an innocent face. They wouldn't let me go. They said I stayed on my front fingers most of the time during the battle and that I was a talent of the headquarters, so they kicked me back. So. You see, I'm still guarding the walkie-talkie you captured, but it's too far away from the front line and the walkie-talkie can't hear anything. Just when Wang Zhong was about to comment on Vasily, something suddenly occurred to him and he asked, how come the situation on the entire southern front has been updated today? How long does it take to go to the headquarters to copy the map? Pavlov took 3 steps, came to the side door, and gently opened the door. Then a dense beeping sound floated out from the room. Pavlov, we finally have our own communications camp. This is the telegraph company, with a total of 6 telegraph machines. It receives and translates messages from various places at any time, and updates the map based on the messages. Now our map and front commander just as fast. As he spoke, a decoder handed a telegram to the staff officer, and the staff officer immediately came to the map and updated the location and status of the 29th Group Army. In fact, Wang Zhong had never known how the division worked in this way. He subconsciously thought that the distribution of enemy and enemy status on the map was created by himself, just like in the game, although he knew that it was definitely not the case. Wang Zhong looked at the 6 high-power radio stations, listened to the beeping sound, and thought that his headquarters finally looked like a headquarters. At this time Ludmila asked, where is the judge who was in charge of the radio station before? Pavlov, a division would have been equipped with a certain number of inquisitors, responsible for catching spies, catching opponents, and shooting us when we tried to commit treason. They went back to their duties. When Pavlov mentioned treason and shooting, several young staff officers working next to him were startled and couldn't help but stop writing and look over. Wang Zhong was speechless, I don't know whether I should be happy now or keep silent. Hey, where is your 6th level clerk? I didn't see him. Pavlov made a pleased gesture, led Wang Zhong and Ludmila to the other side of the map room, and opened the door with a click. When the telegraph room opens, there is a beeping sound. When the telegraph room opens, there is a bang-bang sound like a hammer hitting wood. Wang Zhong took a closer look and realized that he was tapping a seal. When Harry Potter 1 first entered Gringotts, there were a bunch of goblins tapping seals there, and now this room almost feels like this. The old man, a 6th level clerk, was shouting, What did you do? When compiling the roster, you need to make 2 directories. What are you doing? Type it again. After yelling away a clerk, the former academic committee member looked at Wang Zhong. General, you are so good to be here. I have something to ask you. Look, this is the roster of the 5th Bishinsk Regiment. Almost all the officers were wiped out, and then many companies were also wiped out. In fact, almost all of the 81 remaining men were from the 3rd Battalion. Normally speaking, this kind of unit organization has been cancelled, and the people have been stuffed into other units. If you want to maintain the organization of the 5th Bishinsk Regiment, you need to add officers and documents, yes, the regiment's documents. This is very troublesome. Wang Zhong, can't we promote the surviving 81 people on the spot? Privates to sergeants, second lieutenants to lieutenant colonels. It can't be done. I checked the regulations, and I can't upgrade directly like this. Based on my experience in dealing with bureaucracies, this will never be approved. Do you want to create a unit with a second lieutenant as the regiment leader? Wang Zhong, isn't it possible? Previously, the 3rd Rear Amur Regiment was promoted and restored to its original form. The 6th level old man, that's because the senior officers of the 3rd Post Amur Regiment are better preserved. It's enough to promote experienced veterans to non-commissioned officers. But for the 5th Bishinsk Regiment, there is no way to restore its organizational structure. My suggestion is to change the designation of the 105th Infantry Regiment of the Skiterii to the 5th Bishinsk Regiment, and in turn, insert the 81 surviving soldiers of the Bishinsk Regiment as middle and lower level officers into the original 105 steps. Wang Zhong, you mean, we need to make some changes in the paperwork? To hide the truth? Old man, yes. It will be much simpler to deal with it this way, and there is no need to submit a lot of rocket promotion application forms to the front army at once. Wang Zhong nodded, okay, let's do it this way. But, does the commander of the 105th step of the Skiterii have enough military rank? The old man, that's enough. He is an officer who was transferred from the civilian service in accordance with the conversion rules. He has no combat experience, but there are no problems with the documents and procedures. It turns out that the Ant Empire also has a mechanism to convert civil servants into military positions according to their levels. No 6th level civil servants would know this. Wang Zhong patted Pavlov on the shoulder, look at the talents I have found for you. Don't say that you can't produce supplies and troops anymore. Chapter 114 The 3 heads gather together and order troops on the battlefield. Additional update F. Pavlov was smiling happily at first, but when he heard Wang Zhong's words, his smile disappeared. No, the smile moved to Wang Zhong's face. Wang Zhong, don't refuse. In the past, you could get us a steady stream of supplies without manpower. Now you can definitely do it. After speaking, he looked at Vasily, are you right? Yes. Vasily gave a thumbs up, Chief of Staff Pavlov can turn decay into magic. Wang Zhong, that's right. Pavlov told me before that there is a witch outside Igsakov. Pavlov interrupted him, okay. Instead of teasing me here, why not go and beg your old man more? Wang Zhong, he is already spinning. But we can't hang ourselves on a tree. You have to work hard. And tomorrow I will go to the tractor factory and ask it to form a repair team with hundreds of workers and masters. As soon as he finished speaking, there was the sound of the door opening amid the beeping of telegrams and the banging of seals. Wang Zhong and Pavlov turned to look at the door and saw Popov coming in. Wang Zhong, you haven't seen the beginning or end of the Shenlong lately, the Shenlong is? Popov, I know the evil existence that devours the world in the Prasen myth. No, that one is not a dragon, but a giant snake. Although it is also strip-shaped, it has no claws. Popov, guess what I brought back? As soon as he finished speaking, several girls came in wearing monks' uniforms. Their armbands had more wings than Brother Peter's, indicating that these girls were all praying hands. After the praying hands came in, more than 30 female Skiterii also entered the house. The last person to come in was the deputy knight Yezimenko, the captain of the Divine Arrow Company. He seemed to be not quite used to the state of being a little green among thousands of flowers. Wang Zhong was overjoyed, is the company of Divine Arrows replenished? Popov smiled, yes, what the patriarch promised will be done, it just takes a little time. Wang Zhong nodded, and then asked a crucial question, didn't it mean that the praying hands are half male and half male? Why are they all female? Popov was also very embarrassed, because there are only women left, and all the men have been taken away. I also want men, because most of the escort troops, automobile soldiers, etc. are men, and the whole bunch of female soldiers is troublesome. A lot. But others think so too. That's reasonable. At this time, the shortest girl in Zinkai's hand was unhappy, what's wrong with the girl? Men can fight, and so can we. It's just climbing on the ice and sleeping in the snow, what's the difficulty? Wang Zhong, hey, you are a small person, but you have a loud voice. It's okay now that the ground is relatively dry. When the mud comes in September, can you lie down on the wet mud? The little girl obviously hesitated, but immediately put her hands on her hips. Of course I can. If you guys can, I can. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows and looked at the name from a bird's eye view. The girl's name was Yekaterina Andropovich Bolenkova. Speaking of which, Yekaterina's nickname is Katya, and her nickname seems to be Katyusha. Wang Zhong looked the girl up and down again, and when he was about to speak, she asked first, are you going to ask me how old I am? Wang Zhong, you guessed it right. Yekaterina, I am so young because I have been blessed. My guidance ability is very strong. The strongest. Do you understand? I can even guide the enemy without sight. This is especially a rare ability. Wang Zhong was really shocked this time. Did he lead without seeing the enemy? Isn't this just roll call on the battlefield? We must ask what is going on. Wang Zhong, how can you guide when you can't see it? Can you hit it if I tell you which card to hit? Or do you need a photo of the target? Yekaterina was stunned, what are you talking about? How can you attack someone with just a photo? Can't you? Of course I have to see the target first, but if the target leaves the field of vision during the guidance process, I can still guarantee a hit. This is an ability that no one else has. So that's it? In other words, as long as she glances at the opposite side and the missile is launched, it will be sure to hit. It's really powerful, but it's not that powerful, it's a very subtle ability. Wang Zhong gave a thumbs up, it's really amazing. Yekaterina, why do I feel that you are perfunctory with me? Because I'm just messing with you. Pavlov intervened, I have arranged a place to stay, let the staff take you there. Welcome to join the 151st Provisional Infantry Division. Deputy Knight Yetsemenko immediately said, okay, girls, let's stay here first. If you have time, you can clean the room, and then go to the Chief of Staff to collect your personal belongings. Let's walk. Popov, they are also soldiers. You should order them in a military way, not like a tour guide. Deputy Knight Yetsemenko took a deep breath, cleared his throat, tried hard to put away the embarrassment on his face, and raised his voice, everyone is here. Stand at attention. All female soldiers, whether praying hands or skiterii, stood at attention. Look to the right. Look forward. Turn to the right. Move together. The female soldiers left with neat steps. Wang Zhong scratched his head, I saw several groups of female soldiers today, and they are all related to the church. I deeply feel that the church advocates equality between men and women. Popov, Humph, does that seem like a lot? You will see more soon. The medical personnel allocated to us will arrive this afternoon. Each company has a military doctor and a health worker. Plus the division medical center, there are hundreds of women. Soldier. Wang Zhong, although I knew there would be many female soldiers, I didn't expect there would be so many. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly discovered that this was the first time since arriving in Exukov that the military commander, chief of staff, and military bishop had gathered together. Just as he was about to sigh, Popov asked, how long does the general think we need to rest? Wang Zhong pursed his lips. Regarding the unfolding on the earth, he could only roughly remember one time, Zyogud began to turn around in mid-August, and the siege was almost completed in mid-September. Based on this time, there is about a month to rest. But Wang Zhong always felt that he didn't have that much time, mainly because Prosan in this world was much stronger than Sandeza. So for the sake of safety, he said, we can probably rest until July 22nd. After that, we should be able to see some clues about the enemy's actions. By then we should find a way to take action. Pavlov, use one division to stop Army Group Center? Even you can't do it, right? Wang Zhong, of course I can't do it. But at least I can delay the enemy's attack and buy time to break out. Pavlov, are you striving for a breakout? It seems that you are convinced that the enemy will turn around. Do you have any basis for it? Judging from the current distance, the distance between the enemy's Central Army Group and the Southern Army Group is more than 400 kilometers. That's 400 kilometers. In fact, if you only look at the dimensional difference, it is not that far, but Army Group Center's advance speed is too fast, and this is a slant distance. It is precisely because of the central government's rapid progress that large-scale outflanking became possible. Wang Zhong, look at the Carolingian campaign. People have path dependence, and the same goes for the army. Prosan conducted a wonderful outflank in the Carolingians, so naturally he will do the same here. Popov had been listening to the conversation between the two military commanders. After seeing that Pavlov did not speak, he said, the general is always right. This should be the intuition on the battlefield. In addition, I heard that there are people from the Supreme Command holding the same view. He has been dismissed and sent to the north to command the Fort St. Andrew front. Pavlov shook his head. His Majesty the Tsar seems to have believed in General Skorobo and sent the Crown Prince here. Wang Zhong, didn't the Crown Prince come to see me? Pavlov and Popov looked at Wang Zhong with expressions of what are you talking about? Pavlov, he is here to supervise the army. Originally, His Majesty the Tsar was planning to march in person, but was stopped by the headquarters. Now it is no better than before. In the past, the artillery could hit at most the 5th column of infantry on the front line, and His Majesty the Tsar would not be in any danger. Now artillery and bombers can easily reach the rear. Wang Zhong was speechless. So that's it? Anyway, let's seize the time to rest and make multiple preparations. The other two people nodded together, and the division head reached a consensus. Jules, July 22, 914, at 1130 hours. Wang Zhong was studying the latest situation at the division headquarters, and the communication staff entered the map room from next door with a telegram. When he opened the door, the sound of beeping next door reached Wang Zhong's ears. Wang Zhong, open the door. The beeping sounds make it feel like a headquarters. After all, Wang Zhong's favorite Armageddon will definitely make a beeping sound whenever our military headquarters appears. The communication staff officer immediately turned around and opened the door, then walked to the map and handed the telegram to the combat staff officer. This kind of message is not sent directly to the unit, and is generally not read to the division commander. Instead, the combat staff is directly asked to update the information on the map. Wang Zhong looked at the new information. The 26th Division has not moved all day. Operations staff, yes, that's what the telegram said. Pavlov stood up and came to Wang Zhong. Did you stop to recuperate? I guess so. Wang Zhong touched his chin. It's been a month since the war began, and it's time for the enemy's armored division to stop and replenish. If Proson's tanks have the same characteristics as Earth's Santoku, then the enemy's armored forces should have considerable non-combat attrition and need to stop and wait for the maintenance troops to repair the tanks. In addition, there are supplies of ammunition, fuel, and food, and people also need to rest. Pavlov took a step forward, picked up the pointer next to the map, pointed at the map and said, up to now, among the 6 armored divisions of the enemy's most powerful 2nd Armored Group plus an independent armored brigade, there are 3 armored divisions. Have stopped to rest. Frontline cavalry reconnaissance shows that the enemy's infantry units have built defensive positions on the fronts of Balajima and Bolsk. I think this can already prove that the enemy intends to outflank the south. These positions are to prevent our Balaborsk front from attacking. Use. After the enemy's reinforcements are completed, they will begin to outflank them. Wang Zhong, just report it to the front army. But I guess it won't be useful. Pavlov, General Skorob refused to admit it, but he was prepared. He put 3 tank corps on this line. As he spoke, Pavlov scratched the map with his pointer, just passing by the 3 tank corps scattered north of Iksukov. Popov also joined the conversation. General Skorob is an armored soldier and often calls himself a tankman. I guess he has long wanted to have an armored battle with Proson. Wang Zhong shook his head, but if we attack, the Prosens will release smoke and retreat until they reach their 88mm cannon. Wang Zhong paused and sighed, it will fail. We will win. General Skorob walked back and forth in front of the map with great interest. Of our 3 tank corps, the 6th Tank Corps is all equipped with T-34. And the 11th Tank Corps has many KVS. The enemy will be crushed against our armored Iron Fist. The enemy's 2nd Armored Group is still led by their Armored Forces Director Heinz Wilhelm von Moltke. This is the proposer of the Blitzkrieg theory. This will completely shatter their Blitzkrieg myth. The Chief of Staff of the Front Army said, so, even you admit that the Major General's prediction is correct? No. He is making random guesses without any basis. If he had come up with this evidence at that time, I would have supported him. General Skorob waved his fist. The fact that the enemy stopped fighting even though they fought continuously shows that the end of the war is here. Our armored fists will crush them. The war will end this winter. After a brief pause, General Skorob added, His Majesty the Tsar thinks so too. That's why he sent His Royal Highness the Crown Prince here. Our victory will be the beginning of a reversal. Wang Zhong slapped the table, we can't wait any longer. How many troops do we have now? Pavlov immediately began to submit names. The infantry includes the 31st Guards Infantry Regiment and the 5th Byshinsk Regiment, with a total of 4,500 combatants. The current designation of the armored force is the 422nd Independent Armored Battalion. Currently, there are 30 T-34s in combat readiness and 4 units awaiting repair. The 339th Anti-Tank Gun Battalion, 12 45mm anti-tank guns are ready for combat. The 155th Artillery Regiment has 24 152 mm heavy artillery in combat readiness. Heavy artillery has a large number of logistics personnel, with an average of 53 people serving one gun. An independent B-4 company, 4 B-4 heavy howitzers are ready for combat, and one more needs to be repaired. The 55th Air Defense Artillery Battalion, 12 72K anti-aircraft guns. In addition, there are also church auxiliary units such as the Divine Arrow Company and the Sound Array Company. There are a total of 9,800 combatants and 12,000 logistics support personnel. Wang Zhong, do your best and obey fate. Our goal is here. He poked his finger at a place on the map called Araki. Popov, why here? Wang Zhong, first, the highway passes here and the enemy armored forces move south. It is impossible not to attack here for supplies. Second, in addition to the prairie surrounding here, there are hedges and forests here, which are suitable for concealed defensive positions. Third, if we delay the enemy here, it will take more time for the enemy's first armored group to turn around from the south. Our troops can take the opportunity to break out from the Aoraki road. In addition to the road, look here the grassland is also passable before the mud season, and many troops can escape. In fact, what Wang Zhong said is based on his experience in playing games. Whether it would actually work, he didn't know. But now that he was a determined commander, he decided to give it a try. Pavlov sighed, your idea is good, but how do we get the order to dispatch? We are troops of the Southwest Front Army. Although we are not integrated into any corps or group army, we are still under the control of the Front Army. Wang Zhong, I can only find my old man. Chapter 115 Father and Son Toast. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he stood up and called the guard, Gregory. Recently, some saboteurs attacked mid-level and senior military officers in the city, so Wang Zhong now needs to be accompanied by guards even in his own manner. Gregory opened the door fully armed and saluted Wang Zhong, General. Just as Wang Zhong was about to leave, Pavlov said, now that the defensive position is confirmed to be in Aalachi, I will start making a marching plan first. So fast? Maybe they won't let us go to Aalachi. It won't be too late to wait for the order to be issued, right? Wang Zhong asked. Pavlov sighed, whenever this happens, I feel that you deserve to be ranked last in the test. You will always jump between the famous general and the idiot. Wang Zhong thought you were looking up to me too much. In fact, I have never systematically studied military theory at all, and I only dabbled in it a little bit. Without the plug-in, I would be dead. While Wang Zhong was thinking this, Pavlov dutifully explained, before, we just left as soon as we said so. The reason for the simple composition of the army was that they were basically infantry, and there were not even many laborers accompanying the army. But now that there are so many of us, just organizing the non-combatants accompanying the army requires a lot of energy and making detailed march plans. Otherwise, just wait until half of these people get lost on the road. Even with a detailed plan, we will still have a lot of attrition on the way, and we will need to reorganize our troops when we reach the destination. After Pavlov finished speaking, Popov added, those who can immediately go into battle after a long march are first-class iron troops. Then I really know an iron army, but it's a pity that it's not from this world. Wang Zhong, then it's up to you. You happen to have a 6th level clerk, so there will definitely be no problem. When he said this, a staff officer happened to be coming from the administrative side. As soon as he opened the door, there was a very loud sneezing sound, 3 in a row. Pavlov, look, you made people sneeze by praising their 65-year-old school director. Wang Zhong shrugged and left the map room and slipped away. In the square in front of the division headquarters, a large group of new recruits from the 5th Bishensк Regiment were training. In fact, they were the original 105th Infantry Regiment of the Ski-Terii. The training subjects are the disassembly and maintenance of firearms. The veterans insist that this is the most important thing, otherwise the new recruits on the battlefield will not even know how to troubleshoot after the gun is jammed, and they will be lambs to be slaughtered. Wang Zhong walked along the side of the square to the parking lot, while watching the new recruits fighting Mosin Nagant. At this time, a thin-looking lieutenant colonel came to Wang Zhong and saluted with very non-standard movements. Wang Zhong returned the salute and asked, you are Lieutenant Colonel Eugene of the 5th Bishensk Regiment. It's me. The lieutenant colonel sighed, don't you understand what I look like? I'm not a soldier at all, I'm just the director of a factory. When I agreed to carry out the lateral transfer, I didn't think about me at all. Will become a lieutenant colonel. Wang Zhong, how many people did you manage in the local area before? More than 1,000, I am the director of the mining area in East Kasalia. The mining area maintains more than 1,000 miners all year round. Wang Zhong, that's not appropriate. The 5th Bishensk Regiment now only has the strength of one regiment, with more than 2,500 people, which is almost the same as the mine you managed before. This is different. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene began to argue the pros and cons. Wang Zhong's attitude is, I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen to the bastard chanting sutras. But that couldn't be said on the surface. He patted Lieutenant Colonel Eugene on the shoulder, everyone has a first time, and so do I. Just take the first step. After saying this, Wang Zhong admired himself for being able to say such false and empty words. But Wang Zhong made a serious face, stop talking. This is the army. If you give up, I will shoot you. So do your best. Eugene hesitated to speak, and finally sighed, I just expected that the rationing system might be implemented in the future, and I just want to get better treatment for my family. Wang Zhong suddenly felt pity for Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, but the good news is that the food production of the Ant Empire is very sufficient. Even if it loses Kosalia, the largest food-producing area, the empire can still obtain it from the fertile pastures of the eastern frontier. Plenty of meat and grains. At least the people of the Ant Empire don't need to worry about starvation. After saying goodbye to the lieutenant colonel, Wang Zhong arrived at the jeep in 3 steps and then got on it without waiting for Gregory to open the door. Gregory started the jeep and drove along the tree-lined avenue of the manor towards the main building. As soon as he set off, Wang Zhong saw the gunner Alexander of the 422 vehicle on the roadside lawn sharing his experience with the new tank crew. Because there is no commander, our field of vision is basically fixed to the front after driving onto the battlefield, so no matter what, whether it is to attack the formation or to rely on the position to shoot when defending, the platoon leaders must ensure that their tanks are alerted in different directions and make up for each other's blind spots. Wang Zhong frowned slightly. Alexander's words were indeed good, but he ignored a crucial thing, ordinary T-34 does not have a radio, so even if the fields of view can cover each other, ordinary T-34 has no way to get reminders of friendly forces. Know what the hell is a radio reminder? Using a machine gun to shoot down friendly tanks makes music? Passing by the armored battalion is the training ground for the artillery regiment. The 155th Heavy Howitzer Regiment is using training shells to simulate rapid loading of the artillery. Further forward is the Anti-Aircraft Artillery Battalion. Since Wang Zhong did not have this type of unit before, no one can introduce their experience to them at this time. The anti-aircraft artillery soldiers can only conduct pre-war training according to the training drill. When he was approaching the main building, Wang Zhong saw the anti-tank gun battalion assigned to him. Dmitri was leading a group of people who had actually operated anti-tank guns and explained the Pluto to the gunners against a detailed schematic diagram. Sentence weak point location. Wang Zhong watched with satisfaction as everyone performed their duties. Just then the jeep stopped. Gregory, here we are, General. I know, this is my home. Wang Zhong said. Old Rokosov study, Jules, July 22, 914 at 1200 hours. After listening to Wang Zhong's analysis, Old Rokosov nodded, your reasons are very good. I will try to get you a transfer order to move to the Araki area. But are you really so sure that General Skorobo's counterattack will be ineffective? So Wang Zhong said again that the enemy would use tanks to lure the attacking troops into the ambush circle of the 88mm gun. Old Rokosov, this 88mm anti-aircraft gun is the one that you reported exploded when you used B4 to attack a possible anti-tank position. Yes. At this stage, it is the nemesis of all tanks in our army. Even the KV series can penetrate at extremely long distances. What Wang Zhong didn't say was that not only did this cannon penetrate deeply, but its damage effect was also top-notch. Basically, one shot would definitely kill an entire vehicle, and no one would be spared. Old Rokosov, have you reported this to the front army headquarters? Retribution. Wang Zhong will never conceal his experience summary because of his own selfish desires, these are life-saving things. Hiding experience in his heart is irresponsible to the entire army. Old Rokosov, sure enough, Skorobo is a very stubborn person. I hope he can wake up after sending off these 3 tank corps and issue the order to retreat in time. Wang Zhong, regardless of whether he can wake up in time or not, we will hold on to Olga for at least 4 days. The troops still have 4 days to break out of the encirclement. Old Rokosov sighed, I always feel that it is unlikely that he will wake up in time. I know him too well. Wang Zhong scratched his head. He didn't really want to talk about this irritating front army general, so he changed the subject and said, when are you going to move out, General? I'm not going to move away. Old Rokosov said, you have your old troops, and so do I. I will stay and lead them to break out of the encirclement in a critical moment. You should understand now, right? Wang Zhong nodded. I understand, but I still have mixed feelings. I clearly have no feelings for my family in this world, that's how it should be. But when he thought that the old man might die in the siege, he felt very uncomfortable. So Wang Zhong decided to continue to persuade him, but the old man asked, think about it for a moment. You are facing a situation where you are bound to lose. Then an order comes from above, asking you to leave your troops and escape alone. What will you do? Do it? Wang Zhong, of course not. I will fight with my troops until the last moment. But, old man, I accept it rationally, but not emotionally, right? Wang Zhong hesitated for a moment and nodded. The old man laughed and pressed the electric bell on the table. 10 seconds later the old butler appeared. Master. Bring me the wine. My supercilious son will feel sorry for me. Hurry and bring me the wine. Old housekeeper, the doctor said, I'm going to get the wine right now. After that, he bowed to old Rokosov and then to Wang Zhong before leaving. The old man stood up, took out a few waffles from the iron can on the coffee table, and threw one to Wang Zhong. Here, I tried to bake this, trying to restore the taste of your favorite nanny's bake when you were a child. See if it's right. Wang Zhong took a bite and immediately frowned. This is so sweet. Oh? Really? The old man ate a piece by himself and frowned. Oh, why is it so sweet? When I tried it, it was normal. Wang Zhong, how do I know? The old man thought for a while and patted his thigh. I understand, I added sugar and honey, and tasted it after adding sugar. I forgot that honey is sweet. Oh, what a pity. He tossed the waffles back into the can. At this time the old butler brought wine and wine glasses. Old Rokosov, come, let's have a drink together, father and son. I wish you success. Wang Zhong, I also hope you can break through smoothly. Haha, if you can hold on, I will definitely be able to break through. You should stop worrying about dad and take care of yourself. As he spoke, old Rokosov put the glass into Wang Zhong's hand, grabbed the wine bottle from the old butler's hand, filled it for him, and then filled it for himself. To mother aunt. He raised the cup in his hand and said. Wang Zhong, to aunt's mother. Chapter 116 Departure. Jules 914, early morning on July 23. Senior officers of the 151st Provisional Infantry Division gathered at the entrance of the division to watch the first wave of leading teams set off. The main tasks of this force are to requisition houses in Olga, prepare residences for subsequent arriving troops, and communicate with local churches and municipal authorities. Wang Zhong told Popov, who was leading the team, we must have a good relationship with the church. We only have more than 10,000 non-combatants, which is definitely not enough. My defense plan requires a lot of labor, so the church must organize enough labor. Wang Zhong has understood that the Ant Empire needs to rely on the church to mobilize the lower levels. The church has penetrated into every corner of the empire through affordable food stores and various service societies. In comparison, the imperial nobles really stretch their hips. Popov, you plan to practice your kind of tank bunker? That really requires a lot of labor. After all, the tank bunker Wang Zhong wants to dig can fit the entire tank inside, and the amount of soil work is unusually large. Wang Zhong, it's up to you. We have to rely on such a few tanks to stop an enemy armored group. This is the only way. Popov gave a thumbs up. Okay, leave it to me. After speaking, he gestured to the driver, let's go. So the leading team, a total of 5 jeeps and trucks, set off. On the last truck was a large pile of wooden signs, which were used to guide the way on the road. Wang Zhong watched them go away, and when he turned around, he saw the troops preparing to set off. When a large force enters, it is not like a small force like the vanguard that can be completed with just 5 vehicles. The large force must decide on the order of march, distribute marching maps, arrange dedicated personnel to command at intersections and other places where the road is easy to get sidetracked, and form a team to help stragglers along the way. Squad blah blah blah. Moreover, this time the armored troops had to drive through on tracks, and a vehicle might break down in the middle, which would require a mobile emergency repair team sitting in a truck. In short, it is really a technical job to ensure that a large unit like the 151st Division, which is considered a strengthened division by Ant Army standards, marches 100 kilometers to an unfamiliar city. This job is a great test of the abilities of Chief of Staff Pavlov and his division. Instead, Wang Zhong, the division commander, could serve as a hands-off storekeeper. When the troops set out, his task would be to ride around in busy varas in the troops' marching queue to boost their morale. Thinking of Bucephalas, Wang Zhong decided to go to the stables to see this beloved horse. The 151st Provisional Infantry Division does not have the term mechanization in its characterization, so it has relatively free logistics, with trucks and mules and horses. But if machinery is added and it becomes a mechanized infantry division, then according to the current rigid dogma of the Ant Empire, the entire division can only be supplied by trucks. Who calls you a mechanized infantry division? For the Ant Empire, whose industry is generally relatively weak, this will be a disaster. There will simply not be enough trucks. There are currently about 4,000 mules and horses in the 151st Division, and almost the same number of horse-drawn carriages. There are also 3,000 coachmen driving the horses, in addition to hundreds of support staff responsible for taking care of the horses, such as veterinarians, blacksmiths who shoe horses, etc. The stables were bustling with horses. Fortunately, the Duke raised his own horses, so the stables were very large. Otherwise, these horses would have to sleep in the open air at night. Seeing Wang Zhong come in, Bucephalus was very excited. It might have smelled the scent of departure, and kept pumping its hooves and hitting the horse stall with all its strength. Wang Zhong stroked the horse's neck and said softly, "Okay, I'll let you run as long as you can today. You have to walk 100 kilometers. 2 days. Another problem with the march was that there was a camp in the middle, which was a lot of trouble. When he thought of this, Wang Zhong felt a little sympathetic to Pavlov, and he didn't know if he had enough additional staff officers and clerks. Anyway, Wang Zhong himself is determined to be the hands-off shopkeeper. Oh no, it's called leaving professional things to professionals. At this time, Busy Faraz calmed down under Wang Zhong's touch, then he picked up Wang Zhong's big cap and threw it aside, and began to nibble on Wang Zhong's hair. What the hell is wrong with this horse? I didn't wash my hair for a long time because of the battle, so maybe there's a smell that horses like. Now my head is washed by Ludmila, and it only smells of perfume. After washing, Ludmila even helped me apply hair wax. Do horses like fragrances and pomades? As soon as Wang Zhong thought this, Busy Faraz shook his head, spat on the ground twice, and then distanced himself from Wang Zhong's hair. Haha, you've got some essence and hair wax. Deserve it? Wang Zhong bent down to pick up the big cap, patted the dust on it and put it back on. At this moment, the air raid siren sounded. The air raid on Exakov is finally here. Wang Zhong muttered, leaving the stable in 3 steps and looking up at the sky. Cut to an overhead perspective, and you can clearly see about 30 bombers and almost the same number of escort fighters. Looking at the flight direction of the fleet, Wang Zhong speculated that the bombers' targets were train stations, locomotive repair stations, and locomotive dispatching stations. They obviously hoped to break the resistance of Ant's army by attacking logistics and transportation. Unfortunately, in a country as vast as Anti, it is almost impossible to completely cut off railway transportation by relying on the air force alone. In such a vast space, Proson's attack aircraft finally found a train. After recording the results of the attack, he looked at the fuel meter. Oh. While Wang Zhong was looking at the sky and thinking deeply, a messenger rushed over on horseback and shouted to Wang Zhong from a distance, "General Rokosov, the chief of staff asked me to inform you that we can set off immediately." At this time, the sound of enemy bombs falling to the ground was heard in the distance. "Wang Zhong, let's set off now. No swearing in meeting or something." The messenger looked stunned. "What swearing in meeting?" "Well, there is no such tradition here." He thought that there was real divine power here, so before setting out to kill the heretics, there should be a gorgeously dressed archbishop who would come to say mass or something, right? Then the nun sister recited the emperor's sayings while using flames to purify all heresy. Wang Zhong put away his thoughts and said to the messenger, "I'll be there right away." The orderly soldier saluted, turned his horse's head and left. Because of the special nature of his profession, the orderly soldier could ignore some of the red tape of the army, such as the need to dismount first to salute a superior who is not riding a horse. After watching the messenger leave, Wang Zhong looked back at his old buddy and suddenly thought, "Can I saddle you up this time?" Bucephalus immediately shook his head, clearly expressing his refusal. Apparently he also knew that Wang Zhong didn't know how to saddle a horse, so he could do it by force. Wang Zhong, okay, Gregory. Come and saddle him up." Hearing Gregory's name, Bucephalus calmed down. Gregory stepped forward, "General, the saddle is actually very easy to put on. I can teach you." Wang Zhong, "Okay, teach me quickly." At 1210 hours on July 23, 1914, Wang Zhong rode Busy Faraz and drove out of the temporary garrison of the 151st Division with his own troops. Old Rokosov stood at the door of the manor with several maids to see them off. Most of the maids had been evacuated. Duke Rokosov still had a manor east of the distant Rahul mountain, and the maids had all been sent there. Went to engage in agricultural labor. When Wang Zhong passed by the old duke, he saluted him. The old man returned the favor happily, and then made a victory gesture, which was the masterpiece of the war prime minister of the United Kingdom of the world. Wang Zhong also smiled and made the same victory gesture. Later, he walked far away, and when he looked back, he could still see the old duke standing at the door, looking in his direction. Finally, Wang Zhong rode around the corner on Busy Faraz, and neither the iron gate of the manor nor the old father at the door could be seen anymore. But someone in front called him, "Elisha." Wang Zhong turned his head and saw the crown prince standing on an extremely luxurious imported sports car. He made a trumpet with his hands in front of his mouth and shouted, "Elisha. Have a good trip." To be honest, although the crown prince is a dandy, he is really good to his brothers. So Wang Zhong also shouted, "Take care, Your Highness." He thought for a while and felt that this was not obvious enough, so he said it clearly, "Go back to St. Ekaterinburg as soon as possible." "Crown Prince, why are you asking me to return to Ekaterinburg while you are fighting hard?" "No, I was appointed by my father to supervise the army." "Wang Zhong, Your Highness. This place will soon be surrounded." Wang Zhong cannot say such words that can easily shake the morale of the army, at least not in such a public place. When he hesitated, the crown prince shouted, "This is for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the crown prince threw something towards Wang Zhong, which reflected golden light in the sun. Wang Zhong barely caught the thing, only to realize that it was a ring with a seal that had been used once before. The red color of the ink pad still remained in the gap on the front of the ring. "Wang Zhong, I can't hold this. Take care of Olga." The crown prince replied with such an erroneous sentence. Wang Zhong was thinking about the meaning of the sentence, but found that the crown prince stopped waving. He stood in the back seat of the limousine, looking lonely and determined. The summer sun streamed down from above his head. Chapter 117 Camping Episode, 9,000 monthly ticket for additional updates. Previously, Wang Zhong led his troops to move from Bogdanovka to Ltov. He took the train all the way, and the troop was small, so there were no setbacks along the way. Therefore, he had no actual understanding of the various troubles that Pavlov mentioned during the march, and only stayed on paper. But 2 hours after setting off from Iksukov, he had a clear idea of the trouble on the road. There were as many as 2 car accidents when the troops passed through the city of Iksukov, which took the manpower of at least 5 clerks from the division headquarters to deal with it, and may have cost some rubles from the division's funds. After leaving the city, there were piles of people who seemed to have fainted due to heat stroke and were left behind due to lack of physical strength. The army health workers and the carriages pulling the wounded were not idle at all. After walking for 3 hours and stopping to rest, a soldier stepped into a hole made by a field mouse to defecate and broke his foot. What made Wang Zhong unbearable the most was that the rifle went off in the afternoon. During the march, we pay attention to the separation of the gun and the bullet, because we are afraid that the safety mechanism of the gun may malfunction and go off during the bumps while walking. As a result, a recruit played with the gun during the break, put bullets in the gun, and even loaded the gun. As a result, he forgot about it after gathering. Exit. When the gun went off, the veterans reacted quickly and all of a sudden fell to the ground, while the recruits looked at each other in confusion. Wang Zhong was not far from the location of the fire, and he could clearly hear the screams of those injured by bullets. This was actually the first gunshot wound case after the formation of the entire division. This was an accident that happened within Wang Zhong's sight. It is unimaginable how many such accidents there were in the 20,000-person marching column of the division. Fortunately, Pavlov was very professional and organized a small team composed of staff officers, clerks and doctors to patrol along the marching column on horseback to deal with emergencies. The long march reminded Wang Zhong of the comments about Armageddon he saw before traveling through time. If the bald troops could really march into a neat queue like in the movie, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. Damn, I thought this comment was a bit of a joke, but I didn't expect it to be true. We walked all the way until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the team encountered a carriage driven by a fellow villager. The driver of the car was an old man. As soon as he saw the troops approaching, he immediately drove the car into the grass on the side of the road to let the troops pass first. When Wang Zhong passed by the old man, he bowed his head and thanked him. "Thank you, old man. Look, what a polite general." "General, where are you going? Are there no prosens over there?" According to ordinary people's knowledge, there are indeed no prosens in the direction in which the troops are moving. Army Group Center is still hundreds of kilometers away from Iksukov, and it is impossible for ordinary people to know. "Wang Zhong, we are going to garrison. Do you know Aolikai? You know, there are big markets there twice a month. You can buy horses and iron pots there, and you can also buy young cows." "This is the first time I've heard of it." Wang Zhong couldn't help but continue to inquire, "Can't you buy these anywhere else but there?" "Of course. Iksukov can buy everything. Look, I'm going to my daughter's house who is working in the city. I have to buy some things for the house." "Wang Zhong, didn't the war affect your life?" "Of course. All the young men in the village went to Iksukov, and few came back. Later, the girls also went. Old Ivan in the tavern had a radio, and it said that he would be defeated in a few months. Prasen. Think about it, with so many good boys gone, we will surely defeat the enemy soon." Wang Zhong couldn't bear to expose it, so he echoed, "Yes, uncle, yes. By the way, uncle, do you have any distant relatives? Those who are far away from here, preferably to the east of Rahul Mountain." The uncle smiled. "Who would have relatives so far away? We don't have any in the whole village." "What happened?" "General. Could it be that, the situation is actually very bad? Yes. But Wang Zhong said, we will win, uncle. It just takes a little longer than expected. Uncle, it's okay. Just finish it before spring plowing next year. This year's situation will give you a headache when harvesting wheat. Wang Zhong said goodbye to his uncle silently, and rode away in a hurry on Bucephalus. That night, we camped in a village called Leliski, which was much smaller than Luktov, but larger than Kalinovka where Wang Zhong had been. In fact, Pavlov found 4 such camping villages, which were distributed along the marching route. All units of the division camped according to the marching queue. The village where Wang Zhong lives is at the front of the march, and the 5th Pyshinsk Regiment is with him. The reason why the 5th Pyshinsk Regiment is placed at the front is because this regiment has the most new recruits and the fewest veteran non-commissioned officers. Many people may fall behind during the march. In this way, the 31st Guards Regiment walking in the middle can pick up all the stragglers. The technical weapons were scattered and inserted among the infantry units, so that if anything happened, there would be a large number of ready manpower nearby to push carts and cannons. Ludmila was in the middle of the march with the Divine Arrow Company, so Wang Zhong should be alone with his own guards tonight for the first time in a long time. He originally thought so, but when the staff took him to the place where he would stay tonight, he saw a maid. Wang Zhong immediately asked the staff officer leading the way, why is there a maid? Staff officer, isn't this your orderly? Wang Zhong, I don't have any orderlies. While living in the manor of the Rokosov family, Wang Zhong had been living with his fiancée Ludmila, and Ludmila took care of everything, at least it seemed that she was taking care of it. Because Wang Zhong didn't tell Ludmila that he would set off on the 23rd, he didn't have time to find the orderlies. That's how it should be. The maid looked at Wang Zhong, I am Miss Ludmila Vasilievna's playmate and her personal maid at home. When the lady arrived in Iksakov, she sent a telegram to her family and I came over. Did you never know? Wang Zhong, so you are actually taking care of my daily life. No, Miss has also done a lot. After joining the army, her self-care ability has become stronger. The maid showed a pleased expression, but it disappeared immediately, but your self-care ability has not improved at all, okay, it has improved a bit. Yes, at least the clothes will wear themselves. Was I such a waste before? Wang Zhong was very embarrassed and turned to ask his staff, well, it's not a good idea to have a female orderly, isn't it? The staff officer replied, there is no rule against bringing female orderlies. The maid sighed, I usually don't sleep in the same room with you. If you develop a relationship with the landlady, I can help you look after the situation. When I was at the manor, I also slept in the servant's room next to your master bedroom. No different than now. Wang Zhong, you actually slept in the servant's room next to it? Are you assassin? Originally, Wang Zhong wanted to talk about ninjas, but people in the Ant Empire of this era probably didn't understand this oriental element. However, Ant people may not have heard of things from the Middle East like assassin. As soon as Wang Zhong thought this, the maid showed off her healthy fingers, I didn't cut off my fingers, so I can't install the hidden sword. Damn it, you know that. Facing Wang Zhong's shocked expression, the maid said, I was also there when my mother read to you and the young lady the storybook about the old man of the mountain and his heroes, but I listened through the door. Yes, that's it. Wang Zhong scratched his head, what do you call me? Just call me Nelly. So can you come in? Ah good. Gregory, I live as a concierge. Now I'm going to take care of the horses. If you want to find me, go to the stables. Wang Zhong nodded, okay, I understand. When Bucephalus was led away by Gregory, he kept looking at Nelly and snorting from his nostrils. Wang Zhong, Nelly, how did you get here? I came with the leading team. They will arrange a place to stay for tonight when they get here. I asked where your house is and came here to do some cleaning. Oh, Wang Zhong asked a second question, you just said the landlady, is she beautiful? It's not that I have any thoughts about the landlady, I'm just curious. Neely looked at Wang Zhong with her eyes raised, it's far worse than Ludia. Wang Zhong, of course, no one can compare to Luda. While they were talking, the two entered the house, and the landlady suddenly came forward to greet them, Your Excellency, General. It looks like she's ready to take over Wang Zhong's guard mantle. But Nelly moved faster and directly took the coat hook hanging next to it. Landlady, give me the hat. When Wang Zhong heard this, he quickly took off his military cap, but before he could pass it forward, Nelly snatched it away and hung it on the coat hook. Did you just say that you promised me that when the landlady and I were having sex, I would guard the door to prevent others from disturbing me? But forget it, the landlady is not only inferior to Ludmila, she is not even comparable to Neely. Wang Zhong decided to pretend that he did not notice the landlady's cunning intentions, and said to Nelly, prepare dinner for me, without pickles. Nelly, do you have any other requests? No, No pickles anyway. It's not that pickles are bad, it's just that I'm tired of eating them. The landlady smiled and said, I'll make you some of my specialty Susie soup for you, General Dash. Nelly, the general only eats the food I cook to prevent poisoning. If you want to cook for the general, please go out and turn right and walk to the end. There is a temporary trial center for the judges, and let the judges examine you. Qualifications. Wang Zhong was shocked. When did he have such safety measures? And I've obviously never eaten the food you cooked, Nelly. But Nelly spoke as if this was some kind of established fact. When the landlady heard the words judge, her whole body visibly wilted. Forget it, she said, my father was a saint-centered sect during the Civil War, or... At this time there was a knock on the door. The landlady trembled with fright. Wang Zhong didn't think much, turned around and opened the door. Nairi originally wanted to take the lead, but Wang Zhong was still quite big and blocked the passage. She needed some skills to squeeze through. Outside the door were the local priest and the village civil servants. They were stunned when they saw Wang Zhong's two beans. Wang Zhong, what's the matter? Well, let's find the mistress of this house, she. Wang Zhong directly took the envelope from the civil servant's hand and looked at the postmark and the sending unit. It was indeed a death notice. Give it to me. Wang Zhong turned around, but before he could speak, the landlady leaned against the wall and slowly sat on the floor, tears bursting from her eyes. Is it my husband? Wang Zhong nodded. If only one person in your family joins the army, it should be. Help me unpack it, I'm not sure I can read the words clearly now. Wang Zhong opened the envelope silently, took out the notice and read, Dear Miss Tamara Lukyanova Talip, we regret to inform you that your husband Stepan Alexander Lo Talip was recently confirmed to have died in Rani's. Wang Zhong couldn't help but frown. He also escaped from Rani's. Thinking carefully about it, it was only a month ago. The death notice had actually been sent to the homes of relatives, indicating that at least the army's administrative organs had recovered from the initial chaos. About there. Tamara Lukyanova began to cry. Nelly, who had been tit for tat with her just now, knelt down and hugged her shoulders, which made her cry even louder. Wang Zhong was about to speak but stopped. He thought of Aunt Alexeyevna again. The landlady and the aunt could be said to be two extremes. The only thing that remains the same is the sadness. The next day, when Wang Zhong got up, got dressed and started shaving, Nelly came in and said, the landlady can't be found anywhere. Wang Zhong, why, yesterday you were full of hostility, and today you are worried about others. I'm worried that she won't be able to do something stupid. Wang Zhong, we are about to leave. You should go with the car, right? But Wang Zhong, it's okay. He is an Ant woman. One day she can go into the mountains and fight bears. She will not be defeated so easily. Nelly frowned, why do you say it as if you have slept with her? No, don't get out. Wang Zhong quickly emphasized that this was true, I just believe in the girls of our country. Nelly frowned, looking worried. But soon she no longer had to worry, because when the army was leaving, both Wang Zhong and Nelly saw Tamara Lukyanova Talip shaving her hair and standing next to the women who signed up to join the army. In the team. The recruiting lieutenant said loudly, you have to know. In the future, you will spend a year learning how to hide on the battlefield and how to snipe the enemy accurately and efficiently. You will become a silent killer on the battlefield. It will make Pulo the forest people were frightened after hearing the news. You are women, so you may suffer in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. But look clearly, this Mosin Nagant 891/30 sniper rifle allows you to easily kill the strong and fierce Prasen soldiers at a distance of 300 meters. You are just as deadly as all male soldiers. Wang Zhong was riding on busy Faras, and Nelly was sitting in a carriage for service personnel. They looked at Tamara Lukyanova together, and it seemed that she could see the miserable state of the enemy in her cold eyes. Deathly. And it won't take long for Wang Zhong to see this kind of death. Lots and lots of seeing. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 118 on Highland 153. Jules at 1845 hours on July 24, 914. Wang Zhong saw the town of Araki through the telescope. There are mountains near Araki. Although the altitude is not high, they are indeed mountains. The mark on the military map is Highland 153. Although Wang Zhong had never taken a serious military theory class, he stood on the hill and looked around, and decided that he should build the final defensive position here. If the enemy cannot be prevented from approaching Aalakai, a final sniper operation will be carried out on this high ground. It just so happens that this mountain has an altitude of 153 meters, which is not too short. It is barely enough to build fortifications on the reverse slope to withstand shelling. Wang Zhong turned his head and looked due east of the highland. In addition to the highway they used when they came, there was also a vast plain to the east where the troops could pass. But if the high ground is occupied, The enemy's artillery observers will turn the vast area to the east into the enemy's artillery fire coverage area. If you want to run out from here, you will have to retreat even if you can pass. 153 Highland must not be lost. Wang Zhong gang thought this, and Popov took Lieutenant Colonel Eugene and the engineer 2nd Lieutenant of the 5th Pishinsk Regiment to the bottom of the highland, got off the car and walked up. Wang Zhong asked right away, "Where are the workers?" "Don't worry. As soon as we arrived here yesterday, we asked the local church to recruit laborers. 5,000 laborers, including women, have been assembled," Popov said. Wang Zhong frowned, "So few." At this time, the engineer of the 5th Pishinsk Regiment said, "We did not ask them to include aunts and the elderly, otherwise there would be more. Now these 5,000 are women, and there are children who have not reached the age of mobilization." Wang Zhong thought for a while and said, "Including the old man. The enemy is very strong and we need a lot of fortifications. We can let the old man take care of less heavy tasks, such as laying camouflage nets." The engineer nodded. "Popov, are you going to set up a defensive position here?" "No, this is the last line of defense. Here I need to build an artillery observation post, pull the telephone line to my front finger, and then build a bunker that can accommodate 2 tank platoons. The last thing is to dig a simple anti-artillery on the reverse slope." Bunker. Wang Zhong had already commanded the engineering troops of the division to build 2 tank bunkers in the Rokosov manner, allowing the engineering troops to fully understand his design ideas. Now, as long as the engineers direct the labor, the bunkers can be built. The engineer asked, "Where are the trenches?" Wang Zhong, "Complete the tank bunkers first, and the trenches can be dug by the boys of the 31st Guards Regiment themselves." After all, the 31st Guards Regiment still had several hundred officer cadets who were originally warrant officers. It would be no problem for them to dig a simple trench with an engineer shovel. At this time, Lieutenant Colonel Eugene asked, "So are we going to defend here?" "No." Wang Zhong immediately replied, "This is the last position. If everything goes smoothly, we won't need the fortifications here, only the artillery observation post. The view from this hilltop is so good. The artillery observation post is set up here, and the artillery can control almost half of the plain in front of it." "Popov, what are you going to do?" Wang Zhong, "I want to push forward the defense line and ambush the enemy. If the records on the military map are correct, there should be many places suitable for ambush here. It is too late today and there is no way to complete the investigation. Tomorrow I will carefully survey the surrounding terrain and find enough ambush positions. Before that, arm the high ground first and don't waste labor." After speaking, Wang Zhong picked up the telescope again. From the bird's eye view, there is actually a very inconvenient point. He has no way of knowing the specific field of view at each point. If you are playing games such as Wargame Red Dragon, Steel Division or Warno, after pressing the shortcut key, the field of view of the point where the mouse pointer is located will be displayed, and you can easily select anti-tank gun positions and tanks, defensive position and more. But Wang Zhong's plugin didn't have this function at all. He could only survey the terrain by himself, just like a real commander. Wang Zhong has read many autobiographies and memoirs of World War II veterans, and many World War II veterans like to conduct their own investigations. Like the famous Tiger King Carius, he likes to ride a motorcycle on the front line and even touch places very close to Mazi's position. Later, when he was injured, he rushed into the village occupied by Mazi while conducting reconnaissance on a motorcycle, and was caught off guard. Now Wang Zhong is preparing to do the same thing, carefully surveying the battlefield, figuring out the firing range of each position, and then personally selecting an ambush position, digging bunkers, and surprising the enemy. Unfortunately, it will get dark in 2 hours. When it is dark, the survey may cause some problems due to the darkness. We can only wait until tomorrow morning to start again. But the fortifications can be started overnight. At this time, Wang Zhong heard singing coming from behind. Looking back, he found that the 31st Guards Regiment was driving along the road, singing as he walked. The regimental flag was held by Zakhaev, the flag bearer selected by Wang Zhong himself, and fluttered in the wind at the front of the entire team. The 2 columns of the 31st Regiment only occupied both sides of the road. In the middle of the road, the 152 mm heavy artillery of the 155th Heavy Artillery Regiment, pulled by pack horses, was passing through the formation of the infantry. Behind each cannon was an ammunition wagon and a personnel wagon, as well as a number of spare horses. There are hundreds of people in this group just for the full-time grooms who manage the horses. They are responsible for providing the horses with fodder, washing their bodies, repairing their saddles, and most importantly, shoeing the horses. Wang Zhong looked at the scene and suddenly felt that the enemy was not scary, because his troops also showed a bit of the temperament of Huang Wei's regiment in the Great Battle. Of course only the 31st Guards Regiment. The horses from the 155th Heavy Artillery Regiment also performed well and were very energetic. The 31st Regiment is coming up, so Yegorov should be arriving soon, Wang Zhong thought. A jeep drove over, Yegorov jumped out of the car, took 3 steps in 2 steps and rushed up to the mound. This high ground is very good. Yegorov opened his mouth and said this, let the 31st Regiment guard here. Wang Zhong, no, I only plan to place an artillery observation post here, plus a battalion reserve. I need the 31st Regiment to cover the tanks and anti-tank artillery units and ambush the enemy. Yegorov, what you said, ambush. Use the bunker you came up with to catch the enemy by surprise. But this can only be done once. Wang Zhong smiled, who said that? We will prepare more bunkers and scatter them in multiple ambush positions. Each ambush will be in a different location. This not only catches the enemy by surprise, but also consumes the enemy's heavy artillery shells and smoke bombs. Wang Zhong could already imagine what the enemy would do after the first ambush inflicted pain on the enemy, covering the exposed ambush position with heavy artillery, then covering their faces with smoke grenades, and finally rushing forward to engage in an armored melee relying on experience. He was prepared to take advantage of the situation. Yegorov smiled and said, I have seen you command armored troops. I am not worried about this. No, as long as you do not make yourself a prisoner of the enemy, I am not worried about this. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene was shocked. What? Charge into prisoner? Is the Major General going to charge into the battle himself? Yegorov, oh, he rushed so hard. He was still running a fever when he rushed for the first time. After he rushed, he fell off the tank and almost suffered a concussion. Fortunately, everyone rushed to catch him. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene looked puzzled, obviously unable to imagine the scene at that time. Popov added, he also personally commanded the tank to destroy the commander of the enemy's 15th Armored Division. Did it explode? Eugene asked doubtfully. The problem I expressed was shot to death. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, was it the one I thought he killed? Yegorov smiled, can it be killed by other means? Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, it's really awesome. But I heard someone say that it's because the T-34 is a good tank. Yegorov, you don't know this. When he commanded the BT-7 and the T-28, he rushed very hard, and the results were gratifying. Wang Zhong was finally overwhelmed by the praise and interrupted Yegorov, let's talk about something serious. Yegorov nodded repeatedly, I understand, Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, mine director, let's have 2 drinks tonight and explain it to you in private. Wang Zhong wondered whether Yegorov had become talkative after spending time with Vasily. Yegorov turned his gaze to the northeast and picked up the telescope to observe carefully. Wait a minute, he maintained the posture of holding the telescope, are you sure there is only 1 battalion here? What if the enemy bypasses our ambush and goes straight to this high ground? Wang Zhong pointed to the tree line, set a fire point there and crossfire with the high ground. Unless the enemy penetrates the woods to the north of us and sweeps away the defenses inside, they will not dare to attack the 153 high ground at our feet. Yegorov, what about smoking? Cover the entire plain with smoke, and then rush over. Wang Zhong, that's why we have to consume the enemy's smoke bombs in the previous ambush. The enemy attacks us from the north in a roundabout way. It will be more difficult for them to supply, and the smoke bombs consumed will not be replaced so quickly. That makes sense. Yegorov nodded, but this is a risky move. If the enemy occupies Highland 153, our actions between the hedges will be clear to the enemy, and your deployment of troops in the woods will be clearly visible. Clearly. Popov, even if the high ground is not lost, the enemy's aerial reconnaissance is still very deadly. Wang Zhong, that's why we choose the woods as a defensive position. If the enemy planes can't see it, there will be less of a huge threat. Popov, then, where are you going to use the Divine Arrow Company? Wang Zhong, it's still air defense. The anti-tank firepower we have now is enough, but it is obviously not enough to rely on only 1 battalion of 72K for air defense. While he was talking, another jeep stopped on the reverse slope of Highland 153. Pavlov tried his best to drag himself out of the jeep and climbed up to the high ground. What, are you having a small meeting here? Wang Zhong, I'm admiring the heroic appearance of our troops advancing. Pavlov snorted, it looks mighty and majestic. In fact, according to preliminary reports, nearly 20% of the people have fallen behind. Especially the 5th Pyshinsk Regiment. Even if they fall behind, there are still 100 people. It seems that he wanted to be a deserter and was caught by the Inquisitor. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene looked embarrassed, the main reason is that there are too few veterans in our army. The officers are all transferred from civilians like me. It is normal for the soldiers to feel unreliable. If they are replaced by more professional officers, they will not run away. Yes. Shall I go and intercede with the judge? Pavlov, forget it. If you are captured by the tribunal, you usually can't come back. Your task is to restore the organization as much as possible tonight and put those who did not intentionally fall behind back into the company. I'll try my best. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene looked serious. Wang Zhong couldn't help but said, don't you manage a mine with more than 1,000 people? Just treat them as minors and train them how you want. Eugene said bitterly, they have guns. Yegorov, this is also simple. As long as you are brave once in battle, everyone will respect you. It's a matter of experience. Forgive me, Pavlov said, for a senior officer who likes to charge on the front line, our division only needs one commander. Chapter 119 Conspiracy. Okay, the chat ends here. Wang Zhong put down the telescope. Although the remaining time today is not enough to conduct a detailed reconnaissance of the scheduled battle area, it is not too much to walk around Aolikai to inspect the surrounding situation. Big question. Yegorov, indeed. I'll accompany you around. Then I'm going to fight all kinds of troubles. Pavlov said, grabbing Popov. You are not a military commander, so you can come too. Popov looked at the sky, okay, I'll come. But I'm mainly responsible for communicating with the church. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene looked at the few people he was already very familiar with and asked, should I go as a military officer? I am a military officer, right? Why don't you replace me with a real lieutenant colonel? I really can't do it. Wang Zhong, you are a dignified mine manager, why are you so submissive? If you give me a mine to manage, I can do it. Otherwise, if you send me a man who knows military affairs, and I pretend, and he gives advice, I can do it. Wang Zhong, Pavlov. The chief of staff scratched his head, I have just enough staff here. Wang Zhong, you can find a staff officer who can do his job concurrently, and then send him to the 5th Bishinsk Regiment. Pavlov looked at Wang Zhong with a look like a resentful woman, do you think I look better now? Do you insist that I have panda eyes? Wang Zhong, I believe in your ability. Okay, one staff officer, no more. Wang Zhong smiled and turned around to greet Grigory, Grisha, bring the car over here. I suggest riding a horse. Yegorov said. If you look to the east, you see a plain. It's okay to drive. But if you look to the northeast, it's difficult to drive. It's easier to ride a horse, and you can also walk in the forest. Wang Zhong, okay, Grisha, bring the horse. Wang Zhong led the people around Aolikai for half a circle, and he knew why the old man he met before mentioned that there were horses and cows for sale in the market here. There is a huge breeding pasture next to it, with many horses and cows. Yegorov also joked, when we are digging fortifications here, we have enough milk every day. Wang Zhong, these cows' heads and the like are not good for defense, right? Moreover, they will also block the firepower points set up in solid buildings. Yegorov, it is true. If the enemy attacks from this direction, it will be difficult for us to defend because there are too many artificial shields. If we want to defend, we can only dig tank bunkers here according to your method, use the tanks as support points, and cooperate with trenches. But we only have 30 tanks. Wang Zhong, there are 25 vehicles. 5 of them are broken down on the road. I requisitioned them from the tractor factory and the masters are repairing them. In the past, Wang Zhong always thought that the T-34 was as durable as the AK-47 and would not break down no matter how hard it ran. Now he finally understands that the T-34 is durable compared to Santoku's tanks. Tanks will break down when running on the road, and the T-34 is no exception. So later on, the tanks were transported by heavy trucks when they were mobile, and they only came down and walked on their own when they reached the battlefield. In short, Wang Zhong did the right thing when he went to the tractor factory to recruit master workers. Yegorov, it's not like the enemy can repair it if they come now. Let's dig a bunker here first. It's okay if we don't use it. It's better than if the enemy comes from here and we are not prepared at all. Wang Zhong nodded, took out his notebook and wrote this down. Let's go on. Other directions in Araki are quite suitable for defense, especially the iron factory in the north of the town, which mainly produces various iron pots and shovels. The factory building looks quite solid and can become a strong support point for the defense line. Moreover, the water tower in the factory is the second best artillery observation post around Aoraki, the best is on Hill 153. After completing the investigation around the city, Wang Zhong returned to the way he came and saw the B-4 heavy artillery entering the city. Wang Zhong counted the number and sighed, I originally thought that the heavy artillery would lose its chain, but I didn't expect that they entered the city safely, but 5 T-34s broke down. Yegorov, indeed, I also thought that such delicate things would be doomed, but I didn't expect them to survive. If this thing were not placed at the end of the queue, it would definitely affect the speed of the entire division. Wang Zhong nodded. After all, the B-4 in this world is not easy to tow because it has its own power, The powered version is too heavy. Then the four-door B4 ran nearly 100 kilometers under its own power and drove to Araki. While Wang Zhong was thinking, an old lady stopped him. "General, I heard the roar of many tractors. They said they were tanks and artillery. Are the Procenians going to attack here?" "Yes. Madam, please run away with your child." "Auntie, oh, General, you are a good person, but you are still worried about us." "Don't worry, my daughter-in-law ran away to St. Ekaterinburg with her grandchildren." "Wang Zhong, then why don't you leave?" "My eyes are almost blind. I'm a cripple, so I'd better stay here." The old lady made gestures on her eyes. "Look, I can't even see your military rank clearly now. I can only tell you by your military rank. The color determines whether you are a general. The collar badge of the Ant Empire general is orange, which is different from the collar badges of all other ranks. It is indeed easy to recognize. It is said that he learned this from Prasen." Wang Zhong didn't know how to respond to this half-blind ant. He could only say, "Auntie, I still have a job. If you have any difficulties, tell the priests of the church and they will help you." "Half-blind lady, I just want to ask, is my son in your army?" "His name is." The ant reported a name, but Wang Zhong had no impression at all. He collected the names of all the recruits just like he did in Luktov, but the ant names were long and repetitive, making them difficult to remember. It is already difficult to remember 1,000 people. Now there are nearly 10,000 combatants. Wang Zhong really has no way to figure out so many names in such a short time. So Wang Zhong could only say, "I will pay attention. Then I will leave first." "Okay." The ant stepped back to the roadside and drew a triangle on her body. "Bless you, kind general." Pavlov placed the division headquarters, as well as the residences of senior officers, staff officers, and clerks, all in the big house of the local Mr. Boyer. The local Boyer was a count, and the house was commensurate with the count's title. Pavlov directly changed the reception room into a map room, and the restaurant next to it became the office of the telegraph room. Moreover, he did not close the door between the map room and the telegraph room, so that the beeping sound of the telegraph could be clearly heard in the map room. Wang Zhong quite likes this. With this beeping sound, it feels like a headquarters. The staff officer who arrived in advance with Popov yesterday had already drawn a detailed topographic map around Araki, which was placed on the big table in the map room, and hung on the wall was a situation map of the entire southern line. Wang Zhong took out his notebook and began to draw on the terrain map. "I feel that the location of the artillery can be set up in these places. The woods are not very dense and will not affect the shooting of the artillery, but they are enough to shield the reconnaissance from the air. The effect will be better if you use a camouflage net. Yegorov, you can dig artillery bunkers to further enhance concealment. Place some fake artillery positions nearby." Wang Zhong continued, "If the Divine Arrow Company specializes in air defense, it can be dismantled and placed in these 4 directions, and Brother Peter's sound array can be placed here." "I have no objection," Pavlov said. "After all, I have never actually surveyed the terrain." "Yegorov, the reserves are placed around the artillery position, so that we have 1 battalion on Hill 153 and 1 battalion near the artillery position. 2 battalions of reserves should be enough." Wang Zhong, in addition to the need to dig fortifications in these places, bunkers that can accommodate 2 tank platoons also need to be dug near the pasture in the east of the town. "Let's start tonight." Popov scratched his head. "Some local people have night blindness. If construction is done at night, lighting is needed. We don't have that many torches for the time being." As he said that, everyone looked out the window, and night had completely fallen. "Yegorov, it's not too late to wait until dawn to start construction. After all, the nights are very short now." "Wang Zhong, telephone lines need to be connected between the artillery position and the headquarters. It is best to install a radio. After all, car number 422 has a radio. If Wang Zhong is in the car, if the artillery group has a radio, he can call for precision strikes." As a result, Pavlov directly expressed embarrassment. "Radio is really a scarce thing. Why don't you let Vasily go there with the captured Prasen walkie-talkie?" "Okay." Wang Zhong replied. "In fact, there is another way, which is to keep a platoon leader tank." But tanks with radios were too precious, and Wang Zhong was reluctant to part with them. "Tomorrow morning, I will lead a team to investigate the northwest, northeast and due north of Aoraki. It is expected to be about 20 kilometers away." Wang Zhong patted the northern edge of the Aoraki diagram on the table with his hand. "Let's draw this map. The staff will follow me, and it's best to draw a map of the planned battle area. Pavlov, Captain Andrei. You take your adjutant and go out with the general tomorrow." "Yes." Wang Zhong looked at Captain Andrei and found that his boots were not riding boots, so he asked, "Can you ride a horse?" "I learned it at the club," the captain replied. Wang Zhong, "Club? Are you not a noble?" "No, But don't worry, my riding skills are fine. I have been learning at the club for 3 years. Wang Zhong, okay. I'll ask Gregory to pick a horse with a gentler temperament for you to ride. Yegorov said, General, do you really want to go 20 kilometers to meet the enemy? Wang Zhong, really, don't worry. Just as you didn't expect me to do this, the enemy certainly won't expect it either. Taking them by surprise and attacking them unprepared is the way to win. At this time, Vasily couldn't help but turn around, General, won't you bury fake landmines this time? Wang Zhong, we really have enough detonators this time. Chapter 120 The situation of the Prasen Army on July 25, additional update from the leader. Army Group Center Headquarters, Temporary Airport. The senior generals of the Army Group gathered in the waiting area on the side of the airport, chatting in low voices. This time they are probably here to urge us to turn south again. General Heinz Wilhelm von Moltke, commander of the 2nd Armored Group and director of the Plassen Armored Forces, said to Field Marshal von Pogge, commander of the Army Group beside him. But we are already very close to Ant's capital. To go south and complete the encirclement, we need to advance 500 kilometers. And it only takes 300 kilometers to capture the capital. Marshal Pogge reassured, you are not fighting these 500 kilometers alone. General von Steiermark of the 1st Armored Group will also attack from the south. It is a pincer offensive. In addition, the south is full of great plains. Now is the time for tank maneuvers. And if you attack eastward, you will not only have forests and rivers, but also enemy fortification areas. General Moltke, there are also rivers going south. But most of them are in the dry season, and your tanks can swim through them. Marshal Pogge paused and added, most of them. General Moltke, well, maybe there is not much of a tactical problem in attacking south, but strategically, our time to attack the enemy's capital will be greatly delayed. I think this is strategically wrong. Marshal Pogge comforted him, don't be impatient. His Majesty just arrived at the front line. You can explain your interests to your Majesty. After convincing your Majesty, you can continue to advance to St. Ekaterinburg after the repairs are completed. General Mauchi pursed his lips. At this time, the Junkers 3-engine passenger plane with the Royal Eagle emblem fell from the sky and landed lightly on the airport. The plane gradually slowed down, then turned and taxied towards the generals. The ground staff at the airport pushed the boarding stairs towards the plane. The plane stopped just in front of the boarding stairs, and the door was facing the boarding stairs. General Moltke muttered, just do such formalistic things. Marshal Pogge, even if you are deeply trusted by His Majesty, you should not say such things directly. General Moltke, I think your Majesty has such magnanimity. That's why I respect your Majesty. Marshal Pogge stopped talking. After all, he couldn't say that His Majesty didn't have such magnanimity. At this time, the cabin door opened, and Emperor Plassen Reinhard von Hohenzollern stepped out of the plane happily. Ah, my brave generals. He said this before he walked in front of everyone. The generals stood at attention and saluted together. The emperor simply waved his hand in response and began to embrace the officers in order of rank. After the hug ended, the emperor said, I am here to ask for your opinions. Because I found that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has been placed in front of us. Seizing this opportunity will effectively prove that our Plosen nation is the best nation. We will discuss this opportunity in a suitable place. Lead the way, Marshal Pogge. The marshal bowed immediately. At this time, the car that had been waiting nearby was already driving over. The marshal opened the car door for the emperor himself and acted as a waiter without any complaints. No one sees anything wrong with this. After the emperor got on the car, a group of people quickly got on the car, and the convoy drove all the way to the headquarters of Army Group Center. 10 minutes later, the generals were already seated in the conference room of the headquarters. The emperor paced back and forth in front of the big map. You must have heard that I am going to send General Moltke's armored group south, and cooperate with the 1st Armored Group to launch a pincer attack on Exukov, the capital of the Kingdom of Kosalia. Offensive. General Moltke stood up, Your Majesty. I am only 300 kilometers away from St. Ekaterinburg. Give me another month, and I can advance to the city. The emperor frowned, clearly showing his dissatisfaction. You may know a lot about military affairs, but you don't understand economics and politics. We need Exukov, we need Hazalias coal, steel, and grain, their beef and milk. Moreover, once the siege is completed, 1 million enemies will be wiped out, and the Ant Empire will no longer have the strength and morale to fight with us. By then, St. Ekaterinburg will be nothing more than grapes waiting to be picked. As soon as he finished speaking, the attendant brought the washed grapes. The emperor was overjoyed when he saw the grapes. He reached out and picked one. Look. Grapes. Just like this, swallow it in one gulp. But some of you don't have enough knowledge about destroying the enemy's vitality. Currently, it seems that the resistance of the Ant people will last for 5 to 6 months at most. And annihilating their heavy troop cluster in Exekov will greatly shorten this time. But, General Moltke said, the Ant Empire was known as a steamroller in the past, and soldiers were the least important to them. The Emperor turned around sharply, an action that made his blonde hair fly. It used to be like this, but times have changed. In the past, the Tsar's grey beast could be armed with a gun, or even without a gun. But now, if the infantry does not have technical equipment, it is just garbage and will be easily wiped out. The same goes for infantry who lack training. And now, Exekov's heavy enemy group has a large amount of technical equipment, including new tanks that have been reported in many places. If we do not eliminate this heavy group, but focus on attacking St. Ekaterinburg, this group will be a serious threat if it recovers from our devastating attack. In order to eliminate this threat, we must eliminate it, we must. General Mauchi hesitated to speak. The Emperor stared at him for a while and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that you have realized this. Defeating the Ant Empire has never been difficult, we knew from the beginning that we would defeat them. When we were planning the attack in December last year, we knew the war would be over within a year, we knew that. But victory is not enough. The important thing is that we must defeat them beautifully. Eliminating the enemy's millions of soldiers at once can greatly shock our enemies, and make the United Kingdom still stubbornly resisting, as well as the United Nations watching the fire from across the bank. The country is afraid of us. The entire venue was silent. I don't know who shouted "Long live the Emperor," and everyone shouted together, "Long live the Emperor." Hohenzollern raised his hand to suppress the cheers and looked at General Moltke again. What is the current situation of the 2nd Armored Group? General Moltke immediately replied, all our armored divisions stopped combat operations yesterday and went into rest. The report I got before flying here is that the number of combat-ready tanks in our group has decreased compared to when the attack was launched on June 22. 230 vehicles. 230 vehicles. The Emperor raised his voice. Obviously this number was beyond his expectation. General Moltke hurriedly explained, 110 of them can be repaired through field repairs, and 50 can be returned to the factory for repair. My young man has marked the locations of these tanks. But only 2 of our 10 field repair groups have reached the front line so far, and the tank repair factory has not arrived at the scheduled location. Originally, we planned to set up the tank repair center in Chihalski, where there should be a large front-line repair shop. Can repair those severely damaged tanks. But there's nothing there now. The Emperor frowned. What's the reason for advancing so slowly? Before General Moltke could speak, Marshal Pog said, the condition of the roads is much worse than we expected, and the condition of the railways is also not good. We originally planned the supplies according to the standards of our country's railways, but now we have the railway system within the empire can only fulfill 30% of our scheduled shipments. Currently, there is a shortage of ammunition and fuel everywhere on the front line, and we need to stop and wait for replenishment. Emperor, the High Command told me it was a traffic jam. It is indeed a traffic jam, Marshal Pog nodded. The manifestation is a traffic jam, and the underlying reason is that the road conditions are too bad. The headquarters did not tell you this underlying reason, probably because they were afraid that you would think they were shirking their responsibilities. The corner of the Emperor's mouth twitched, these damn Junker nobles. In fact, most of the people present were Junker nobles, but they all pretended not to hear. The Emperor asked General Mauchi again, then when can you start going south? General Moltke, our current repair rate is 10 vehicles per day. It is expected that the combat readiness of the armored forces tanks will be restored to its peak by August 5. Ammunition and fuel will also be replenished by that time, and the soldiers will also complete their rest and be ready to fight again. Preparation for the attack. The Emperor shook his head, no, it's too slow. The enemy's heavy troop group may detect our intentions at any time. In fact, there are already signs of detection in their deployment. To your south, aerial reconnaissance shows that there are 3 enemy tank corps. Are all brand new tank armies. These 3 armies are obviously used to delay you. They may even want to use these 3 armies to completely defeat your group and cut off our offensive spearhead. General Moltke said confidently, they will not succeed. Most of Ant's tanks are inferior products. Although there are a small number of noteworthy new tanks, most of the new tanks were destroyed without engaging us. We are definitely ahead in armor technology. Emperor, then you should launch the attack earlier. I think you should start the attack on August 2 at the latest. Your group is the outer layer of the encirclement, and the inner layer is the infantry unit of the 11th Army, crossing the river here to launch the offensive. Army Group South will cross the Tiber River here and detour south of Exekov. General Moltke, if we start the attack on the 2nd, some of our divisions will have relatively large gaps in tanks. After all, the tanks we lose are not evenly distributed to each division. Don't worry about this. The Emperor shook his finger back and forth, I will strengthen the Asgard Knights Emperor Armored Division and the Asgard Knights Emperor's Guard Division to you. This is brand new. The elite troops formed will be the mainstay of protecting our kingdom of Asgard in the future. Although all the people present were soldiers, these words still caused a lot of discussion. After all, everyone has long heard that the Emperor plans to establish a force independent of the Imperial Defense Force. This is the first time that the rumor has come to fruition. The Emperor proudly declared, "These troops are very elite, commanded by Siegfried, whom I trust most. They are composed of carefully selected veterans and are equipped with the latest weapons. They will crush our enemies." When saying this, the Emperor made fists with both hands to express his emotions. General Moltke, understood, we will launch the attack on August 2nd, not earlier. Okay. The Emperor agreed simply. The Battle of Exekov will end in 20 to 30 days, and then we can rush to St. Catherine. Chapter 121 In the Woods of Araki, 10,000 monthly votes for additional updates. At 1130 hours on July 30th, in the bushes north of Araki. The T-34 with tactical number 427 was slowly reversing from the bottom level of the tank bunker to the middle platform, so the turret was exposed from the ground. Okay. The tank platoon leader waved the flag in his hand, "Stop, don't fall." The gunner and commander of tank number 427 poked his head out of the open hatch and looked around. "It's really good. Except that the grass in front blocks the view, this bunker is perfect." Wang Zhong put down the binoculars, glanced at the commander and said, "Stop talking nonsense, let's do target practice." He was standing next to the bunker of the number 427 tank. He had just been using a telescope to observe the targets set by the officers of the anti-tank gun battalion. This specially set target is used by anti-tank guns to quickly determine the target distance. It is usually disguised as various conventional objects. You can know the approximate distance when you see an enemy tank passing nearby. Wang Zhong made a gesture to the staff officer beside him, and the staff officer raised his hand and fired a signal flare. The person who set the target in the distance immediately left the target, turned over and pulled away from the target. Wang Zhong said to the 427 crew, "Set the scale at 700, aim at the ground, use armor-piercing bullets, hurry up." The commander of 427 immediately returned to the vehicle. At the same time, the tank gun's height machine began to adjust, and the gun barrel slowly lowered. The next moment, the tanks opened fire. The muzzle blast blew the camouflage net covering the tank bunker into waves like water, and the grass that originally blocked the front of the bunker was washed down in an instant. But compared to firing on flat ground, the smoke from this shot has actually been reduced a lot. It is indeed a tank bunker that was developed only after the war. It is advanced. Wang Zhongguang paid attention to the sound of the artillery fire. When his attention turned to the armor-piercing shells, the shells had already landed and bounced up like ping-pong balls, flying farther away. The landing point seems a bit far from the target. "Wang Zhong, car number 427, your sight is a bit crooked. Adjust it quickly. Try firing again in 20 minutes. Many gun scopes of the T-34 assigned to the 151st Provisional Infantry Division were inaccurate. Previously, there was not such a large venue for live ammunition shooting in Exekov, so it was never discovered. Now, the problems have been exposed one by one during test firings. "Wang Zhong, next, no 428. Okay. The captain of car number 428 raised his right hand. "I have already adjusted it, and it will be almost at the same place as the ruler." "Then fire." A minute later, the armor-piercing bullet hit the target and shattered it. "Wang Zhong, who the hell told you to smash the target? The artillerymen have to build a new one." "I swear I didn't aim at the target." The 428 commander stuck his head out. "This gun drifted past. The probability error of this gun is definitely greater than the operating manual given by the factory." Wang Zhong frowned. He didn't know whether it was Ant in this time and space who was bad at it, or whether Earth's T-34 was just as shoddy. After careful testing in the past few days, Wang Zhong discovered that in Luchthof, he led the T-34 of the parade unit to go out for a decisive battle with the Prussian armor. Only a few hits were hit in the first round of shooting. Maybe the tank driver was not to blame. Maybe Wang Zhong's car was a luxury car, so the workmanship was fine and the quality control was strict. Wang Zhong continued to supervise the tank unit's testing of the main gun and gun scope, and Yegorov came over. "It doesn't look good," he said from a distance. "Wang Zhong, thanks to the early test firing, it should be much more accurate after this wave of adjustments. How is the situation over there?" "The trenches have almost been dug, and I have dispatched some young men to help build roads in the labor camp." Wang Zhong heard this and turned to look at the road that was being paved behind the position. A large number of civilians were shouting slogans and dragging stone rollers removed from the millstone to compact the road. This road was built for anti-tank guns. Mules dragging cannons and ammunition carts on the road can move faster and evacuate positions quickly. Of course, tanks can also go this way. Although the T-34 tank has good passability, it is prone to breaking down if it always walks in the wild. Yegorov, we have been here for a week. We have repaired so many fortifications and are still repairing them. The troops are a little tired. Wang Zhong, well. I also feel that the fortifications are almost repaired. The rest can be left to the labor camp. They don't have to go to the front line and can work until the enemy comes. Yegorov, my suggestion is not only to have a holiday, but also to do some activities, such as having a dance party with the nurses from the division's medical clinic. Wang Zhong, dance. It's not the aristocratic style dance, you understand. The dance for us common people only requires a bonfire, a baton, and a balalaika, and then we can have fun. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. The dance you are talking about is not a waltz, but a Cossack war dance, right? Yes. Yegorov said and squatted down directly and began to dance the famous Cossack dance of broken legs, also known as the dance of destruction of the knees. The attention of the soldiers who had nothing to do around them was all attracted, and some started to cheer. Yegorov danced for about 30 seconds, stood up, struck a pose, and said, "This is just this kind of dance, do you understand?" Before Wang Zhong could speak, someone among the soldiers shouted, "Come here, division commander." "Yes, yes, general, here comes one." Usually Wang Zhong really has no airs, he can't put on airs, so the soldiers are all familiar with him, and the jokes are straightforward. Of course, this was partly attributed to the dung-picking King Vasily. That boy would rather be a dung-picking man than to be poor-mouthed. As a result, Wang Zhong's majesty was destroyed by the way. Pavlov was very dissatisfied with this and told Wang Zhong over and over again, "As a commander, you must be dignified before the soldiers will follow you." Wang Zhong himself didn't care. At this moment, facing the soldiers' fire, Wang Zhong smiled and said, "Do you want me to be half paralyzed? Everyone has something they are not good at. Dancing is something I am not good at. In fact, the original owner may be quite good at it, after all, he loves to play so much, but Wang Zhong is really not good at it. If he has to come for a while, he can only show the soldiers that the times are calling." The soldiers booed for a long time. Seeing that Wang Zhong was unmoved, someone suddenly said, "Why don't you let the general give us a mobilization speech?" The people in the 31st Regiment said that the general is great, and their eyes filled with tears. I haven't heard of it since I joined." This proposal was immediately echoed by everyone, and even the staff officer following Wang Zhong looked up with an interested expression. "Wang Zhong, speeches are used to boost morale. I see that your morale is very high. When we engage in battle with the Prussians and the casualties are heavy, I will give a speech even if you don't want to listen." "I still do now." "Forget it." The atmosphere that had just become heated suddenly calmed down. Wang Zhong looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Don't worry, look at the fortifications we have built, I am confident that we will kill the enemy severely here." "But you can't guarantee that we are all alive, can you?" someone asked. "Yes, this is war. Even a magician on the battlefield cannot guarantee that there will be no casualties." Wang Zhong replied. He originally thought that after hearing this, the soldiers should be silent, but someone said nonchalantly, "Then we will become the colors on the flag." Others laughed too. Someone else said, "Hey, let's not scare ourselves. Maybe it won't be our turn to take action at all. There are 3 tank corps in the north. I heard that one corps is all T-34, which is 6 or 7 times the amount of equipment we have. If this army launches an attack, it will directly smash the enemy's armored cluster." Wang Zhong, "It would be best if that's the case." This is what he really thinks. If that's the case, it would be best. The war will be over soon and there won't be so many sacrifices. But Wang Zhong knew that things would never be like that. That night, Wang Zhong returned to the division headquarters from the front line. He immediately checked the battle situation map updated at 1830, then pointed at the 2 newly appeared armored unit signs and asked, "What unit are these?" "Pavlov, the new units discovered by aerial reconnaissance and cavalry reconnaissance. The unit identification marks on the armored vehicles are different from all the previous units of the 2nd Armored Group." "Wang Zhong, what's the difference?" "The logos of other armored units are more random. Some are simple symbols, some are animals, and there are various variations of letters. But both divisions have adopted coats of arms." Wang Zhong immediately felt that something was wrong. Coat of arms? Yes. Wang Zhong, is there a gap in the upper right corner of the shield? Yes, how do you know? Guess what's on the coat of arms of these 2 divisions? One is a key and the other looks like some ancient Scandinavian rune. Wang Zhong was speechless. This is not easy to handle. In addition, Pavlov paused, the tribunal discovered that the enemy's call sign included an additional unit called the Asgard Knights. Asgard is the promotion of the Prasen Empire, the mythical kingdom in the creation myth of the empire. Wang Zhong, Asgardian Knights? I always feel that these troops will be very difficult. We still don't know how this call sign is related to the two newly emerged divisions, Pavlov said. At this time, Nelly opened the door and came in, pushing a trolley full of food. I used the kitchen to make meat skewers and walnut sauce pies. You can take them and eat them while working. The staff immediately exclaimed, "That's great. Nelly, you are such an angel." Nelly pushed the dining cart next to the map table and ignored it, turning to stare at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong blinked. "Why are you looking at me like this?" "It's nothing, I just thought it was strange. I didn't believe it when Miss Liuda told me. I didn't believe it at all that Elisha was already an outstanding soldier." "Wang Zhong, do you believe it now?" Nelly shook her head. "I still don't believe it. I think you might not be that bastard anymore." "Then who am I?" Wang Zhong asked. "Nelly, who knows? Maybe Saint Andrew borrowed that bastard's body to come, I don't know. Liuda likes you very much." "Wang Zhong, what about you?" "I want to observe it again," Nelly replied. Wang Zhong shrugged, stood up and pushed past the staff, took a plate and filled himself with a large plate of walnut jam, and ate it with the pie. "Oh," he praised, "it's delicious. Sweet but not greasy, great Nelly." Just as Nelly was about to answer, music suddenly came from outside. Pavlov immediately cursed, "What's going on? It's such an important time to prepare for war." "Wang Zhong, the work of the soldiers has almost been completed. I approved Yegorov to hold a dance to boost morale, and also granted him leave tomorrow." "Pavlov, this kind of thing not only requires your approval, but also the approval of the bishop. Popov will lose his temper when he comes." Just as he was talking, Popov came in. "Me? No, I also think the army is too tight and should relax. The dance was well held. It's a pity that there are a few female soldiers in our army. Wang Zhong, can we let the girls from the field laundry team and the field cooking team join in?" "Popov, that's still not enough. Let's just let the local girls join in and relax before the battle begins." Wang Zhong gave a thumbs up. At this time Nelly suddenly asked, "Are you going to dance too?" "Huh? Me? No, I'd better forget it. I prefer watching other people have fun and dancing." And Nelly drawled a long voice and said nothing more. Chapter 122 Startup. Jules August 2nd, 914, at 0430 hours, the headquarters of the 2nd Armored Group of the Prussian Army. General Heinz Wilhelm von Moltke looked at his pocket watch and nodded to the staff officer who had been holding the phone receiver. The staff officer immediately ordered, "Start artillery preparations." When the staff officer put down the phone, he could faintly hear rolling thunder bursts in the distance. That was the sound of the artillery fire of the armored group. General Moltke stood in front of the map, staring at St. Catherine's Castle on the map. After a long silence, he said, "Actually, it will be dangerous if we continue to advance eastward. Our supply line will be extended to 600 kilometers. The infantry units of Army Group Center are scattered along the long supply line, and they must be weak everywhere. If the enemy's heavy troop group moves north, it may fall into a dangerous situation." The Chief of Staff of the group said, "Army Group South advanced too slowly. It was obviously all over the Great Plains and there was naval support. As a result, the speed of progress was so embarrassing. In order to cover up, they also created a white horse general, saying he was some kind of defensive genius, and delayed the spearhead of the armored cluster many times." General Mao Chi frowned. "Defense genius? Why haven't I heard of it?" Chief of Staff, the superiors suppressed the news and reprimanded Army Group South. The Imperial Propaganda Minister was still very angry and called directly to ask whether Army Group South wanted to overturn the propaganda that Ant was an inferior race. General Mao Chi originally had a lot of wrinkles between his brows, but now the wrinkles are so deep that they can hide a flea. "Bring me all the battle examples related to General Whitehorse, preferably the original version with the moisture removed." Chief of Staff, "This is not the enemy our army group encountered after all," and then related matters were suppressed by the Empire. "We don't know the specific situation." General Moltke scolded, "What happened?" "Sharing the command style of the enemy's excellent commanders can effectively reduce troop casualties." "Don't they know?" No one in the room answered. The Chief of Staff held it in for a long time and said, "Maybe we can meet it, and then you can try it yourself and see how good it is." General Moltke, just right. This war has almost turned into an armed parade like the Carolingian one. If this continues, even if we encircle 1,000,000 ant troops in Ixukov, others will say we just beat a bunch of primitive people. Southern Front, 1st Armored Group Headquarters of the Plosin Army, 0430 hours. Open fire, said General Everett von Steiermark, commander of the 1st Armored Group. The staff officer immediately picked up the phone. After a while, bursts of thunder sounded in the distance. Steiermark, hasn't the intelligence service discovered where General Rokosov's unit is deployed? Telegram just arrived, Commander. The Rabelaisian agency of the Imperial Intelligence Department reports that Brigadier General Petro Konstantinovich Rokosov is now serving as senior operational staff officer on the staff of the Southwestern Front. General Steiermark frowned. What? Why should such a general be brought to the staff? Is this transfer in compliance with the rules? Others in the headquarters looked at each other. The Chief of Staff said, could they have the same surname? Brother or something? Well, forget it. General Storia shook his head. If such a troublesome guy is actually stuffed into the staff, then our victory is almost certain. The largest encirclement and annihilation war in human history, this battle no matter what, I will leave my name in the history of war. And Army, Exukov, Southwestern Front Headquarters, Jules, August 2nd, 914, 0510 hours. All the phones are ringing, and as soon as the receiver is put back on each phone, the ring will start ringing immediately. And those microphones that are picked up will, without exception, have a staff officer shouting at it. Hello? Louder. Louder. Amid the loud calls one after another, General Skorobo frowned and looked at the deployment map of the Southwest Front. On this picture, there are already 6 signs representing suspecting that the enemy intends to attack. It is foreseeable that there will be more in the future. The Chief of Staff of the Front Army came over. It is now confirmed that at least 10 divisions' positions were prepared for enemy artillery fire, and there must be more places that were actually bombarded. I think the enemy should have really launched a large-scale pincer offensive. The Chief of Staff stopped suddenly, as if he had deliberately blocked what he was going to say. General Skorobo, you want to say that the unlearned Rokosov was right? Well, I admit that he did predict the enemy's actions earlier than we did, but his pessimism is totally unacceptable. Pick. The enemy's attack is an opportunity. As long as our 3 tank corps launch an attack during the day today, the situation will be reversed. We will drive the enemy to the starting position, and even regain the territory occupied by the enemy. The fortifications set up by Rokosov in Araki with his patchwork makeshift troops will not have any effect. After speaking, General Skorobo punched the table, denting the wooden table. Because of too much force, the surface of his fist cracked, and blood spread on the table and even dripped along the edge of the table. The Chief of Staff looked at General Skorobo's hand and said, the enemy's air superiority may cause our armor to counterattack. We have the newly replenished destroyer group. Let them cover our boys. The enemy will definitely be reduced to ashes before the torrent of steel. Chief of Staff, yes. Front Army Bishop, there is also an option to retreat the tank army to Araki. From the information I have received, Major General Rokosov has built a lot of fortifications in Araki. General Skorobo, don't you know the result of the Carolingian battle? Fortifications are useless. Now the Air Force's bombs can destroy bunkers, and heavy artillery can also destroy minefields. The era of relying on fortifications has passed, now it is the era of head-to-head confrontation between armored corps. There is no need for tank troops to defend. Front Army Bishop, Major General Rokosov fought very well. The Church believes that he is an expert in using armored forces for defensive operations. He has achieved results only because our tanks have armor advantages, not because of how capable he is. After today, no one will take his results seriously, because as long as we have advanced tanks, those results will be like picking something out of a bag. General Skorobo stopped and took out a handkerchief to wrap his bleeding hand. Let the 3 tank armies in the north enter a state of combat readiness. Be ready to launch a counterattack at any time. Shepatovka, Jules August 2nd, 914 at 1030 hours. Lieutenant General Chesnakov, commander of the 6th Tank Corps, personally jumped on a tank and said to the commander, come out. Let me, an old tank driver, drive this tank. The commander came out immediately. Chesnakov once served as the principal of the Armored Forces School. Many of these people were his students and would carry out his orders without hesitation. Chesnakov stood on the tank, turned around and announced loudly to the entire tank army, everyone. The time has come to make contributions. A large number of battle examples on the front line show that the enemy cannot deal with our T-34 tanks. They can only rely on the Air Force. And today, while he was talking, 15 Lager 3 fighter jets in a flying goose formation flew across the sky. Chesnakov saluted these aircraft and waited until the aircraft completely flew over before continuing, this is only part of the 5th Air Force of the Air Force that supports our operations. There are more fighters to join. Today is the first time since the war started that many days ago, it's a rare day when our army doesn't have to worry about the enemy's air force. Without air support, our tracks will crush the enemy's heads. Today is the time to counterattack. Let's go. After speaking, Chesnakov jumped into the tank, put on his tank cap and headset microphone, and ordered, "Driver, move forward." With a bang, Chesnakov's tank drove onto the road, roaring towards the north. They would soon encounter the enemy's newly arrived armored divisions head-on. Amphora Armored Division of the Asgard Knights, Division Headquarters, 0830 hours. Division Commander William Dietrich told Forward Commander Lieutenant Colonel Muller, "According to the intelligence we have received so far, we have at least one enemy tank corps in front of us, and they are equipped with T-34 tanks that everyone finds very troublesome. So our plan is very simple. After breaking through the enemy's first-line defense, we will immediately deploy the 88mm anti-aircraft guns. The anti-aircraft gun positions are arranged here." Wilhelm Dietrich tapped a hillside on the map with his riding crop. "There is a good firing range here, but the bad news is that there are not many obstacles to hide our heavy anti-tank guns, so after you lure the enemy armor to the front of the 88 gun position, you can't just stop and watch the show. You guys. The enemy must be bypassed from both sides. You are responsible for attracting the enemy's attention and allowing the 88mm cannon to destroy the enemy in large numbers. Of course, under normal circumstances, the enemy tank troops have been blown to pieces by the Air Force before they meet us. But be careful. Don't underestimate this tactic. When we were in the Carolingians, we used a similar method to deal with the charging B-1 heavy tanks. This is a simple, yet very effective tactic." William Dietrich stopped and looked at Lieutenant Colonel Mueller. "Do you understand? If you understand, just repeat it again." Lieutenant Colonel Mueller nodded. "When encountering the enemy's armored counterattack, we will find a way to lure them to the ambushed 88 gun. When the 88 gun annihilates the enemy, we must detour to both wings to attract attention for the 88 gun." William Dietrich nodded and continued to do simple mobilization. "You are all carefully selected elites. Look at the Zeus holding a lightning bolt on your collar badges. You are the guardians of the kingdom of Asgard. You should fight till the end. Of course, this attack may not allow us to fight to the last soldier. Let's go." Lieutenant Colonel Mueller saluted, turned, and walked towards the command room door. William Dietrich followed and continued to warn, "The weaknesses of the enemy's two new tanks are marked in the atlas. It is no problem to paralyze them and hand them over to the infantry." The two walked out of the headquarters and entered the yard outside. They happened to hear the soldiers of the division's armored platoon preparing for the departure of the tanks, while singing, "If fate abandons us again. If we can no longer return to our hometown. If bullets are fired at us. And your destiny. Life stops. At least our loyal tanks will give us a tomb of steel." Chapter 123 Like Bubbles in the Sun. Anti-Army, Exekov, Southwestern Front Command. Crown Prince Ivan Nikolaev Antonov entered a noisy map room and saw the bandage on General Skorobo's hand at first sight. He was shocked. "What's going on?" "The enemy has hit the headquarters." Skorobo waved his hand. "Nothing, I was just too excited and punched the table." "Punched the table?" The Crown Prince raised his voice suddenly, attracting the attention of the surrounding staff. Fortunately, at this time, the headquarters was full of "you speak louder" roars, so it was not particularly eye-catching. The Crown Prince lowered his voice and asked, "So Rokosov is right, right? The enemy really launched a pincer attack, right?" "He is right about this part." Skorobo paused and raised his voice, "But his estimate of the next part is completely wrong. Our armored counterattack will crush the enemy's offensive. Come and see." Skorobo stood up and went to the map. "According to the intelligence we have received so far, the enemy may have deployed part of the 2nd Armored Group. We believe there are 3 divisions, a total of 9 armored battalions, and about 400 tanks. And the 3 tank armies we deployed in the counterattack have more than 100 T-34s alone. There are also dozens of KV-1s and more than 200 BT tanks. These tanks have plenty of fuel and ammunition, which is completely different from the troops that were short of fuel and ammunition in the first month of the war. They will completely crush the enemy's offensive." The Crown Prince stared at General Skorobo. "Can we really fight back?" The general hesitated for a moment before responding firmly, "Yes. Absolutely." The Crown Prince nodded. "Then what should I do?" "You should go back to St. Ekaterinburg. The enemy's planes bombed the airport in Exekov, but there is another field airport on the east side of the city that is intact and can take off transport planes. We have arranged a plane to fly directly to St. Ekaterinburg." "Crown Prince, I'm not going anywhere. Since you believe that a counterattack can stop the enemy, I will stay here. If the news of my departure spreads, it will affect morale." The general was silenced for a moment, and after a few seconds he said, "Just because we can win doesn't mean it's not dangerous here." At this time, the communications staff ran in with a telegram and saluted General Skorobo. "General. An urgent telegram from the Supreme Command of St. Ekaterinburg." Skorobo grabbed the telegram and took a look. "The Crown Prince, What does it say? General Skorobo, His Majesty the Tsar ordered us to resolutely repel the enemy's attack. Father said that? I think Father may not understand what happened on the front line. I can call Father. General Skorobo, you can fly back to St. Ekaterinburg and tell His Majesty the Tsar in person. The Crown Prince bit his lip and shook his head. My mission is to supervise the army here and boost morale. Since Father asked you to hold on, I should also set an example. General Skorobo stared at the Crown Prince for a few seconds and said, I think I may have some misunderstandings about you before. Since you have decided to stay, we can only take out 120,000 spirits to thwart the enemy's attack. We have a huge army and a large number of technical weapons in our hands. We are not weaker than the enemy. As long as the 6th Tank Army launches an attack, everything will be fine. Anti-Army, 6th Tank Army, Chesnakov commanded the tanks. Army Commander Chesnakov heard someone report on the radio, this is the 5th Tank Battalion. We have 6 tanks left behind. Should we stop the attack? No. Let the tankers of those faulty tanks take other tanks, so that if a crew is killed in the battle later, they can replace the sacrificed members to fight. Lieutenant General Chesnakov's voice was cold and ruthless. Yes, Lieutenant General. The crew's answer came in the static noise. Chesnakov wanted to see what was going on in front of him, so he put his eyes on the gun mirror, but the violent shaking almost made him vomit. He could only push open the hatch on the top of the turret and stick his head out to observe the front. Then he noticed that there was smoke and dust in front, and it looked like a cavalry column forming a wall formation was charging. Attention all tanks. Chesnakov pressed the microphone on his throat, the enemy tank group is in front. This time the enemy has no air force to help them, let them see how powerful they are. Sporadic URAS sounds came from the headset, mainly because the T-34 radio was too bad. Chesnakov himself was still looking out, using a telescope to observe the front. He was excited to see the Prosan tanks lined up in a dense attack formation. At the beginning of the war, the Prosan people used this dense formation to form a local advantage and quickly broke through the anti-tank positions of the anti-army on the border. Enemy tanks. Lieutenant General Chesnakov shouted on the radio, battle preparation. He retreated into the tank turret. At the last moment before closing the hatch, he looked back and confirmed that the main force of the 6th Tank Army was following him. Back in the car, Chesnakov immediately put his eyes to the gun mirror and began to select targets. Unfortunately, the enemy was too far away, and the tank was shaking violently at this time due to the high-speed impact. Chesnakov would lose the target as soon as he saw it, let alone put the aiming crosshairs on the enemy. Mikhail. Stop, let me choose a target and fire a shot. As soon as he finished speaking, the tank braked suddenly. Chesnakov's body hit the front, and his head hit the armrest above the gun mirror. Chesnakov cursed and immediately operated the turret to find the target. He selected a Prosan tank that was almost facing the direction of the muzzle and opened fire directly. First hit. The Prosan tank lost power and gradually slowed down as it slid forward. The crew members opened the hatch and fled. At the same time, the enemy's attack also hit Chesnakov's car, but it only made a muffled sound on the armor, which sounded like someone hitting the armor with a hammer. Ha 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 ha, that's it? General Whitehorse relies on this to achieve beautiful results. In the future, every crew can achieve that level of results. Reload quickly. More shells hit the Chesnakov car, but did not penetrate the T-34's thick armor at all. One of the armor-piercing rounds may have been deflected by the shape of the T-34, leaving a sound that sounded like scraping the surface of an iron pot with long nails, giving the tank crews goosebumps. Loader, armor-piercing bullet, okay. Send away another one. Chesnakov fired, and the shell hit the side of the target tank, bounced on the ground and flew into the air, as if it turned into stars in the distance. What happened? Reload. At this time the enemy releases smoke. These cowards. Chesnakov scolded, Mikhail, move forward. Let the tanks move. Let's run up and smash them. From today on, the armor advantage of the Prosans is over. T-34 started up again, and the noise made by the engine and transmission mechanism was so noisy that even the internal communication was difficult to use. Due to excessive shaking, the gun scope had lost its ability to detect enemies, and Chesnakov could only use the observation ports on both sides to observe. However, the T-34's turret design made it very difficult for the gunner to use the observation window on the loader's side, making it almost impossible to take a good look. After all, the T-34's two-person turret, with the loader and gunner sitting in rows, is completely blocked. It won't be long before the Prosan armored troops on the opposite side will discover this and develop targeted tactics. Chesnakov struggled for a long time, but it was awkward, so he had to open the hatch cover again and stick his upper body out. The smoke screen released by the enemy tank has completely blocked the front, and it is impossible to see the other side of the smoke. But Chesnakov believes that the enemy's smoke cannot be released indefinitely. When the smoke breaks through, the enemy's armored division will be destroyed. In this way, maybe I can get the anti-hero medal. At this time, his car took the lead and rushed into the smoke. In the smoke, the view outside the tank was terrible, so Chesnakov retracted into the turret. A moment later, the gun scope that had been obscured by smoke in front of Chesnakov suddenly showed an image again. Chesnakov immediately followed up, trying to find the fleeing enemy Panzer III. But there was nothing ahead. Where have you gone? At this time, the tank's engine and traditional systems were noisy as always, covering up almost all sounds outside the tank. Lieutenant General Chesnakov turned the turret, trying to find the missing Panzer III tank group. At this time, a panicked voice came from the radio. Who is attacking us? Has anyone seen the enemy who is firing? Where is the cannon coming from? Gun. Lieutenant General Chesnakov threw away the gun scope and looked at the observation window on his side. The T-34 that attacked with him was fine, and no one was seen attacking at all. Then he turned to the other side, pushed the loader back, and looked out of the observation window. Nothing happened. Isn't my wingman number 671 still fine? Soon after, a ray of light flashed across the T-34 with tactical number 671. It immediately slowed down, slid for a few meters and then stopped completely, leaving the narrow field of view of the observation window. What's the situation? What was that just now? Lieutenant General Chesnakov wanted to confirm the status of car number 671, so he turned around and put his eyes on the observation window at the rear of the turret. However, nothing can be seen through the narrow observation window. He was about to use the radio, then he remembered that the wing car was not the platoon command car and had no radio. Chesnakov turned back and tried to use the gun scope to detect the enemy attacking his troops. However, the gun scope was too bumpy. In order to get a clear view, Lieutenant General Chesnakov issued a very brave but also very stupid order, Mikhail. Stop. The tank came to an emergency stop. Chesnakov did not wait for the tank to stop, then turned the turret to search ahead. He saw nothing until there was a flash of light far away. The shells from the 88mm anti-aircraft gun penetrated the frontal armor of the T-34 like butter. Because this round was fired from a long distance, the angle of fall offset part of the inclination of the T-34's frontal armor. The shell penetrated directly through the pilot Mikhail and exploded behind Mikhail. The entire fighting room, the turret, flew into the sky in the explosion. Chapter 124 The Darkest Moment, additional update from the Alliance leader. Prosan Army, Asgard Knights Ampera Armored Division Forward Command Post. Division Commander William Dietrich put down the telescope. Just 1 kilometer in front of him, the 88mm anti-aircraft artillery position set on the high ground was firing continuously. 4 88mm guns fired continuously, and each shot meant that an anti-tank was destroyed. The 88mm gun is an anti-aircraft gun. In order to make the shells as high as possible and reach the interception area as quickly as possible, the flight speed of the shells is extremely amazing, so the armor-piercing ability is also extremely amazing, and it can penetrate heavy armor at a very long distance. At the same time, in order to ensure sufficient firepower density, the firing rate of the 88mm gun is quite excellent among the guns of the same caliber. As long as it is equipped with a skilled gun crew, the firepower density of this thing is amazing. Finally, coupled with the Prosan people's consistently excellent sights, this thing has become a famous tank killer, which can hit and destroy tanks from a very long distance. William Dietrich suddenly said, the 88mm gun is like sunshine, and the new tanks of the anti-empire are like soap bubbles, which quickly dissipated in the sunshine. He smacked his lips gently, as if he was savoring the poem he had just created. The more he savored it, the more he liked it, so he took out his notebook and wrote it down. Then he began to adjust the words and sentences and tried to rhyme. At this time, the sound of submachine guns came from the nearby village. William Dietrich, what's the situation? Is it an enemy ambush? Immediately, a staff officer sent a messenger to check the situation. The messenger who returned 5 minutes later reported, the gendarmerie is clearing the inferior ethnic groups and potential resistance elements in the village to make room for the troops in the rear. William Dietrich nodded and continued to study his poems in his notebook. In the village behind him, the sound of submachine guns came one after another. Anti-Army, Exukov, Southwestern Front Command. August 2, 15:30 hours. The communications staff saluted in front of General Skorobo. Report. General Skorobo, is it news of a counterattack? The counterattack was successful, right? The communications staff looked embarrassed. No, we didn't contact the 6th Tank Army and the 11th Tank Army, and the 5th Tank Army, which was mainly equipped with old models, had already retreated, and the remnants were retreating to Araki. No. General Skorobo interrupted the staff, the 6th and 11th Armies have no contact. It must be because the progress was too smooth, so they ran crazy and didn't have time to stop and start the radio report. Let the choir urge them to stop and report. At this time, General Skorobo finally found that the communication staff was holding a telegram, so he asked, "What is that?" "Staff, it's a reconnaissance report submitted by the Air Force. A large number of tank wreckage was found on the line from Odendorf to Shepatovka. Aerial observations believe that it is our new tank." The staff handed over a stack of photos. These are photos submitted by the Air Force together with the report. General Skorobo picked up the photos and his expression became solemn. Even if it was just a blurry photo taken from the air, it was possible to see the tilted armor of the wreckage. Proson's tanks did not have such an advanced design. General Skorobo stared at the first photo and had no intention of turning to the next one. The Crown Prince stepped forward, took all the photos after the first one, and looked through them one by one. "Didn't they say that our tanks have an absolute armor advantage?" the Crown Prince asked softly. The front bishop stood beside the Crown Prince and replied, "It should be like this, but Rokosov reported before that the enemy would shoot at the tracks and turret rings, paralyzing the tanks and handing them over to the infantry. I'm afraid this." "What is this?" The Crown Prince picked out a photo and showed it to everyone. "Chief of Staff, like the anti-tank gun position of the Prassens, this anti-tank gun with a cross spade was mentioned in the report of the Castilian Civil War. It is an 88mm anti-aircraft gun, but after replacing the sight for land warfare, it can also be used as flat anti-tank firepower. These things destroyed our tanks." The Crown Prince found another photo and tried to put the two photos together, but he couldn't put them together correctly. The Chief of Staff directly picked a photo and handed it to the Crown Prince, "Insert it in the middle." The Crown Prince did it, and the edges of the three photos fit perfectly, obviously connected together. "I don't know how to interpret photos," said the Crown Prince, "but I know how to refer to the size of the house next to it. This anti-tank gun position is super far from the wreckage area. Chief of Staff, about 2 kilometers, the enemy penetrated our armor at a distance of 2 kilometers. What's more terrifying is this ability to accurately hit the target at a distance of 2 kilometers. It seems that an order needs to be issued. In the future, bombers and attack aircraft should give priority to this kind of gun." As soon as the Chief of Staff finished speaking, General Skorob put down the photo and stood up. "What are you doing?" the army commander shouted. "As the commander, you must stay calm at all times. You can't joke about the lives of hundreds of thousands of people." "General Skorobo, what are you talking about? I am just fulfilling my duties as the commander of the army. Although the armored forces counterattack has failed, we haven't lost yet." General Skorobo picked up the pointer and gestured on the map. "According to the current intelligence, the enemy has 4 attack directions. The outermost are the attack spearheads of 2 armored clusters, advancing towards each other across hundreds of kilometers. On the inner side, there are 2 infantry armies that launched the attack spearheads. I think that the armored spearheads on the outer line should be ignored for the time being. The 2nd armored group in the north is blocked by Duke Mishkin's Shepatovka group, and the front of the 1st armored group in the south is also fortified by several of our army groups. Even if they can complete the encirclement, it will be after August 30th. Before that, we can first prevent the attack of the enemy's 2 infantry groups on the inside. We can even annihilate the enemy's infantry groups and consume their troops." The Crown Prince opened his mouth wide. "So, can it really be defended?" "Of course, we have so many troops and so many supplies. Even if we are really surrounded, we can fight for dozens of days," General Skorobo said firmly. The Crown Prince looked at the map and then at the general's resolute face. "I can't find any fault. After all, I graduated 2nd from the bottom in the military academy. Then this is how I report to my father. General Skorobo, we originally received orders to defend. Exukov is one of the origins of the Ant Empire. It was the capital of ancient Ant before the first year of Jules. Anyone who gives up lightly will Exukov's people will definitely abandon St. Ekaterinburg in the future." At this time, the communications staff came in again. "Urgent message from the Supreme Command." Read. General Skorobo waved his hand, picked up the water glass and started drinking water. The communications staff officer opened the folder and read, "You are not allowed to give up any inch of our territory. If commanders of the troops at all levels order the troops to retreat without authorization, they will be considered treason, and they and their families will be shot. General Skorobo, look. We have just been ordered to hold on, and now we have issued an order targeting the entire army. We can only fight to the death with the enemy here. Don't worry, Your Highness, we will stop the enemy's internal attack." The Crown Prince nodded, and then asked, "What should we do if the enemy's outer encirclement is completed?" General Skorobo was silent for a second and replied, "I said, our ammunition and food are enough to fight for dozens of days. We will fight here for the empire until the last moment." The front army bishop said, "Although we have to hold on, we can give a general retreat order to the ordinary people of Ixikov. Let the women and children retreat to the rear. General Skorobo nodded, this is no problem. Once a siege breaks out, women and children may starve to death due to lack of food. Arrange the execution. Anti-Empire, St. Ekaterinburg, Summer Palace, Jules August 2nd, 914, 1630 hours. No, no. Tsar Nicholas V roared at the generals, you have sworn before that Xikov's heavy army group can effectively defeat the enemy. Then let them defeat the enemy now. Marshal Kulantsov, Chief of General Staff of the headquarters, said, according to aerial reconnaissance, the tank corps composed of our new tanks is vulnerable to the enemy. We have overestimated the combat effectiveness of this tank. Now, although the enemy's pincer offensive has just initiated, but that's not what you said 2 weeks ago. You said that the T-34 can destroy a large number of enemy tanks in the hands of an idiot who came last in the exam and peed his pants. The Tsar banged his hand on the table angrily, wearing the tank on his ring finger. The ring made a crisp sound. At this time, the door opened, and the guard outside said in horror, Your Highness, you can't go in. The highest military meeting is taking place. Princess Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna ignored the guard stops and rushed to the middle of the conference room, stopping only at the map table. Nicholas V said impatiently, Olga. I don't have time to play the game of playing Catherine the Great with you now. We are talking about important things. Military matters. Her Royal Highness the Princess glanced sideways at her biological father, Father, I also want to talk about military matters. Nicholas V looked back at the shivering maid hiding by the door, what are you doing standing there in a daze? Take her away. Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna looked directly into her father's eyes, Father, have you ever read the battle report of Upper Penier? I mean the kind of battle report without moisture. The church tribunal since I sent the report to my brother, it should also be on your desk, Father. Nicholas V was a little embarrassed and was about to answer when his daughter continued, there is also Ltov's battle report later. Anyone who has read this report will know that Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov is an out-and-out military genius. He has a keen sense of the battlefield and excellent military literacy. It is impossible for such a person to be ranked last in the exam, so there is only one possibility. He was ranked last in the exam because of my stupid brother. He must ensure that his scores are not higher than those of his brother, and he must ensure that he can graduate. Doesn't such precise control of scores prove that he is actually a military genius? The generals and marshals in the room looked at each other. Only Nicholas V was still scolding the princess, Olga. This is not your game of house. The princess looked directly at her father, I'm telling you how stupid these generals under your command are. If you think about it carefully, they are just better off taking sides in the civil war. In fact, they are just as stupid as the defeated Chongshen nobles. And some of them are inextricably linked to the defeated nobles of the Chongshen sect. Dad. You didn't kill these people completely, which led to the disastrous defeat in the first month of the war. Your Highness the Princess. Marshal Kalentsov, Chief of General Staff of the Supreme Command and the only remaining prince in the empire, said angrily, even a wealthy man cannot speak so openly. Princess Olga retorted, isn't what I said the truth? You deceived my father with your rhetoric and made him believe that Ixikov was as stable as a mountain. Now you come to tell my father that Ixikov must retreat. You guys. That's enough. Nicholas V came up and slapped his daughter, get off here. At this time, Duke Rahul, the youngest person present, stood up and advised, Your Royal Highness, you'd better leave. Please come this way. As he spoke, he tugged on the princess's sleeve. Princess Olga turned around reluctantly and left the room, and Duke Rahul followed. Your Highness, he whispered to the princess, we were confident of persuading His Majesty to issue the order to withdraw the troops. Your Majesty will feel very humiliated by this, and it is unlikely that he will withdraw the troops. At least not today. Olga, is it my fault? Aren't you guys advocating war a few days ago and the situation has reversed? What's the result now? Duke Rahul was a little embarrassed, yes, we underestimated the enemy. But we are making up for this mistake, and you seriously interfered with our operations. Huh. Her Royal Highness the Princess did not hide her disdain at all. Duke Rahul continued, also, how could you not be smart enough to know that His Majesty relies on us to fight against the church headed by the Patriarch? You'd better not get too close to the church. During the Civil War, the Holy Spirit the faction has a certain degree of support among the people, and the church needs us to win over these people. Now, after 10 years of champagne and caviar, the people are all secular believers. This war is our last chance. Olga, but you didn't fight well. I think that in this critical moment, you are still thinking about this. This is Aunt's mother's real darkest moment. Leader Xianyu adds more information. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 125 The battlefield is called Aalachi, 11,000 monthly votes to add more. Jules 914, at 20:30 hours on August 2, Araki, the headquarters of the 151st Provisional Infantry Division of the Ant Army. Wang Zhong stared at the war zone situation map on the wall and pondered. Next to the map, the staff officer is setting up new candlesticks. There is still sunlight outside, but it has weakened a lot, so the division headquarters uses candlesticks for supplementary lighting. Orage has electricity, but lights are turned off at night. If you use candlesticks, you can block out the light by closing the curtains. Wang Zhong sighed, the battle has already begun, why am I still doing nothing today? Popov walked up to him, isn't this a good thing? We strengthened the fortifications for another day, and today we laid 1,000 more mines. The mine positions Wang Zhong chose this time were all in places that were unlikely to be covered by enemy artillery fire, and they were far apart from each other. The main purpose was to attack the heart first. Use engineers to clear mines. The mines are so far apart that only a dozen mines can be cleared in a long time. It is even more wasteful to use demining tools such as explosive cords. One explosive cord cannot explode a few mines. There is no need for an engineer platoon, there are people flying in by ground planes every now and then. Just ask you if it bothers you. Wang Zhong is still very confident when it comes to disgusting enemies. At this time Yegorov came in, and Wang Zhong asked, why did you come back from your front finger? Let's take a look at the overall situation now. It's getting dark soon, and the enemy will most likely not be able to reach us today. So what's the situation now? Yegorov said and went straight to the kettle in the room, picked it up and poured it into his mouth. Wang Zhong pointed at the map, look at it for yourself. The enemy's general attack direction is consistent with my prediction. Duke Mishkin's group army in the northeast is fighting fiercely with the enemy. I originally thought that we should be able to defeat the enemy in this direction. Master, it turns out that I've had a very busy day today. Pavlov temporarily put down his pen, picked up the cold coffee on the table, walked over, and joined in the chat. It should be the counterattacks of the 5th, 6th, and 11th armies that have achieved results. They may not necessarily have destroyed many enemies' strength, but it definitely disrupted the enemy's attack sequence. Regrouping and stuff, a few hours passed, and it was dark before we could go far before we started again. Wang Zhong had mixed feelings at this time. The friendly troops had died in vain. He should obviously feel sad, but when he thought that the friendly troops' method of delaying the enemy was to force the enemy to reorganize, he found it very funny. The soldiers of Ant's army are all good, but I don't know how many more will be killed by these pig-headed generals. At this time, Vasily, who was guarding the captured walkie-talkie in the corner, suddenly shouted, I heard the Prozan radio. Wang Zhong and others immediately gathered around, and even the staff officers who were doing other things in the room stopped and looked at Vasily. Vasily pressed his hands on the earphones and listened carefully. The radio call sign was not spoken, maybe I missed it. What it said was, our army is moving unimpeded, unimpeded. Wang Zhong had unreasonable associations when he heard this unimpeded statement, but he still refrained from complaining. Vasily, there is a new location call sign. Berry Park, I don't know where it refers. But a unit has arrived at Berry Park. Wang Zhong, it's a pity. If we could capture another enemy's call sign book, we might know where to shoot. Wang Zhong now has 4B4 heavy artillery pieces and 24 152 heavy artillery pieces. Knowing where the enemy spends the night can give the enemy a little surprise. Yegorov, didn't you personally investigate the villages to the north of us? You might be able to catch them if you just call them. Wang Zhong, no, we must use our firepower carefully to ensure that every time we fire, we can effectively kill the enemy. At this time, there was the sound of horse hooves outside and the sound of the division's security forces. Soon a captain was brought in by the guards. The mounted reconnaissance team has returned from reconnaissance. Wang Zhong, how is the situation? The captain reported, General, we discovered the enemy's leading reconnaissance team in Kyriev village, but the enemy had a number 2 tank. We touched a sentry and ran away without daring to fight. Wang Zhong immediately went to the table with an accurate map of the nearby area and found the village of Kyriev. Yegorov, the reconnaissance has arrived, so we will take fire tomorrow no matter what. At this time, Vasily, who had been listening carefully, said, why tomorrow? Send out T-34 today, kill them, and return with the call sign book. Wang Zhong, no, I have seen the road conditions to Kyriev. The T-34 attack may break down halfway. Captain, how long will it take for your cavalry to return to Kyriev? The captain immediately replied, half an hour, Your Excellency General. Wang Zhong, in half an hour, we will cover Kyriev with heavy artillery. After the bombing, you can find a way to do something. Try to find the briefcase of the officer leading this armored reconnaissance detachment, and the map bag will also work. The captain smiled, General, I will try to get both. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, okay. Go. The captain saluted, turned, and left. Yegorov was surprised, you don't lead the team yourself. It seems that in Yegorov's eyes, Wang Zhong is already a reckless man who likes to lead the charge himself. However, Wang Zhong was not. He just chose the method that was most suitable for him to use his golden fingers. He personally commanded a tank as Lao Lu and was able to destroy a large number of enemy tanks. But the results he can achieve by commanding an infantry or cavalry, that is, himself, are quite limited. He had already tried it in Radas. At that time, he was commanding more than one person, including his fiancée Liu Da. As a result, the injuries he suffered at that time are not fully healed now. Wang Zhong, I just choose the method that maximizes the effect. As an infantry or cavalry, my combat effectiveness is very limited. Pavlov, order the artillery to. He looked at his watch. At 2100 hours, fire artillery fire on the village of Kyriev. One shot from each cannon is enough. 4 rounds of 203 plus 24 rounds of 152, the small village of Kyriev will probably be turned upside down. Pavlov immediately picked up the phone and started giving orders. At this time Nelly came in pushing the dining cart, it's time to eat. All the staff officers, handymen, and clerks in the room turned to look at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, eat. The next moment, the entire headquarters rushed over like pigs rushing to the food trough and lined up in a long queue in front of Nelly's dining car. Vasily, it smells like calcio soup. Were the cows killed on the ranch? Nelly, in order to boost morale, the factory director killed 8 cows and said that instead of being robbed by the Prassens, we should eat them ourselves. Oh, beef bisque. The staff members were all excited. The sausages produced by the church meat factory are also good, but I still prefer beef. Wang Zhong also had a great appetite after smelling the fragrance. He was about to compete with his subordinates for food when the phone rang. He could only turn his head to answer the phone. Hello? This is Rokosov, what's wrong? This is the 153rd Highland Artillery Observation Post. We saw tanks approaching us on the plain to the north. Wang Zhong frowned. Pavlov immediately said, get in position, there's a situation. The young people who were crowded in front of Nelly's car just now returned to their seats with a crash. Wang Zhong, be patient. Have you seen clearly which side of the tank is on it? The one with sloping armor is ours. The enemy's tank is relatively square. The light is not very good now, and the distance is too far, so we can't see clearly. The artillery observation station replied. Wang Zhong held down the microphone and exchanged opinions with others. 153 said they saw tanks in the north. But just now the cavalry reconnaissance team reported that the enemy's armored lead arrived in Kyriev. Popov, could it be the collapsed troops of the 5th, 6th, or 11th Tank Corps? Vasily said, shall I call on the frequency of our armored forces? Okay. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, another phone rang. Pavlov picked up, I'm Pavlov. What? Don't shoot yet. After speaking, Pavlov covered the microphone and looked at Wang Zhong. The anti-tank gun positions also saw these tanks and asked if they wanted to fire. Yegorov, fire a flare and you might be able to see clearly. Let the infantry units fight and don't expose the anti-tank gun positions. Ken. After Wang Zhong nodded, Pavlov immediately ordered the anti-tank gun position, stay steady and stay hidden. Wait for orders. Then he pressed the hang-up button on the phone several times. Operator, pick up the 3rd Infantry Battalion. At this time Vasily shouted, I called them. Wang Zhong hurriedly leaned over, what do you say? Vasily, our teacher is telling you. After speaking, he handed both the earphones and microphone to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong imitated the posture in the movie, holding an earphone in one hand and pressing it on one ear, and holding a microphone in the other hand. I am Major General Rokosov of the 151st Division. Reporting to your unit, we almost opened fire on you. The other side was shocked. Rokosov? Is that the White Horse General Rokosov? Wang Zhong's first thought was, he was not General Rokosov. That was acceptable. Wang Zhong, it's me. Which part are you in? We are the 13th Armored Battalion of the 5th Tank Corps. Our organization remains relatively intact and we have sufficient ammunition. We can still fight. Wang Zhong, what kind of tanks are you equipped with? T-26, we have 30 intact T-26s. Wang Zhong thought to himself, he really couldn't escape the fate of using all the junk equipment from the early days of the war, but he couldn't complain much about the current situation. This light tank still has a 45mm cannon and 2 machine guns. If used properly, it can effectively kill enemy infantry. Wang Zhong, if you go south, you should be able to see a high ground. We will have the infantry light flares to direct you, and have the infantry lead you through minefields and anti-tank obstacle areas. You are welcome to join. Pavlov immediately converted what Wang Zhong had just promised into an order to the infantry battalion and issued it over the phone. At this moment, when the time reached 2100 hours, a roar like rolling thunder came from the direction of the artillery position. Wang Zhong, don't be afraid, we are attacking the enemy's vanguard. The other person was silent for a second before he gritted his teeth and responded, okay. Hit me hard. Update completed, see you in the evening. Chapter 126 Interrogation of Prisoners of War. 20 minutes later, 30 T-26 vehicles drove into the city and drove all the way to the front of Wang Zhong's division headquarters. The main thing is that Mr. Boyle's yard is big, and everything can be parked. The leader was a platoon leader's car with a long radio antenna. As soon as the car stopped, the tank soldier major, who was 5 big and 3 thick, got out of the small tank with difficulty, jumped to the ground and ran towards Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong saw that the other party seemed to be shaking hands, so he extended his hand. The other party didn't think twice about it. He took Wang Zhong's hand and shook it wildly for a few times before he felt something was wrong. Then he stood at attention and saluted. After returning the gift, Wang Zhong said, "Thank you for your hard work. Where are the other units of the tank army?" The major's mood suddenly dropped. "It's all gone. We have the cover of the destroyer aircraft. We originally thought we wouldn't have to worry about the enemy air force this time, but we didn't expect that the armored troops we encountered this time were so fierce. The enemy we encountered head-on was mainly equipped with Type 38 tanks. Logically speaking, we should be able to touch them. It is easy for our main gun to penetrate such tanks. The result of the battle was far beyond our expectations. We usually can achieve effective hits at 300 meters, but the enemy can hit us at 700 meters. Don't look at it, it's only 400 meters away. This is the difference between life and death." Pavlov, who was beside him, comforted him. "The enemy's sights are more advanced than ours and their training is better. I don't blame you. Wang Zhong, where did you encounter the troops equipped with Type 38 tanks? What did the identification marks on their vehicles look like?" You can tell which division it is by looking at the logo, and Wang Zhong is very familiar with the war history of the Earth and can completely judge the enemy's strength composition based on the division number. "Major, we are in. Do you have a map?" Wang Zhong made an inviting gesture, "Come in." Then he and Pavlov led the major into the headquarters. The other members of the 5th Tank Corps stayed outside with the tanks, staring at the soldiers in the division headquarters guard battalion. At this time Neely came out. "You guys are hungry, come and eat." As she spoke, Nelly began to greet the girls from the field cooking team, and came over carrying buckets of thick soup on poles. The fragrant soup immediately attracted the tank crews. "This calcio soup is actually made with real beef. It's great, I can eat 3 big bowls." Soon, all the tankers were given thick soup, and each of them had a large piece of meat in the soup. After a younger tank crew member took a few sips, he suddenly had an emotional breakdown and began to choke. His commander immediately cursed, "Why are you crying? The brothers and troops are watching. It is a total embarrassment to our 5th Tank Army." As a result, the commander's scolding made the little tank driver cry even more sadly. "You guy." Popov suddenly appeared and took the commander's raised hand. "Okay, he just experienced such a fiasco and had to tense his nerves all the time. He must be suffocated. He can drink some delicious soup and relax. Understand? But, Lord Bishop, this will affect the morale of the army." Popov, "No, everyone is afraid and timid, so they have to hold on. It's a good thing to cry and release it. This way he will be braver later." The little tanker nodded repeatedly. "Popov, hurry up and drink the soup, it won't taste good when it gets cold." The tanker bowed his head obediently and drank the soup. In the headquarters, Wang Zhong was speechless. "It seems that the far left side of our front, no, the far west side, should be a miscellaneous division equipped with Type 38 and a considerable number of No. 2 tanks. Whether it is the No. 2 tank or the Type 38 tank, it has fallen behind at this time. These backward tanks can be dealt with by 45mm anti-tank guns and PTRD-41 anti-tank guns. Of course, you can also use T-26 to deal with it. However, dealing with T-26 requires careful tactics." Wang Zhong turned his attention from the battlefield situation map on the wall to the terrain map near Aolikai on the map table, and began to think about how to use T-26 tanks to deal with the enemy's miscellaneous armored units that he might encounter, so as to reduce the number of powerful units such as T-34. Loss. At this time Nelly came in and brought a bowl of thick soup to the major. "Let's eat." The major's stomach immediately let out a heart-wrenching cry. Outside, the remnants of the 5th Tank Corps were eating hot soup and nibbling leba, and a dozen war horses trotted into the headquarters yard. The leading captain rider was a little confused when he saw so many T-26s. At this time, the T-26 tank crew saw the man carried on the knight's saddle. He brought a prasen. Mom, kill that bastard. I guess it's still a black military uniform. It's a Prosan armored soldier. It must be. Kill him. Upon seeing this, the cavalry captain hurriedly shouted, "Don't do it. This is the prisoner we finally captured. The general is going to interrogate him. We sacrificed 2 people to capture him." Only then did everyone realize that the saddles of 2 horses in this cavalry team were empty. The tank crews who had been so excited just now fell silent. Lieutenant Naprosin looked shocked, looking at the people around him with fearful eyes. A tanker discovered this and shouted, "It's strange, aren't they a superior race? Why are they so afraid of us? Yes. Look at how bad he is." The captain turned over and dismounted, took the prisoner off the saddle and placed him on the ground. He asked the prisoner to stand upright, and then he and his subordinates carried him left and right into the headquarters. When I entered the door, I happened to meet the major of the 5th Army coming out of the headquarters. The major was startled, but immediately realized that this was a prisoner, so he spit on the prisoner's face and cursed, "Bitch." The prisoners were just carried into the division headquarters. As soon as he entered the map room, the captain saluted General Rokosov. "General Rokosov. We captured the captain of the enemy's armored reconnaissance team. We seized his briefcase and map bag." Wang Zhong was overjoyed and immediately came over to check on the prisoner. He found that the prisoner's collar badge was different from that of ordinary Plusen soldiers. Generally, the collar badges of Prosen soldiers look very simple, without any bells and whistles, highlighting practicality and functionality. This prisoner's collar badge is well made and quite gorgeously designed. It shows Zeus holding a throwing spear made of thunder and lightning, glaring down. Wang Zhong vaguely remembered that the gun made of thunder and lightning was called the Sky Spear Kongneus. Wang Zhong frowned. There was a notorious army on Earth. Their collar badge was 2 lightning bolts. He didn't know what impact the reduction of 1 lightning bolt would have on the combat effectiveness of the army. Wang Zhong called to Vasily, "Come here and be an interpreter." "Okay." Vasily immediately put down his headphones and ran over in a hurry. "You can ask, I will translate it 100% perfectly." "Wang Zhong, which army are you from?" In fact, Wang Zhong was a little worried that the prisoner would show his willingness to die rather than surrender. Unexpectedly, the prisoner started chatting directly, "Captain of the Armored Reconnaissance Battalion of the Asgard Knights Emperor Armored Division." Wang Zhong looked at him in surprise, "Can you say it directly?" After Vasily translated, the prisoner showed a contemptuous smile, "Why not? Anyway, tomorrow you will be wiped out by the Emperor Division, and not even the scum will be left. We will win the war soon, soon. Next spring, we will be free to choose the plot of our choice in the vast fields." "Wang Zhong, next spring? I thought you would say you want to win the war before Christmas." The others were shocked at his words and looked at Wang Zhong together. The judge who was responsible for supervising the code book next door even cast a sharp look at Wang Zhong. Vasily could tell that Wang Zhong was sarcastic, and he almost couldn't hold back his smile while translating. I don't know how he translated it, but the prisoner's eyes widened and he yelled a few words. "Vasily," he said, "even we wouldn't be so optimistic." "Wang Zhong, you are all already so optimistic, it doesn't hurt to be a little more optimistic. As for me, I think the war will last at least 4 years, and in 4 years we will march into your ruined capital." Vasily proudly translated Wang Zhong's declaration to the Prosen captives. The Prosen people laughed loudly and said, "The process of Vasily's translation will not be shown here. You just rely on those backward T-26s in the yard? I'm afraid you don't know that even your latest Special 34 will easily destroyed by our 88mm anti-aircraft gun." "Wang Zhong, I don't believe it." "Prisoner, humph. Our division was attacked by more than 200 T-34s from your 6th Tank Corps today, but none of them came close enough to discover our anti-aircraft gun positions. Our technology has surpassed your imagination. No, it's just an anti-aircraft gun with a high muzzle velocity. Although its performance is excellent, it's just an anti-aircraft gun after all. Don't exaggerate too much." "Wang Zhong, humph, I don't believe it." The prisoner became anxious at that time. "Then you just wait to be crushed by the tracks." "Wang Zhong, then, when will they crush us?" "Of course tomorrow morning. Our division will spend the whole morning occupying the city and destroying your backward T-26 tanks. Kill all your infantry." "Wang Zhong, tomorrow morning, have you revealed your military secrets?" The prisoner smiled contemptuously. "What does it matter? Even if the specific time of the attack is leaked, you can't stop our offensive. You have never been able to stop our offensive." "Wang Zhong, really? Then you have to live a good life and see how we beat up that one of yours. What is it called? Asgard Knights? Asgard Knights Emperor Armored Division." "Prisoner, huh, primitive people who don't know the heights of the sky." Chapter 127 Look, Al. Jules 914, At 0100 hours on August 3, the headquarters of the Amphora Armored Division of the Asgardian Knights of the Prasen Army. The division commander, Major General William Dietrich, carefully looked at the embarrassed-looking corporal of the Armored Reconnaissance Battalion and asked, "What happened to the gunfire just now?" "Corporal, at that time, we entered the village of Kyriev and were preparing to spend the night there. The company commander discovered that a sentry was missing and was looking for someone. Suddenly the artillery fire came, fast and hard. Then before we knew it, we heard the sound of horse hooves." "The sound of horse hooves?" Major General William Dietrich repeated in surprise. "Yes, the sound of horse hooves. The cavalry rushed over, shooting at us with submachine guns and semi-automatic pistols, and throwing grenades and Molotov cocktails. We were blinded. The platoon leader planned to rush to number 2 and use a machine gun to counterattack, but the tank ate a Molotov cocktail and was destroyed. In the end, I jumped on the motorcycle and ran back on the motorcycle." William Dietrich nodded. "It's not your fault. It's a good thing you came back. At least you let us know what happened to the reconnaissance force. Did you hear the enemy's number?" "I don't understand Antes," the corporal said, "but I think the enemy's uniforms don't look like the separate cavalry corps mentioned in the identification manual, without that cape." "Okay, is there anything else you want to report?" "I can't go to eat anymore." The corporal saluted William Dietrich and turned away from the armored command vehicle. Wilhelm Dietrich came to the map table and drew a circle on the village of Kyriev with a pencil. "The enemy's artillery is somewhere that can hit here. Where will it be?" "Chief of Staff, where else?" "Aolikai. Guarding an important highway, and there are woods next to it, this should be the most suitable place for defense in this entire area. Tomorrow we can move forward and expand here," the Chief of Staff said, picking up the drafting compass and using the pencil end to draw a line on the map. Major General Dietrich nodded and said, "We will set off early tomorrow morning, with the reconnaissance battalion taking the lead, followed directly by the main 1st Armored Battalion. After the movement is in place, the Armored Reconnaissance Battalion will move forward, and the 1st Battalion will deploy into an impact formation." "Reasonable. The Anders will hide in strong strongholds near the city, just like before," the Chief of Staff replied. "In addition, our division has the authority to directly command the 117th Air Force Air Reconnaissance Group. We can ask for a reconnaissance aircraft. The FW-189 is very reliable for low-altitude reconnaissance along the road." "Yeah, no problem." Dietrich nodded. Jules 914, August 3, 0410 hours. Wang Zhong rode busy Phallus to the first ambush position. Grigory followed him, holding a red flag. Seeing the red flag, many soldiers were very excited and walked out of the bunker. "General, can we defeat the enemy today?" "Yes." Wang Zhong said firmly, "Today we will destroy them ruthlessly." Popov, who came with Wang Zhong, shouted, "Go back to our bunker. Hidden well. Today's competition is about patience. As long as you are more patient than the enemy, you can win." While talking, Wang Zhong came to the bunker where his car number 422 was. Number 422 stopped at the bottom of the bunker, which was covered with camouflage netting. Even the radio antenna with the red flag was blocked by the bunker. After a while, as long as the vehicle is reversed, the turret of number 422 will be exposed from the ground, and the red flag will be revealed. The enemy will be surprised. A battalion of the 31st Guards Regiment was hiding in a W-shaped trench in front of the ambush position. They would be responsible for blocking the enemy infantry and releasing smoke cover when the tanks and anti-tank guns were about to withdraw from their positions. On the side of the tank ambush position, there is a 4-gun anti-tank gun battery hidden. Its mission is to hit the enemy's flank when the enemy tank wants to rush up for a close-range melee. Wang Zhong asked his gunner Alexander, "How is the condition of the tank?" "Great," replied Bilyakov, the driver. "It has never been in better shape." Wang Zhong, "Then I'll go check on the conditions of other crews." Wang Zhong not only dug tank bunkers this time, but also assigned a focus area to each vehicle according to the Soviet tactical manual from the Earth's Cold War era, that is, the area they designated to focus on monitoring. This is very important for the T-34, which lacks battlefield situational awareness. It only looks at a specific area and will not use the gun scope to find people. Wang Zhong seriously suspected that the reason why the Soviet army in the Cold War era was like this was because they were deceived by garbage vision during the war. After walking around the ambush position and checking the status of each vehicle, Wang Zhong rode busy Faras to the forefront of the entire position. The commander of the 1st Battalion of the 31st Regiment took the initiative to leave his bunker and come forward. "General, we are ready." "Wang Zhong, relax, the first battle will be a pleasant ambush. Ideally, the enemy will be targeted by us in a marching formation." "Battalion commander, that's great." Wang Zhong continued, Your mission is to lead the troops to seize the enemy's equipment after the ambush is over, and to ensure that every tank is destroyed. Then, you can also plant some booby traps modified from grenades. The battalion commander smiled, that kind of corpse booby trap. I feel very happy when I think that more pros and Japs will be killed by this kind of thing. Wang Zhong also laughed, ha ha ha, no. These damn invaders will have to deal with them all sooner or later. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly heard the sound of an engine in the sky. He quickly got off his horse and took busy Varas to hide under a nearby tree. Gregory also put the red flag on the ground and covered it with fallen leaves. In an instant, all figures in the bush disappeared. A FW-189 flew across the sky. Fox, the lieutenant pilot of the 117th Reconnaissance Aircraft Group of the Prasen Air Force, flew the reconnaissance aircraft along the rough roads of the Ant people. The captain intelligence officer in the back seat kept looking at the ground with a telescope. Very good, there is nothing. At this time, a question came over the radio, Owl, have you found anything? Wild Wolf, everything is normal. No trace of the enemy has been found. The captain's intelligence officer paused. Repeat, no trace of the enemy has been found. We are close to Aolakai, and we still haven't seen the enemy. There was silence on the radio for 5 seconds before the next message came, continue the investigation, the Wild Wolf is over. The wolf is over. Vasily finished the translation and looked back at Pavlov. I think the wolf may be a ground force and the owl may be a reconnaissance aircraft. Pavlov, your reasoning is really brilliant. At this time, the phone rang, and Pavlov picked up the phone. This is Pavlov, speaking. Huh? Have you notified the Aero Company? Okay, continue to monitor, Brother Peter. Over. Pavlov hung up the phone and looked at Vasily. This owl seems to be an FW-189 reconnaissance aircraft. It will be killed by the Aero Company soon. As for the wild wolf. Pavlov walked to the table, looked at the map he had found from the officer of the Prasen Reconnaissance Battalion who was captured yesterday, pointed to the coat of arms with symbols on the map and said, I asked the old scholars in the city. This rune is called Wolf's Hook, and Wild Wolf should be the radio call sign of this division. Now everything is connected. What we are facing is not the miscellaneous armored division that wiped out the 5th Tank Army, but the elite Asgard Knights that have just been put in. The division commander should be informed of this. Wang Zhong held the receiver. You said we are facing the Knights. Yeah, better be careful. Wang Zhong touched his chin and asked, yesterday's prisoner, is he okay? He didn't show any supernatural signs, right? For example, his eyes suddenly became red, or he had a desire to suck blood, or he turned into a werewolf under the moon. No, why do you ask this? Nothing. In fact, Wang Zhong was a little worried that the enemy would suddenly show up with some unscientific stuff. After all, there were magic arrows, a choir, and human radar here. So it's normal for Santoku to have a vampire in the opposite world, right? If the enemy suddenly starts singing devil's stockings and his eyes glow red, then the only choice is to let the clergyman Popov go. But for now, it seems that the enemies are still humans, at most humans with fanatical beliefs. Pavlov, there is nothing additional to report. The enemy's reconnaissance plane has been shot down by divine arrows. It was your fiancée who did it? Wang Zhong smiled and said, she is already familiar with the road. Ludmila, the nemesis of the Prasen reconnaissance aircraft. The FW-189 reconnaissance aircraft is nicknamed Owl, so Ludmila should be called Owl Hunter, Owl Terminator. Just as Wang Zhong hung up the phone, another phone rang. The telephones in this kind of frontline communication bunker are all dedicated lines, and they are connected directly one-to-one without going through an operator. The phone ringing now is connected to the observation whistle at the front. So when Wang Zhong heard the phone ringing, he directly ordered, get ready to fight, the enemy is coming. After that, he picked up the phone, and sure enough, the other party lowered his voice and said, the enemy passed through the hidden sentry, the enemy passed through the hidden sentry. There was no abnormality in the marching formation. I understand, you can find an opportunity to evacuate. The mission of the secret sentry is to provide early warning. Once the mission is completed, you can escape. When Wang Zhong put down the receiver, the walls of the bunker began to tremble. The enemy is approaching. Wang Zhong rushed out of the bunker and ran towards his car. Bucephalus wanted to follow, but he yelled, don't go, stay behind. Bama shook his head and did not follow. As soon as Wang Zhong climbed into the tank, the enemy appeared. The enemy was led by a 3-wheeled motorcycle and 2-wheeled reconnaissance vehicles, followed by a long column of tanks. There are no tanks like the number 1 and number 2 used to replenish numbers. They are all the No 3G type. The biggest difference between Type G and the early types that Wang Zhong had dealt with before was the increased weight. By Type G, the Panzer III was already a true medium tank in the 20-ton class. The most intuitive effect of the increase in tonnage is to enhance protection. In addition, the G-type also has a dedicated commander's command tower, which further increases the situational awareness. Seeing the command tower, Wang Zhong was filled with envy. After all the tanks on his side were deaf and blind. The enemy's leading tank passed a tree painted with white paint, which was a sign that the enemy had completely entered the ambush zone. Wang Zhong, every vehicle enters the shooting position. The order was issued via radio, and then the commander of each platoon leader's vehicle verbally conveyed the instructions to the waiting orderly soldier. Finally, the orderer will run to each bunker through the communication trench to give the order to the tank crew. No radio is like this, it's just more troublesome. The entire ambush position was filled with the roar of engines. Wang Zhong's number 422 had already begun to reverse, so he looked like he was growing out of the ground on the turret. The field of vision became clearer, and Wang Zhong clearly saw that the enemy's commander had also heard the sound of the engine and was looking this way in confusion. At this time, the gunner Alexander opened fire. It was obvious that the tank had not stopped yet. The armor-piercing round hit the lead enemy tank from the side, setting its engine on fire. The burning Prasen tank soldier got out of the tank and rolled on the ground. The northernmost tank in the ambush position also opened fire, accurately hitting the enemy's rear tank. Now the entire tank battalion's 44 Panzer III tanks and 19 Panzer IV tanks were all blocked on the road. The 30 T-34 vehicles in Wang Zhong's hands opened fire wildly, and armor-piercing bullets continued to shoot through the woods towards the enemy. The machine gun of the 1st Battalion of the 31st Regiment also fired, mowing down the enemy's accompanying infantrymen like mowing grass. The enemy began to release smoke and reverse to the west of the road in an attempt to escape. So they exposed the side to the 45mm anti-tank guns hidden on the flanks of the ambush position. 4 anti-tank guns fired wildly. The enemy releases more smoke. But the smoke had no effect on Wang Zhong, who was looking down from a bird's-eye view. He clearly saw the enemy's remaining 18 tanks retreating backwards, completely losing their will to fight. The first ambush completely destroyed an enemy tank battalion. The enemy left 45 wreckage tanks alone. Wang Zhong couldn't help laughing. This is indeed another famous tactic of the 1st Space-Time Guards Tank Brigade. It's so easy to use. Chapter 128 The beginning of a strange tradition, 12,000 monthly votes plus more updates. Wang Zhong was sure that the enemy had retreated, so he shouted into the radio, "Cease fire! Cease fire! Save shells!" While shouting, he picked up the branch that had fallen off the top of the turret due to the cannon fire and threw it to the messenger next to him, who was focusing all his attention on the enemy. The messenger shuddered after being hit, and turned his head to look at Wang Zhong blankly. "Boss Wang, cease fire! Let all the tanks cease fire!" Oh! The messenger then ran along the communication trench. It took 2 minutes for the 30 T-34s to completely cease fire. I don't know what the group of people were fighting after the enemy's smoke covered them. Wang Zhong continued to tell the messenger, "Order the infantry battalion to advance. It depends on the rank of the prisoners. Capture prisoners above the rank of captain, especially those with staff armbands, adjutant ribbons, briefcases, and map bags. Messenger, what about prisoners below the rank of captain?" Wang Zhong's first reaction was, "The enemy fought bravely and no one surrendered. We must commemorate the enemy's fighting spirit and erect a monument for them." "Yes." The messenger turned and ran. "Wait a minute." Wang Zhong called him. "If you want to keep the enemy's officers, it will have a bad impact in the future. And I forgot who said that if you don't keep the prisoners, you will fight to the death when you encounter the enemies of your troops in the counter-attack stage in the future." After a second of silence, Wang Zhong changed his words, "The order about prisoners just now does not count. For enemies below the rank of captain, injure their arms and ensure that they cannot be put into battle within 3 months. Then let them go in the direction of the enemy." The messenger nodded and turned away. Although the prisoners were not to be slaughtered, the 151st Division was in a state where they certainly had no time to care for the prisoners. It would be better to use the prisoners to give the enemy wrong information. "Wang Zhong, order all tanks to rev their engines, and make the engines louder." Then the entire ambush position was filled with a deafening roar, as if a tank army was advancing. Filipov led his platoon to the road full of tank and vehicle wreckage. Yes, Filipov had been promoted to platoon leader, but this was not an exceptional promotion. After all, as military academy students, they were originally warrant officer platoon leaders when they graduated, and now they were considered to be on duty in advance. Except for the squad leaders of each class, all the others in Filipov's group were new recruits. 7 or 8 of them had fallen behind during the march before. I wonder if they would do anything weird when they saw the dead enemy for the first time. This made Filipov nervous. After carefully approaching the road with the whole platoon, Filipov ordered, "Disperse, don't crowd together. Have you forgotten what I said during training? Crowding together is more likely to kill, and machine guns like to attack people who gather together the most. If you act alone, the machine guns will be reluctant to spray you with water. In fact, Filipov still said the concept of the ant army. The ant army's ammunition has always been insufficient and needs to be saved. If it were a certain army, even if the enemy had only one person, the whole platoon would pour out firepower, and machine guns and rifles would be used together. After watching his recruits disperse, Filipov took the lead on the road. The bodies of the Prosan army were everywhere, and some of the tanks parked on the road were still smoking. The cavalry who delivered the order ran along the road. The general ordered that officers above the rank of captain be captured as prisoners, and those with lower ranks should be wounded in the arms and let them run back. If there are wounded enemy soldiers, let them carry them back by themselves. Filipov, you heard it? Semyon, take your squad to check the tank. Don't look inside. Just open the hatch and throw grenades in. The sergeant named Semyon immediately led his squad to rush to the tank. Filipov was still shouting, take down the enemy's weapons first. The enemy's grenades are very well made and more effective than ours. And their submachine guns are good things. You see, I won't change them. They complement Tokarev perfectly. Filipov also specially adjusted the position of the MP submachine gun hanging on his shoulder and put it in a place suitable for pulling up and shooting. At this time, another veteran who had experienced the Battle of Ltov shouted to Filipov, Filipov, the uniforms of these people are not the same. Are they the guards of Emperor Prosen? It's possible. Filipov said, pulling his rain cape, which was the symbol of the guards' infantry on Ant's side. At this time, Sergeant Semyon, who was responsible for checking the tank, shouted, throw the grenade. Don't be scared. As soon as the voice fell, there was a muffled sound, and a puff of smoke came out of the hatch of the enemy tank number 235. Sergeant Semyon jumped out of the car and ran to the next one with his men. At this time, Filipov saw his new recruit Alexei standing in front of the enemy's corpse, looking like he was feeling life. He went up and asked, Alyosha, what are you thinking about? Platoon leader. Nothing, I just wonder, is war such a simple and comfortable thing? Filipov, we thought so when we just repelled the enemy's first wave of attack in Ltov. At that time, the general's precise artillery bombardment completely collapsed the enemy. We thought we could attack Prozhenia tomorrow. Alexei, what happened next? Later, half of us could not see the sun the next day. Filipov said, or, it turned into the colors on the general's flag. Alexei opened his mouth wide, like a goldfish starved of oxygen. Not far away, Sergeant Semyon shouted, throw a grenade, don't. Suddenly, a Prosan tank soldier poked his head out of the tank and knocked down the recruit who was about to throw a grenade into the hatch with his submachine gun. The grenade fell directly at the feet of Sergeant Semyon. He could only curse sucka before he was thrown to the ground and his broken leg flew up high. The Prosan tank driver held a submachine gun on the turret and fired at the nearest Semyon squad, knocking down 3 recruits at once. The new recruits in Filipov's platoon were stunned, and the veterans were already lying down. Filipov himself half knelt, holding up his submachine gun. Soon after, Alexei opened fire. Tokarev's semi-automatic first shot missed, hitting the edge of the turret and causing a string of sparks. The enemy tank crew immediately turned his gun, and then Tokarev's second shot came and penetrated his shoulder. Alexei shouted, firing continuously, emptying Tokarev's magazine. In fact, the next few shots were all missed and hit the tree behind the tank. The dead enemy slides directly into the tank under the influence of gravity. Alexei was still shouting, pulling the trigger as hard as he could, regardless of the fact that there was no bullet to fire him. Filipov took out the grenade, pulled the string and threw it in one go. The little flying stick dragging the butt of the cigarette fell into the hatch of the tank. There was a muffled sound and the tank stopped moving. Alexei fell to his knees and slumped sideways. Filipov thought he had been shot and hurried over to check the situation. Where are you injured? Are you okay? After a cursory inspection, Filipov found that the guy had not been shot, which was very good. But he fell to the ground like a wilted eggplant. Filipov ignored him and ran to Semyon's squad. Medic. Medic. Nurse. Coming, coming. A female nurse in military uniform rushed over, touched Sergeant Semyon's neck, shook her head, and turned to the next one. After handing the wounded over to the nurse, Filipov returned to Alexei and found him clutching his stomach in pain. What's wrong with you, Private? Filipov asked. My stomach is cramping, I can't feel my legs, am I going to die? Filipov grabbed Alexei's shoulders and pulled him up. No. You're fine. You're just too nervous. Stand up. However, it was of no use. The new recruit Alexei fell on Filipov like a puddle of mud, and he spoke with a cry, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Filipov tried to persuade him a few more times, but he had no choice but to shout, Priest. Where is the priest? The priests handle this situation professionally, and they are the right ones to call. But Filipov shouted for a long time without responding. At this time, he suddenly had an idea. He threw the new recruit Alexei away, the latter collapsed to the ground, like a puddle of mud. Filipov rushed to the enemy tank, climbed in, pulled out the tank crewman who had just caught everyone off guard with a submachine gun, and dragged him all the way to the new recruit Alexei. Then Filipov pulled up the recruit again and forced him to look at the tanker. See clearly, this is the enemy you defeated. Recruit Alexei stopped wailing and stared at the enemy. Did I defeat him? Filipov, now, as the platoon leader, I order you to pee on his pants. Recruit Alexei was stunned. What? Why? I'll tell you why. Filipov spoke while quietly reducing his support for the new recruit Alexei. Our division commander, Major General Rokosov, is very brave, right? If you don't know how brave he is, just ask the people in the tank army, ask the old guys from the 23rd Tank Army, they will tell you that because there are only 2 people in the BT tank turret, the general stands directly outside the vehicle when commanding them, commanding while braving the hail of bullets. Rooftop machine guns massacre the prosens. Recruit Alexei showed a longing expression. I've heard of it. But this and makes me pee. Do you know what kind of person he is? Ask the veterans of the former 3rd Rear Amur Regiment. They all know it. Before the war started, the general was a coward, and no one wanted to follow him to the front line. Then the war started, the general was so frightened that he lost his temper as soon as Proson's tank shot over. The new recruit Alexei was even more surprised. I know, but doesn't this prevent him from being a brave and fearless general now? Don't you understand? Filipov said, with that pee, the general pissed away his timid self in the past. This is called knowing one's shame and then becoming brave. You are also a coward now, but you killed one enemy. Just be like the general. Filipov pointed at the enemy, pee. In his pants. What are you hesitating about? You were about to pee your own pants just now, weren't you? Recruit Alexei squeezed out one word, yes. Then why are you hesitating? Recruit Alexei gritted his teeth and struck the enemy. After he finished, Filipov pulled away and asked, do you still have a stomachache now? Eh? This. Filipov, look at your feet. Are they still soft? It's true. I feel really brave. The others looked at each other. Wait a minute, I remembered, someone shouted, I killed this enemy. He is mine. Pull you down. This was obviously shot by a machine gun. How can your Tokarev hit such a big eye? I think this thing here was caused by my urine. It was shot by me. I want to kill him. Then let me do this. At this time, the company's priest finally came, and frowned at the scene in front of him. Wait a minute. What are you doing? He covered his nose when he spoke because it was so naughty. Filipov, we are performing a ceremony to embolden new recruits. The priest looked at the enemy's corpse and understood. Priest, you, collect the weapons first and then pee. Who will use these dirty weapons now? Whoever peed collected them, cleaned them, and used them. Do you understand? Get moving now. That night, the chaplain of the 1st Company, 1st Battalion, 31st Guards Regiment wrote in his diary, I originally thought that the rumors about the general's dark history would weaken the cohesion of our unit, but now it seems that I was completely unreasonable. In fact, these dark history has a wonderful way of crossing out bullshit that enhances the general's prestige, which is well worth studying in depth. I promise this is the last diaper gag, seriously. Chapter 129 The Enemy Situation Report obtained by the Prosen Army, additional update from the lead. At this time, Wang Zhong was using plugins to pay attention to the enemies who had been let go. When the last enemy left the field of vision, Wang Zhong immediately ordered, exit the tank bunker and maneuver towards the number 2 ambush position. Tank number 422 immediately reversed out of the bunker, then turned on the spot and drove south along the road pressed by the tank's tracks. Wang Zhong shouted to the messenger, go and notify the infantry battalion and act according to the original plan. The original plan was to clear the battlefield and set up booby traps, and then the whole battalion would retreat to the cover trench at the number 2 ambush position. Wang Zhong has seen how much the T-34 needs infantry cover, so he will never let the tanks and infantry disconnect. If the distance is far, the infantry can ride on the tank and follow the maneuver, but the 2 ambush positions number 1 and 2 are not far apart, and it only takes 20 minutes for the infantry to walk there at normal speed. Car number 422 drove past the bunkers of other cars, and most of the tank crews brought out from Lukta followed. However, some of the newly added tank crews behind were immersed in the great joy brought by the successful battle, and did not see the battalion command vehicle. Number 422 had already withdrawn. Wang Zhong had already arranged for this. There were infantrymen next to each tank. He went up to lift the cover of the tank and tell them. Soon 30 T-34 tanks withdrew from the position and drove to the second ambush position along the simple road that had been repaired long ago. After the tanks withdrew, the gunners of the anti-tank gun company also drove their horses and dragged the cannon away from the gun position. Grigory held the red flag and led Buzyvaras to mix with the artillery team. At the same time that the 151st Division withdrew from its position, 20 kilometers away from the ambush site, Major General William Dietrich frowned on the mobile armored command vehicle of the Ampula Division of the Asgard Knights of the Prussian Army. 18 cars came back. Major General William came to the deputy commander of the 1st Armored Battalion and raised his hand to slap him, but he stopped. The battalion commander has died or disappeared, so I won't punish you. The division chief of staff said, this is not the fault of the soldiers. We have clearly sent an Air Force reconnaissance plane to conduct low-altitude reconnaissance. It was the reconnaissance plane that told us everything was normal. It is the reconnaissance plane's responsibility. Major General William glared at the chief of staff. What is the difference between blaming the Air Force for this and blaming the enemy for being too cunning? No, there is no difference. This is caused by our lack of caution. I should send out enough forward reconnaissance teams. Even if I have to blame the Air Force, it's because I trust the Air Force too much. We all know they are unreliable. Others in the car did not dare to speak, waiting for Major General William to summarize himself. At this time, a messenger ran in. Report. The wounded soldiers of the 1st Armored Battalion are back. William was shocked. Wounded soldiers? Yes, the wounded soldier said that the ants only captured officers with the rank of captain and above, and for the others they just shot and wounded their arms and let them go. William cursed, these ant people are so cunning. This way, these wounded soldiers will not be able to go to the battlefield, and it will also drag down our medical system and occupy our supply capacity. But he immediately thought about it and said, bring the wounded soldier with the highest rank, and let me hear what he has to say. The messenger immediately turned and left. The chief of staff took a step forward and said, what these people brought back may be news deliberately spread by the enemy, so be careful. I know. Major General William sighed to express his dissatisfaction. At this time, the messenger came back with 2 wounded soldiers. One was a lieutenant, flying at a low altitude according to the standard of catching prisoners by the ants, and the other was a sergeant major, wearing a senior exempt soldier mark. This showed that he was not need to participate in general service work, is the backbone of the army veterans. Major General William first asked the lieutenant, do you understand antes? Lieutenant, I don't understand. Major General, that's right. What information did you get from the enemy using your observation skills? The number of enemy tanks was very large and they were hidden in the woods. We encountered side fire from enemy tanks, but we could only see the flames and smoke of the cannons, not the enemy tanks. Major General, how can you be sure that there are many enemy tanks when you can't see them? The enemy's artillery fire was very dense, and there was always a huge roar of engines. Our battalion was destroyed almost instantly, with only about 3 rounds of volley fire at most. And I saw many artillery shells flying away, and the Anders cannon, the technique is as bad as ever. So I think the enemy has at least 60 tanks hidden in the woods to attack us. In fact, this is a wrong perception. In fact, the shooting of the 151st Division was very accurate this time, relatively speaking. In fact, it only took an average of 2 armor-piercing rounds to destroy a Prussian tank. But if you stand in the queue and look forward and backward, due to the perspective problem, it will give people the illusion that many shells are flying. The lieutenant did not realize this, so he judged firmly. Major General William wrote 60 with a pencil on the map and put a question mark next to it. What else? He asked. Lieutenant, the enemy infantry has guards' cloaks and is very well equipped. They are all semi-automatic Tokarev rifles. They also have a large number of captured MP submachine guns from us, and they have enough magazines. Battle-experienced elite infantry. Major General William wrote down this line on the map again. Continue. The lieutenant shook his head. No more. I always wanted to wait a little longer to see their tanks appear. But the tank group has been hiding in the woods and has no intention of showing up. At this time, the senior sergeant major spoke. The enemy is performing a voodoo ritual. Everyone looked at the sergeant major. The staff officer took out an identification book and opened it in front of the sergeant major. Which voodoo ritual is it? The sergeant major quickly flipped through the book, but still shook his head. It's not there. This kind of ritual seems to require insulting the enemy's corpse. After the ritual was completed, the person who performed the ritual howled like a barbarian. Chief of Staff, according to the Imperial Propaganda Minister, the ants are barbarians. The sergeant major was embarrassed. Let me think about it. Yes, a howl like a Viking war cry. In fact, no, it was just the sergeant major's subjective consciousness that distorted his memory. Viking war cry. Major General William wrote the words Viking war cry on the paper and put 3 question marks. I thought the Vikings were a branch of Germany. Chief of Staff, do I need to report it? During the Carolingian campaign, the malaria caused by witches was more troublesome than any army in the United Kingdom. Major General William, no, wait until the battle is over before reporting it. Reporting it now seems like you are excusing yourself. Even if it is an evil ritual, it usually takes a long time to take effect. This is the limitation of these strange and chaotic things. Sex. The sergeant major suddenly said, they are the ant people. In the primitive jungle of the East, witches control the power of the incarnation of beast elements. Voodoo magic will evoke strange things in the forest. Calm down, this is Cosalia. Most of this kingdom is grassland. Major General William said, okay, if there is no other information, I want to. The lieutenant suddenly said, wait a minute, although I don't speak Antese, I can understand the other person's name because I understand Carolingian. Many names in Antese are variations of Carolingian. Oh. Major General William became interested again, what did you hear? I heard that their commander's name seemed to be Alexei So-and-so Rokosov. The chief of staff immediately ran to look through the list of enemy generals issued by the Army Group headquarters to find the names and corresponding unit numbers. He immediately found it, this is the General Ant who performed well in Upper Penier and Luchthof. Army Group South's evaluation of him is, a master of defensive warfare, a reckless general who likes to rush forward alone to boost morale. Major General William frowned, how do these two words come together? Aren't the masters of defensive warfare all masters of drawing maps in their own headquarters? The chief of staff spread his hands. Major General William paced back and forth. After thinking for a few seconds, he realized that the two people who were asking questions were still there. He waved his hands and said, you guys go to get treatment. Let me ask, did everyone who was put back have a shot in the shoulder? The two nodded together, and the lieutenant added, and the arteries and veins were deliberately staggered, as if they were afraid that we would bleed to death halfway. This General Rokosov is quite kind, like a gentleman. Such a noble man is really will he be an inferior person? The chief of staff was shocked, Lieutenant. Don't let the secret agents of the Imperial Household Ministry hear you say this. You will kill us all. The lieutenant shut up. Chief of staff, let's go quickly. Recuperate after you go to the hospital and shut up. The two saluted and left. The chief of staff turned to Major General William, what to do now? The 2nd Battalion is temporarily in chaos due to the impact of the retreating troops of the 1st Battalion. Even if the 2nd Battalion is to attack, it will be an hour later. No. Major General William waved his hand, we are not in a hurry to attack. We will wait until the infantry, artillery, and engineers come up. Also call the Air Force and ask them to make up for their mistakes and plow that forest for me. Yes. Wang Zhong waited in the second ambush position until 15:30 when he heard the sound of engines in the sky. He took a bird's eye view and saw a huge fleet of aircraft flying towards this direction. No, it was flying towards ambush position number 1. At this time, a sergeant in the infantry trench in front shouted, don't be afraid, this plane must be going to bomb our position just now. Don't be afraid. Not long after, Wang Zhong saw from a bird's eye view that the place he had just ambushed was bombed next to him. Good guy, the Plosin Air Force bombed off target. At your level, no wonder the commander is called Meyer. After one round of bombing, Wang Zhongxin thought that he might be able to return to ambush position number 1 tomorrow and ambush the enemy again. At this time, the tank crews commanding the tanks from other platoons in the earpiece asked, General, the bombing is over, is it time for the enemy to arrive? Wang Zhong, don't worry, the enemy's goal is to break through us and encircle Ixikov. They will definitely come. Chapter 130 Repeating the same old tricks, additional update from the leader. However, when Wang Zhong waited until 16:30, the enemy's attack did not come. He stood next to the bunker of his number 422 vehicle, constantly using the phone to call observation posts in various places, and while the phone was connected, he confirmed the enemy situation within the observation posts. Although his own vision would not highlight the enemies, even if the large plains around Araki were not forcibly lit, most enemies could be found from an overhead perspective. After waiting, Wang Zhong got hungry and started looking for food, but then he found that he could only eat the Ant Empire's military rations with others. That was really unpalatable. It tasted so bad that Wang Zhong wanted to shoot all the people in charge of food in the Imperial Munitions Department. But now their ambush position is a little far away from Aolachi, and it is indeed difficult to bring the girls from the field cooking team to the front line. Especially on the front lines where enemies may come forward at any time. While Wang Zhong was eating the unpalatable military rations, he was thinking about whether to put a sausage in his personal belongings box in addition to grenades and submachine guns. The sausages produced by the church meat factory are thicker than an adult man's arm, and the ingredients are strictly 25% beef, 70% pork, and the last 5% egg milk, highlighting an affordable and large volume filling. Just when Wang Zhong began to imagine that the texture of sausage would add flavor to the wood-like bread in his hand, the cannonball fell. Wang Zhong subconsciously wanted to lie down, but then realized that it was not his place that was being bombed. He and others looked towards ambush position number 1, looking at the fire and smoke caused by the heavy artillery. After switching to a bird's-eye view, Wang Zhong discovered that compared to the unreliable bombing of the Air Force, the Army's own artillery attack was much more accurate. It's perfect except that the position below is already empty. At this time, other people on the battlefield were also looking in the direction of position number 1, and everyone looked beaming. Maybe everyone realizes that the more ammunition the enemy wastes on uninhabited positions, the less ammunition will fall on their heads in the future. Major General William Dietrich was giving tasks to all tank officers above the platoon in his command vehicle. The enemy is concentrating on this forest. Our plan is to take advantage of the artillery to suppress the forest and spread the formation as much as possible. When shooting against the enemy in the open ground, the enemy's tank shooting accuracy is not as good as ours. If you don't take advantage during the shooting, release smoke, show weakness, and run away. Lure the enemy into the range of the 88mm gun and PaK-38 anti-tank gun. According to the information provided by the Southern Front, General Rokosov likes to rush out to fight tank battles, and he has indeed achieved outstanding results by taking the initiative several times. We just need to use a small amount of acceptable losses to lure him out. This is a combat strategy based on his character. As he spoke, Dietrich turned to the platoon leader of the division's guard tank platoon. In addition, we have another bait. I will use my command vehicle and the spare radio vehicle as bait to lure Rokosov to the bait. Of course, based on previous battle reports, Rokosov may choose to bombard the fake headquarters. If that is the case, everyone in the guard tank platoon must evacuate the bombardment area as soon as possible. Wilhelm Dietrich stopped and looked at his plan drawn on the map with satisfaction. In short, the focus of the mission is to lure Major General Rokosov to attack. He is currently one of the most outstanding generals of the Ant Army. I mean, one of the most outstanding generals who has not been killed or captured by us. So killing him or capturing him is of great significance. As soon as William Dietrich finished speaking, a second lieutenant platoon leader said, another tactic of pretending to fail to lure the enemy deeper. Because the enemy may use a T-34 tank that we can't do anything about. Brother troops shared their experience and said that it can jam the seat ring or break the tracks. It's not that there is a problem with this experience, but the 88 gun is more cost-effective. Another platoon leader asked, what if the enemy doesn't come out? Then summon Stukas. If the enemy shoots at us, his position will be exposed. After previous communication, the Air Force promised that when we attack, a team of Stukas will launch with ammunition. We will use Panzer IV tanks to shoot die smoke bombs to indicate the Stukas target. The 50mm gun of the Panzer III tank does not have smoke grenades. There is only a single-shot smoke tube on the vehicle that can fire smoke grenades. The short 75mm howitzer of the Panzer IV tank can fire smoke grenades hundreds or thousands of meters away. When the No. 4 tank encounters a solid building that cannot be destroyed by its own high-explosive bombs, it always fires a smoke grenade to mark the target and waits for the Stuka to come. Major General William Dietrich, okay, everyone understands the combat mission. When we return to the unit, we must let everyone know our mission, and then let's set off. The artillery preparation should be completed in an hour and a half. The platoon commanders all stood up and filed out of the armored command vehicle. Wait a minute. Wilhelm Dietrich called to the last platoon leader, are you the commander of the 5th Company of the 3rd Battalion in the reserve? I want to change with you. I have to go to the front line and see this white horse with my own eyes. How did the general set up his formation? The chief of staff was shocked, don't be like this. This white horse general likes to use artillery to hit headquarters and other key targets. If you get to the front line and enter the surveillance range of his artillery observation post, you will definitely attract artillery fire. Wilhelm Dietrich looked at the chief of staff, that's why I have to disguise myself. General Whitehorse will not use precious artillery shells to hit a tank platoon as a reserve. Especially a tank platoon in a loose formation. Tanks are really afraid of howitzers. If a howitzer falls within a very close range, the whole vehicle will be wiped out. But as long as the distance between the shell's landing position and the tank's position increases slightly beyond a threshold, the tank can survive heavy artillery fire. Therefore, it is actually very wasteful to use heavy artillery to bombard tanks in a loose formation. This would only be done unless there are really no good targets to hit and you don't care about wasting shells. The chief of staff was convinced, well, I can only wish you success. Wilhelm Dietrich nodded and began to change clothes with the tank platoon leader he had chosen. On Wang Zhong's side, he knew exactly how to deploy the enemy's formation. Firstly, he was not prepared for artillery fire, and secondly, the most important function of his plug-in was to ensure vision. Most of the time it was the only function. He just watched as the enemy's armored troops formed a formation on the open ground. Not to mention, with so many tanks spread out so widely, it is impossible to defeat all 30 tanks on your own. It would be even more difficult to handle if the enemy rushed forward with infantry to carry out armored meat grinding. Wang Zhong was a little uneasy. After all, he had no way to know that the enemy's plan was to shoot at him from a distance and then lure the enemy deeper. He thought the enemy was coming to grind the meat. In addition to 30 T-34s, Wang Zhong's ambush position only had 4 anti-tank guns and a small number of anti-tank mines set on both sides of the position. The enemy had deployed almost 200 tanks. If they were to attack from all directions, Wang Zhong would definitely regret not placing all the infantry in front of the ambush position. Well, that wouldn't actually be possible, and he would become the enemy. Heavy artillery experience points. Wang Zhong looked down at the enemy's tank array with a wry smile, thinking that if there was a KV-1 in my army now, the situation would still be fighting. Unfortunately not. He continued to browse the enemy tank array. When highlighting enemy units, Wang Zhong's plugin generally does not give each enemy's name. But there are some exceptions. For example, if the division commander of the army enters Wang Zhong's field of vision, he will be highlighted. Sometimes there is a name, sometimes there is not, and I don't know why. But it is certain that the teacher will be specially marked, which is probably equivalent to the red arrow in the case of fellow vlog. Now Wang Zhong saw a red arrow. On the outermost side of the enemy tank array, there were several Panzer IV tanks scattered widely, which looked like reserves for the entire offensive. A red arrow floated just above the head of the commander who was looking out. This is the enemy's division commander. He went to the front line to conduct reconnaissance. Then he was afraid that I would rush in and behead him again, so he disguised himself as an ordinary commander? Oh my, you can't justify it with just one shot. Wang Zhong turned around and picked up the phone receiver, nodded to the soldier in charge of the phone, and then the soldier began to turn the handle of the portable generator frantically to charge the phone. After hearing the operator's voice, Wang Zhong said, "Receive the artillery group." The call was connected immediately. Wang Zhong looked down from the perspective, reported the coordinates of the number 4 tank on which the guy with the mark on his head was riding, and then said, 3 rapid fires, no calibration. Just hit them. Guaranteed to kill people. The artillery regiment was stunned for a moment. Who to blow up? Don't worry, call me right away. Resetting firing Morajan. Fire in about 5 minutes. ASAP. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong continued to overlook the enemy, like an eagle overlooking a rabbit running on the grassland. It actually only took 2 minutes to reset the shooter. Wang Zhong can already hear the sound of braking through the air. The targeted enemy sensed something was wrong and retracted directly into the tank and closed the hatch. Soon enough, the first wave of shells fell. There are 24 rounds of 152 mm heavy artillery shells. Although there is no calibrated shooting, the circular probability error is a bit large, but as long as the firepower density is sufficient, the high error can be overcome. Wang Zhong watched with satisfaction as the smoke rising from the ground engulfed the number 4 car. This was still the first round. When the second round landed, the smoke from the explosion in front had not dissipated, so from a bird's eye view, the entire picture looked like the same wall had been painted repeatedly by 2 masters. Only then did Wang Zhong realize that his 203 heavy artillery was not under the control of the artillery regiment. It was an independent unit. He did not call 203 for this wave of firepower. Forget it, he thought, let's see if he can be killed first. If he can kill him, he would save some shells. The third wave fell, and Wang Zhong estimated that the number 4 was almost in parts. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Wang Zhong saw the charred and twisted wreckage of number 4. Tank crews from other tanks rushed out and rushed towards the tank that was being cared for. Soon, a dying body was rescued from the tank. Wang Zhong is convinced. He didn't get killed by the explosion. How can he reason with this? He picked up the receiver and wanted to call for the 203 heavy artillery and the second wave of 152 heavy artillery to strike, but he saw a 3-wheeled motorcycle coming out of his field of vision, loading the division commander and running out of Wang Zhong's field of vision. Yes, it is a good thing to let the enemy change his generals before the battle. Let the person who takes over show his offensive skills. I don't know if they were handing over command, but the enemy's deployed armored column just stopped on the grassland, motionless. Chapter 131 Suspicion. Fuck, it's the 5th update. At the headquarters of the Emperor Armored Division of the Asgard Knights of the Plossen Army, Chief of Staff Cruz von Hessendale held the hand of Division Commander Wilhelm Dietrich. Leave it to me. The lieutenant who carried Major General William back said, I think the Major General is in a deep coma now and should not be able to hear you. I know. Cruz von Hessendale rolled his eyes at the ensign. As a close associate of the Emperor, the Asgard Knights are more inclined to use officers from non-Junker nobles. The establishment of the Knights is one of His Majesty's means to weaken the influence of the officer corps. However, the position of a staff officer is not the same as that of a military chief. First of all, a staff officer cannot accumulate military exploits. Even if all combat plans are drawn up by the staff officer, and even if the final plan is implemented by the staff officer himself, winning is still a win. It will be counted towards military commanders. Secondly, staff officers value the ability to do paperwork on maps more than qualities such as battlefield intuition. The improvement of staff officers' capabilities also relies heavily on years of accumulation. Therefore, the emperor had no way to quickly promote staff officers without officer corps background through military exploits. The staff officers in the Plosen army were mainly from the Junkers officer corps. Cruz von Hessendale is a Junker noble, but he has a good relationship with the non-Junker officers who rose rapidly after the emperor's conquest began, so he was placed in the equivalent of the Prasen version of the Forbidden Army. In the Asgard Knights, he assists the Star Warrior. Now that the Starfighter is out, Cruz will have to shoulder the burden. He turned to ask the lieutenant who had just spoken, why would the enemy specifically bombard a tank platoon in a reserve position? The lieutenant shook his head, I don't know, Your Excellency, Chief of Staff. Cruz asked again, did the Major General do anything that might reveal his identity? Probably not. At this time, the deputy battalion commander of the 1st Armored Battalion said, a heavy artillery regiment was covered by 3 salvos, and the impact points were all around the division commander's car. They are obviously coming towards the division commander. I know. Cruz interrupted the deputy battalion commander. The question is, how did the enemy identify the division commander? That General Whitehorse had previously killed Major General Randolph, the commander of the 15th Armored Division. This is hard not to make people suspicious. Ah. Cruz paused. Major General Randolph was shot dead while wearing a Wehrmacht general's uniform. He was with his command vehicle when he was shot. This is understandable. After all, the Wehrmacht general's uniform is too conspicuous, especially the red one. Collar badge. In the traditional Prasen military uniform, the general's collar badge is red, which can be seen from a long distance in a field environment. In the previous Carolingian battle, there was a precedent for sharp gunners from the United Kingdom to target and fire at the general. Because of this, the military uniform of the Asgard Knights has eliminated the red collar insignia of general officers. Then Major General William changed clothes with the tank platoon leader before going to the front line. Cruz was pacing back and forth. At this time, someone on the staff said, could it be the effect of the voodoo ritual? Cruz sneered, how is that possible? Only injuring the division commander will not paralyze our command. If the enemy wants to deal with us, the voodoo ritual should target our entire command. No, that shouldn't be the case. However, it is easier to explain the voodoo ritual to the superiors. The staff officer continued. Cruz was stunned, that's true. After all, the staff officer is a civilian officer. He understands the office struggles in the military better than the battlefield command. Cruz, then go find the wounded soldiers who escaped, ask how the enemy's voodoo ritual is performed, and write a detailed report to the armored group headquarters. At this time, the communications staff officer ran out of the room. Chief of Staff Acting Division Commander, the 2nd Armored Battalion and the 3rd Armored Battalion are asking what to do. The Chief of Staff waved his hand, didn't we already give the battle plan? The division commander was seriously injured and went back for treatment. We must implement his plan to the end. Attack. Wang Zhong and the enemy's tank group stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. In order to facilitate the immediate opening of fire to block the enemy, 30 T-34 vehicles have reversed from the bottom of the hidden bunker onto the shooting platform. Like the first ambush, Wang Zhong also assigned the focus areas of each vehicle. Seeing an armored battle imminent. But the enemy just didn't move, staying where he was and burning oil. Wang Zhong did not dare to move even if the enemy did not move. He even stayed with the recruit holding the phone. Wang Zhong has already counted them, and there are 181 enemy vehicles in total. Although there are only 131 number 3 and number 4 vehicles, and the rest are number 2 and 38T that make up the number, but number 2 and 38T can break the T-34's tracks and jam the turret seat if they rush close. By the way, the performance of number 2 and 38T is enough to kill infantry. No 2's 20mm cannon may be much more effective at killing infantry than No 3's 50mm jelly bean launcher. Wang Zhong was just thinking about these things when the enemy took action. The exhaust pipes of the Prasen tanks lined up on the plain simultaneously spewed black smoke, and the roar of the engine suddenly increased a lot. Wang Zhong immediately ran towards the tank, climbed into the turret, and then said to the soldier squatting by the bunker holding a phone, come up too. Stand on the engine cover of the tank. I will call the artillery regiment at any time. Oh. The recruit immediately climbed onto the tank. He looked a little excited. He might have been looking forward to riding in a tank for a long time. The armored battalion commander's question came from the earphone, General. Open fire. Wang Zhong, you are stupid, you are firing when you reach the target. A series of tests in the past few days made Wang Zhong no longer think about the accuracy of this batch of T-34. So he planned to put the enemy within 700 meters before firing. Although firing at this distance may not be able to prevent so many Proton tanks from entering hand-to-hand combat, it is better than wasting ammunition by firing at a distance beyond the range of capabilities. This is also why Wang Zhong emphasized the concealment of bunkers before the war started. The Prosens have superb gunnery skills, coupled with the blessing of excellent sights and Zeiss high magnification lenses. They can often achieve hits at 1000 meters or even 1500 meters. Putting the enemy closer to fight is the best strategy for dealing with Prosen armored soldiers. Wang Zhong waited for the moment when the enemy tank crossed the 700-meter target. However, the enemy stopped at 1200 meters. Wang Zhong didn't know what medicine the enemy was selling in his gourd. The next moment, the enemy opened fire, targeting the fake tanks and fake anti-tank guns prepared by Wang Zhong. These wooden models are about to fulfill their mission. Alexander, the gunner of number 422, asked, "Do you want to fire? I am sure to hit at this distance." Wang Zhong, "Don't worry, once we fire, other nervous crews, especially the new crews, will definitely follow suit and fire indiscriminately. I don't expect them to have the same skills as you. You are an armored training team." The instructor, the man who actually killed Commander Randolph. Alexander stopped talking, probably stunned by Wang Zhong's rainbow fart slap. After pouring a wave of firepower from a distance of 1200 meters, the enemy finally began to advance. After all, Wang Zhong hadn't ordered the artillery fire yet, and his position was so well disguised that even if the enemy wanted to stop at 1200 meters and shoot, there would be no target for them to hit. Wang Zhong waited for the enemy's offensive front to cross the target. Finally, the enemy tank number 313 drove past the target. Wang Zhong, fire. He did not instruct which target to fire on, but Alexander happened to choose tank number 313. The precise attack directly opened a hole in the front armor of the number 313 tank. The tank immediately burst into flames, and the enemy armored soldiers hurriedly abandoned the vehicle. The results of the first wave of shooting came out immediately. Wang Zhong counted that 30 T-34s opened fire and hit 6 enemy tanks. During the ambush in the morning, the firing distance was less than 500 meters. In the end, only 2 armor-piercing rounds could kill an enemy. So is it acceptable to shoot at a distance of 700 meters now? The second salvo passed and 5 more enemy tanks were abandoned. At this time, the enemy could see clearly where the artillery shells probably came from, and fierce direct fire immediately attacked the number 2 ambush position. However, the enemy was not accurate. It should be because the bunkers dug by Wang Zhong under the guidance of engineers and laborers were too scientific. The enemy could not see clearly where the target was. They could only push back based on the direction of the artillery shells, and then fire like crazy to get some high-value units. The two sides just stroked each other like this for several rounds. More than 20 enemy tanks were temporarily incapacitated, but Wang Zhong did not lose a single tank. It looks like the enemy is going to slowly die. At the Ampra Armored Division headquarters, crews pressed on the walkie-talkie with one hand and turned on the hands-free function of the walkie-talkie. As a result, the entire command vehicle could hear the soldiers of the 2nd Armored Battalion talking in various ways. The ghost screams. Where is the enemy? 7 or 8 rounds of ammunition have been poured in the direction of the artillery shells, so why are the enemies still attacking? The smoke from enemy tanks blocked my sight. I couldn't see anything at all. I saw a tank turret and they buried the tank in the ground to fight us. More and more nonsense is appearing. But what impressed crews the most was the phrase "Mom." Finally, crews couldn't bear it anymore and picked up the microphone. "Attention, all troops, adopt Plan B. The so-called Plan B is to use smoke bombs to shoot at enemy positions, and then summon a Stuka to drop a 500-kilogram bomb at the smoke-covered position." Crews's orders were faithfully executed. The moment the enemy blew smoke at the number 2 ambush position, Wang Zhong thought the enemy was going to run away. As a result, when he looked at the smoke, he noticed that it was colored, and he immediately realized what was going on. The enemy's bombing is coming, release smoke, and let the infantry release smoke to cover our evacuation. The infantry has no time to run, so they all hide in the anti-bomb holes. The next moment, smoke rose from the infantry trenches in front of the ambush position. "Wang Zhong, go quickly. Reverse the car and go quickly." In fact, as long as the infantry is well hidden, the bombs dropped by dives have limited effect. If they want to be more effective, they need napalm bombs. But tanks are not good. Wang Zhong still remembers the lessons learned from Penier. If the Stuka had not dived and destroyed the number 67 car, the crew would still be fighting side by side with him. Wang Zhong's car number 422 backed out of the bunker and drove onto the simple road for transfer. The tanks with radios were all in action, but those without radios were still firing. Wang Zhong shouted to the army on standby, "Why are you standing there? Go pat the tank hatch and tell them we are leaving." At this time, the sound of engines came from the sky. "The Stuka is coming. It's the 5th update today and it will be gone tonight. Meet tomorrow." Chapter 132, No Matter the Wind. Wang Zhong had no time to worry about other tanks. Thinking about the fact that these tanks were all in the bunker, as long as the 500-kilogram bomb was not just thrown into the bunker, it should not be able to cause much damage to the tanks. Now the smoke completely covers the position, and 500 kilograms can be thrown into the bunker accurately. This is the real version of death is coming. If you can't save it, just accept your fate. Wang Zhong urged the driver, "Bilyakov, hurry. We will be safe if we leave the bombing zone." The Stuka in the air aimed at the dyed smoke from enemy tanks. The engine of number 422 roared, and it rushed out of the smoke and rushed into the bushes on the other side of the main road. This was originally a fake position composed of fake tanks and fake anti-tank guns. The T-34 with radio and several more alert T-34 followed number 422, all hiding in the false position. Then a sharp scream of death came from the sky. The explosion came very quickly, and the 500-kilogram bomb was so loud that even Wang Zhong, who had already hid aside, subconsciously shrank into the tank so that the open hatch could block most of his body. The plume of smoke generated by the explosion looked like giant cabbage, and the ambush position directly turned into a giant's vegetable garden. The sound of gunfire from the ambush position was almost entirely lost, but this may have been because the smoke released by the infantry obscured the tank's view. Although Wang Zhong knew that none of the tanks left behind had radios, he still asked on the radio, "Is everyone okay?" The platoon leader's car is fine. By the way, other cars in our platoon have also followed, so our platoon is fine. The second row of cars is fine. Third platoon leader. While the radio was reporting safety, a T-34 drove over from the ambush position. The commander showed his head on the turret, looking shocked, and shouted from a distance, "Is this a Stuka? It's terrible." Then one after another tanks drove out of the ambush position, and someone brought very bad news, number 448 was blown over by a bomb. When I passed by, I didn't see any tank crew alive. Just as Wang Zhong was about to respond, he heard someone reporting in the earphone, "Division Commander. The enemy tanks are attacking." Stahofens, commander of the 2nd Armored Battalion, observed the effects of the bombing. He used the radio to ask the deputy battalion commander, "What do you think of the enemy's current situation? I think we can attack in a wave. Insert into the enemy's rear from the side, just in time the smoke they release to interfere with the Stuka can cover us." Deputy battalion commander, "I think there is no problem. Shall we discuss it with the 3rd Armored Battalion? Let them move to the right and occupy the covering position. Then let the armored grenadiers rush up and hold off the enemy's infantry. I think this plan is feasible." After that, Stahofens adjusted the radio to the frequency used to communicate with his superiors, "The Lynx calls for the wolf, the Lynx calls for the wolf." The commander of the 2nd Armored Battalion has judged that an attack can be launched based on the on-site conditions. The communications soldier in charge of the walkie-talkie turned back and reported to the acting division commander Cruz. "Okay. Let him give it a try and retreat if he finds he is a tough guy. Let the 3rd Armored Battalion and the Panzer Grenadier Battalion cooperate with him." As a staff officer, Cruz knew his own trade. Since the front-line officer judged that he could give it a try, he would give it a try. However, he also had to show his role, so he added, "If the attack is blocked, remember to fake defeat and lure the enemy into the firing range of the 88 gun. Although Wang Zhong was not the first to discover the enemy's attack, he was the first to grasp the overall situation by relying on the plug-in. The enemy was divided into 2 tank groups. The first group looked like it was going to break directly into the flank of the ambush position and occupy the flanking position. The second group made a larger circle, apparently preparing to occupy the far-end shooting position and cover the first group. In addition, the enemy's armored grenadier broke away from the tank troops and began to advance, making it clear that they planned to take advantage of the smoke-obscured ambush position to launch a wave of pigs, and go up to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the 1st Battalion of the 31st Regiment in the trench. After grasping the situation, Wang Zhong immediately said to the messenger who followed the tank to withdraw, "Go and notify the 1st Battalion to withdraw from the position. The enemy is about to come up for hand-to-hand combat. Let them go to the backup position." In the past 10 days, the 151st Provisional Infantry Division and the Labor Battalion of Araki dug a large number of preset positions and repeatedly practiced moving between positions. Wang Zhong would not let his troops, which are mainly new recruits, mingle with the enemy. As for the enemy tanks that have bypassed them, although the position occupied by Wang Zhong and the others does not have tank bunkers, there are many trees and various obstructions left by the construction of false positions. It is still their advantage to shoot at the enemy here. What's more, the T-34 already has an advantage in the confrontation with armored rounds. As long as the tracks are protected from being broken, it will be difficult for the enemy to take advantage. With so many obstructions, it is also difficult for the enemy to accurately hit the neck of the T-34. This is a bit like using camouflage grass to block the tank's weak points in War Thunder, making it difficult for the opponent to aim. At this time, 3 more T-34s left the ambush position and came to join Wang Zhong and the others. So far, the number of tanks that have escaped has reached 21, and the remaining 9 tanks have been determined to be dead. The other conditions are unknown. Get into formation quickly. Find your platoon command vehicle. Wang Zhong shouted while gesturing to the 3 newly running tanks. The commander of the leading vehicle nodded. He didn't know whether he really understood or just nodded casually to deal with it. Anyway, he directed the tank to turn in front of number 422 and drive along the current formation of the tank group. The other 2 tanks also followed this one and drove past number 422 one by one. The tank commanders all saluted Wang Zhong with their attention. Wang Zhong, stop paying attention to me. Get into formation quickly, the enemy is coming. I can't stand it anymore, and I will make seizing the radio the first priority in the future. At this time, Wang Zhong saw from an overhead perspective that the infantry retreated toward the preset position along the communication trench. At this time, the enemy's infantry was still about 200 meters away from the trench of the ambush position. Very good, the effect of repeated practice changes has come out. Since the enemy is about to enter the position, Wang Zhong adjusted the frequency of the radio to the frequency commonly used by the Prasen people. The Prasens will monitor this frequency. If the monitoring is wrong, they are communicating on this frequency, so of course they should pay attention at all times. There is another person who is monitoring this frequency at all times, and that is Vasily, who is guarding the captured walkie-talkie. Wang Zhong, the long sob of the violin in autumn, repeat, the long sob of the violin in autumn. Vasily put down his earphones, the code word is coming. The artillery has locked the second ambush position. Is it second? Pavlov confirmed. Yes. I'm sure it's the secret code for the second ambush position. Vasily said firmly. Pavlov picked up the phone, get the artillery regiment. Hurry up. Prasenkorps, Knights of the Order Emperor Armored Division Headquarters. Acting Commander Close listened to the sudden voice on the radio and shouted, who knows NTs? I can. This is the first sentence of Verlaine's poem Autumn Song. Said a staff officer. Mr. Cruz, why are you suddenly reciting poetry? Is this some kind of code word? Is something going to happen? A staff officer worriedly asked, is it going to bombard us? Obviously, the precise killing of the division commander brought serious psychological pressure to other division commanders. Cruz waved his hand, don't scare yourself. If you want to blow us up, we will be blown up a long time ago. Will you wait now? No, this must be another code word. Our army does not have enough radios and can only rely on phone calls. The person who ordered it should be for some reason. I left the node with the phone. He had a radio next to him. He should be in a tank. Suddenly Cruz came to the table, picked up the combat resume of the White Horse General, flipped through it quickly and shouted, tank. This White Horse General likes to command the army in a tank, and his tank likes to hang on the antenna. Military flag. Tell the 2nd Battalion that the enemy's White Horse General is in a tank and there is a military flag on the tank antenna. Wang Zhong was paying attention to the enemy infantry, and Vasily's voice suddenly came from the earphones, General. The enemy knows that you are in the tank, and also knows that your tank has a military flag. Lower the military flag quickly. Wang Zhong glanced at the red flag on the antenna, shook his head and said, let them do it. And you guys, don't shout in plain code. In fact, if you want to keep this kind of radio communication confidential now, you can only use code words or code names. Basically, both sides can hear each other's radio. Later, those advanced things like frequency hopping and password communication are not available now. That's why the Americans came up with the trick of using Indian dialect as a code word. As soon as Wang Zhong finished scolding Vasily, he saw the enemy infantry entering the second ambush position. At this moment, the symbol of the armored force suddenly appeared in the ambush position. A T-34 that had just been stunned by a big bomb woke up. I saw him reversing and firing, and retreated all the way to the simple road. Then another tank awoke, no, 3 tanks woke up, and together with the tank that woke up first, they formed an armored platoon. But Wang Zhong soon discovered that one of the tanks had its tracks damaged and could not move. He watched as the tank crew jumped out of the tank and fired at the elite Panzer Grenadiers with their weapons. However, the enemy's machine gun fired immediately. According to the German tradition, the infantry uses 98K to pull the big bolt, relying entirely on the machine gun to provide continuous suppressive firepower. The heavy firepower of the light machine gun knocked down all the tank crews in one fell swoop. Wang Zhong was heartbroken when he saw it. Fortunately, the remaining 3 tanks successfully retreated past the hedge line and entered the wilderness. The tank's firepower pushed the enemy infantry who tried to approach back into the hedge. It's now. Wang Zhong, you stab my heart with monotonous melancholy. Repeat, stab my heart with monotonous melancholy. Got it? Vasily responded. Wang Zhong, damn it, don't respond. Although Vasily is a fool, Wang Zhong is not worried about him falling behind. Seconds later, the roar of shells piercing the sky was heard. The first wave of 152 mm heavy artillery landed. The hedgerow position that had just been plowed by the Stukas 500 kg was once again covered in steel and fire. The birch trees that form the hedge are swaying wildly, but they are like bamboo that remains strong despite repeated blows. Let the wind blow from east to west, from north to south. Chapter 133 Damn you, White Horse, additional update from the leader. The 152 heavy artillery continued to cover, and Wang Zhong also saw the fireballs created by the more powerful 203 heavy artillery. Wang Zhong could see that the enemy infantry was rapidly decreasing, and the highlighted little people were killed in an instant. If this was in the game, the artillery brothers would have to add 1 star of experience after each shell, and they would become full-star artillery after the attack. Unfortunately, there is no such mechanism in reality. Although the infantry attack was stopped by the artillery, the enemy's tank troops were still circling around. Then now the problem arose, the remaining 3 tanks just blocked the main force of the armored battalion and the enemy. Wang Zhong, fire! Cover them! And you guys, retreat quickly! In a hurry, he forgot that the reason why the 3 tanks were blown up by 500 kilograms was because they had no radio. Vehicle number 422 opened fire first, and Alexander was great. The shells passed through the large sides of 3 of our tanks and hit the number 3 tank on the move. Other tanks also fired sporadically, but the hit rate was worrying. After all, there was no target to provide a distance reference, and they could only rely on the experience of each crew. The enemy also opened fire, but the target was the 3 tanks that were retreating frantically. After the first round of shooting, Wang Zhong saw that the friendly tanks 438 and 440 stopped moving, probably because the tracks were broken. However, because Wang Zhong had organized a veteran experience sharing session before, the newcomers of these 2 tanks did not abandon the car directly, but fired on the spot to resist. Tank number 431 continued to retreat, and at this time its commander seemed to have finally discovered where the friendly troops were, so he ordered the driver to turn the vehicle around. But I don't know whether the driver turned the wrong direction nervously, or the commander was confused and gave the wrong order. Anyway, this car turned the front of the car towards the friendly troops, exposing its rear to the enemy. How could Proson's tank elites miss this opportunity? Wang Zhong just watched 3 or 4 shells hit the rear of tank number 431. The engine of number 431 was immediately shut down, and Wang Zhong could see the thick smoke coming out of the heatsink clearly from such a distance. The tanker of number 431 hurriedly ran out of the car. After all, the engine was gone, and soon the turret could not turn and could only be cranked manually. No one would blame them for abandoning the car at this time. The machine guns of the Prosons began to fire, blocking the retreat of the tankers and forcing them to hide behind the tanks. The 438 and 440 vehicles were still resisting, but the second round of attacks by the Prosons came, all aimed at the turret seat ring. At this time, the attacking enemy armored cluster actually suffered heavy losses. Wang Zhong's 21 tanks knocked out more than a dozen enemy tanks after a few rounds of shooting. But the problem is that the enemy still has dozens of tanks. At this time, Wang Zhong saw that another number 430 tank was alive in the tree line. Good guy, this guy was knocked unconscious by the enemy's 500 kilograms, and then hammered several times by his own 152 and 203, and now it is alive. The key is that it can still drive. He just dumped out of the tank bunker, turned around and rushed outside. Yes, tank number 430 rushed along the hedge to the flank of the enemy's armored group. He rushed out of the hedge, and all the enemies didn't see it. Number 430 rushed to the side of the enemy. This movement was too familiar to Wang Zhong. It was just like the movement when he drove the M18 Hellcat in War Thunder. Rushed to the side, and sent powerful 76mm charge shells to the German sticks one by one. But the blindness of the T-34 was once again completely exposed. Number 430 did not see the Proson armored group covering in the distance. As soon as it stopped, 3 Type 3 tanks opened fire in the distance. However, in a hurry, the Proson people did not shoot accurately, and the armor-piercing shells hit the ground and bounced, brushing the front armor of number 430. Number 430 opened fire and hit a Type 4. It seems that the gunners specifically chose the Type 4 tanks with fewer numbers and higher value to attack. At this time, more enemies in the distance opened fire. Tank number 430 was hit continuously, but it still fired the second shot. Flames spewed out of the hatch of a number 3 tank. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhong could not sit still. At least push his tank next to the 3 tanks that have lost their combat effectiveness, so that 1 can eliminate the shielding of the rays by friendly forces, and 2, close the distance so that the rookie tankers under his command can shoot more accurately and waste less shells. Wang Zhong, attention, everyone, follow me. Bilyakov, forward. A large cloud of black smoke spewed out of the exhaust port of tank number 422, roaring forward, and the red flag on the radio antenna fluttered in the wind. Wang Zhong's car rushed out of the tree line and galloped on the field. Other tanks followed closely behind, rushing towards the friendly forces trapped on the grassland. The commander of the 2nd Armored Battalion, Stoffens, still exposed his upper body outside the turret, so he saw the T-34 tank that rushed out of the tree line at the first time. Lynx calling wolf, Lynx calling wolf. Visual confirmation of the enemy commander's vehicle is a specially designed T-34 tank with a larger turret than other T-34s. There is a red flag hanging on the radio antenna, repeat, a red flag. Tactical number 422, repeat, tactical number 422, and a white horse logo, a white horse logo. After reporting, Stoffens immediately switched to the battalion command frequency, aim at the enemy tank with a red flag and tactical number 422. His vehicle responded to the order first, turning the gun barrel to aim at the T-34. At this time, the radio came with the order from the division headquarters, remember the tactics arranged by the division commander. Stoffens, but the enemy only has 1 battalion, I think we should be able to deal with it? How much was the loss? Stoffens fell silent. Acting division commander, execute the planned plan. Yes. Every car, you all heard it, carry out the planned plan. The 2nd Armored Battalion began releasing smoke and turned, retreating backwards. At this time, most of the Prasen tanks discovered the number 430 car on the flank. After a round of concentrated fire, tank number 430 was paralyzed on the grassland. As soon as the number 422 vehicle passed through 3 friendly tanks paralyzed on the plain, Wang Zhong ordered, "Stop! Stop!" After the bump of the tank breaking past, Wang Zhong raised his telescope. This was just for show. In fact, the smoke released by the enemy had blocked the front view. Wang Zhong relied on the plug-in overlooking the enemy to see that the enemy was retreating. Not only were the tank troops retreating, but the infantrymen who had been blown to pieces in the ambush position nearby were also retreating. What's the meaning? Wang Zhong now thought of the classic scenes in the classic sketches of Chen Pixi and Zhu Shimao. But I haven't fired yet. Oh, doesn't this show that your marksmanship is accurate? Wang Zhong thought to himself, I just rushed out and prepared to set up a position to snipe at you. Are you guys gone? You fell down before I even exerted any force? At this time, other tanks also rushed to the line of number 422. Most of them stopped, but a few careless ones rushed over. You can't blame them. It's easy for the commander to look ahead when he is also the gunner. Wang Zhong also heard a platoon leader blowing a whistle. This was the command method originally envisioned by the Ant Army Armored Corps headquarters, but it was of no use. In fact, after the previous battle with Luktov, Wang Zhong had already discovered that whistles and semaphores were useless, so he arranged for someone to lift the tank's cover and use the most direct method to notify. Listening to the whistle, Wang Zhong pressed the microphone on his throat. Okay, stop blowing, hit them in the back of the head with an anti-aircraft machine gun, so that they know it's time to stop. As soon as he finished speaking, the platoon leader's car that had just blown the whistle opened fire, and the tracer bullet from the anti-aircraft machine gun hit the back of the head of the crew who continued to rush forward. Finally, all the tanks stopped. Wang Zhong looked at the enemy's movements through the smoke. Wait a minute, did you see the same thing in Luktov? So, another 88-gun position was arranged later? Wang Zhong took out the map. Like Luktov, he also carefully inspected the entire battlefield. However, the land north of Araki was too flat and he could not find a place particularly suitable for setting up anti-tank guns. In other words, Wang Zhong owns the most suitable place for defense in this area. It's broken, now I can't steal the enemy's cannon. When I collided with the 88 gun in the wilderness, I was not so eager to seek death. At this time, the 1st Battalion of the 31st Guards Regiment re-entered the position it had just abandoned. Wang Zhong began to think about his next defense. If the enemy continues to retreat like this, it will probably take a certain amount of time to organize another offensive. The organization of an armored attack is much more complicated than that of an infantry attack, and the enemy has suffered a lot of losses. Even the tanks that have withdrawn have been reduced in number. It should be necessary to adjust the organization of the vehicle crew. Wang Zhong continued to check the map. Where will the enemies regroup? The grouping place should be very close to the road to facilitate supply. It should also be very close to the medical center, because there may be some people with minor injuries who need simple bandaging. The hospital must be around the well. Following the elimination method, Wang Zhong quickly identified 3 places where the enemy might be regrouping. In fact, he had paid special attention to these places when he was exploring the terrain before, and gave each place a code name. Play a round of cannon at each place and get a prize. If you are lucky enough to touch it, the enemy will not be able to attack today. The enemy didn't take the bait. Close picked up the document that wrote General Whitehorse's past battle history. In Luchthof, he didn't take the bait either, and immediately covered the place that might be an anti-tank position with artillery fire. Tisk, let the anti-aircraft artillery battalion move. The communications staff officer saluted and left. Cruz turned to Stahofens. What are our losses? The losses were heavy. My battalion lost 30 tanks. How many can be repaired? Stahofens was speechless. Your Excellency, acting division commander, if we did not occupy the battlefield, there would be no way to repair the tanks abandoned on the battlefield. The enemy now controls the front line. Okay. It seems we can only wait until tonight and let the infantry try to seize the position with night fighting. As soon as he finished speaking, the roar of cannonballs piercing the sky was heard. Cruz, are you here? Is it an anti-aircraft gun? He strode to the door of the armored command vehicle, opened it and looked outside. The artillery battalion, however, was intact and was being moved. The explosion came from far away. Cruz looked into the distance. What are you bombing? Another staff officer frowned. Look in the direction of the field hospital, these inferior people. Cruz shook his head. No, this is blowing up our logistics nodes and assembly points. Evacuate people quickly. At this time, there was another roar coming from overhead, and even Cruz, a man with little frontline experience, could tell that the landing point was very close. He immediately swooped down. But the shell did not fall on the front of the command vehicle, but hit the threshing floor not far away. The retreating 2nd Armored Battalion did not regroup on the threshing floor, but a dining car was parked there and was distributing food and terrible coffee. Cruz raised his head and saw the cauldron of coffee flying into the sky. Cruz, like many General Prasen who met General Whitehorse before, cursed angrily. Damn you, Whitehorse. The leader of the alliance, Zanbo, the monk Fenglin Jiazhang. Chapter 134 Battlefield Interlude, 13,000 monthly votes for additional updates. On Wang Zhong's side, after confirming that the enemy had completely retreated, he took the time to clean the battlefield, seize weapons, and count the losses. He found the number 430 crew first. The 4 of them were being bandaged. When they saw Wang Zhong approaching, they immediately stood up and shouted, Your Majesty General. This roar, as if Zhang Fei had broken the Danyang Bridge, made the back of Wang Zhong's head numb. The nurse said, They have all suffered irreversible hearing damage and may have concussions. They can no longer fight, and may not be able to in the future. Good guy, we were attacked by so many enemies, but all 4 of our injuries were caused by 500 kilograms aerial bombs, as well as our own 152 and 203. Wang Zhong nodded, took out his notepad, and wrote on it with a pencil, Thank you for your dedication and bravery. He then handed the paper to the conductor, gesturing for him to pass it on to the others. After the commander handed the note to the loader, he said loudly, We can still fight. As long as the tank is repaired, no, we can add it to other crews and serve as backup crews. Because the driver's voice was too loud, the nurse closest to him had to turn her head, but she didn't show any disgust. Wang Zhong took out another note and wrote, You are also needed in other parts of the empire. Please recover from your injuries and then go train new tank crews. He tore off the note and gave it to the commander. The commander stared at the note for a long time before handing it to the loader. He said nothing, just sat down and let the nurse continue to bandage until the bandage covered the entire ear. At this time, the battalion commander of the armored battalion ran over and saluted, Report to the general, the inspection of the battle-damaged vehicles has been completed. 4 vehicles were destroyed, 4 more can be repaired, and 1 can be recycled. All members were sacrificed, but the vehicle was not damaged. Wang Zhong, recruit volunteers from the survivors of the destroyed tanks to form a new vehicle crew. At this time, the captain of number 430, who had just lowered his head, shouted, I'll join. Wang Zhong glanced at the nurse. Nurse, he can't fight anymore. I suspect he may have a slight bleeding in his brain and must receive treatment. So do the rest of his crew. They are receiving treatment now and there is a possibility of recovery. At least they can return to normal life. No, the treatment made me completely deaf. So Wang Zhong held the commander's shoulders and shook his head gently. Your war is over. Leave it to us. Wang Zhong turned his head and looked to the west. Over there was the lost country, and the sun was setting in the west. Behind him, on the 422 antenna, the wind blew a red flag. Just as Wang Zhong predicted, the enemy was unable to organize an offensive during the rest of the day. At 20:30 hours, the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Guards Regiment moved into position and switched defenses with the 1st Battalion, which had been fighting for a day, to serve as night defense. It was not good for the preset position that was finally held to be touched by the enemy's night attack. In addition, a volunteer repair team composed of 200 tractor factory workers arrived on the battlefield and began to repair 4 damaged tanks. After the masters inspected the tanks, they reported that 2 of them were easier to repair, and the remaining 2 were better off dismantling the parts for repair. 6 tails of T-34 were lost on the first day of battle. And there was still such a huge loss despite an ambush at a preset position. The enemy is quite elite. When Wang Zhong took the number 422 tank back to the 3rd ambush position, he looked serious the whole time. The armored battalion will spend the night in the 3rd ambush position tonight. The main reason for not returning to the city is to reduce the chance of mechanical failure of the tanks. Stationed at the 3rd ambush position was the 3rd Battalion of the 31st Regiment. During the daytime battle, this battalion served as a reserve team at the 3rd ambush position and was almost exhausted. When they saw the tank troops led by Wang Zhong approaching, the entire battalion rushed out of the trenches and shouted to Wang Zhong, "General, let us go to the battlefield." "Wang Zhong, don't worry. There will be times when you fight in the future. Don't be anxious. Today we only encountered 1 enemy armored division, and the 2nd Armored Group going south had 7 more armored divisions like this. It was originally 6, and now it has been supplemented by 2 particularly powerful Asgard Knights divisions." Wang Zhong was not worried at all that his troops would not be able to fight. Rather, it is a question of how many people will be left after this battle is over. As soon as the tank troops entered the tank bunker, the girls and ants from the field cooking team drove the carriage over. The carriage carried a large pot filled with thick soup, and the aroma wafted over from a long distance. Wang Zhong originally planned to return to Aolikai to see the situation on the front, but when he saw the car coming, he became hungry. He shouted to the leading carriage, "I wonder if you have the right to boil me, the division commander." The lady driving the carriage shouted, "Yes. We have cooked enough food for 3 camps." The ant said, tightening the reins, "Hey." The carriage slowly stopped. The girl holding the bread basket jumped out of the car and shouted to Wang Zhong, "Major General, have you killed many enemies today?" "Yes, many enemies were eliminated," Wang Zhong said with great certainty. "This is true. The ambush in the morning alone almost completely wiped out an enemy armored battalion. Although there were many surprises in the afternoon battle, 27 enemy number 3 and number 4 vehicles were destroyed. In terms of battle results, it has surpassed Wang Zhong's armored assault in Luktov. Luktov was able to destroy more than 100 soldiers, most of which were the work of infantry. This time the infantry unit was mainly responsible for cleaning the battlefield and finally clearing the remaining enemy positions. The main results were achieved by the armored units and anti-tank artillery units. At this time, the veterans of the 3rd Battalion who had participated in Luktov shouted, "The general is enjoying the battle, but we are not enjoying it at all." The soldiers of the 1st Battalion immediately echoed, "Yes, it's all the tank troops and artillerymen who eat the meat, and we don't get anything." The driver and several girls worked together to put the soup pot on the ground, turned around and shouted to the complainer, "Be content, you are standing here with your hands and feet intact. You will have many opportunities to kill the enemy in the future. Come, eat meat. We've been waiting for a long time." The soldiers showed their lunch boxes one after another. Someone even knocked the bottom of the lunch box with a spoon. "Stop knocking." The priest accompanying the army shouted, "What are you talking about?" Wang Zhong, "Okay, we just finished the battle, let them relax." At this time, the soldiers seemed to have received the imperial edict from His Majesty the Tsar, and they started shouting, "The Major General said you can relax. 3rd Battalion Commander, where's your balalaika? Start playing." The battalion priests of the 3rd Battalion came to Wang Zhong and complained, "Is this good, Major General? Relaxation may cost them their lives." Wang Zhong, "Look at it, Mr. Priest, it is a good thing that everyone's morale is high. The situation will become more and more severe in the future, and you may want them to sing and dance." The priest thought for a while, "You are an experienced warrior, I will listen to you." At this time, Wang Zhong noticed that the 3rd Battalion commander was declining, so he shouted, "3rd Battalion Commander. Where are you balalaika?" With a resigned expression on his face, the 3rd Battalion commander took out the balalaika from the backpack on his back and assembled it. Wang Zhong, everyone enjoys the music. The 2nd Battalion of the 31st Guards Regiment of the Ant Army, late at night. Because of the blackout, no fire could be made, so Privates Ivan and Sergei sat in the trench in the dark, drinking cold tea. "Have you heard?" Sergei said, the people in the 1st Battalion discovered one thing, that is, peeing on the enemy's pants will gain endless courage. This is the secret of the general's bravery. Ivan frowned, really or not? Are you lying to me? Really? Do you remember that coward from the 1st Battalion? He was in the drummer's platoon. He was about to pee, but the drummer asked him to pee on the enemy. He immediately lost his strength and became brave. Filipov was good at playing drums, so he was nicknamed drummer among the soldiers. Ivan frowned, expressing disbelief. Sergei, I saw that the bodies of the Prozan people around were not picked up. Let's go pee on one too. At this time, Stepan, who was napping in the artillery hole nearby, crawled out and said to the two of them, what do you know? Those are enemies you have to shoot yourself. They are only useful if you pee. Didn't you see that when we changed defenses, the 1st Battalion are the people quarreling? That means they are arguing about who killed the enemy. Anyone who has never peed is worried that he will die in the next battle. Ivan frowned, whether you are brave or not has anything to do with whether you will die. Didn't you listen to what the veteran said? The more cowardly the person is, the faster he will die, and the bolder one will have a harder time dying. Stepan said mysteriously, that's why the general cannot die. I even listened to the 3rd Queen Amel, the veteran of the regiment, said that with 381 shell, Duke Vladimir and hundreds of staff were dead. Isn't it right? Ivan retorted again, the general and the duchess's male favorite is alive. I heard that the male favorite is not brave, isn't he? Stepan sighed, you are so boring, do you know how to chat? As he said this, he lay back in the shell-proof cave again. A second later, he spoke again, just watch, I'm going to kill one of them tomorrow, no one can rob him from me. At this moment, the three of them heard a shout in the darkness, who? What person? Then there were gunshots. The three of them were all confused. They were all recruits going to the battlefield for the first time and they didn't know what was going on. At this time, the platoon leader rushed over, get ready to fight, the enemy is attacking at night. As soon as he finished speaking, the company commander began to blow his whistle. As the whistle blew, the machine guns opened fire, spraying tracer bullets into the night. The platoon leader grabbed Ivan by the shoulders, pulled him up and threw him to the firing port, get ready to fight. Quick, get into the shooting position, don't worry about people you can't see, fire at everything that looks like a person. Ivan looked blankly at the darkness outside the trench. Although he had been staying in the dark environment so that he could vaguely see the outline of things, but suddenly, Ivan saw something moving and immediately fired in that direction. Tokarev fired continuously. Beside him, others were also firing, and gunshots were heard constantly. After firing a magazine, Ivan heard the platoon leader shout, cease fire. All cease fire. The sound of shooting gradually quieted down. Sergei poked Ivan in the waist, did you hit him? I think I hit one. Let's go and have a look at Don. Ivan, I don't know, I feel like I hit one too. Then let's go together tomorrow. Chapter 135 The situation of the Prasen Army on the night of August 3. Prasen Army, 2nd Armored Group Headquarters, 2330 hours on August 3. When Acting Division Commander Cruz entered the headquarters, Panzer Group Commander Heinz Wilhelm von Moltke was studying the map. Acting Division Commander Cruz stood at attention and saluted, Your Excellency, Commander. Well, relax a little. Moltke raised his right hand in return. I asked you to come here in a bucket truck, the German Army's jeep, a proper noun, because I want to know what your division has experienced today. You've had a hard time on the road. Cruz maintained his standing posture, serve His Majesty the Emperor. Okay. Moltke waved his hand, tell me, what happened today? First, how did the division commander Wilhelm Dietrich get seriously injured? Wasn't he both in the Bohemian and Carolingian battles? Why did he lose his skills when he arrived at Ant? Division Commander William planned to personally investigate the enemy's situation, so he changed clothes with the tank platoon leader who was in the reserve position, and took the platoon leader's car out. Then, he was hit by the enemy's artillery group with 72 heavy artillery shells. That tank there was only one intact tank left in the platoon. Mao Chi was speechless, a division commander who specializes in reconnaissance before changing clothes. The chief of staff of the cluster said, is there a spy report? Cruz immediately said, there is absolutely no such possibility. The military police have killed all the potential hostile elements in our stationed area who may have tipped off the information. Mao Chi frowned, but ultimately did not comment on the military police's actions, but continued the topic, it is impossible for spies to maintain contact with a division commander on the front line. Intelligence organizations generally do not have such a flat structure in order to maintain confidentiality. I prefer to have lurking observation posts. Your division headquarters may be in the enemy's sight. Even if you change your clothes, The observation posts will understand everything when they see who you are saluting. Cruz, if that's the case, why not bomb the staff headquarters? This doesn't make sense. Before the attack, all the officers from the platoon and above in our division gathered for a meeting. At that time, a round of artillery shells fell and our division was paralyzed. Moltke nodded, what you said makes sense. So how was this achieved? This White Horse general also had the record of killing well, causing General Randolph to die. Randolph's incident is understandable, said the chief of staff of the cluster. General Whitehorse's car rushed to Major General Randolph's headquarters. This was entirely the result of Randolph being too aggressive. The star general of the Carolingian campaign, seems to also like to rush to the front in a tank. Moltke, that young Erwin, after His Majesty praised him for his fierce fighting spirit, the young general seemed to like to rush forward. Mao Qi shook his head, as a general, you should grasp the overall situation. Talking about your encounter today, is there anything else to add about the injury of Commander William? Cruz hesitated and said, there are also voodoo rituals. Needless to say, leave it to the scientific department of the headquarters to study. Before you came, the staff of the cluster were more inclined to think it was a coincidence. The White Horse general might have guessed through the formation or other clues. There might be a big shot there. After Mao Qi finished speaking, he paused and changed the subject. What do you think of General White Horse? Close's face tightened. He is a cunning and despicable guy, but also very careful. He must have carefully inspected the battlefield and knew where we would set up the logistics nodes. Although his shelling was just a lottery, it did kill people. We killed more than 40 experienced soldiers who were drinking coffee at the time. The only good thing is that our tank crews are still overhauling their tanks and have not gone to eat. Otherwise we would have lost a battalion of elite tank crews in vain. Moltke, blow up the eating place. This reminds me of the past when we bombed each other's toilets in trench warfare. Just get used to this kind of thing. Does he have any other characteristics? Cruz thought for a while and said, it seems that he commanded the troops to dig a very strange bunker. When our infantry went up to check this bunker, the enemy's artillery fire came, so we didn't look carefully. But it seems to be a very advanced and complex bunker. Our tank bunkers usually dig a square pit for tanks to drive into. Their bunkers are much more complicated than this and require much more soil work. Our tank bunkers can even be dug by the tank crews themselves. If equipped with a bulldozer, they can just push it with the tank. Their bunkers may require the mobilization of large numbers of labor and engineering units to excavate for a long time. Mao Qi seriously confirmed, bunker. Yes, a bunker. This kind of bunker is very difficult to find, even if the tank fires. Even the smoke produced by the shooting itself will block the line of sight and interfere with our shooting. If it weren't for the unreasonable shooting skills of the anti-tank crew, our losses might have gone up to a higher level. Moltke and the chief of staff looked at each other and asked, shouldn't he be a reckless man? After all, he once went all the way to General Randolph. No, he is definitely not a reckless man. He ambushed us, and withdrew most of the tanks and infantry before our Stuka bombardment, and also covered the position with artillery fire after our infantry pressed up. This is clearly what a cunning defensive warfare expert does. Moltke, you are a cunning defensive warfare expert, but in the Ant Army, the armored officers all advocate offense. In Castile, they would even use tanks to attack our anti-tank gun positions, just like a herd of porcupines, rushing towards humans. The arrow array then scattered the corpses in the wilderness. Then he is an exception. Cruz said firmly, our attack suffered a big loss today. And I, and all my officers, believe that they did not use all their troops at all. Mao Qi held his chin and fell into thinking, while the cluster chief of staff said, but the information given by Rabo well shows that he is just a dude who graduated last. Cruz, is this like the result that the last one can achieve? I refuse to accept being defeated by the last one. No, the offensive plan was not made by me. I refuse to believe that Major General William Dietrich's plan will defeated by the last one. No way. The chief of staff raised his eyebrows, lowered his head and reread the information sent by Rabelais. Wait a minute. There is also a line of Rabelais' own comments here. Considering that the second to last is the crown prince of the Ant Empire, Ali cannot be ruled out. The possibility of Casey Konstantinovic Rokosov taking the initiative to control the score. The chief of staff raised his head and looked at the others. The entire headquarters fell into silence, as if even the sound of the typewriter in the clerical department next door had dimmed. Moltke concluded, so, we are facing an extremely smart and cunning defensive warfare expert. We. Cruz captured the word keenly. Duke Mishkin's troops were crushed. No. In fact, they have also built a large number of fortifications, which is quite difficult. That's why the cluster is planning to bypass the solid fortification area and use the road in front of you to complete the encirclement. Moltke paused and continued, the 16th Armored Division will join you tomorrow. In addition, the Legion's artillery will also move towards you and is expected to arrive in the combat area tomorrow night. In addition, the 8th Air Force will do its best to support your operations. Cruz, are these troops, all under my command? Yes, because, the Emperor expects you to perform well. You are the Knights of Asgard after all. Cruz grinned, and the light from the electric lamp reflected in the Zeus holding a lightning bolt on his lapel badge. At this time, the air raid siren suddenly sounded. Everyone in the headquarters looked up in confusion. Mao Chi asked, "What's going on?" "I'll find out right away." A staff officer immediately left the headquarters. As soon as he left, the phone rang. The chief of staff picked up. "It's the headquarters." What? Okay, got it." After hanging up the phone, the chief of staff said, "The troops heard the sound of the plane passing overhead. Everyone heard it and it was definitely coming towards us." "Maltka, airplane? At night? Didn't the Air Force say that they are still experimenting with night bombers? How did the Enters make them?" The chief of staff shook his head. At this time, there was an explosion outside. Maltka quickly came to the window and saw a biplane flying over the headquarters and dropping something. The thing landed in the yard and exploded the next moment. It was more like a grenade than an aerial bomb. Mao Chi looked confused. "What the hell?" The chief of staff also looked confused. Time passed by in everyone's confusion for 5 minutes. Then the phone rang again, and the chief of staff immediately picked up. "Headquarters. How many? Why didn't the anti-aircraft guns fire? Ultra-low altitude? Got it." After hanging up the phone again, the chief of staff reported, "We observed 6 biplanes entering our sky at ultra-low altitude and dropping small bombs that looked like grenades. A total of 6 people died and 11 were injured." Maltka was silent for a few seconds before asking, "What's the point of such an air raid?" "I don't know. The Ant people's understanding of the art of war is different from ours." The chief of staff paused and then said, "Unless they come here every night in the future. In this case, it will cause great harm to our soldiers. The psychological pressure is so great that I can't even sleep well." "Maltka, sending out old biplanes on bombing missions just to make us sleep poorly. What kind of weird tactics is this? You cannot use common sense to understand the Ant people." Mao Chi shook his head and turned to Cruz again. "Anyway, you will organize the next attack tomorrow. Don't let any White Horse general succeed. You are the first outstanding student to graduate from the Imperial Military Academy. Although you have never fought in a war. Seize this opportunity. I think His Majesty the Emperor is also looking forward to it." Cruz shouted, "Live up to His Majesty's high expectations." Chapter 136 The Situation of Good Night Special Forces on August 3. Exukov, General Headquarters of the Southwestern Front of the Ant Army, 2,330 hours. "How many kilometers have you advanced?" General Skorobo was so shocked that he stood up. The staff officer lowered his head to confirm the number on the report, and then cautiously answered, 40 kilometers. "General Skorobo, where are our troops? How can we allow the enemy's armored group to advance 40 kilometers? While the general roared angrily, the operational staff expressionlessly posted an arrow representing the enemy south of Exukov, near the coast, on the map of the front army headquarters. The first armored group under the enemy's army group south, the southernmost pincer of the entire pincer offensive, has penetrated 40 kilometers into the defense line. Judging from the map, the defense area of the 35th Army, which was originally responsible for blocking the first armored group, looked like a sweet potato cut in half by the enemy." General Skorobo was still venting his anger. 40 kilometers. Is the enemy planning a marathon in our defense zone? "Your Excellency, General," the Chief of Staff spoke, "it's useless to shout to the communications staff. It's not the communications staff who made the enemy advance so fast." General Skorobo hesitated for a few seconds and took a deep breath. "You are right. So what exactly is the 35th Army doing? They should have built defensive positions on the front line, right?" The Bishop of the Front Army said, "We also have fortified areas on the border, but the enemy still broke through." At this time, the Crown Prince, who had been listening, said, "General, you yourself said that building fortifications is useless. It is outdated." "When did I say that?" "Crown Prince, yesterday, I was commenting on Rokosov's work in Araki." The mention of Rokosov at this time made General Skorobo furious. "Don't mention that name. Chief of Staff of the Front Army, the defenses of the Lowland 151st Division may be different from the defenses we generally know. I can ask him to introduce his experience if there is an opportunity in the future." General Skorobo glared at the Chief of Staff. At this time, his adjutant said, "It was Rokosov who kept saying that the enemy in the north would go south, so our defense focus is all on the north. There is only one group army in front of the enemy's first armored group. Based on past experience, it is definitely not enough. The Crown Prince stood up and said, "That's enough. Rokosov warned you that the enemy in the north will go south, so will he go south? Go south. He also said that the enemy will launch a pincer offensive. I remember what he said. Clamped. Clamped. He got everything right? So who said it all didn't hit the mark? It was you. You said that a tank army armed with new tanks will crush the enemy. Did it crush it? You said you could thwart the enemy's infantry attack. Did you thwart it? Chief of Staff, we actually failed in this. The enemy's infantry group army's attack did not make much progress today. We even counterattacked and took back a town. Our infantry troops are still very willing to fight." The Crown Prince was a little embarrassed for a moment. He did not understand the status of the infantry attack, but this did not prevent him from continuing, "But your initial judgment was completely wrong. Because the enemy's main breakthrough and encirclement will be achieved by armored groups. By the way, the enemy's pliers to the north are currently blocked by Rokosov. Chief of Staff, Rokosov and Duke Mishkin blocked it together. Without Duke Mishkin, his entire division would have been surrounded. Crown Prince, anyway, he blocked it? And his telegram at 2300 also said that more than 60 enemy tanks were destroyed in one day. General Skorobo's adjutant said, "It sounds a bit little. Because he really destroyed more than 60 tanks. Look at the 35th Army. It said that it destroyed more than 100 enemy tanks. Then why did the enemy cut through their defense line like butter? It's because the enemy invested 1,000 a tank." The Crown Prince asked the general's adjutant, knocking on the table. "Chief of Staff, we can't deploy 1,000 tanks on that front. Judging from the width of the enemy's breakthrough, there should be only more than 100 tanks on the front. After the breakthrough, they will spread out and sweep across our logistics. Front Army Bishop, episode 35 should be cancelled." The adjutant was speechless for a moment. General Skorobo put his hands on the map table and covered his forehead with his palms. "Okay, that's enough, Mishka," the adjutant's nickname. "There is no point in continuing to maintain my face at this time, my face I've already lost it myself," the general said and put down his hand. For a moment, the Crown Prince thought that the general had a bunch of new wrinkles on his forehead out of thin air. The general looked at the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, could you please send a telegram to your father to persuade him to allow us to retreat?" The Crown Prince was shocked instead. "Retreat? The enemy's pliers have advanced less than 100 kilometers in total. There is still a long time before the hole is closed. General, of course we will try our best to delay the enemy, but now we should prepare for the worst. We still have some tank units, both T-26 and BT series, but according to reports from the front, these tanks can still penetrate the enemy as long as they are at the right distance of armor. We also have enough Molotov cocktails to destroy enemy tanks in urban mints. But, Your Highness, we have a great plain to the south. Even if we can defend 1 or 2 cities, the enemy will still flood us like a flood overflowing a dam." After the general finished speaking, the Chief of Staff took over, "Unless our Air Force suddenly becomes as capable as the enemy's Air Force. I heard that the Air Force's IL-2 attack aircraft are effective, but now only 1 squadron is assigned to our front army. A squadron can delay a division, but it cannot stop an entire armored group." After the Chief of Staff finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. The Crown Prince sighed, "I'll give it a try. But I think with my father's stubbornness, he won't change his mind so quickly." "General Skorobo, then we'll wait until he changes his mind. I suggest you fly back to St. Catherine's Castle immediately to convince His Majesty the Tsar." The Crown Prince showed a wry smile. "You don't understand my father, he is very sensitive. He asked me to supervise the army, but I ran back by myself. He would be furious. In this state, he will not listen to advice." Silence fell again. As for the character of the Tsar, the generals have somewhat heard about it. The Crown Prince reassured, "Don't worry, I will send a telegram to my sister. She is so smart, she will definitely be able to think of a solution. Unless she happens to anger my father, he will definitely listen to his advice." General Skorobo nodded, "Very good, I'll leave this to your Highness. We must brace ourselves now and try to delay the retreat and strive for a situation suitable for retreat. Chief of Staff of the Front Army, we can consider an infantry attack. If we can hold back the enemy's infantry and disconnect the armored cluster from the rear, the enemy may stop. General Skorobo, you can give it a try." The Crown Prince sat down, looked up at the mural on the ceiling, and said silently, "Olga, you have to work harder. If you can't convince your father, these troops will be buried here." Araki, the headquarters of the 151st Provisional Infantry Division of the Ant Army, at 0010 hours on August 4. When Wang Zhong entered the room, Pavlov was shocked. "Why are you back? I thought you were going to sleep with the troops." "I want to adjust my deployment," Wang Zhong said, What caused us the biggest loss today was the enemy's bombing, so I want to target the enemy's aircraft. As he spoke, Wang Zhong came to the table where a detailed hand-drawn map of the surrounding areas of Araki was placed. Our anti-aircraft guns are now used to protect artillery positions, but if you think about it carefully, if the enemy discovers our artillery positions, the 25mm anti-aircraft guns of only one anti-aircraft battalion will not be able to stop them. But when this battalion advances to the front, it can cover our tanks, and when necessary, it can shoot the infantry levelly. If the angle is right, it can even shoot the opposite tanks, such as the number 1 and number 2 tanks that make up the numbers. Yesterday, August 3rd, the 151st Division destroyed more than 60 tanks. These refer to the number 3 and number 4 tanks. The number 2 and 38T tanks that made up the numbers were not counted at all. Pavlov nodded, I have no objection. Popov, actually, I checked the camouflage of the artillery position. As long as it is not passed by the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft at ultra-low altitude, it should be fine. I am referring to position 152. The B4 is too big and may be detected by the enemy's high-altitude reconnaissance. See. Previously in Ltov, B4 was placed in the city, making it easier to hide. Although Ltov is small, it is a railway hub and has many factories. There are 2 factories in Araki, one that makes iron pots and shovels, one that produces dairy products such as cheese, and then there are large ranches. There is really no place to hide something as big as B4. Wang Zhong, there is no other way, just burn the tires if necessary. This is the problem, Popov spread his hands. When I communicated with the local church, I fully understood the local situation. There are not many tires that can be burned in the city. We have worked hard to collect them, but the burning it's gone after 2 times. Wang Zhong, damn it, all we destroyed were tanks and there were no rubber tires to remove. Popov, then let's shoot out as many shells as possible before we are discovered. Wang Zhong, you are right, take the B4 position now and give the sleeping enemy a little surprise. Pavlov, which village do you want to hit? Or, throw away all of them? Wang Zhong, throw them all together, and the rain and dew will catch them all. If they explode, you will make a profit. Pavlov nodded, okay, I'll make arrangements. Then he called. Wang Zhong looked at Popov, in addition to the movement of the anti-aircraft artillery battalion, tomorrow I plan to move half of the Divine Arrow Company to the front line. Popov, a stuka. Yes. It's not about how many aircraft were shot down, it's mainly about making the enemy's pilots worry. I remember very clearly that in Haupanir, the enemy's stukas wanted to come back and shoot, but one of them was shot down by a divine arrow and then dispersed. Popov, I'm not in your unit yet at Pinir. But I trust your experience. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly realized that this is the accumulation of experience. Visible and tangible experience accumulation. I'm growing too. Popov, General. Oh, I suddenly felt dazed. Tomorrow I will take care of the little one, the one who talks very arrogantly, He switched to the overlooking view, found the icon of the Arrow Company, and looked at the roster. Yekaterina Andropovna Bolenkova, let her and the other 2 praying hands go to the front, while Ludmila continues to guard Araki. Popov, it's reasonable. Bolenkova can ensure the shooting down of enemy aircraft. If it is to deter the enemy, you can even just let her guide and fire 1 shot at a time. This will create a stronger sense of oppression on the enemy. Wang Zhong, yes, indeed, but I want to fire 3 salvos in the first wave to cause a large attrition to the enemy. Ken. As soon as she finished speaking, Nelly opened the door and came in with a basket in her hand. Want to have a midnight snack? Give me some yogurt. Wang Zhong said. Nelly looked at him directly, you only want yogurt? You don't want vodka? In the story, the soldiers all hope that their generals drink wine and eat meat. Wang Zhong, I'm not the Khan of Kosalia. Let's have some yogurt. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 137, Troops on the Border, additional update from the Alliance leader. On the Prasen army side. Cruz, who was on his way back to his division's headquarters, suddenly saw fire in the distance. He was about to fall asleep, but when he saw the light of the fire, he suddenly felt sleepy and completely ran away. Stop! He shouted, and the driver braked, causing the bucket truck to stop on the dirt road. Cruz stood up in position the same way an open bucket truck can stand up. However, it was so dark that even if he stood up, he could only see 3 burning houses and could not see anything specific. So Cruz shouted to the soldiers of the Prasen army gathered on the roadside smoking, "Which army are you from?" The soldier glanced at Cruz. Perhaps he saw that there was no red collar badge, so he didn't pay much attention. He replied casually, "We are from the 16th Division and are preparing to join the Crusader Knights." "It's not the Crusaders. Another sergeant wearing the armband of the senior exempt soldier said, "It's the Knights of Asgard, newly created by His Majesty." "Cruz, what's going on with the fire out front?" "Front, who are you?" The soldier who spoke confirmed Cruz's rank again, and then realized that he had never seen such a rank before, prying about military secrets. "Be careful, I tell the military police." Cruz took out his ID and unfolded it for the soldiers to see. Several soldiers came over, and one of them took out a flashlight and turned it on. The next moment, everyone stood at attention as if they were electrocuted, and straightened their backs. "Brigadier General." "Cruz, what's going on ahead?" Reporting to the Brigadier General, "Our troops had just entered the village in front, and suddenly the enemy's shelling came over. The oil storage yard just established by the baggage team that entered the village first was hit." Cruz frowned. "Has all your fuel been reimbursed?" "No, not all the trucks of the baggage train were unloaded. They ran out after the bombardment. Only the oil tanks brought into the yard were hit." Cruz cursed and said to himself, "It seems that against this white horse general, you can't enter villages and towns, and you have to stay in the wild even if you have a house. Damn it, isn't he worried about killing his own people?" Cruz shook his head. "What a heartless bastard." At 0430 in the morning, Wang Zhong set off from Alakai on horseback with a small team of people. His idea is simple: take advantage of the fact that enemies within his own field of vision will be highlighted, and conduct preliminary reconnaissance before the enemy's large forces move. He brought Vasily and the only walkie-talkie in the division with him. Later, he could call for a wave of artillery strikes in plain language. It didn't matter if the enemy heard it. It was not important to highlight a deterrent and how many enemies could be killed. As soon as the cavalry left Alachi, they ran into the Divine Arrow Company, which was maneuvering in a vehicle. Yekaterina Andropovna was lying on the tailgate of the truck vomiting when she saw Wang Zhong coming on a white horse from a distance. She quickly straightened up and wiped her mouth with her sleeve. "Wang Zhong, are you motion sick?" "Yeah, how about it?" Yekaterina raised her eyes. The way she looked made Wang Zhong want to flick her head with his fingers. After finally suppressing this impulse, Wang Zhong said, "Is it okay? You are very important today. If we can successfully deter enemy pilots, we can greatly reduce our losses. Humph, I will ensure that every divine arrow I guide hits the target." "Wang Zhong, that's good." After saying that, he kicked the horse in the belly and asked Busy Faras to speed up. He was still rushing to detect the enemy's situation. Once the enemy is ready to attack, it would be too dangerous to conduct reconnaissance, and they might be chased by enemy motorcycles. There are machine guns on the motorcycle's body, and Wang Zhong does not want to test the enemy's machine gunner's shooting skills. At this time, Yekaterina's voice came from behind, "Are you just leaving?" "Yes, what else?" Wang Zhong looked back, without stopping, and started trotting with the cavalry. Wang Zhong directly crossed the first ambush position, and when he was about to move forward, he found several soldiers of his own on the roadside urinating on the corpses of the prosens on the ground. "What are you doing? Which part of you are you in?" Wang Zhong tightened the reins and asked Busy Varas to stop abruptly. Several people didn't even have time to lift up their pants and just stood at attention and saluted. Wang Zhong frowned. "What's wrong? Pull up your pants first. You guys are so free and loose. Where are the priests? Go and call the priests from the 2nd Battalion." Immediately, a guard rode towards the first ambush position. Several soldiers pulled up their trousers, with expressions of imminent disaster on their faces. It seemed that the priests in their company were more powerful. Wang Zhong didn't care and asked, "What were you doing just now?" "Soldier, collect the enemy's weapons." "Then why don't you put on your pants?" "Urgent urination. Urgent to pee on the enemy. Express your hatred for the enemy." "That's right, we were attacked at night yesterday and several brothers died." Wang Zhong was speechless. At this time, the battalion's chaplain came trotting over. When he came to Wang Zhong, he saluted, "General. I will strictly discipline you." "Yeah. I'll leave it to you." After saying that, he turned his horse's head and continued heading north. The guards clapped their horses and followed, and when they passed the three big soldiers, they all looked at them with smiles on their faces. As Vasily passed by, he said, "It's time to pick dung." After this episode, Wang Zhong ran all the way to the edge of the woods in the north of the city, stood under a white birch and raised his telescope. The enemy didn't look like they were going to attack at all. All Wang Zhong could see were hidden sentries scattered on the grassland and hiding in foxholes. If he went further, he would be spotted by a secret sentry. He could only look far into the distance here and could barely see the scattered Prosen tanks at the edge of his field of vision. Strange. It was 4:30 when Wang Zhong went out, and now it was already 5:30. It was already broad daylight, and the enemy had no intention of organizing an offensive yet. He originally thought that when he reached a hidden sentry and could no longer run forward, he would be able to see the enemy tanks gathering in attack formation, and then he could call in artillery fire. But there were no enemies, and the Proson seemed to be sleeping in. Or is it that the wave of lottery draws last night directly confused the enemy? To put it in words that all players of P Club understand, a wave of bombing yesterday wiped out the enemy's organizational level? Want to get organized this morning? Wang Zhong looked far into the distance, and it seemed that he could indeed see smoke in the direction of the village in the distance. Maybe it was the fire caused by yesterday's shelling that had just been extinguished. Is shelling so useful? From now on, when fighting defensive battles, you should develop the habit of sleeping on the opposite side of the bed in the middle of the night. Wang Zhong was thinking, and Vasily, who was waiting beside him with a walkie-talkie on his back, said, "Aren't the Plozans very self-disciplined? My father's friend said that the Plozans get up to study at 4 in the morning. The library of Prosun University is packed with people at 4 o'clock in the morning." Wang Zhong glanced at Vasily. "What is the name of your father's friend? I will ask the Inquisition to visit him." "Oh, he was arrested by the Inquisition last year for espionage." "Good catch, very satisfying." Vasily was not aware of Wang Zhong's thoughts and continued to look at the empty wilderness and said, "It seems that the Prosen people are not as diligent as he said. Of course, it may also be that launching 203 from village to village yesterday had an effect. General, which one do you think it is?" "I think my 203 is working." "I think so too. How about another round?" Wang Zhong shook his head. "No, I saw a few Panzer III tanks over there. Although they were just a few Panzer III tanks, we have enough shells and the mosquito legs are meat. Let's fight that. Give me the microphone of the walkie-talkie. Turn on the frequency, adjust it well." Before coming out this morning, Wang Zhong transferred a radio-equipped T-26 from the remaining T-26s of the 5th Tank Corps, which was serving as the division reserve, and sent it to the artillery regiment. Relying on the tank's radio, he was finally able to establish radio contact with the artillery regiment. Vasily immediately adjusted the frequency, called twice and got a reply, then handed the microphone to Wang Zhong. "Okay." Wang Zhong picked up the microphone. "The white horse calls the rhinoceros, the white horse calls the rhinoceros." The rhino hears it, clearly. "Bombard the following coordinates," repeat, "bombard the following coordinates." "White horse, rhinoceros received, over." Wang Zhong handed the microphone to Vasily and observed the tanks again. Then he realized that there was no one in those tanks. Only then did the tanker come into Wang Zhong's field of vision while picking his teeth. No wonder it was not highlighted. Wang Zhong thought he was out of range, so he only saw the tank driver inside the tank without highlighting it. It turned out that there was no one inside. Suddenly, a Prosen officer appeared and shouted something to the tank crews. So the tankers who were still leisurely jumped on the tank one after another and took out the crank to start the tank. Yes, today's cars and tanks all have to be cranked to start, unlike in later generations where you can turn the key on electrically. As soon as a few Prosen tank crews rocked the tank, the shells fell. With just one salvo, the huge dust cloud from the explosion completely engulfed several tanks. Wang Zhong looked at the engulfed enemies and laughed. At this moment, the roar of the engine came from the sky. Wang Zhong immediately raised his viewing angle and found the enemy's fleet of aircraft without much effort. This time it was a group of horizontal bombers. Judging from the route and altitude, they were definitely heading towards Aorki. Wang Zhong looked at the fleet of aircraft overhead and sincerely hoped that the field laundry team, field cooking team and other logistics personnel living in Aolikai City would be safe. At the Asgard Knights Amper Division headquarters, Cruz was telling the commander of the 16th Armored Division his battle plan. "We need to deploy our formation northwest of Aorki, and your division should deploy on the west side of our division and make a detour to the west of Aorki. According to the map, there is Highland 153 here. We predict that there will be heavy enemy troops here. You do not need to occupy the high ground. Your Panzer III and 4 tanks only need to stop outside the effective range of the enemy's anti-tank guns to suppress it. Your division has a relatively large number of number 1 and number 2 troops. These troops are fast and can quickly move over to occupy the road and cut off the enemy's supplies. We speculate that the enemy's artillery will be in these woods. After the number 1 and number 2 tank troops occupy the road, your division's motorcycle reconnaissance battalion should move forward decisively to scout these woods and call for divisional artillery strikes at any time." After Cruz finished speaking, he looked up at the commander of the 16th Armored Division. The commander of the 16th Armored Division was an Orthodox Defense Force general with a red general collar badge. He raised his chin and asked, "What mission does the glorious Asgard Knights perform?" "Cruz, we will launch an attack from the front. To attract the attention of Rokosov, General Whitehorse." As soon as he finished speaking, there was an explosion outside. The commander of the 16th Division was shocked. "What's going on? Is the enemy going to counterattack?" "Don't be impatient," Cruz said through gritted teeth, "our opponent likes to fight coldly like this. The damage caused is not big, but it is very irritating. Today he will know how powerful he is. Chapter 138, The Sound of Cannons. When Wang Zhong passed the first ambush position again, he stopped and shouted, "2nd Battalion Commander." The 2nd Battalion Commander immediately appeared, stood in front of the horse and saluted, "General. Withdraw the position immediately and go to the 3rd ambush position, leaving behind a hidden sentry with a signal flare." The 2nd Battalion Commander confirmed again, "Are you withdrawing from the position?" "Yes. The enemy knows the location of our first two positions, and I suspect they will fire and bomb first. Your unit has done an excellent job of defending against enemy night attacks. There is no need to stay on the position to be bombed." The 2nd Battalion Commander saluted and shouted yes, turned around and left. Wang Zhong led the team to continue walking towards the city until they reached the 3rd ambush position, where the tank troops camped last night. The tanks were also parked at the bottom of the bunker, tightly covered by camouflage nets. As soon as he entered the position, Wang Zhong saw the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion gathering around the pot and drinking the leftover soup from yesterday. "Wang Zhong, you guys drink cold soup, be careful, you may get diarrhea later." Everyone was stunned, then laughed. Wang Zhong looked confused, "What's wrong?" "General, where can I get diarrhea after drinking some cold soup?" someone asked. "There's none?" Wang Zhong's father, who stayed on Earth, has always taught him that leftovers should be reheated before eating. Not only is it easy to have diarrhea, so he has always thought so. It seems that Mazi is not that particular. Of course, it may also be because Mazi is at a high latitude, so food does not go bad easily in cold weather, and their stomachs have adapted to the cold. "I guess so." A soldier shouted to Wang Zhong, "General, don't you have some?" Wang Zhong felt his stomach. After riding for 2 hours in the morning, he was indeed hungry. "Okay, I'll have some." "Hey, General, you should have some, this is delicious, even if it's cold." "Look, it's frozen, this is the best frozen, it's all yours." Wang Zhong dismounted and mingled with the soldiers, taking a big mouthful of jelly made from thick soup. "It's really delicious, oily but not greasy, and has a bit of sour cream flavor. It's really good stuff." Wang Zhong praised, "Come on, you guys can share some too." At this time, the 2nd Battalion withdrew and drove into the position along the road. The leader looked at the battalion commander and the camp priest, and after making sure they would not be caught, shouted, "3rd Battalion, what good food can you eat? The leftover soup from last night? Come and eat together." At this moment, there was the roar of cannonballs piercing the sky. In the past, the recruits were stunned and the veterans fell down. Today, when the recruits heard the roar, they all fell down, but the veterans were still standing. "Don't be afraid." Another veteran shouted, "This is not meant to bomb us." As soon as he finished speaking, a plume of smoke from the explosion rose from the side of the number 1 ambush position. Immediately afterwards, an explosion occurred at the number 2 ambush position. The enemy's artillery fire poured wildly on these two positions. Wang Zhong led his armored troops and 2 infantry battalions in position 3 and watched them waste firepower. The trenches in position number 3 are dug extremely deep and can accommodate 3 entire battalions of troops. They were originally built as reserve standby positions and main defensive positions. Precisely because the capacity of position 3 is so large, the cooking team only delivered meals for 3 battalions yesterday. The soldiers of the 2 battalions shared the leftover soup from yesterday while watching the enemy waste firepower. Wang Zhong heard someone ask, "General, have you counted it all?" He glanced at the person who asked the question and found that he was one of the 3 people who sneaked away to touch the enemy's corpse this morning and was caught by him. The big-headed soldier was obviously frightened when Wang Zhong looked directly at him, and he shrank his neck as if he wanted to change the subject. Wang Zhong smiled and replied, "It's just a little bit of military common sense. The enemy will definitely prepare for artillery fire on our exposed positions, so we will withdraw and prepare for them. If the enemy is very fierce and reaches the front of the position while the artillery fire is being prepared, and we have no time to take it back, we will cover it ourselves again. Of the trenches we have built, only the position you are currently in has a better artillery defense effect. The trenches in the first 2 positions are shallow trenches. If the artillery blasts over, the enemy will definitely suffer heavy casualties." The soldiers around him who listened to Wang Zhong's words all showed expressions of enlightenment. "I see. The general is so smart." In fact, this is not what Wang Zhong thought. It was written in black and white in the Soviet tactical manual after the war. When Wang Zhong was enjoying the rainbow farts of the soldiers, the correspondent attached to the 3rd Battalion came over with a phone and pulled the phone cord. "General, call from the rear." Wang Zhong took the receiver. "I am Rokosov, where are you talking?" "This is the 153rd Highland Artillery Observation Post." "General, we saw the enemy tank troops moving to the west of us." "The enemy tank troops are moving to the west of us? The number is?" In fact, there was no need for the observation station to report, Wang Zhong saw it from a bird's eye view. It is not his own field of vision, so there is no lighting effect, but it is enough to see the situation clearly. It seems that number 3 and number 4 of a semi-armored battalion are moving west of Hill 153, and in front of this semi-armored battalion is a large group of number 1 and number 2 tanks. Prasen's tank division, like Earth's Santoku, has some differences between a rich division and a beggar division. It mainly depends on the proportion of numbers 3 and 4. Some relatively poor divisions may have more than 100 number 1 and number 2 vehicles to make up for the number. The total number of number 3 and number 4 vehicles is only 1 battalion. Although the Emperor division of the Asgard Knights that fought against the 151st Division yesterday also had a number of No-2s, more than half of the division was number 3 and number 4. Moreover, this division does not have a number 1, and at last it was a number 2. Even among the tanks that make up the numbers, there are tanks like the 38T that are actually pretty decent. So yesterday's Ampula Master was an absolute rich master. Now seeing this large group of cockroach-like number 1 tanks, Wang Zhong immediately realized that the troops he faced were not just the original local tycoon division. Good guy, I have an infantry division, how can I defeat 2 armored divisions? Fortunately, this one is a beggar master. If there is another rich master, it will be even more difficult to defeat. When Wang Zhong was observing the situation, the artillery observation post did not know that Wang Zhong was observing the situation and asked hurriedly, General, what should we do? The enemy tanks move very fast and will cut off our supply lines. In fact, the 151st Division currently does not rely too much on the supply line. It mainly stored a lot of supplies in preparation for the war, and it can last for a few days even if the supplies are cut off. Moreover, he was supported by Duke Mishkin's troops, and his supply to Ixikov was cut off. There was also Duke Mishkin who could send supplies up. However, the main purpose of sticking here is to give Ixikov's ant troops a way out. What is a way out if the road is cut off? Of course, Wang Zhong was well prepared for this situation. He deployed 8 anti-tank guns on Highland 153. Although it is only a 45mm anti-tank gun, it is still no problem to hit 12 Panzer I and Panzer II tanks. As for the enemy's Panzer III and Panzer IV tanks, Wang Zhong decided to hand it over to T-26 of the original 13th Armored Battalion of the 5th Tank Corps. Judging from yesterday's combat experience, the new tank bunker can effectively prevent the enemy from discovering ambushed tanks. Even if it is discovered, it will be difficult to obtain an effective hit. Yesterday, Wang Zhong's T-34 fired at the enemy in the bunker. Most of the enemy's shells missed the T-34. In this case, it should be no problem to let T-26 enter the bunker to delay the enemy's attack. So Wang Zhong ordered the observation post, put the anti-tank guns on alert and fire when the enemy approaches. Next, I will order the 13th Armored Battalion of the 5th Tank Corps to rush to Highland 153 to help you defeat the enemy. Remember to guide T-26 into the tank bunker. Yes. Wang Zhong hung up the phone, picked up the microphone of the walkie-talkie on Vasily's back, and said to Vasily, change the frequency to the 13th Armored Battalion of the 5th Tank Corps. Vasily, on this frequency, you can call it. Wang Zhong, the White Horse calls out to the Lame Wolf, and the White Horse calls out to the Lame Wolf. This is Lame Wolf. Is there finally a mission for us? Wang Zhong, go to Highland 153, go to Highland 153, over. Understood. Hakuba, can we hit the enemy this time? The 5th Tank Corps seemed to have been wiped out without much fighting against the enemy, so the battalion commander of the 13th Armored Battalion asked this question. They were probably holding their breath when they chose Lame Wolf as their radio call sign. Wang Zhong, you can fight, and you can win this time. Fight hard. At the same time, Ixikov, the Crown Prince, was pacing back and forth anxiously in the headquarters. Finally, the communications staff pushed the door open and saluted the Crown Prince, Your Highness. The reply from the capital is here. The Crown Prince was overjoyed. Is she my sister? Or has she already convinced my father? The communications staff officer looked embarrassed and handed over the message. You can read it yourself. Since it needs to be decoded, the communications staff must have read it. The Crown Prince couldn't figure out why he had such an expression, so he snatched the message and began to read. Dear brother, unfortunately, I have offended my father yesterday, and the general said that unless you suffer a major failure, otherwise the emperor is unlikely to order a retreat. I will try again after the emperor calms down. The Crown Prince, Ivan Nikolaev Antonov, looked up to the sky and sighed, My sister, what are you doing? He put his hands together, as if he wanted to crumple the telegram into a ball, but stopped halfway, unfolded the telegram bit by bit, and handed it to General Skorobo. The general was embarrassed. Isn't it good to read your royal family's telegram? That's right. The Crown Prince turned around and stuffed the telegram back to the communications staff. Please help me deal with it. I don't want future generations to know that this happened. Everyone else in the room looked embarrassed. After all, hundreds of thousands of front troops were wiped out because of the emperor's anger. This sounds too ridiculous. The crown prince watched the communication staff burn the telegram to ashes, then raised his head and asked General Skorobo, "Can you send reinforcements to Rokossov?" The general's face was livid. There is no problem with his defense line yet, but to our south, the enemy's armored group is advancing crazily. Now when we send reinforcements, we must send them south. At this time, another communication staff member came in with a telegram, "Report. The 35th Group Army sent an urgent message saying that they cannot block the gap. They said that the enemy was pouring in through the gap like a rising tide." General Skorobo looked at the crown prince. "Look. Now I have no reason to send the reserve team to a place where there is no problem on the surface. This is not really because I have any grudge against General Rokossov. I admit that he is an excellent general, but..." The crown prince sighed, "I know. Let's see if we can let my sister think of a solution. She..." Suddenly, the crown prince slapped his forehead, "I don't have my seal. It's over." Chapter 139 Nelly's War, 14,000 monthly votes plus more updates. The city of Araki is currently controlled by the Ant Army at 1030 hours. You can hear rolling thunder in the distance, which is actually the enemy preparing artillery fire on the defensive positions outside the city. Neri carried a basket and left the headquarters from the side door. General Rokossov's dormitory was together with the headquarters, so Nelly naturally lived here. Precisely because she lived here, she was able to make full use of Mr. Boyle's kitchen and prepare meals for everyone in the headquarters. Now she was going out to collect ingredients for dinner. Of course, enough food has been prepared in the headquarters of the 151st Division. After all, this place is scheduled to be the defensive support point in the final stage of urban hand-to-hand combat, so sufficient food and water must be prepared. But Nelly doesn't like military rations very much. As long as there is still supply, she plans to work hard to make some food other than military rations. In addition to gathering ingredients, she is also preparing to give Miss Ludmila the mixed salad she made last night. This is the lady's favorite food. Nelly passed the gate with a basket in her arms. The guards all knew she was the general's orderly and let her go without even checking her ID. As soon as she went out, Nelly was stunned, because the entire row of houses directly opposite the headquarters was enveloped in flames, and the residents of Araki were working together to put out the fire. Nelly watched for a few seconds, and finally decided to ignore the firefighting and continue working. At this moment, the house on the edge of the fire collapsed with the explosion. Nelly was startled by the explosion and took a step back. The guard at the headquarters said, "Don't worry, we are blowing up the isolation zone. Blow up the buildings that are prone to fire first, so that the fire will not come over." Nelly nodded, holding the basket tightly and walking forward. She walked through a bomb crater and saw a child sitting on the edge of the crater blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. People who died in the bombing were lined up next to the crater, and a priest was saying mass among the corpses. Nelly quickened her pace, clattering through the war-shrouded city. Soon he came to the building in the northwest corner of the city and nodded to the soldiers guarding the door. The soldier opened the door and took a step aside. The soldier guarding the machine gun smiled at Nelly and said, "You are still so punctual, Miss Maid." "I'm the general's orderly," Nelly said. "Then you at least have to wear the whole boat hat. How about wearing mine?" The machine gunner took off his boat hat. Nelly showed an expression of disgust. The machine gunner put his hat back angrily. "Okay, I understand. Come up quickly, don't let Miss Praying Hands starve." Nelly entered the door and followed the stairs to the attic. Of the two windows in the attic, one had its window frame removed to set up a divine arrow launcher, and Ludmila was sitting on the window sill of the other window. There are two female soldiers in the attic, checking the spare arrows. Ludmila held a book and read in the sunlight that was gradually approaching noon. "Nelly, miss? The battle has begun." Ludmila put down the book and looked at Neely, "But it has nothing to do with us." "Neely, come here, do you see the sound array on the roof over there? I heard the sound of the enemy reconnaissance plane over there. This call is it will ring." Ludmila pointed to the telephone on the chest of drawers next to the window. The phone cord was pulled in from the window and stuck on the edge of the windowsill with a big brick. "Ludmila, then my combat mission will begin. Until then, I can only look at them like this and can't do anything." As she spoke, Ludmila looked towards the fields to the north. "Ludmila, it's quite peaceful in the north today." Nelly looked at the rising smoke flowers in the north and asked suspiciously, "Is it calm?" "It's very peaceful. Although the enemy is fighting happily, Elisha must have withdrawn his troops." "Eh?" Nelly was shocked. "Eliao, young master." "Yes. The current Elisha." Ludmila smiled. "The current Elisha will never let his troops be engulfed by the enemy's artillery fire. His troops must have withdrawn to a place with better anti-cannon fire. The third position. Nelly let out a ha, and after a short silence she asked, Miss, as expected. Elisha is Elisha. Don't you like Elisha now? Nelly nodded, I quite like it, but I'm not used to it. Men will grow up. Just as Nelly was about to reply, her attention was drawn to the situation on the west side of the city. There seemed to be a battle breaking out to the west, with tracer bullets flying everywhere. Nelly looked over there curiously. Neely, Ludmila called softly, here you are. Neely lowered her head in surprise and found Ludmila handing her a telescope. Picking up the telescope, Nelly looked to the west. The Rokosov family is a military family. In fact, there are very few ant nobles who are not from military families. After all, according to the empire's hierarchy, titles are basically tied to military ranks. However, the Rokosov family is a real military family, so most of the servants have some military common sense. Nelly knew how to operate a telescope and adjust the magnification. So Neely clearly saw that on the road to the west of the city, the tanks of the ant army were fighting with the enemy's tanks. She recognized that it was a small tank that had arrived in Araki 2 days ago and joined Major General Rokosov's command. It was much smaller than the T-34. The opponents of these small tanks are also a group of small tanks. These small tanks seem to be able to fire continuously, and most of the tracer bullets fired are green. The number 1 tank only has a machine gun, and the number 2 tank is equipped with a machine gun. The ant army's small tanks could fire, so the enemy was quickly at a disadvantage. Nelly held the telescope and said while looking, it seems, we have the advantage? So are we going to win? Ludmila smiled bitterly. Elisha said that it may take 3 to 4 years to fight and tens of millions of people will be killed. Neely's shoulders trembled when she heard the number of casualties, and the telescope dropped directly from her hands, but she immediately reacted and grabbed the telescope. Oh! Ludmila clapped her hands, and several other female skiterii also clapped. Ludmila, is this the reaction speed you practice to avoid breaking bowls and plates? Nelly blushed a little. She changed the subject and said, look, the enemy tanks are puffing out smoke. That's smoke. Prosan likes to use smoke. It is said that it is mainly used to defend against divine arrows. In Ranas, the smoke did block our shooting range. At that time, we originally thought that we could use divine arrows to control an entire street. As a result, there was a cloud of smoke, and it could only be controlled for 500 meters. Then Deputy Knight Yuzmenko, who was not yet a deputy knight at the time, ordered us to move forward. As a result, we encountered the Prasen infantry on the way, and the Divine Arrow Company was suddenly killed, leaving only a few of us. Ah, don't tell Elisha. In order to prevent him from worrying about me, I haven't told him this yet. Ludmila said and gently touched Neely's head. Nelly, it's so dangerous. It's a battlefield. Neither I nor Elisha may be gone at some point. Nelly, you have to be careful too. I think you should go back. I heard that Mr. Rokosov is at Rahul Mountain. Bien bought a new manor, if you go there. Nelly shook her head like a rattle. No, I'm not going anywhere. I want to follow you. Ludmila, then you need to get a boat-shaped hat, otherwise you won't look like an orderly. As she spoke, she took off the hairband from Nelly's head and put her boat-shaped hat on the maid's head. Well, it looks pretty good. Ludmila smiled. Then the phone rang. Ludmila shouted combat alert and picked up the phone at the same time. Arrow Company, Brother Peter? Which direction? Okay. After putting down the phone, Ludmila instructed the skiterii, it's the one coming from the front. Let's fight them head on. After saying that, she lay down at the attic window and shouted outside, Ivan. Get ready to move. Nelly, transfer. Yes, we need to move immediately after the fight. We were almost hit by the Prosan people's remote-controlled bomb before. I don't know what the remote-controlled bomb Elisha was talking about. Anyway, it was very powerful and almost killed our entire company of arrows. Nelly, then I'll help too. Okay, take that one. Get down first. At this time one of the skiterii shouted, see the target. Ludmila immediately looked out the window, and sure enough she saw a catamaran reconnaissance plane flying this way. Then the next moment, a divine arrow rose from the woods and hit it. Ludmila was stunned. Nelly, what's wrong? Ludmila stamped her feet angrily. Damn Katyusha, Yekaterina's nickname, she stole my goal. One of the skiterii said, just don't get robbed of your general. The target is fine. Ludmila looked at the skiterii, check the divine arrows. Report the combat readiness status in 10 minutes. Yes. Neely, Yekaterina also likes the young master. Ludmila, hey, he is so popular now, it would be strange to look down on him. Nelly, miss, you are so proud. I'm very proud. Nelly was speechless, and suddenly she remembered a piece of military common sense. Wait a minute, so miss, are you now dedicated to air defense? Wasn't the divine arrow invented to deal with tanks? Elisha likes to use magic arrows for air defense. Ludmila spread her hands. In terms of whimsical things, he is the same as before. At the same time, Wang Zhong sneezed several times. At this time, the call from the 13th Armored Battalion came over the radio. The lame wolf calls the white horse, the lame wolf calls the white horse. Wang Zhong, this is the white horse, please speak. The lame wolf has killed number 1 and number 2 who cut off our army supply line. Now he is preparing to enter the tank bunker and collide with number 3 and no 4. Wang Zhong immediately switched to the perspective of the troops. Although the friendly view does not light up, it is still no problem to see the battlefield situation. As a result, he saw a large pile of wreckage of number 2 and number 1 near the highway. Good guys, let you enter the bunker and confront the enemies number 3 and number 4. You will first eat the number 1 and number 2 left for the anti-tank gun? This fighting will is great. Wang Zhong, lame wolf, well done, lame wolf, well done. Keep fighting. Wang Zhong originally wanted to say it 3 times, but in his excitement he said one less sentence. Bema, don't worry, leave it to us. Even if you run out of ammunition, we will knock the enemy out. Wang Zhong, no, I order you to win and come back alive. Repeat, I order you to win and come back alive. There was silence for a few seconds and then he replied, I'll try my best. Lame wolf, it's over. Chapter 140. After Wang Zhong responded to the 13th Armored Battalion, he turned his attention again to the enemy in front. Because the artillery preparations have not yet ended, the enemy is still at the edge of Wang Zhong's field of vision. Only a few tanks can be seen from the bird's eye view, but the large troops being formed cannot be seen. From the naked eye perspective, the distribution of the large troops could be vaguely seen, but because Wang Zhong actually did not know how to calculate distances and coordinates, he was unable to guide the cannon attack. Damn it, when everyone can't move during the muddy period next spring, I will definitely find an opportunity to learn how to calculate distances and coordinates. At this time, Wang Zhong heard Yegorov's voice. He turned around and saw his top infantry general standing outside the regiment bunker and shouting, the artillery fire has begun to extend. Are you preparing to enter the position? Wang Zhong quickly took a look from a bird's eye view, and sure enough, the impact point of the cannonball was extending backwards. Just as he was about to answer, the enemy's smoke bomb came up. The first and second ambush positions were all shrouded in smoke, making it impossible to fire even if they went up. At the same time, the enemy began to advance. Directly to the north are the enemy's armored grenadiers, and to the northwest are 2 enemy armored battalions with nearly 100 number 3 and number 4 vehicles. Wang Zhong looked at Yegorov and pointed at the ground, meaning not to move. The position was full of smoke, and there was no way to use firepower when we returned, and we had to grind meat with the infantry. They are elite infantrymen who have fought in Bohemia and the Carolingians. Since the last time he minced meat with the enemy's elite infantry in Lchtov, Wang Zhong no longer wanted to fight in close combat with these Prasen veterans. Damn you, much scarier than a tank. Yegorov gave a thumbs up and turned back to the regimental bunker. Wang Zhong turned around and found the communications soldier who was waiting on the engine cover of the tank holding a phone and phone cord. He picked up the phone and said, answer the 152nd, 155th Regiment. The heavy artillery regiment under Wang Zhong was numbered 155. He always called it the 152nd Regiment because the artillery in the regiment was of 152 mm caliber. The call was quickly answered, Group 155, please speak. Wang Zhong, I am Rokosov, aiming at the coordinates. After he reported the coordinates, the artillery regiment responded, it will take about 5 minutes to reset and shoot Ziyuan. I know, you want 5 minutes. The artillery regiment said 5 minutes last time, but it opened fire in 2 minutes. Wang Zhong, after setting it up, wait for my order before firing. Understood, but isn't the fight this time our preset position? Yes, we can only bomb the infantry when we take positions, and because of our fortifications, there are still many infantry who can escape. We bomb the marching queues. Telephone communications are generally not eavesdropped by the enemy. After all, the battlefield is chaotic, and the communication soldiers may not be able to find where the phone lines are laid. So you can talk in detail over the phone. The artillery regiment was silent, while Wang Zhong put the receiver on his shoulder and continued to observe the enemy. The enemy really didn't expect that the troops of the 151st Division were in the third position behind. They just pressed over from 3 sides. Wang Zhong kept the phone on his shoulder and said to Alexander through the line in the car, aim at the enemy tank advancing from the flank, can you shoot it? Leave it to me. Alexander said confidently and began to turn the turret at the same time. At this time, The tank did not start its engine and could only rely on the electricity in the battery to rotate the turret. The Ant Empire's battery was very bad, so Alexander could only rotate it slowly. As for why the tank was not started, of course it was because the engine was too loud and would be heard by the enemy. The electromechanical man of car 422 was standing next to the tank with a crank, waiting for Bilyakov to help crank it when he started the ignition. The enemy finally advanced to the point Wang Zhong had aimed at, so he shouted, "Fire!" Soon Wang Zhong heard a whistling sound in the sky, and then the artillery shell landed directly in the middle of the enemy's attacking formation. The Prosens like to use a denser formation when attacking. If the heavy artillery shells can hit between two tanks, there is a chance that the tracks of both tanks will be blown off at the same time. A broken track on the battlefield is not like a game. It only takes 10 seconds to repair it. If the track is broken on the battlefield, you should temporarily abandon the vehicle and come back to repair it after the battlefield is captured. In addition, heavy artillery may also stun tank crew members, provided that it can be fired accurately. The first round of 24 artillery shells fell, and all the infantry in the enemy's offensive formation fell down. From Wang Zhong's bird's eye view, he could see that this wave killed at least 30 infantry. 5 tanks also stopped advancing, and the killing efficiency was actually acceptable. Wang Zhong, calibrate shooting parameters, calibrate high and low machines. By correcting the parameters, fine adjustment of the impact point of the artillery fire can be achieved. Wang Zhong learned a little bit from Dietrich. Dietrich is now at the artillery observation post on Hill 153. If enemy tanks enter the observation range of Hill 153, they are expected to be attacked more accurately. When the second round of grenades came down, 4 more tanks stopped advancing. At this time, all enemy tanks stopped and began to release smoke. The infantrymen also got up and threw smoke grenades. It seems that the enemy judged that it was currently within the artillery observer's field of view, chose to block the line of sight, and then continued to advance. Is it useful? Wang Zhong thought to himself. At this time, he heard the roar of engines in the sky. He immediately looked at the sky from a bird's eye view. Road 215 reconnaissance plane. This is to observe our artillery positions. In Luchthof, Wang Zhong was killed by this thing and 3 B-4 howitzers were killed. Wang Zhong, stop firing. The artillery regiment stopped firing and prepared to move to the backup position. As an experienced general, it was impossible for Wang Zhong not to prepare backup positions for the artillery regiment. After all, he was shot back by the enemy once. In addition to ordering the artillery regiment to prepare for transfer, Wang Zhong issued another order, let the covering troops prepare to burn tires. Regardless of whether the artillery regiment is moved or not, the artillerymen will not dare to fire at will when this thing is overhead. Later, when the enemy occupies the position, he cannot even cover it in turn. This time it depends on the strength of the infantry and armored forces. Wang Zhong waited patiently for the enemy to enter the firing range of the armored forces. While he was waiting, Alexander said, "This distance is about the same. Any closer and the enemy may rush up and take advantage of the sight. Just fire." Wang Zhong looked at the distance and found that 600 meters was indeed the distance where ordinary members of the armored force could achieve effective hits, so he said to Alexander, "Fire." The cannon roared immediately. Bilyakov also roared, "Turn the crank." "Start it." The electromechanical man turned the crank as hard as he could. The next moment, the T-34's iconic tail exhaust pipe spewed out black smoke, and the engine roared. At this time, Alexander fired his second shot, and the shell accurately hit a number 4 tank. At this time the first wave of shooting from other tanks began. Immediately 6 enemy tanks were hit. At this time, a number 4 stopped and the turret turned to the third ambush position where Wang Zhong and others were. "Wang Zhong, that number 4 who rotates the turret. Did you see that? He is going to use smoke bombs on us. It must be. Loader, armor-piercing bullet, okay." Alexander opened fire immediately, but the enemy also opened fire at the same time. Alexander's armor-piercing bullet hit the vertical side armor of number 4. The next moment the surviving Prosen tank crew jumped out of the vehicle and started running. He was very skillful and not sloppy at all. Probably Prosen's doctrine was to protect experienced tank crews, requiring them to abandon their tanks immediately if they could no longer fight. The cannonball fired by number 4 flew a little slowly. It took 2 seconds for Wang Zhong to hear the explosion and see the dyed smoke emitted by the smoke bomb. "Wang Zhong, the Stuka is coming. Withdraw the bunker and the infantry releases smoke." With the previous practical experience, the responses of the armored and infantry units this time appeared to be very sophisticated. Wang Zhong had already seen the Stuka. It would be uncomfortable if Prosen was covered by another wave of artillery fire at the same time as the Stuka dropped the bomb. Death screams came from the sky. The next moment, 3 divine arrows rose from the ground to attack the swooping Stuka. All 3 arrows hit the target, and before the Stukas fell, The second wave of arrows took off again. The pilots were obviously confused. They only knew that General Whitehorse would shoot down the reconnaissance plane to block the reconnaissance, but they did not know that General Whitehorse would use the magic arrows like fireworks. The downed Stuka fell to the ground crookedly. Wang Zhong turned around and shouted to Gregory, who was looking after the horse, "Go quickly and catch the pilot." Gregory nodded, got on his horse, and ran back with the cavalry who had been guarding Wang Zhong, straight to Stuka's crash point. Just as Wang Zhong expected, the enemy plane suddenly fell apart and flew close to the ground, making it difficult for the magic arrow to find its target. The randomly dropped bomb landed about 50 meters in front of the third ambush position. This distance was completely unnecessary for the carefully constructed third ambush position. No matter the shockwave or fragments, no one can be hurt. Wang Zhong thought to himself, "This is fair, you grant me heavy artillery, and I grant you air force support. If the pilot is caught later, he can be interrogated and come up with some information." While fierce fighting broke out in Araki, St. Catherine's Castle, the Summer Palace, Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna was shouting to the guard guarding the door, "I am a princess. You actually forbid me to enter the room in my house." The guard was unmoved. "This is the headquarters, not a salon, Your Highness. Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor personally ordered you not to enter and disturb their meeting." Olga said angrily, "What kind of meeting are you having? A meeting to discuss how to destroy nearly 1 million troops? We need to retreat now." "Guard, Your Highness, it's useless for you to yell at me. Even if I admit that you are right, I still won't let you in." Olga took a breath, shook her head and left. After walking some distance and reaching the corridor without guards, Olga quietly took out an exquisite sachet and took out a gold ring from it. "The ring is exactly the same as the ring of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Although I don't want to use the fake ring I made secretly, but the situation is urgent, brother, you will forgive me." Chapter 141 The Rising Tide. Wang Zhong sighed. After the Air Force's attack was dispersed by the divine arrows, the Prasen army did not stop attacking. The enemy's No. 4 tanks and mortars added more smoke to the ground, and then the mixed group of armor and infantry attacking from the flank turned directly towards the third ambush position where Wang Zhong and others were located. The armored grenadiers, who had originally attacked from the north, continued to attack the first and second ambush positions that were now empty. The enemy's choice is understandable. If they withdraw, they want to gather their troops and reorganize the attack. An hour or two will be wasted in vain. This kind of division-level offensive can be organized in 2 hours, which is considered an elite division. The staff at all levels must be experienced. Wang Zhong also had plans for this situation. Although his principle when setting up the position was to avoid hand-to-hand combat as much as possible, but facing the Prasen army who likes to use smoke, it is impossible not to consider the situation of hand-to-hand combat. "Wang Zhong, the tank columns followed my orders and reminded each other of the vehicles without radios to maneuver to the flanks. In addition to tank bunkers, Wang Zhong prepared many lateral attack points, and asked the drivers of all 30 tanks to take jeeps to familiarize themselves with the movement paths between several points, so that they could quickly switch during battle." Location. The main reason why there was no time to change positions during the Stuka raid yesterday was that many crews were on the battlefield for the first time. They were busy firing guns and did not even notice that the friendly forces had begun to change formations. Today, Wang Zhong specially set up a messenger behind each tank. He usually lay down behind the tank turret. When he saw other tanks changing formations, he would lift the turret cover to notify the inside. This is also considered a human-powered radio. The good news is that the delivery efficiency is pretty good, but the bad news is that it costs a lot of people, and the person outside is often injured by stray bullets. Damn it, Wang Zhong has had enough of this kind of humiliating battle. When the aid from the United States comes next year, he must equip the entire army with Shermans. The Sherman in the second year of the war was basically at the level of a true battlefield god. The Santoku's short 50 tank gun could not hit the steeply inclined front of the steamed bun. The reputation of steamed buns collapsed, which happened 43 years later when they faced HAPAR. Wang Zhong thought as he led his troops to fire on the flanks and maneuvered. When passing Yegorov's command bunker, he happened to see Yegorov coming out and shouted, "Leave it to you frontally. Don't worry, boys. Recall the anti-tank tips I taught you. First, block the infantry. Second, find a way to get close to the tank's blind spot. The closer you are, the less the tank can see you. And finally, throw incendiary bottles. 2 people form a team. The first person throws a grenade to drive away the infantry, and the second person gets closer and ensures that the Molotov cocktail hits the radiator cover of the engine." Wang Zhong put Yegorov's voice behind him. The battlefield requires everyone to perform his own duties. The task of Wang Zhong's tank detachment is to occupy the flanks and avoid the enemy's smoke to shoot the following troops. There are 2 battalions of Egorov on the front. When tank number 422 was galloping towards the predetermined position, a signal flare was raised in the woods in the distance. That was the signal flare fired by the hidden sentry left behind. It was mainly used to notify friendly forces that the enemy had rushed to the position and covered it with artillery fire in time. But Wang Zhong looked up at the sky. The enemy's Tau-215 observation plane was hanging high in the sky. Even if the tires that were finally collected were ignited to create black smoke, there was no guarantee that the enemy would not be able to discover the artillery position at all. The enemy's heavy artillery has just finished preparing for artillery fire. After receiving the coordinates provided by the observation machine, it can open fire immediately. This is how Wang Zhong lost 3 B4s in Luchthof. If it had reached a critical moment when the front could not be defended without artillery fire, Wang Zhong would order the artillery fire, but it was obviously not that time yet. So he looked at the flare in the air again and said sorry softly. Wang Zhong is now able to make choices with a hard heart. Yegorov ran a circle along the trench and returned to the command bunker. The regiment staff officer said directly, the signal flare has been launched. The enemy should have entered the position we abandoned. Why not cover it? There is a reconnaissance plane in the sky. Yegorov pointed to the sky. That thing will tell the enemy's artillery the coordinates of our artillery position. The staff officer immediately approached the observation window of the bunker, lowered his body and looked towards the sky, hoping to see the location of the reconnaissance plane. It should be above Araki. The sound in the bunker is blocked by the outer wall. You can hear the roar when you go out. Staff officer, then, aren't we selling a secret sentry who risked his life to launch flares? He must have been discovered by the enemy. Yegorov nodded, yes. But even if there is no enemy reconnaissance plane and the cannon covers the position of the hidden sentry, he will still die. It's just that he will die from being blown up by his own people to being killed by the enemy. On the battlefield, it's like there are countless such things. The staff officer pursed his lips and said nothing. At this moment, the first ambush position. Private Xiamiao is using the cover of the woods to deal with the enemy. The light from the flare still floating in the air shone from his side and behind. In order to allow the secret sentry to deal with a large number of enemies, Semyon's weapon was changed from Tokarev to a captured MP submachine gun. His guardsman's cloak was covered with a layer of grass so that he could be better hidden among the trees. But all the concealment failed the moment the signal flare took off, and Semyon had to face the pursuit of a platoon of enemies. He ran between the birch trees, like a frightened rabbit, turning into an afterimage in the woods. He kept firing at the enemy with his submachine gun. A platoon leader of the Prasen army was hit by a stray bullet from a submachine gun and fell down clutching his chest. The deputy platoon leader who supported the platoon leader shouted something to the back. So the machine gunner rushed over and set up the machine gun under the birch tree, between the roots. The sound of shooting like tearing canvas resounded through the forest. The bullets peeled off the bark of the white birch tree that had grown for unknown years, creating a large amount of flying wood chips. Semyon's eyebrow was scratched by sawdust, and blood flowed down his cheek. He was still running, shooting backwards from time to time. Although he didn't aim, the shot still slowed the cautious Prosen's pursuit. Suddenly the voice of Alexei, the responding comrade, came from the distance, Semyon, run this way. Where is your flare? It turned out that the comrades who were hiding in the woods to respond did not see the signal flare take off. Semyon, I fired. Why haven't the bombardments come down yet? Semyon. Alexei shouted, run to the traffic trench. We are in the traffic trench. Alexei said as he fired his Tokarev, trying to stop the enemy from pursuing. As a result, the enemy's machine gun immediately turned its muzzle, forcing Alexei to leave his position and run towards the traffic ditch. Semyon's submachine gun was out of bullets. In desperation, he tried to change the bullet, but a bullet broke his thumb and the full magazine fell to the ground. Semyon screamed. The enemy was already approaching, but he did not dare to pick up the magazine, so he continued to run forward, shouting as he ran, where is our artillery fire? I fired a signal flare. And I walked specifically around the planned bomb drop area. Where's the bombardment? Alexei had already run to the traffic trench and joined a squad of soldiers inside. The squad leader shouted, Siemiao. Run forward, we will cover you. Fire quickly. The last word was addressed to everyone in the traffic trench, and the 6 Tokarevs opened fire together. The enemy's machine guns immediately turned their muzzles and began to suppress the traffic trenches. But this is the squad leader's plan, so Siemiao should be able to run away. However, no one noticed that about 300 meters away from the traffic trench and less than 200 meters away from Semyon, a Sergeant Prasen leaned on the birch tree and raised the bolt-action 98K rifle. The sergeant was still holding an unlit cigarette, and the mark of a senior exempt soldier on his arm showed his status as a veteran. He carefully adjusted the ruler and took aim carefully. The moment the gun rang out, Siemiao's whole body suddenly trembled, and his back was completely straightened. He opened his arms like a bird spreading its wings, and the submachine gun fell to the ground. Alexei shouted, "Semyon!" Xiamiao fell to his knees and threw his face towards the earth. In the last moment of his life, he thought of the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, the bonfire party in the village, when his beloved girl pulled him and ran to the threshing floor. At that time, he was pushed down by the girl on top of the grain pile in the threshing floor. Alexei turned to the squad leader who responded and shouted, "Why is there no shelling? Why?" "Squad leader, listen to the sound from the sky, there is an enemy observation plane. This is how we lost half of the artillery battalion in Luchthof. We cannot open fire to expose our artillery position when the enemy observation plane is there." "Alexei, then Semyon's death was in vain, wasn't it? A cannon is a precious technical weapon. It is more precious than Semyon, more than you, more than me. More precious than all of us. Instead of shouting at me here, it is better to vent your anger on the Prasen people." As he spoke, the squad leader grabbed Alexei's collar and forced him to look at the approaching Prasen. "Pick up your Tokarev and shoot. The guard soldiers will never do this kind of thing. Time to back off." Alexei took a few deep breaths and raised his rifle to aim at the enemy. "Squad leader, shoot, private." Alexei pulled the trigger, pouring into the bullet the fury of his best friend's wasted loss. Tokarev faithfully performed his mission. The gun automatically recoiled, pulled out the fired cartridge cases, and threw them out of the ejection window. Alexei continued to shoot, bullets flying towards the hated enemy. Faced with the ferocious firepower of a squad of semi-automatic soldiers, the Prasen army retreated. The covered woods were not suitable for their light machine guns, and the bolt-action rifles were even less suitable for jungle warfare. Alexei saw the back of a retreating Prasen soldier and turned his gun to aim. Alexei's experience was not enough for him to think of adjusting the ruler in this situation. He just pointed the notch in the scale and the crosshair on the barrel at that figure, then squeezed the trigger and emptied the remaining bullets in the magazine. The target was shot, his body twitched, twisted, and fell to the ground. Although there was no evidence that the one who was shot was the culprit who killed Semyon, Alexei still roared angrily. Chapter 142, Stormy Waves Crashing on the Shore, 15,000 monthly tickets for additional updates. The tank unit under Wang Zhong's command quickly moved to the flank firing position and opened fire before it stopped. Other tanks also opened fire after turning to face the enemy. The Plasens also reacted quickly. They were caught off guard by the overly scientific tank shelter Wang Zhong had created before. Now that the T-34 was parked on flat ground and fired, they were naturally discovered immediately. In fact, it won't be long before both sides on the eastern front will learn to dig a pit to hide the lower body of the tank, leaving only the head exposed to fire. At this time, the distance between the two sides was less than 500 meters, and fierce shooting began. The enemy needs to aim carefully to jam the turret of the T-34, while the T-34 can fire as long as the scope is put on. Moreover, the T-34 has an obvious advantage in armor. Even if the turret is stuck, the members in the car are still alive. And the T-34's 76 gun can directly kill at least half of the members as long as it hits the enemy tank. The shooting lasted for 20 minutes, and the enemy began to release smoke and retreat. Wang Zhong saw the enemy release smoke and breathed a sigh of relief. This time the shooting was different from the previous one. We had no advantage in terrain, and at most there was only a small amount of cover provided by the woods and bushes. This was a real artillery battle, with both sides fighting hard and exchanging blows. In the end, Wang Zhong's troops were one step ahead. "Wang Zhong, report from each vehicle, how many people's turrets are stuck?" "The command vehicle of the first row is intact. The command vehicle of the second row is intact." "Report from the third row, my track fell off." After checking the command vehicles with radios, Wang Zhong ordered to count the status of tanks without radios. During the counting process, he turned his attention to Yegorov's position. Because Wang Zhong left the range where he could directly command Yegorov at this time, the headquarters of the 31st Guards Regiment, the 2nd Infantry Battalion and the 3rd Infantry Battalion all became military symbols. Fortunately, Wang Zhong's vision basically covered most of the battlefield, allowing him to clearly see the situation of mincing meat in the smoke. The side shooting of the tank troops only blocked the enemy's follow-up troops, and the tanks and infantry that rushed to the position needed Yegorov's troops to deal with. A fierce infantry tank melee was underway. Yegorov divided the troops into several combat groups, first suppressing the infantry around the tanks with grenades, and then letting the grenadiers throw Molotov bottles. The battle was quite fierce, but fortunately Yegorov's troops were relatively thick and could withstand the casualties of minced meat. Wang Zhong was paying attention to that side. The statistics here were finished. The platoon leader reported by radio, a total of 6 tanks were stuck in the turrets, and 2 tanks were broken. The broken tracks are being repaired, and the ones with stuck turrets should wait until tonight for the masters of the tractor factory to repair them. Very good, Wang Zhong just opened his mouth, and an infantryman shouted in the distance, The enemy is coming up from the woods. Wang Zhong hurriedly turned his head and saw a large number of Prosan soldiers approaching in the woods by lighting the mechanism. These were the enemies who had just occupied the number 1 ambush position and pressed up along the woods. The infantry who reported to Wang Zhong were a squad of infantrymen, who seemed to be deployed in the communication trenches between the positions as a guard. Wang Zhong, have the mines been activated? Yes, General. But we didn't bury many mines between the positions, because we were afraid of accidentally hurting our own people, said the squad leader who led the team. Wang Zhong, all tanks change their formations. The enemy is coming from the woods. Prepare to intercept with machine gun fire. Wang Zhong picked up the anti-aircraft machine gun on the top of the turret and fired at the Prosan people in the woods. Then the Prosan people's machine guns opened fire, and Wang Zhong retreated behind the bunker formed by the tank hatch. At this time, Alexander opened fire. A high explosive shell broke a birch tree and exploded before hitting the enemy's machine gun. The fragments knocked down 5 enemies at once. But the machine gun was still firing, and the bullets hit the turret with a clang. At this time, the electromechanical operator operated the machine gun on the vehicle body to fire, and the tracer bullets were fired back against the tracer bullets of the enemy machine gun. It looked like the fantasy kung fu movies that Wang Zhong had seen when he was a child, with both sides using crappy special effects to send waves to bombard each other. Then the enemy used the same trick to release smoke. Wang Zhong immediately ordered, establish a fire zone, follow the drill. Yes, because the enemy likes to release smoke, Wang Zhong's troops, whether infantry or armored forces, have been trained to interweave fire networks without vision. The enemy tried to advance, but found that the firepower was too dense and the losses were too great, so they decisively chose to retreat. But Wang Zhong's infantry only had 1 squad that retreated at the beginning, and 2 squads that came to support later, and they did not dare to chase. It is too dangerous for tanks to be approached by infantry in the woods. The 2 sides were deadlocked. After confirming that the enemy's infantry could not come up, Wang Zhong turned his head to observe the situation on Yegorov's side and found that the 31st Guards Regiment also repelled the enemy's attack. There were 7 burning Type 4 tanks near the trenches of the 3rd Battalion, and 3 tanks rushed through the first trench and were blown up in front of the second trench. In addition to the 10 Type 4 tanks, the enemy also left about 200 bodies. Wang Zhong estimated it. After all, his ability would not highlight the bodies. After confirming that the enemy had completely retreated, Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. But the problem was not solved, and the enemy still occupied half of the forest. If the enemy's artillery group started fire preparation later and forced Wang Zhong's troops out of the position might be completely lost. The only solution is to immediately carry out fire strikes on the lost positions, and then invest the 1st Battalion as a reserve force to counterattack. Wang Zhong raised his head and looked at the Dao 215 high-altitude reconnaissance plane that had been circling in the sky. Damn, this was the first time Wang Zhong found the reconnaissance plane so annoying. How about letting half the artillery regiment fire and sacrificing half of the artillery to seize the position? What to do after that? The artillery firepower on our side was lost, but the enemy was intact. Wang Zhong was caught in a dilemma. Alas, I don't know how much fuel the enemy aircraft has left. Prosan Army, 141st High-Altitude Reconnaissance Company, number 229. The pilot looked at the fuel gauge and reported to the commander and navigator of the aircraft through the internal line, the fuel exceeds the warning value. We should return, otherwise we will have to make an emergency landing on a bad mud road. Commander, no, the army below needs us. Just because we are in the sky, the Ant army does not dare to use heavy artillery. Let's stay a little longer. Or ask the company to send an aircraft to replace us. Let's ask the company to take over, radio operator. The radio man began calling, Eagle's Nest, Vulture 29 calling, Vulture 29 calling. The company's response came immediately, Vulture 29, this is the Eagle's Nest. Your fuel should be on alert, return immediately. The company's response went through the internal loop and was heard throughout the aircraft. The driver and co-pilot looked at each other. Commander, the company said so. The driver said. The commander directly connected to the radio, Eagle's Nest, our aircraft has suppressed the enemy's defensive artillery fire. Please send someone to replace our aircraft. After a brief silence, the reply from the Eagle's Nest came, no, all reconnaissance planes have been dispatched. All reconnaissance planes have been dispatched. Return immediately, over. In the cabin, the commander and navigator sighed, took off his glasses and started rubbing his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, Radio man, call the wolf. Wild wolf, Vulture 29 calls. Wild wolf, this is Wild Wolf, have you discovered the enemy's artillery position? Even though the sound was slightly distorted by the radio, the excitement over there could still be heard. The radio operator was silent and looked back at the commander, They were back to back. The commander picked up the phone. "No, the call is to inform you that we are leaving." "Over." "What?" The response came immediately, regardless of the format of the radio call. "Their artillery will fire as soon as you leave. We will have many, many casualties." "I'm sorry about that," the commander replied, "but we are low on fuel and must return immediately." "Is there any other reconnaissance aircraft that can take over?" "All reconnaissance planes are performing their missions, and no one can take over from us." After the commander finished speaking, he temporarily turned off the microphone and let out a long sigh. The ground fell silent. The pilot reminded, "The fuel is still low. Although we have emergency fuel in the spare tank, it will not burn for too long. I have no confidence in making an emergency landing on a bad road like Ant." When the plane landed, the landing gear hit a crater or a rock and the plane crashed, killing everyone. An Ant's road is only about a quarter of the quality of the standard road within the Prasen Empire, and there are not so many pits and stones. Therefore, even the most experienced Prosan pilots did not dare to make an emergency landing on Ant's highway. The commander did not answer the pilot, but waited patiently for the wolf's answer. Finally, the voice of the wild wolf came from everyone's headphones. "I understand, I wish you a safe journey. Commander, I also wish you victory over the enemy." After cutting off communication, the commander looked at the navigation platform in front of him and ordered, "Turn to the new heading 200, let's return." As the pilot repeated the command, the cabin tilted over and the aircraft began to circle counterclockwise. Cruz looked up at the reconnaissance plane that was turning to evacuate, and cursed, "Damn it, I thought the Air Force was rarely reliable for once." The commander of the 16th Armored Division asked, "What should we do now? My troops have suffered heavy losses and are now stopped in front of Hill 153. The enemy has dug strange tank bunkers, and we cannot take advantage of the exchange of fire." Cruz pursed his lips, clenched and unclenched his hands. Finally, he made up his mind, "One last try. Order the artillery to start preparing for artillery fire." The target enemy is now holding their position. The 2nd and 3rd battalions of the Panzer Grenadier in the woods organized a new attack wave while the artillery fire was being prepared. After Wang Zhong confirmed from an overhead perspective that the enemy reconnaissance plane had indeed left, he decisively ordered over the radio, "This is the White Horse, the target's first preset position, fire." Chapter 143 Ebbing Tide, 16,000 monthly votes for additional updates. Wang Zhong's original plan was to leave some volunteers behind in the artillery holes of the position to resist the enemy's fire preparations and delay the attacking infantry. The main force retreated back and waited at the reserve position. Yes, under the command of Aalakai Wang Zhong, layers of defensive positions were dug and a lot of soil work was carried out. He had no choice but to deploy his troops like this. If he wanted to face the superior enemy, he had to build more fortifications. After the war, if he was asked to write a pamphlet on defensive warfare, he would definitely write this: "If your troops are not large enough, prepare more fortifications." Of course, these fortifications built by Wang Zhong also had flaws. One is that the black soil in Kosalia is too soft, and without enough concrete it is basically impossible to build solid underground fortifications. The second is that the terrain near Aalachi is too flat. Although the forest provides cover, there is a lack of anti-slope anti-gunnery. In response to this situation, Wang Zhong also made some designs. The most important design was that except for the tank bunkers, the first two levels of positions were not protected from artillery. Due to the entrance structure of the tank bunker, artillery shells fired from near Araki can easily penetrate, and it is not very protected against artillery. This design is because the first two levels of positions are used for ambush, and the third level is the main position. But if the enemy does not have soldiers in the first two levels of positions, he must prepare these two positions with firepower when he attacks in the morning. All these combat experiences are not Wang Zhong's own. They are all obtained from various pamphlets. As a military fan, Wang Zhong has collected many such pamphlets, including How to Fight Tanks and How to Fight Tanks issued by our country. How to Masturbate, the theoretical knowledge is extremely rich. All in all, when Wang Zhong ordered the artillery fire, his main force had already retreated to the next position, and the only ones left in the third position were volunteers, or death squads. There is a strong concrete bunker on the third position that was finally squeezed out. Even if the people hiding inside are bombarded by enemy heavy artillery for 2 hours, they still have a high probability of surviving. These people can use the machine guns of the position to block the enemy's attacking troops. But now that the enemy reconnaissance plane is gone, the situation is simple: you cover me, and I will cover you. No one can even think of organizing an attack immediately after the bombardment is over. The suicide squads who originally played the leading role now became insurance, preventing the enemy from being so powerful that they could immediately organize an attack wave after being bombarded. Now, just after Wang Zhong opened fire, the enemy also opened fire. However, the main force on Wang Zhong's side has withdrawn, and the remaining suicide squads are also in solid support points. The enemy's infantry in the forest didn't have time to withdraw, probably they didn't expect the plane in the sky to leave either. Wang Zhong looked at the red markings disappearing in the forest and couldn't help laughing. Haha, I won this exchange again. He looked at his watch. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When the coverage was over and the reserve team was deployed to counterattack and recapture the entire position, today's battle should be over. He waved his hand and climbed onto the tank as the commander of a reserve battalion. General, do you want us to dispatch? Yes, the 2nd and 3rd battalions will re-enter the positions they just exited. The task of clearing out the remaining enemies in the forest will be left to you. The 1st battalion commander saluted, guaranteed to complete the mission. This answer is very similar to the army Wang Zhong is familiar with. In the bunker of the headquarters of the 5th Bishinsk Regiment, the messenger Miss He sighed and said to the regiment leader, Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, why is it that we have nothing to do with you? Look at the lively fighting over there. Does the general look down on us? Don't talk nonsense. Captain Andrei, who was assigned to the 5th Bishinsk Regiment as Chief of Staff, said loudly, the position we are responsible for is also very important. This is the only high ground overlooking the entire plain. The artillery observation post is here. If the whole situation is lost here, it will be passive. Miss He asked, how passive? Let's put it this way, if we lose this place, the general may sacrifice half of his division to regain it. Even if Aolikai city is lost, this place cannot be lost. As soon as Captain Andrei finished speaking, Orlov, the battalion commander of the 13th Armored Battalion of the 5th Tank Corps, opened the curtain at the bunker door and came in. My tank crews need water and food. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene didn't say a word when he heard Miss He's complaint. Now when he heard Orlov's words, he nodded immediately, I will order someone to get it right now. Orlov turned and asked Captain Andrei, who commanded the digging of this bunker? It's quite good. Although the size of the bunker is not suitable for our T-26 series and slightly affects the shooting range, as long as the tank is parked back, it will the height of the slope to get out of the bunker is almost enough. In this kind of bunker, even those prosons can't hit us accurately. Captain Andrei, of course it was dug under the command of General Rokosov. This is the general's original bunker. There is no such bunker in any combat manuals and doctrines issued by the Imperial Armored Corps headquarters. Orlov nodded, I know that, I am a tank driver. Your Excellency, the Director of Armored Forces, will say that the main task of a tank is to attack, and keep attacking. The battalion commander imitated the director's tone, but his serious look seemed a bit funny. Orlov, I would say that the director is a Prosin fan. Just like the Tsar was a follower of Frederick the Great. Aren't you surprised that on the matter of radios, the superintendent has drawn a clear line with the Prosens again? Every Prosin tank has a radio, but we only have it in the platoon leader's car. Captain Andrei was a little embarrassed, I don't know much about the armored force. I studied the army. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, I study minerals. Orlov looked at the lieutenant colonel in surprise, what? I am the mine director. In accordance with the relevant laws of the empire, I transferred from a clerk to a military position. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene shrugged, I know that you two will be very uncomfortable being commanded by me. Orlov, that's not true. You organized the defense very well. The lieutenant colonel pointed at Captain Andrei, he did it all. I just guided the excavation of the anti-gun tunnel. The soil here is similar to the one where I was the mine director. To dig the tunnel safely, we need to do it well. Structural support. Then the phone rang. Captain Andrei went over to pick it up, it's the Bishinsk regiment. Well, I understand. After putting down the phone, the captain looked at the lieutenant colonel, the artillery observation post saw that the tanks in front of us began to retreat. Battalion Commander Orlov smiled, isn't that true? We destroyed at least 20 of their number 3 and number 4 vehicles, plus the number 1 and number 2 vehicles destroyed in the road melee. The enemy division was severely damaged by us. I thought our battalion was going to be doomed, but in the end we won so easily. The general told me that in addition to winning, my mission is to survive. I thought I couldn't accomplish either, but now I've accomplished both. It can be seen that Olaf is very happy. He continued, it's a pity that the general only commanded a temporary infantry division. If he had commanded our 5th Tank Corps, then maybe we would not have been defeated so pointlessly. The other people in the room looked at each other in confusion. They were miners and infantry, so there was no way to point out to Orlov that even if General Whitehorse commanded T-26, he probably wouldn't be able to achieve any great results. Orlov came to the observation window of the regiment command post and looked at the retreating enemies in the distance. At this time, his deputy battalion commander came in and saluted, Battalion Commander, the losses have been counted. We still have 14 tanks intact. I reorganized the tank crews that had lost personnel and found that there were 8 gaps for the gunners and the driver. 4 more. After that, the deputy battalion commander handed over a clipboard with documents. Look. Orlov took the clipboard and read out the names of the fallen tank crews one by one. At this time, the messenger Misha said, General Rokosov seems to be able to memorize all our names. He has seen people in the regiment directly call them by name several times. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene nodded. I've heard that too, but it's normal for a general like an outstanding soldier to be knowledgeable and knowledgeable. Captain Andre, this has a huge effect on boosting morale. The general must have remembered it all because of this. Misha sighed again. Hey, I originally thought that after we fought this battle, it was time to move to the guards. The old man in the cloak is so handsome, but now the battle is fought by others. Just as Lieutenant Colonel Eugene was about to speak, the gunfire outside stopped. The lieutenant colonel immediately came to the observation window and looked out together with Battalion Commander Orlov. No more shells are falling in the direction of the forest. The enemy bombardment also stopped at about the same time. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, what's going to happen? A tank battle. Battalion Commander Orlov, I don't know, but I think the infantry should retake the position. Today's battle should be almost over. Misha, hey. We didn't win the fight. Captain Andre looked at him, then turned to Lieutenant Colonel Eugene and suggested, we should let the priests calm down the soldiers' emotions. It's a good thing to be eager to fight, but it's a bad thing to suppress your emotions. The lieutenant colonel nodded, okay. In addition, the mine manager, am pretty good at other things. Come on, Misha, tell me about it. Do you need to say this? Lieutenant Colonel. I want to become a guard as soon as possible. That cape is so handsome. The lieutenant colonel shook his head. No, we are not fighting for handsome cloaks. We are fighting to protect our hometown from the ravages of the enemy. We are. Battalion Commander Olive looked at the deputy battalion commander and said, this preaching tone sounds like my mother. The deputy battalion commander just smiled. At this time, a song suddenly came from outside the bunker. It was We Will Be Found Under the Ruins. Please lift us out of the ruins. Say goodbye to my beloved tank forever. Let the artillery volley fire the chariots in formation. Send us on our last journey. Let the artillery volley fire the chariots in formation. Send us on our last journey. Orlov angrily came to the door of the bunker and cursed outside. How could the good tanks roaring in the fields be changed like this? Who changed it? Is it you, Kumik? Come here. The tank driver named Kumik came over, reporting to the battalion commander, I am just expressing my feelings about the annihilation of the entire army yesterday. We are not completely wiped out. Our battalion is still there, isn't it? Today we made the Pros and Japs look good. In the future, we will continue to make the Japs look good. You are not allowed to change songs like this again. Yes. Kumik saluted. Orlov, if you think about it carefully, the lyrics about the roar of tanks in the wilderness are not very good. Let's sing something cheerful, like Black-Eyed Girl. After that, Orlov started singing by himself, and the cheerful melody echoed on the battlefield. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 144. You're welcome, Your Highness. Wang Zhong sighed. After more than an hour of hand-to-hand combat, the infantry drove the disabled Pros and Panzer Grenadier out of the forest again and recaptured the first and second positions. Wang Zhong ordered a secret sentry to be left on the position and gave up the position he had just taken. He always felt that the enemy would also do something like secretly shelling tonight. If the enemy comes to attack at night, a signal flare will be fired from the hidden sentry. This time the flare was sure to attract artillery fire. Before nightfall, the workers and masters accompanying the army came up and began to repair the lying tanks. Compared with yesterday, the armored units in Wang Zhong's hands today were only damaged but not lost. They should be able to be repaired. Wang Zhong had a hunch that the master workers in his division who were recruited from the tractor factory might follow him throughout the game. When night fell, Wang Zhong returned to the division headquarters in the city again, and heard strange noises as soon as he entered the door. He stopped in front of the map room door in confusion and looked at the direction from which the sound came. Pavlov opened the map room door. What's wrong? Why don't you come in? Wang Zhong pointed to the direction from which the sound came. What's going on? The people from the Inquisition are interrogating the Proson pilot captured by your guards, trying to find out the location of the enemy's airport. Good guy, is this movement the legendary Great Memory Restoration technique? It's pretty loud. Pavlov, want to come over and take a look? Wang Zhong shook his head. No, let's forget it. How many pilots were captured in total? 2. How many more do you want? The plane hit by the magic arrow burned into a ball. It's good for both of them to survive. Pavlov shrugged. When we first captured them, they were still shouting, saying we use magic arrows to shoot airplanes, And we don't follow martial ethics. Wang Zhong, we were also forced. If we had an air force, we wouldn't be like this. As he spoke he stopped and stared at Pavlov. Pavlov frowned and realized that things were not simple. He lowered his face and asked, "What's wrong? Every time you look at me like this, I get goosebumps on my back. If you have anything to say, just say it." "Wang Zhong, can you get a heavy mortar?" "Pavlov, you have never mentioned this to me, why do you suddenly want it again now?" Wang Zhong put his arm around Pavlov's shoulder, pulled him into the map room, and shut up the movement of the great memory recovery technique in the corridor. Then he replied, "I didn't realize the purpose of this thing before. Today, it was captured by the enemy. The reconnaissance plane blocked the artillery support, and I realized that mortars are good. They make little noise when fired, and high-altitude reconnaissance planes will definitely not be able to see them. Although the hit accuracy is poor, the rate of fire is fast. And the killing effect of heavy mortars is not much worse than that of heavy artillery. We must have this thing." Pavlov raised his eyebrows. "You mean, you just thought of the benefits of this thing now?" "I thought the genius military strategist thought this thing was useless from the beginning, so he didn't ask for it from me." Wang Zhong was a little embarrassed and thought, "I am a civilian, how can I know this? I didn't like using mortars when I played Steel Division." But he couldn't say this, so Wang Zhong said, "I am the last to graduate. How can I know this?" "Don't mention your last place." Pavlov shook his head, "We almost don't dare to mention our military academy results. Just admit that you are controlling your scores to take care of the crown prince, please." Popov laughed. Wang Zhong was very embarrassed. "What's wrong, why don't people admit that he is a loser? I'm really good at it." Forget it, he decided to continue talking about business. "Anyway, get us a mortar as soon as possible. Hurry up. It's best to get it from Exekov tonight. This way, when we are being investigated and suppressed tomorrow, we can at least use heavy mortars. Mortars cover the position." "Pavlov, I'll try my best. But Exekov's situation is not very good now. The enemies on the southern front continue to make excellent progress today. They may not care about our equipment application." When Wang Zhong heard what Pavlov said, he looked at the map on the wall. Sure enough, the breakthrough arrow on the southern line had become longer again. Damn it, Wang Zhong thought to himself, in the Great Siege of Kiev on Earth, Xiaogu's second armored group in the center was running wildly, while the first armored group in the south was working slowly, and was even laughed at by Xiaogu. It was better here, as he and Duke Mishkin blocked the second armored group, and the first armored group in the south began to run wildly. Is history bound to correct itself? Is it the Kiev script that Exekov took? Wang Zhong looked at the breakthrough arrow, looked at the two armies blocking the arrow and asked, "What are the strengths of the 8th and 22nd Infantry Group armies? Can they block it?" "Pavlov, if you command, you may be able to block it. After all, you are a defensive warfare expert from Luchtov. But these two armies are not commanded by you. As far as I know, their commanders and the 35th Army that were cut off yesterday, the commander is a classmate." "Good guy." Wang Zhong gritted his teeth and looked at the battlefield situation map. "What is the front army headquarters doing? In such an obvious situation now, we should retreat. Retreat through the channel we and Duke Michigan guarded. If we withdraw, we can still participate in St. Yeka. Defense operations at Telenoburg." "Pavlov, perhaps His Majesty the Tsar refuses to retreat." "Wang Zhong, what is His Majesty the Tsar doing? Where is the Crown Prince? Please give me some advice." "St. Ekaterinburg, 2100 hours p.m. Her Royal Highness Princess Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna shouted to General Turgenev, the head of the Military Order Department of the High Command, "Why can't you issue an order? I have a seal." The Admiral showed a wry smile, "Your Highness, even if you bring your brother's seal, you can't let us issue an order. We can consider it with the seal of His Majesty the Tsar. Of course, this consideration is mainly to confirm with His Majesty the Tsar himself." "Olga, can't you see? Exekov is about to be surrounded." "Of course we can see it. Even if we couldn't see it yesterday, we can see it today." Admiral Turgenev said, "But the army is not our army, it belongs to His Majesty the Tsar. If His Majesty wants to bury the troops there, we also." "Olga, the army belongs to the Ant Empire." "Admiral, Your Highness, are you too close to the secular patriarchs?" "Olga, don't care if I come close or not, don't you want to save our army at all? There are your friends, students, and old subordinates there, right?" Turgenev sighed, "So what can we do? Now whoever persuades His Majesty the Tsar to withdraw his troops will be on the bench. Now it is His Majesty who has the power to appoint and remove military personnel, not the Church. No one dares to mention withdrawal." Turgenev also gave Princess Olga a meaningful look. Obviously he knew that the main reason why the Tsar was so disobedient was that the princess in front of him made the Tsar lose face. Absurd. Olga shook her head repeatedly, it's so ridiculous. Turgenev, Your Highness, don't let your father hear this. Olga looked at the general, then what else can I do? As before, let the logistics department send reinforcements to Major General Rokosov. I heard that it was His Majesty the Crown Prince who sent reinforcements, and they played an amazing role in Rokosov's hands. Olga, can the logistics still be sent up now? General Turgenev replied, it seems to be more dangerous to send it up from Ixikov. With the advance of the Prozan army, their front-line airport has also moved forward, and now it leads to Ixikov. Xikov's railway was ravaged by enemy planes, and its transportation capacity had dropped to 15% of its original capacity. But the position where Major General Rokosov is stationed can get sufficient supplies from other places. Shepatovka, controlled by Duke Mishkin, is a railway hub. Our supply train can be sent there, and then Mishkin the Duke thought of a way to give something to the Major General. What are you going to give? Olga was in trouble. I don't know what he needs there. Can you send me a telegram to ask? Admiral Turgenev, how did you think of sending T-34 and B-4 heavy artillery before? Because the previous battle report said that he destroyed 100 enemy tanks in Hauptmann, and he still used outdated models like the T-28. Olga unconsciously raised her voice, then of course I would like to send the T-34 there. Will it allow him to perform better? Admiral Turgenev replied, then you can find a way to give him a T-34 this time. With the seal of the Crown Prince and Her Royal Highness, go to the factory in the city and cut off the beard of the T-34 that was just produced. Okay. Olga thought for a while and nodded, what you said makes sense. But I have to send the crew together, right? Where did the crew come from? Those who sent it before were all parade professionals. Where can I find it now? Didn't you pull up the front line crew? There are quite a few tank crews that have just been mobilized. Turgenev replied, wouldn't it be better to go to the recruiting station and dig out all those who have received tank crew training? Olga stared at Turgenev, I suddenly suspect that you are deliberately instructing me how to get things done. Oh, I didn't mean that. I was just answering your question, Her Royal Highness. As a soldier, of course I must answer the questions raised by the royal family seriously. Admiral Turgenev held his head high, proudly declared. Olga, do you also believe that Major General Rokosov can turn the tide? I don't think it will work. If he were a group army commander, he might be able to do it, but he is a division commander. General Turgenev shook his head. Olga, I think he should be the commander of the front. Then he must prove that he at least has the ability to command a group army. Being able to command a small army well does not mean that he can command a large army well, my princess. Olga bit her lip and brought the topic back to the beginning, then what else should I send him? Can you send me a telegram to ask? The telegram takes time to decode and lacks timeliness. It would be better. Your Highness, you can go to the church and borrow their choir. Olga's expression suddenly brightened, yes, you can go to the choir. Thank you, General Turgenev. You're welcome, Your Highness. See you tomorrow. Chapter 145. Prasen Army, Anpra Armored Division Headquarters, 20-30 hours. Cruz frowned when he saw the tank combat readiness reported by the troops. You told me that 146 tanks were broken in front of this broken city in one day. A considerable part of them are number 1 and number 2 of the 16 pack. The staff officer who reported the report also smiled, as if losing number 1 and number 2 was not a big deal. Cruz glared at the staff officer. The tank crews who drive the number 1 and number 2 tanks will become combat effective when new tanks are replaced in the future. Moreover, the survival rate of tank crews after these 2 tanks are destroyed is even lower. How can you laugh? The staff officer shut his mouth and kept a straight face. Cruz was pacing back and forth angrily. At this time, the division commander of the 16th Armor said, actually, there should be many tanks that can be repaired. If the surviving crews are regrouped, a lot of new crews can be made up. The losses it's not as big as it looks on paper. But we didn't win the battlefield, and we couldn't repair the tanks paralyzed on the plain. Although I have no doubt that we will eventually win the city, the problem is that we only have so few tanks left to attack tomorrow. As Cruz spoke, he shook the tank combat readiness report in his hand. Combat readiness means that it can be dispatched into battle immediately. Cruz, the enemy has strong fortifications, heavy artillery, and at least 1 regiment of infantry that has not been engaged in the battle. There are also tanks. Before, we thought the enemy only had 1 battalion of T-34, but now another battalion has appeared. And then there's a battalion of T-26 that appears out of nowhere. The Prasen army mistook the T-26 that fired from the bunker on Highland 153 for T-34. Cruz sighed, now it seems that it is impossible not to ask for reinforcements. Last night, General Moltke seemed to be preparing to divert the breakthrough direction of the entire armored group to us. At this time, the door of the armored command vehicle opened. The guard who opened the door reported, "The commander of the artillery brigade of the cluster has arrived," and then stepped back to make way. The commander of the artillery brigade entered the armored command vehicle, put his heels together and saluted, "Your Excellency." Cruz returned the greeting and asked impatiently, "Where are you? Can we fire now?" "It's available at any time. Our 21 cm heavy artillery and 17 cm heavy artillery have been deployed." Cruz nodded, suddenly remembered something, and asked eagerly, "You didn't stop in the village, did you? Didn't you stop near the farm, threshing floor, and barn? The enemy likes to fire at these places. It seems that the time is about the same. It's time to start." "Brigadier, we deployed next to the road, not close to any buildings." Cruz breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. The enemy has forced us not to live in the house, and the whole army is sleeping rough. You are welcome to join the ranks of sleeping rough." "Brigadier, we have long been used to it." "Cruz, now that you are here, let's give the enemy a taste of our power tonight. They won't let us live in the house, but they live in the house themselves. Let them have no sleep tonight. Come here." The artillery brigade commander immediately came to the map table. Cruz pointed at the map and explained, "The enemy has deployed heavy troops in the 153 highlands and this woodland, and then here is Aoraki City, which is the enemy's logistics center. Tonight, we will implement firepower coverage of these three places. After bombing for an hour, continue bombarding and disrupting the enemy with a firepower density of 1 round per minute." The artillery brigade commander frowned. "Is it going to this extent? The continuous bombardment means that our soldiers cannot rest tonight, at least not fully, which will affect the density of firepower tomorrow. That's it? This is a retaliation against the insidious and cunning General Whitehorse. This bitch made us so uneasy yesterday. We are applying what we have learned." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Araki City, the headquarters of the 151st Provisional Infantry Division of the Ant Army. Wang Zhong, in addition to mortars, we also have to find a way to deal with the enemy's high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. Is there any way to combine 2 magic arrows into one to attack the reconnaissance aircraft? Popov, I don't know much about technical matters. Let's call Yevsemenko and ask. At this time Neely opened the door and said, "Supper is ready." The staff officers in the map room seemed to be waiting for this voice and immediately relaxed. Wang Zhong looked at Neely. "What are you eating today? Why are you wearing a boat-shaped hat?" He looked at the boat-shaped hat on Nelly's head with confusion, feeling that the hat looked familiar. "Nelly, someone suggested that I wear a boat hat so that I look more like an orderly. Doesn't it look good?" Wang Zhong stood a little further away and looked at Nelly carefully. The combination of maid uniform and boat hat seems surprisingly good. Of course the key is that Nelly looks good. Wang Zhong nodded seriously. "Academically speaking, I think this combination is pretty good." "Academic?" Nelly blinked. "When you said academic before, it was the time to pick up that girl." "Huh? Did I still have this habit before?" "Nelly, do you want to pick me up?" "No, you misunderstood. I just expressed my academic opinions, or aesthetic opinions." Wang Zhong took a step back, as if Nelly was some kind of scourge. "Aesthetic." Just as Nelly was about to say something, a roar came from the sky, and the bullet fell so fast that everyone in the room didn't even have time to react. The earth shook, the house seemed to be trembling, and dust and pebbles fell on Wang Zhong's head. Nelly screamed, covering her ears with her hands. The shells fell one after another, and everyone in the headquarters hurriedly fell to the ground. Wang Zhong stepped forward, grabbed Nelly's hand, and took her to the corner of the room. "Hold on a little. Like this." He showed Nelly the standard anti-cannon moves, "Otherwise you will be injured." Nelly nodded and followed Wang Zhong's example and lay down in the corner, with the boat-shaped hat on her head falling directly to the ground. A shell may have landed nearby, and the shockwave instantly destroyed the window panes of the map room. Glass fragments sprayed into the room, first cutting the curtains. The candles in the room were blown out by the storm, and the whole room was plunged into darkness. Nelly screamed. The enemy's heavy artillery made her take off all her defenses and turn into the little girl she was before. Wang Zhong was still teasing from the side. "Screaming is right, it can balance the internal and external air pressure, especially the air pressure in the brain. You should scream." "Ah!" When Wang Zhong shouted, Neely calmed down and looked at him with contempt. "Wang Zhong, scream quickly, it can really balance the pressure inside and outside the brain." "Ah!" The other people in the room looked at each other and yelled "Ah!" Nelly looked at them, as if she finally believed them, and shouted together, "Ah!" Highland 153 was also covered. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene said confidently, "As long as it enters the anti-gun bunker, This kind of gun will be fine. I swear I dug it hard enough. Orlov, commander of the 13th Armored Battalion, was shocked. Anti-gun bunker. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, yes, there are tanks next to them too. Just follow the drill before. Orlov, our battalion just joined you today and has not practiced before. Eugene half opened his mouth, huh. Orlov, that's bad. In this case, they don't know there is an anti-gun bunker, so they will definitely hide under the tank. He dropped the cup of coffee in his hand and was about to rush out of the bunker. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene grabbed him, don't go. You don't know where the bunker is. I'll go. As he spoke, the lieutenant colonel took the lead and rushed out of the bunker, shouting as he ran, quickly enter the anti-gun bunker, tank crews, hurry into the anti-gun bunker. When the messenger Misha saw this, he rushed out and followed the lieutenant colonel, shouting together, the bunker is on the left. The path is on the left. The enemy's shells continued to fall, like giant raindrops, each drop causing a splash of mud on the ground. The lieutenant colonel and Misha were like ants running wildly in a heavy rain. If they were not careful, they would be lifted up by the huge raindrops and never be seen again. Orlov stood at the door of the bunker. Just as he was about to go out, Captain Andrei dragged him back and pinned him to the ground. Don't go. It's enough to have two people in danger. The lieutenant colonel is very familiar with the position. He will be fine. Orlov got up, maintained his anti-cannon posture, and cursed at the same time, damn it, Prosens. I'm not done with you. I'm not done with you. The bombing lasted for more than an hour. When the outside finally calmed down, Wang Zhong raised his head. There was a fire burning somewhere outside the window, and the firelight shone in through the window, coating everything in the room with a layer of red. Wang Zhong checked on Neely and found that the girl was shivering. Just shivering means she is still alive. The next moment, Wang Zhong's sarcastic words came out, weren't you quite calm when you were bombed before? Nelly, the bombing happened all of a sudden, and I didn't even react. Wang Zhong stood up, pulled Neely up, then picked up the boat-shaped hat on the ground and put it on her head. You are wearing a boat-shaped hat? You are a soldier of our army. How can you be afraid of shelling? After that, Wang Zhong took off his big cap and dusted it. Others also stood up one after another, and Pavlov said, speak for yourself, who is killed in battle. There was faint laughter in the room. Popov, it feels like this artillery is more powerful than the one that bombarded us during the day. Has the artillery from the armored group arrived? As soon as he finished speaking, another artillery shell fell in the city, causing new dust to fall on the ceiling. Nelly fell down quickly. The others did not lie down in a hurry, but raised their heads to listen to the sound of the next shot. They didn't come. They were deliberately harassing us. Wang Zhong said. Nelly stood up awkwardly and picked up the boat hat by herself. Wang Zhong, the enemy's heavy artillery group must have arrived. He came to the table, struck a match, lit the candle, and looked at the map. Where will they deploy the heavy artillery cluster? How many artillery shells do we have left? Pavlov, one base has been fired today. The good news is that we have two more bases. The bad news is that these two bases are stored in independent ammunition bunkers, and now the artillery regiment is working hard to move the ammunition to the position. The enemy's cold artillery fell for the second time. No one in the room had any intention of hiding, as if the sound of the cannon was just ordinary muffled thunder. Nelly stood nearby, carefully looking at Wang Zhong, Count Rokosov, who was calm and composed in front of the map table. Chapter 146 Communication, 17,000 monthly votes plus more updates. After the third shell fell, Wang Zhong frowned, this has to be solved. He picked up the phone receiver, answer Brother Peter. Soon Brother Peter's voice came from the other side, there are no enemy planes investigating, just strike back at the enemy. Wang Zhong, then can you hear the enemy's artillery fire? The artillery fire will be blocked by the curvature of the earth. You know that the earth is a sphere, right? Wang Zhong, although I graduated last, I still know this. That's it? If there are clouds in the sky that reflect the artillery fire, I can indeed hear it, but I only know the direction, not the distance. Now where are the clouds in the sky? Wang Zhong picked up the phone, went to the window and looked out. Indeed, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse in the sky, and there were no clouds in the sky. At this time, Nelly came in with a broom and a dustpan. Get out of the way, let me sweep the broken glass. Wang Zhong hurriedly dodged, glanced at Nelly, and then continued to say to Brother Peter, sorry to bother you, please continue to monitor the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong returned to the map and threw the phone on the table. Popov, send out a night reconnaissance team. Wang Zhong, we don't have a walkie-talkie. The reconnaissance team has to come back to notify us after finding the target. No, I think we can try to attack Sujin along the road. Pavlov, What if the enemy stops in the village this time? Wouldn't that be a waste of ammunition? Although we still have 2 bases, judging from today's ammunition consumption, we won't be able to fight for long. Wang Zhong, I think there must be enemies transporting on the road. Judging from the intensity of the attack on Duke Mishkin today, we will be under greater pressure tomorrow. It's also good to interfere with the enemy's transportation. Pavlov pursed his lips and was silent for a few seconds, and said, "You convinced me, General. Wang Zhong, call. You make the call, after all, you are the chief of staff." "Okay." Pavlov just picked up the receiver and suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked up at Wang Zhong. "What do you mean after all, I am the chief of staff? You have something to say?" "Wang Zhong, your illusion, make a call." 153 Heights, the bunker of the headquarters of the 5th Pshinsk Regiment. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene entered the bunker with a dusty face and sat down. Captain Andrei asked, "Where is Miss He?" Lieutenant Colonel Eugene glanced at Captain Andrei and said, "If he died, he shouldn't have gone out with me. I survived 3 mining disasters. 3 times." Lieutenant Colonel Eugene took off his peaked cap and rubbed it hard in his hands, as if he wanted to roll it into a ball. "I survived 3 mining disasters. I also organized 2 mining disaster rescue operations. Artillery shells can't do anything to me. Miss He is not that lucky." At this time, the lieutenant colonel saw Orlov and changed the subject. "The tankers have all entered the bunker, Mr. Battalion Commander. They are fine, and the bunker I dug must be fine." Orlov nodded and put his hand on the lieutenant colonel's shoulder. The lieutenant colonel lowered his head and continued to rub his cap. "He hasn't got the guard's cloak he's been thinking about. He hasn't got the cloak yet." Just as Orlov was about to say something to comfort him, the sound of artillery fire came from behind. Orlov turned his head, hurried out of the bunker in 2 steps, and looked southeast. The artillery group of the 151st Division was well hidden. Even at night, the fire could not be seen, but the rumbling of artillery could be heard. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene also rushed out of the bunker, stood beside Orlov, and slapped his already tortured hat on the wall of the trench. "Okay. Hit. Kill them. Hit them hard. Send them back to Plosin's hometown. Plosin Army, Ampara Armored Division Headquarters." Hearing the explosion, the acting division commander Cruz immediately came out of his tent and looked in the direction of the explosion. The staff on duty also came out of the armored command vehicle, so Cruz shouted to the other side, "What is this explosion? What did that bastard find out about us again?" "Staff, no report received." "Then go and ask quickly." Several of the staff returned to the command vehicle. Cruz looked at the dust clouds rising in the distance, worried. 10 minutes later, a staff officer reported, "The enemy's slow-moving barge is advancing along the road." "What?" Cruz was shocked. "Let the artillery brigade retreat quickly." "It's already retreating, but because of your order, they are continuing to fire, so the withdrawal speed is not very fast." At this time, another staff officer came out. "The artillery brigade has ordered the ammunition trucks to retreat first, and the personnel have abandoned the artillery and hidden from the artillery first." Cruz, "Who ordered them to continue firing?" "It was me." He slapped himself in the face. "It was my fucking order." At this time, another staff officer came out, and when he saw that Cruz was angry, he hesitated and did not dare to report. "Cruz, what's going on? Tell me." "The 3rd Staff Officer, the 23rd Armored Division is moving towards us according to the order. They are on the road. There is also the 12th Armored Grenadier Division behind." Cruz, "No. Leave the road. Let all the troops behind leave the road. Don't worry about how many hours you have left on your motorcycle, leave the road." Motorcycle hours generally refer to the time the engine can work continuously before maintenance. Leaving the road and maneuvering in the wild will greatly increase the failure rate and speed up the consumption of motorcycle hours. After Cruz finished speaking, a staff officer immediately ran to the radio car. Only then did Cruz react. "What division are you talking about maneuvering towards us?" 23rd Armored Division, 12th Panzer Grenadier Division. In addition, the 2nd Armored Group headquarters is also moving towards us, but it does not take the main highway, but comes from the northwest trail. Cruz, "What about frontline command? When will I lose command?" "We have not received an order yet, nor have we been notified that we have obtained command authority for the 23 pack and 12 load bombs." Cruz, "Nonsense. How to organize tomorrow's attack?" The staff members looked at each other, and then the highest ranking man said, "I don't know. Orange City, 5 minutes into the counterattack." Wang Zhong looked at the ceiling. "Have the cold attacks on us stopped?" Pavlov looked at his watch. "I haven't played for 5 minutes. Stop. Damn it, you were right again." As he spoke, he patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder. "Popov, Will the Prosen army formulate a regulation in the future that stipulates that artillery positions cannot be set up in towns or along highways? Wang Zhong, maybe. The development trend of artillery in the future is to become autonomous, and then it will be deployed on highways. This is Wang Zhong's experience in war game Red Dragon. When he played ranked 1v1, both sides were closely watching the enemy's artillery counterattack, so they had to deploy the self-propelled artillery on the road, and immediately follow the road quickly after the fight. Maneuver, otherwise you will be caught by the enemy's counterattack. Units such as towed artillery, which are inconvenient to escape, have completely disappeared from the environment. But it's hard to say how useful the experience in the game will be in reality. Pavlov, self-propelled artillery, Popov, I can finally sleep well tonight. Wang Zhong, have you got statistics on the casualties of the troops? Not yet. The shelling has caused some chaos. It is estimated that it will be delivered in half an hour. Pavlov looked at his watch. You should go and rest. You have been running on the front line all day today. If the soldiers can't see you tomorrow, by the time you appear on the front lines, they will be thinking blindly and it will be a fatal blow to morale. Wang Zhong thought for a while and realized that what Pavlov said made sense. He was indeed very tired today. He had been riding a horse and running outside since early morning, and the number 422 tank was riding behind him. His body had long been as tired as it's filled with lead, so it's not surprising that it falls down at any time. Then I'm going to rest. Nelly. Nelly immediately replied, the bed has been made, but I don't know if I can sleep because of the shelling just now. I'll go take a look. Wait a moment. After saying that, Nelly trotted away. Wang Zhong let out a long yawn. Popov, you'd better go to sleep quickly. Maybe we can call Ms. Ludmila back so that you can sleep more soundly. Spare me. Wang Zhong smiled bitterly, in this case, if you ask me to pay the public food, aren't you kidding me? Who asked you to pay the public salary? I mean, let you have a good rest in the gentle harbor of your beloved wife. Wang Zhong, then I would rather choose to sleep like a baby in my mother's arms. Do you understand mother's arms? Although Ludmila is very virtuous, she can do everything her mother can do, but her girlish feeling is more important, lacks the brilliance of motherhood. Pavlov, what about Nelly? I think she looks like your nanny and wet nurse. Wang Zhong was shocked and looked at the chief of staff, who was as big as a bear and somewhat bald. Nelly? Motherly? Are you sure? I just said that she is like your nanny. Look, she does all the nanny's work. Popov, all orderlies are like this. Just as he was talking, Nelly came in, the bed is made, and I've also made hot water for you. I can help you wipe your body before going to bed. It can relieve fatigue. Wang Zhong stared at Nelly. For a moment, he did feel a could-be-my mother glow emanating from Nelly. But that is an illusion after all. Pavlov pushed Wang Zhong, come on, General, wipe yourself and have a good rest. Wang Zhong nodded and followed Nelly out of the headquarters. Popov looked at Pavlov, don't you bring an orderly? I have an orderly. The old man who makes my tea in the morning is my butler. Pavlov said. Popov, I see. No wonder the coffee tastes good. It's tea, Pavlov corrected. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. Pavlov, this time. Although he was confused, he still picked up the phone. Division headquarters, this is Pavlov. What? When did you hear it? Okay, I will go to the sanctuary with the division commander right away. After hanging up the phone, Pavlov looked at Popov, the choir heard the hymns of St. Catherine's Castle and gave them to us. And the other side is still in hymn mode, so we can talk. Popov stood up, we have to get over it quickly, this state won't last long. Pavlov turned to his staff and shouted, go ahead, Commander, call down. Chapter 147 Crisis, 18,000 monthly votes plus more updates. When Wang Zhong entered the sanctuary, his hair was still dripping with water. Sufang saw him come in and opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly remembered that she was on the line, so she winked at the female chaplain next to her. Wang Zhong was very surprised, what do you mean? She can't speak now. The female chaplain explained, she is now in sync with the hymn monks in the capital. When she speaks, people over there will say the same thing, and vice versa. Wang Zhong nodded and asked again, so what did she say just now? Another chaplain came to Wang Zhong with a notebook. The notebook read, Princess Olga Nikolavna Antonovna asked General Rokosov's troops whether they needed help and what kind of help they needed. Wang Zhong turned his head and looked at Pavlov. He decided to ask when the support would arrive first. Even if the princess wanted to send 200 T-34s, it would take time, and they would be intercepted by the enemy's air force on the way. Wang Zhong, Your Highness, how long will it take for our reinforcements to arrive? Sufang immediately repeated Wang Zhong's words, like a parrot. Then she fell silent, and it was obvious that the other party was also discussing how to answer. It can be expected that in the current situation, it will take a lot of effort to send reinforcements to Araki. While waiting, Wang Zhong gradually had an idea of what kind of reinforcements he should want. There is a kind of reinforcement that can ignore the situation on the battlefield and arrive in Araki tomorrow and play a role. When Wang Zhong made up his mind, the response from the other side also came. Su Fang said, "General, considering the current situation on the battlefield, we can only send reinforcements to Shepatovka first, and then Duke Mishkin will organize the transportation. If we set off now, we can reach Shepatovka at dawn the day after tomorrow. In other words, no matter what, it will not arrive until the day after tomorrow. After all, even Her Highness the Princess cannot get what Wang Zhong needs immediately, and immediately form a train, and it will take time to load the train after forming the train." Just as Wang Zhong was about to speak, Su Fang said, "In addition, I have intercepted 30 T-34s that were just produced from the factory. They are being assembled into trains and will probably depart tomorrow." See, Wang Zhong thought, it is indeed impossible to send them immediately. It will be the day after tomorrow when these 30 T-34s arrive in Shepatovka. Sure enough, what we should ask for most now is the kind of reinforcements that we just thought of. It will arrive tomorrow, and it will be effective. Wang Zhong, Your Highness, we are in urgent need of Air Force support now. I have received Air Force support in Luchtov and Upper Pinayi. I need MiG-3 to attack the enemy's high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, and I need IL-2 to clear the enemies on the ground. I hope they will appear over Araki tomorrow. In addition, I also need reconnaissance aircraft to detect the enemy's artillery positions." After Wang Zhong finished speaking, Su Fang almost finished reciting, and the whole sanctuary fell silent again. This time the response came quickly. "Su Fang, is this all you need?" "Wang Zhong, these are the most urgent at the moment. I have 2 armored divisions in front of me, too. Moreover, we have just been bombarded by 21 cm heavy artillery, which is the enemy's army-level heavy artillery. Tomorrow we may face the enemy's army's main force." When he said this, Pavlov and Popov both widened their eyes, because there was no reconnaissance report indicating that they would be attacked by the main force of the army tomorrow. Wang Zhong was just bragging, first exaggerating the situation to be as critical as an egg, and then he could easily take bribes. This time the reply came quickly, "I understand, I will immediately make a request to the Air Force. I promise that our aircraft will cover you tomorrow. Any other requests?" Wang Zhong gestured to Pavlov, "I need the following supplies." Pavlov took out his little notebook and began to read. Su Fang repeated it, but she suddenly stopped halfway through. Wang Zhong hurriedly urged, "You continue reading. It's broken." Su Fang replied, "It's been too long." "Wang Zhong, can such a connection be established?" Popov answered on behalf of Su Fang, "This requires a lot of resources for mass, and we can't do it now." Su Fang added, "And I just had such a synchronous communication. I don't think I can recite poetry for a while." She yawned and showed fatigue. It can be seen that this connection consumes her spirit. These supernatural things in this world are in a state of being useful, but not so useful. Is the magic arrow powerful? It is powerful, but when hitting ground targets, people will be blinded by smoke. When hitting air targets, the enemy can still escape by flying at a very low altitude. After all, except for Yekaterina, other people need to establish continuous visual contact. Is Brother Peter's ear powerful? That is also powerful, but it is just so-so. And Su Fang's communication is the same. Is it powerful? Of course it is powerful. Before, the small unit of Wang Zhong without Su Fang in Upper Pinayi had been eliminated. But the last time he was able to shake a KV was because Wang Zhong's brother was a staff officer at the front headquarters. And this communication method has so many restrictions. In this situation, he can't ask for more. Wang Zhong nodded to Su Fang, "Have a good rest. You have helped a lot." Su Fang smiled and looked very happy. Nelly stared at her intently, like a cat that found a threat, with her fur raised and her hissing threateningly. Wang Zhong ignored the small Shuro field and turned around and said to Pavlov, "As long as His Highness can bring the Air Force here, tomorrow will be much easier. Just driving away the enemy's reconnaissance planes will be a big help." Pavlov smiled and said, "Of course. But I'm really worried that the lie you just told will come true. Tomorrow we will directly face the main force of the 2nd Armored Group. Even with the Air Force, it will probably be very difficult to fight." Wang Zhong waved his hand, "It's okay. Duke Mishkin fought well. He will attract the main force of the enemy's 2nd Armored Group." Pavlov nodded, "Yes, thanks to Duke Mishkin, I want to drink to the Duke's health. Something good happened, let's have a sip." Wang Zhong turned to Nelly, "How about a sip today?" "Nelly, drinking a little will help you sleep, I'm fine with that." Wang Zhong laughed, and it seemed that he was really happy. After all, he might receive Air Force support tomorrow. He hugged Nelly and rubbed her head vigorously. Nelly stepped back in horror, grabbing her boat-shaped hat that was rubbed to the side with her hands. But Wang Zhong turned directly to talk to Pavlov. "We are going to attack Aorich with all our strength," General Heinz Wilhelm von Moltke said to the division commanders, leaving 2 Panzer Grenadier divisions to contain the heavy force group in Shepatovka. They are mainly infantry, lacking the ability to advance in the open field. The cluster chief of staff added, "Aerial reconnaissance shows that they still have a tank corps mobile force, but it can be dealt with by bombers and 88 guns. General Moltke, thank you for your addition. Tomorrow we will put in the current Amphila Division and the remaining troops of the 16th Army, as well as the 23rd Army and 12th Army. Whether we capture Araki or not, the main force of the cluster will move south beyond Araki. His Majesty the Emperor's good idea has greatly delayed our rush to the enemy's capital. We can't waste any more time. Being blocked by the enemy here for 2 days is already too long for us. Too long." At this time, the communications staff entered the conference room. After saluting, he reported, "The artillery brigade reinforced for the Amphila division was hit by enemy fire and lost 2 21 cm heavy artillery and 1 17 cm heavy artillery. Several other personnel were lost and are currently being transferred." Position. General Moltke, what's going on? Does the enemy conduct aerial reconnaissance? How could the artillery position be discovered? The artillery brigade deployed on the side of the road, and the anti-army used Sujin barrage to cover the entire road. Another 23 units were also shelled by the enemy on the way. General Mao Chi frowned. "What happened? What's the loss?" "Slightly, because it was Sujin's barrage and did not repeatedly bombard the same section of the marching column, and there was time to disperse to avoid the artillery fire. However, the launch of the 23 pack report in Aalachi will be later than scheduled." General Moltke scolded, "No. Let them launch according to the original time. When I made the plan, I left redundancy to deal with this kind of thing. We will surround Araki tomorrow morning. This small group of enemies must be to completely destroy the army is like smashing a walnut with a hammer." After a brief pause, he added, "Don't be afraid of enemy shelling. Keep moving forward on the road. As long as we are fast enough, the enemy will not be able to cause enough losses to us." At 0430 hours on August 5, in Araki City. Although Wang Zhong drank some wine yesterday, his biological clock still made him wake up at this time. I don't know if it was because of drinking or because he felt relieved because of the Air Force support. Anyway, Wang Zhong slept very well last night. When he opened his eyes, he felt that he had never been more energetic than now. He had just put on his clothes and was about to call Nelly when the roar of shells piercing the air came. Wang Zhong lay on the ground without saying a word, and the next moment a dense rain of bullets fell in the city. "Damn!" Wang Zhong shouted, "Didn't we hit the enemy's artillery position yesterday? Why are there so many heavy artillery?" Of course, because it was an artillery brigade. The bombardment lasted about an hour. When the explosion subsided, Wang Zhong stood up, and Nelly opened the door and came in at this time. "Are you okay? Why do you still hope that something will happen to me?" Wang Zhong said, casually putting on his shoes and leaving the bedroom with a quick stride. "Nelly, don't you want to have breakfast?" "Wang Zhong, if you fire the gun so early, something must have happened." With that said, he rushed to the first floor and broke into the map room. Pavlov held the phone with a serious face. "How many troops? How many troops did you see?" Wang Zhong grabbed the receiver and said, "I'm Rokosov." "What did you see?" While he was asking, he had already switched to a bird's-eye view, and found that the view over Hill 153 was bright. It seemed that the other end of the phone was the artillery observation post on Hill 153. He immediately checked the situation and was stunned. It's not that his own vision can't highlight the enemies, but the number of enemies is now so large that he can see the huge number of enemies without highlighting. A giant wave composed of enemy armor and skirmishers is rushing toward Highland 153. The other side of the phone was shouting, "I am the 153 Highland observation post. A huge number of enemies are coming towards me. A huge number of enemies. Please fire immediately. Please fire immediately." Chapter 148 Precarious. Wang Zhong yelled, "Hold it, I'll find a solution right away." At this time, he still felt that the enemy had changed the direction of attack. He had a plan for the situation: move the T-34 to the forest line on the side of the highland to form a crossfire. As a result, as soon as he hung up the phone rang again, so he could only pick up the receiver again. "I'm Rokosov, speak. This is the 2nd Battalion of the 5th Pshinsk Regiment. There are a large number of tanks maneuvering on the east side of our position. The 2nd Battalion of the 5th Pshinsk Regiment is located in the east of the city and is mainly responsible for guarding the artillery positions. At the same time, they are also a reserve team. If necessary, they can be pulled to the woods to the north to mince meat. Wang Zhong did not ask specifically, but looked at it from a bird's eye view. As a result, he saw at least one battalion of tanks maneuvering east of Araki. Where did so many tanks come from? At this time, a signal flare was launched in the woods to the north. Those were the signal flares fired by the secret sentries at the first and second ambush positions, indicating that enemies were approaching in the forest. Enemies are coming from all directions. Wang Zhong, don't be nervous. Let the B4 heavy cannon be leveled and prepare to shoot flatly. I will find a way. Before he hung up, another phone rang. Pavlov picked up the receiver. Division headquarters, speak. What? Wang Zhong dropped the receiver in his hand and took Pavlov's away. I am Rokosov, speak. Brother Peter's voice came from the other side, Stuka. The roar of the Stuka. I'm not sure how many there are, at least 30. Wang Zhong was stunned for a moment, and then responded subconsciously, hold on. I'm thinking of a way. Brother Peter, I don't even have a gun, so what can I do? General, you have to hold on. If you can't hold on in this situation, your morale will collapse in an instant, like an avalanche. Thanks to Brother Peter's words, Wang Zhong's brain calmed down a little. Yes, if I panic, it will be transmitted to the troops immediately, and the situation that can be defended will not be defended. You must be calm, collected, and make good use of everything you have. Thank you, brother. Thank you. You're welcome, Brother Peter replied. Wang Zhong put down the receiver. The phone rang again, but Wang Zhong didn't answer it and gave his seat directly to Pavlov. He turned around and found Nelly standing worriedly at the door of the house. Wang Zhong's state just now has not been transmitted to the troops, but it has made Nelly unusually shaken. Nelly, is it bad? Wang Zhong smiled slightly, we have all experienced worse things than this. Give me coffee, make it strong. Nelly nodded, turned, and left. Wang Zhong looked at the terrain map on the map table and quickly made a decision. Order the heavy artillery regiment to cover the forest first. Soft targets like infantry are more afraid of heavy artillery. The remaining T-34s were mobilized to the flanks of Highland 153 according to the original plan and surrounded the high ground first. Pavlov nodded, picked up the phone and began issuing orders. Popov asked, aren't you going to command the tank yourself? Wang Zhong, with so many enemies, one tank can't change anything. This is one. Second, although I am not in the number 422 car, the red flag is still hanging. When the soldiers see the red flag and see I have the same effect. Pavlov came back after giving the order and asked Wang Zhong, what should we do with Stuka? It should be here soon. Wang Zhong, we can only rely on divine arrows. I hope the Prosan Air Force will still be so precious about life. 153 on the high ground. The soldiers of the anti-tank gun battalion were rushing towards the gun emplacement carrying 45mm anti-tank gun shells. When the enemy is preparing for fire, men and ammunition are hiding in the anti-gun bunker on the reverse slope. Now that the enemy begins to attack, it is necessary to enter the position as soon as possible. Although Highland 153 is called a highland, the entire slope is actually very gentle. Anti-tank gun emplacements are set on the gentle slope, with only trenches hiding infantry in front of it. When the Prosenyans firmly believe that they have an absolute advantage, they will not use smoke, but choose to maximize the firepower of the tanks. At this moment, the enemy's shockwave has almost reached the foot of the high ground. Following the order to fire, the anti-tank guns began firing. The shooting elements that had been determined long ago allowed the 8 anti-tank guns to score 8 hits in the first salvo. Only 3 tanks stopped, and the members jumped out of the tanks and took cover. The remaining 5 were still advancing. Apparently the shells had not penetrated them, and they had not seen the position of the anti-tank guns. When the second round of anti-tank gunfire began, it was no longer a salvo. All gun crews were ordered to fire shells as quickly as possible. Second Lieutenant Maximov commanded a 45mm anti-tank gun. His gun crew consisted of 20 people, 8 of whom were responsible for transporting shells from the anti-gun bunkers at the rear to the front, 3 were responsible for managing the pack horses, and the remaining 9 were near the gun crew. Maximov is responsible for indicating the target and reporting the shooting elements, the gunner Karamazov is responsible for the specific aiming, and the rest are loaders, each holding a 45mm armor-piercing projectile. Fire! Maximov shouted. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and the gun recoiled, spitting the still smoking shell casings onto the ground. There were already 7 or 8 shell casings lying on the floor, and all of them were smoking. Load! Karamazov shouted, and then a stray bullet hit him in the head, causing him to fall backwards into a pile of smoking bullet casings. Upon seeing this, Maximov immediately rushed behind the gun guard and took over the gunner's position. At the same time, the loader stuffed a shell into the barrel and successfully completed the locking. Maximov turned the crank, pointed the gun at the target's driver's observation slit, and then jerked the gun rope. The cannon roared, empty shells ejected from the rear breech, and the armor-piercing bullets emitted white light and hit the observation window. The tank did not stop moving, but the members of the vehicle opened a hatch and ran out, jumping from the sides of the tank to the ground. "Okay." Maximov shouted, "Reload." The shells were loaded into the barrel again. Maximov put his eyes on the scope, looking for the next target. He saw a Panzer IV tank, so he aimed the aiming mark at the driver's observation port. It worked here to hit the Panzer III tank, and it should be equally effective to hit the Panzer IV tank. Maximov fired, then realized he had forgotten to adjust the scope scale. Because of the wrong scale, the shell obviously fired high and hit the mantelet of the tank turret, leaving an obvious dent but not penetrating. "Load." Maximov shouted, adjusting the scale according to the target. When he adjusted it, he found that the tank had stopped and was turning in his direction. Oops. Maximov only had time to have this idea before everything was interrupted. When he regained consciousness, all he could see was the clear blue sky. He got up and found that the cannon had fallen to the ground, and the mantelet had completely flown off. The assistant gunner fell on the cannon's hoe, and the other loaders also lay on the ground. It was obvious that a single shot from the enemy's short 75 howitzer directly destroyed Maximov's artillery crew. Maximov looked around blankly and found that there was a gun crew not far away. He thought that he could at least go over and serve as a loader, so he stood up and stumbled towards the gun position. Suddenly, someone grabbed him from behind, threw him to the ground, and then rolled him into the communication trench between the gun emplacements. "You're crazy. If you just walk over like this, even a few lives won't be enough to kill you." The man who saved Maximov shouted. Judging from the military uniform, this man was an infantry lieutenant, but his face looked a little childish. There are very few young faces in the 5th Pshinsk Regiment. Most of them are young people who look to be in their early 30s. Just as Maximov was about to thank the lieutenant, he heard a shout from the artillery position not far away, "Bring the shells quickly. We have finished firing the shells." Maximov poked his head out of the traffic trench and saw two artillerymen carrying ammunition boxes who had just climbed over the top of Hill 153 and rushed towards the shouting gun position. Soon enough, a high explosive bomb landed between the two of them, knocking them to the ground. The ammunition box they were carrying cracked open, revealing the yellow ammunition inside. Maximov rushed out of the traffic trench and ran towards the ammunition box. "I'll go, you won't listen." The lieutenant stuck his head out, and after realizing that Maximov was going to get the shells, he pulled out a captured Prosen smoke grenade from his armed belt, pulled it away and threw it to Mark. Behind Simuov. White smoke quickly spread behind Maximov. He didn't care so much, he directly picked up the broken wooden box, stuffed the fallen shells back, and then rushed to the gun emplacement carrying the wooden box. "The shells are coming!" he shouted as he ran. The gunner of that gun exclaimed, "Maximov! Your gun!" He glanced at the next door and abruptly cut off the conversation. "Maximov, you're here just fine. Reload quickly." "Maximov, I'll get the ammunition again." "Wait." After that, he turned around and rushed into the smoke, running all the way across the top of the slope, and then towards the hole where the shells were stored. 5 minutes later, Maximov returned to the front of the high ground carrying the ammunition box, only to find that the gun position he had just left was gone. It was probably blown up by a short 75mm howitzer. Maximov stared blankly at the gun position for a few seconds, and suddenly remembered that the most important thing now was to block the attack. So he rushed to the gun and made a cursory inspection to make sure it could fire. Then he noticed the scope was gone. Without saying a word, Maximov removed the sight and related support components, and forced a hole in the gun's shield. He used the hole to aim and then reloaded himself. "Death to you, Prosen." Maximov opened fire. Aiming through the holes in the shield would not lead to good results. The shell flew directly past the enemy tank's head. Maximov reloaded himself again and continued to aim with the hole. This time, the shot accurately hit the track of the tank, causing target number 4 to stop. Maximov continued loading. However, the enemy tanks had already begun to move uphill. A Panzer IV tank with tactical number 2316 turned its gun and aimed at Maximov. At this moment, the armor-piercing projectile fired from the side hit tank number 2316. Compared with the poor damage effect of the armor-piercing projectile of the 45mm gun, this shot from the side directly set the number 2316 tank on fire. Maximov turned his head and looked in the direction where the armor-piercing projectile was coming, and saw a flash of red in the tree line. "It's the general's red flag. General Rokosov is here. There's help." Chapter 149 Hell. At the same time, the woodlands on the north side of Oriki. When the shells fell, the Plozans all fell down. However, this is a 152 mm heavy cannon, and the shockwave and overpressure caused by the explosion can also kill a large number of soldiers. Not to mention the secondary damage caused by the trees in the forest being blown to pieces. Most of the splinters are not fatal, but being stung by them is 10,000 times more painful than being hit by shrapnel. Even the elite Prussian Panzer Grenadier will lose their combat effectiveness if they are stabbed in the face by such a thing. Heavy artillery continued to fall, and a storm of wood chips swept through the ranks of Panzer Grenadiers. However, this forest had been bombarded many times by both sides yesterday, and a large number of craters on the ground provided temporary shelters for the Panzer Grenadiers to avoid shelling. In addition, the shelling from both sides also cleared all the mines in the forest. There may be some left, but as long as you stick to the places with craters, you will never step on mines. Although delayed by shelling, the Panzer Grenadiers continued to advance resolutely until ants machine guns started firing. Wang Zhong left garrison troops in strongholds and artillery-proof bunkers behind the strongholds. They would hold back the attacking Pulosyn before the main force entered the position. The machine guns swept through the forest, and the predetermined shooting points made the machine guns' firepower accurate and deadly. Basically, anyone who dared to stand up would be beaten into a sieve. The Prussians were still crawling. The Prussian machine gunner set up a machine gun in the crater to fight back, but the trees interfered with the Prussians' judgment of the distance, and the machine gun suppression was not effective. Suddenly, a heavy artillery round landed in the crater, lifting the machine gun team guarding it into the sky. Wang Zhong put down the receiver. Through the phone call he had just made, he had determined that there would be no problem in the woods to the north for the time being. Highland 153 was now supported by T-34 and should be able to block it for a while. The most dangerous thing now was actually the 5th Battalion in the east. The position of the 3rd Battalion of the SKSK Regiment. Once this is breached and the enemy enters the woods, artillery positions will be immediately discovered. Gregory! He shouted. The sergeant major came in with a submachine gun and saluted. Wang Zhong, bring the guard company to reinforce the position of the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Battalion Regiment on the east side and defend the artillery. In addition, tell the B4 Heavy Artillery Company to organize direct firepower to ensure that artillery shells continue to fall on the enemy. On the offensive front, you must organize your firepower and don't attack everything at once. B4 loading requires a crane on an ammunition truck, which is very slow. But by arranging the order of firing, you can ensure that 203 will continue to fall from the front. Gregory saluted, turned around and left quickly. Popov stood up, let me go and pull out the ski terii in the city. Although they are not highly trained, they are familiar with the city's terrain. This is their home after all. You go ahead. Wang Zhong said and extended his hand to Popov. Popov took it and said, take care, there are so many enemies this time, don't charge as hard as before. I'll try my best. Wang Zhong said the previous answer given by the commander of the 13th Armored Battalion. When Grigory arrived at the position of the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Battalion Regiment, the boys from the B4 Heavy Artillery Company had already flattened the thing and drove it behind the simple bunker. The bunker is a simplified version of Wang Zhong's tank bunker. It has only one layer and can block the body of the B4 heavy gun and provide simple cover for the gun body. It's just a simple cover. After all, the sound of this thing firing is so loud that everyone can see it clearly even through the woods. Gregory crouched and ran to the Heavy Artillery Company commander, shouting loudly, the general orders you to fire in sequence and organize continuous firepower. The company commander shouted, we can't fire a salvo. The guns over there started to level and move after firing the last round. They are loading now. Gregory looked at the other gun positions and found that the other 3 guns were approaching the bunker at a turtle crawling speed. The company commander continued, the shells and propellant cartridges of this thing are extremely heavy. It is too difficult to maneuver with the shells loaded, and it is prone to accidents, such as the powder packs and shells falling out of the barrel. At this time, the gunner operating the crane on the ammunition truck shouted, the warhead is hoisted. The other 2 gunners immediately took huge tools and worked together to push the shell into the barrel. The gunner operating the crane hoisted the propellant cartridge onto the slide rail behind the gun barrel, pack ready. The 2 gunners worked together to push the cartridge into the barrel with tools. Then the 4th gunner, who waited for a long time, closed the breech and completed the lock. The shooter began to aim. This thing requires the cannon to be placed at a specific angle every time it is loaded, otherwise it will not be loaded. But conversely, when firing horizontally, the process of raising the barrel is reduced, which objectively speeds up the gun's rate of fire. The shooter probably adjusted the horizontal direction of the artillery, and without moving the height controller at all, he just stepped back and pulled up the rope, ready to shoot. The company commander raised his hand and slashed it down like a knife. The shooter pulled the gun rope hard, and the cannon roared deafeningly. The muzzle blast even caused the thick-mouthed birch trees to twitch as if they were swinging. The artillery shell landed in the enemy's offensive array 1 kilometer away. The ground seemed to turn into sea level, arched up, and then exploded upward. 2 tanks were directly engulfed by the explosion. The lighter number 2 tank was directly overturned and rolled several times before falling to the ground. The tank crewman, whose brains had been shaken evenly, climbed out of the hatch at the bottom of the tank, and was immediately shot by a machine gun on the 3rd Battalion's position. The company commander observed the effect for a few seconds and exclaimed, "It works better than expected. Load it quickly. Prepare the number 2 gun. Why haven't you fired the gun into the bunker yet? Forget it, are you ready for the number 3 gun? Ready, just fire." As soon as he finished speaking, the number 3 cannon opened fire, and the muzzle blast even spread to where Gregory was standing. "Gregory, you will be discovered by the enemy. This movement is too big." "Company commander, that's not true. I estimate that the enemy's artillery coverage will come soon, so we have to fire as fast as possible." "Mr. Sergeant Major, please leave. The 3rd Battalion will need experienced veterans like you." After speaking, the company commander saluted Gregory even though the 2 men had the higher military rank of company commander. Gregory returned the favor solemnly, and then led the guard company towards the 3rd Battalion's position. The 1st Armored Battalion of the 23rd Armored Division of the Prasen Army was attacked by the heavy artillery direct fire of the Ant Army. The battalion commander originally stayed behind the battalion's attack front to observe the situation, but when he saw the huge flower of soil, referring to the sound of the 203 shells exploding, he couldn't sit still. "Where is the enemy's heavy artillery? All units should pay attention to the enemy's heavy artillery." He shouted over the radio, "This looks like a level shot. The heavy artillery must be within our field of vision." As soon as he finished speaking, someone responded, "In the forest to the west of us." "Battalion commander, look." As soon as the battalion commander turned the telescope, he saw a lot of white smoke in the forest, and the trees were swaying left and right in the wind. The next moment the shells fell on the battalion's line, stopping 2 tanks. "Battalion commander, attention, all vehicles, heavy artillery is hidden in the woods to your right, focus the fire immediately, repeat, focus the fire immediately." The tanks of the 1st Battalion of the 23rd Division immediately turned their guns. Although the battalion had not yet reached the passing line set by General Moltke, they still took decisive action. It's all about winning. The 50 mm gun of the Panzer III tank and the short-barreled 75 mm howitzer of the Panzer IV tank opened fire one after another, and the forest was suddenly engulfed in the flames of the explosion. Gregory rushed into the trench of the 3rd Battalion and asked loudly, "Where is your battalion commander?" "Sacrificed." A captain shouted, "Now I am the battalion commander, what do you want?" "I'm here to support you." As soon as Gregory finished speaking, the enemy's tank guns came over with a clanging sound, and there were all kinds of calibers. The heavy artillery battalion behind the position was still firing. 203 shot directly hit a number 4 car, blowing it to pieces in an instant, and the parts flying into the sky fell down like rain. Several Prosan soldiers were hit by the parts falling from the sky and fainted suddenly. The enemy immediately launched a second round of direct fire, and something exploded on the side of the heavy artillery company. Seeing the rising fireball, the recruits in the camp were stunned. Others began to leave the trenches and run towards the city of Araki. Gregory shouted, "According to His Majesty the Tsar's latest order, surrender or escape is an act of treason and will be shot." As he spoke, he raised his submachine gun and fired a dozen rounds into the sky. The deserter stopped. Then he was hit in the back by enemy machine gun fire and fell into the trench from outside the trench like a broken sack. Grigory kicked the coward away and shouted, "I am General Rokosov's guard. The general has sent the guard company. The star of victory will shine on you." As soon as he finished speaking, another B-4 fired, and a huge fireball rose up on the enemy's offensive front. Prasen Corps, 23rd Armored Division, 66th Armored Reconnaissance Battalion. The reconnaissance motorcycle of the reconnaissance battalion was following the 1st Armored Battalion. At this time, the observer in the motorcycle rack had completed the ranging, picked up the wireless phone and started calling, "Wolf's Lair, this is a hare, our department has found a suspected enemy heavy artillery position." B-4 opened fire in the woods, and there were bunkers and other cover. The observers of the reconnaissance battalion could not see what kind of heavy artillery was firing, so they could only report this. The coordinates are as follows. Please arrange fire coverage as soon as possible, over. After speaking, the observer picked up the telescope and waited quietly for the first shot to fall. He didn't have to wait long. A 17 centimeters heavy artillery shot landed in the woods, but it missed a bit and did not hit the enemy's heavy artillery at all. The observer picked up the microphone again, "This is Hare, artillery correction, X, Y, correction completed." Soon the second test shot fell, landing about 800 meters south of the impact point of the first shot. "Observer, here's the Hare, shot correction." A moment later, the third heavy cannon fell, landing just in the woods. Something exploded violently, and fireballs shot into the sky. Chapter 150 Mirage, 19,000 monthly tickets plus more. Highland 153, the headquarters command post of the 5th Pishinsk Regiment. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene held a telescope in one hand and clenched his fist in the other. Okay. Good fight. Kill them. He was cheering up the T-34 that appeared on the side of the Highland. Captain Andre couldn't help but said, Lieutenant Colonel, you have become a cheerleader from the beginning. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, I don't know how to do anything else. I just order you to come, right? Then you should inspect the position. Captain Andre replied, the enemy tanks are approaching. The new recruits in the army must be very scared now. You have to encourage them. Me? Are you sure? A miner encouraging the soldiers. Captain Andre looked at Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, just hold on tight and assume the posture of reprimanding the miners in the mine. At this time, the appearance of a stern father-type commander will be of great benefit to morale. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene took a deep breath, okay, I'll go out for a patrol. Captain Andre, I really didn't know what to say, so I just patted the soldiers on the shoulders and said that the general is watching us. After all, the general's tank is on the side, and everyone can see the red flag. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene nodded, got out of the bunker, and ran along the trench with his waist bent, patting the shoulders of every soldier he met. Hold on. Do not be afraid. The general is watching us. When he took pictures of who knows how many people, someone shouted, look, the general and the others are covered by smoke. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene stopped and, like the others, stuck his head out of the trench and looked toward the woods. Pink smoke covered the T-34 tanks in the woods, and the general's flag was no longer visible. The enemy tanks were still firing, and more pink smoke completely covered the tree line. The T-34 side fire then misfired. What was even scarier was that there was a sharp, terrifying whistling sound in the sky. When Lieutenant Colonel Eugene heard this voice for the first time, goosebumps immediately appeared on the back of his head. He heard from veterans that this was the sound made by an enemy bomber called a Stuka. At this time, some recruits shouted in horror, it's a dragon. The Prozan sent a dragon to attack us. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene didn't understand war, but he knew how to deal with his subordinates who talked nonsense. Especially when a mining disaster occurs, Lieutenant Colonel Eugene may be more harsh than the judge in dealing with those fools who spread rumors. He rushed over and slapped the new recruit, that's the enemy's dive bomber. It must have bombed the general. Look. Someone shouted. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene turned his head and saw 3 fire dragons rising from the ground. The Divine Arrow Company actually moved to the vicinity of Highland 153 overnight. There was an explosion in the air. The second wave of Divine Arrows took off. At this time, someone shouted again, enemy plane. The enemy plane is coming down. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene cursed, that's called a dive. In addition to the swooping aircraft group, there were 3 enemy aircraft on fire that were falling, gradually overtaking the group of aircraft that had their speed brakes turned on. The second wave of 3 Divine Arrows hit the target. The enemy planes disintegrated in the bright light of fire, and the burning fragments fell simultaneously with the fleet. The third wave of Divine Arrows took off. The morale of the enemy planes seemed to have finally collapsed. They dropped their bombs at an altitude of 2,000 meters and then fled in all directions. In fact, when a dive bomber dives at a large angle, the bomb will not deflect too much even if there is wind at low altitude. The main reason for lowering the bombing height is to see the target clearly. From a distance of 2,000 meters, even a target such as a tank or a bunker is just a small dot when viewed from the air. It is also mixed with the complex ground scenery, making it very difficult to see. In order to aim accurately, veterans of the Prozan Air Force will consciously control the dive speed and only release bombs after seeing the target clearly at a distance of 1,200 meters or even 800 meters. However, faced with the high-efficiency killing of the Divine Arrow, the pilots chose to drop bombs at 2,000 meters to save their lives. After all, the operation manual said that bombs could be dropped at 2,000 meters. 2 of the third wave of Divine Arrows flew into the sky because they lost their targets, but the third one, as if it had eyes, caught up with the bomber that rushed into the blind spot and blew it into a ball of fire. At this time, the planes shot down by the first 2 waves of Divine Arrows also landed, along with bombs. The aerial bombs fell around the pink smoke. The Prozan Air Force was indeed well trained, and they had such a hit rate when dropping bombs from such a high place. The gray-brown wall created by the bomb obscured the view. Everyone on the battlefield was paying attention to this direction. Even Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, who came out to encourage others, was lying on the edge of the trench, stretching his neck and looking over there. In fact, the enemy's situation may be similar, because the charging enemy tanks did not fire during this period. Soon enough, a big-headed T-34 rushed out of the gray-brown wall, with the red flag on the antenna fluttering in the wind. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene and the soldiers cheered together. The T-34 stopped and blew up a number 4 with one shot. The remaining 4 began to release smoke and retreated backwards. The enemy's infantry also threw smoke bombs, and the enemy who had just rushed up aggressively retreated. On the 153rd Regiment's position, the sound of ours was deafening. In the woods, the 1st detachment of the Divine Arrow Company was in position. Did you see that? I have one more fight than you. Yekaterina jumped for joy. Quickly retreat. Yusmenko picked her up from the ammunition box and threw her into the jeep. Quickly retreat. We fired so many rounds, the enemy must have discovered our position. The heavy artillery is coming. Yekaterina, how can it be so fast? You are crazy. It's not crazy. Yusmenko said while throwing the other girls with praying hands into the car. In Luchthof, as soon as we left the launch position, the Prasen bomb fell. If it hadn't been for Ludmila Vasilievna reacted quickly and we all died. He got in the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove the jeep wildly. As he drove, he continued, at that time, our launch location was in an Anatolian bathhouse. The bomb lifted up the entire bathhouse, and our car drove out of the old building. Even if they are far away, they will be affected. The Prosen people have gone to great lengths to kill us. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a roar in the sky. Heavy artillery fell where they had just left. Look. Did you see it, girls? Dad, I saved your life. Deputy Knight Yetsemenko laughed after saying this. Plosen people think they are the best at fighting in the world. We are not bad either. Wang Zhong switched back to the indoor perspective. This wave of enemy airstrikes is over. I don't know how many T-34s are still intact. Pavlov looked at the window of the map room in confusion. From where can you see the end of the enemy's air raid? How did you see it? Wang Zhong, Mirage. As long as I don't change my face, the lies will come true. Vasily, where? Wang Zhong slapped Vasily on the head with a knife, monitoring. We especially need information now. Then Wang Zhong changed the topic without changing his expression. He came to the map table and said. There are hundreds of tanks around us. We can currently confirm that there is 1 battalion here, 1 to 2 battalions here. As he spoke, he drew on the map with a pencil. It seems like a lot, but an armored battalion requires a front of more than 1 kilometer to deploy. If we consider this as a benchmark. Wang Zhong used a pencil to draw a circle in the air around Aolikai on the map. This is already the enemy's limit. If the enemy wants to further increase the number of troops invested in a single attack, it must be on the side of the large ranch, that is the southeast side of the city unfolds. Pavlov, well, there was no artillery fire preparation over there, and it was all in the open. The mines we set are still there. Large-scale demining on the battlefield generally does not involve engineers removing them one by one, but using explosives to create overpressure and detonate the mines under pressure. The blast of explosives can blow off the tripwire of the tripwire mine. The blasting cord used by engineers for demining uses this principle. Once a rocket carries a long blasting cord, it falls into the minefield and detonates. Overpressure and storms will clear the long strip around the blasting cord. The heavy artillery fire preparation also involves overpressure and storms. The advancing barrage of the heavy artillery will not only raise the minefields on the path, but also clear away things such as barbed wire. After several days of repeated bombardment, the forest in the north of Araki and the 153 highlands in the southwest have long been depleted of landmines. The remaining scattered mines can only kill a few unlucky people. If it was the Cold War era, rocket mine-laying vehicles could also be used to temporarily cover a minefield before the enemy attacks. Now we have such a thing. But the southeast has not yet been plowed by artillery fire, and the mines are still there. Wang Zhong pressed his hands on the map table and looked down at Aolikai. The enemy's current offensive forces are not at the point where we cannot resist. The question is how many troops we need to lose every time we block the enemy. Pavlov paused and glanced at Wang Zhong, and how long our will to fight can be maintained. Wang Zhong, the main thing is the will to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. Pavlov picked up the receiver. Division headquarters, speak. Okay, very good. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Wang Zhong. We were beaten back in the direction of the forest. We don't know how much the enemy lost. 12 of our people were killed and 17 were injured. Wang Zhong, so many. Pavlov, much better than Luchthof. Indeed. After all, we have dug so many bunkers and fortifications. I think it is not enough. After all, we will be attacked all day today. Just as Pavlov was about to speak, the phone rang again. He answered the call and said twice, then hung up and reported, the enemies on Highland 153 have retreated. With the enemy's attack organization speed in the past 2 days, I don't think we need to worry about the high ground in 1.5 to 2 hours. Wang Zhong, then mobilize all the T-34s to the east. Now, Immediately. Let them stop at the gate of the middle school on the way to the east to replenish ammunition and fuel. Pavlov immediately picked up the receiver and then responded, there should be a radio. Wang Zhong, Vasily, call. After the enemy retreated, car number 422 started up, drove past Highland 153, and headed towards Araki. Apparently there's a battle waiting for the general somewhere else. At this time, other T-34s drove out from the pink smoke that had not yet dissipated, and merged with car number 422. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene and everyone in the 5th Bishensк Regiment shouted to the leaving T-34, Ula! Ula! The morning sun shone on them. Chapter 151 Prison, 20,000 monthly votes plus more updates. East of Aolikai City, forest position. Gregory loudly encouraged morale, it's just that the artillerymen are gone. Take your Molotov cocktails. There's nothing scary about tanks, just throw them on the back cover. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy tanks began to fire machine guns. In fact, at this time, there was still a distance of more than 500 meters between the tank attack formation and the woods, so the machine guns could basically only hit randomly. The directional machine gun of the special tank has no way to accurately aim, and can only rely on tracer bullets to correct the trajectory. But as long as the machine gun bullets are crackling and tearing apart the bark of the birch trees, and as long as the falling wood chips are still greeting the soldiers' faces and falling into their collars, then this machine gun shooting will be a huge blow to morale. The 5th Bishensk is another unit converted from the Skiterii through shortcuts. Frightened soldiers began to run out of the trenches and run backwards. Gregory opened the safety of his submachine gun and knocked down 2 deserters with a short burst of fire. The Tsar's order. Deserting and surrendering to the enemy are all considered treason. He roared angrily. According to the order, all your family members should be killed together, but I am kind-hearted and will only kill the traitor himself. Leave me where I am. At this time, the enemy's number 4 fired a cannon. The shell hit the thickest birch tree in the forest, directly breaking the trunk and causing half of the tree to fall to the ground. Gregory ducked under a tree trunk, but while he was hiding 2 more deserters rushed out of the trench. Gregory fired at their backs, and while shooting, he shouted, think clearly. If you resist to the end, you may live, but if you run away, you will definitely die. At this moment, cheers came from the other end of the position, even overwhelming the roar of the enemy tanks. Gregory looked over in confusion and saw the tank with tactical number 422 bypassing the fire and smoke on the artillery position. The tank opened fire, and the armor-piercing shells roared through the woods and accurately hit a number 4. More T-34s appeared following car number 422, firing on the enemy as they advanced. The enemy, who was still aggressive just now, suddenly stopped and then began to reverse. Perhaps these Prasen tankers had learned from the experience shared by other units that they should keep their distance when facing the T-34. Most T-34s hit extremely poorly at long range. The retreat of the tank troops caused the skirmisher line following the tanks to also begin to retreat. Upon seeing this, the T-34 brigade crossed the woods and began to pursue the enemy tanks. At this time, a recruit from the 5th Bishensk Regiment asked, why is there a person standing behind each tank? Without waiting for Gregory to answer, the leading car, number 422, stopped, and then the people on the engine radiator covers of other cars opened the hatch of the tank and shouted something inside. Eventually all the tanks stopped just above the tree line and fired at the retreating enemy. The Prussian tank crew who wanted to shoot with the T-34 just after that finally released smoke and chose to retreat. Aorki City, temporary 151st Division headquarters. Okay, I got it, you did a good job. Pavlov put down the receiver, the east side is also blocked. 2 T-34s are stuck in the turret. The enemy's shooting accuracy is very high. In addition, just past Stu the card was damaged, and we only have 6 intact T-34s left. Wang Zhong, all 6 stations have radios. Pavlov shook his head, no, the enemy tanks seem to be staring at the ones with radio antennas. They must have known that our ordinary tanks do not have radios. Wang Zhong shook his head and no longer wanted to comment on T-34's weaknesses. I have to get a Sherman next year. Even if I don't have one, it would be nice to get some M3 Grant Lee. That thing is pretty good as a tank destroyer. At least every car has a radio. Pavlov, the good news is that the attack has come to an end, and today is half over. Wang Zhong looked at his watch and realized that it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Just then, the phone rang again. Pavlov complained, the enemy is attacking again, right? He picked up the receiver, division headquarters, please speak. Got it? After hanging up the phone, Pavlov looked at Wang Zhong with a bitter look on his face, the most worrying thing is here. The enemy crossed the highway from our southwest and surrounded us. It seems that they are preparing to launch an offensive on the pasture. Wang Zhong also frowned, we originally thought very well. We dug a tank bunker there so that when the enemy attacks, we can drive the T-34 into resist. But now there are only 6 intact T-34s left. The good news is that the master workers are repairing the broken T-34 on the side of Highland 153. The master worker at the tractor factory saved my dog's life, Wang Zhong thought sincerely. Pavlov, but now the only thing stopping the enemy from rushing into the city is the mine array. The good news is that the mine array we have laid is quite thick. If the enemy has to use artillery fire to clear the road, it will probably take an hour or two to explode. That said, we didn't have to worry about the direction of the pasture until at least 3 in the afternoon. But if the enemy sends out engineers and uses explosive cords to clear mines, there will soon be problems in the direction of the pasture. Generally, minefields need to be covered by machine guns and anti-tank guns to prevent enemy engineers from quickly clearing the minefields. But Wang Zhong shook his head and interrupted the chief of staff, the enemy knows how to smoke, you forgot. Pavlov looked at the ceiling, yes, he can smoke. The prosens like to smoke. It would be great if we could come up with something that can see through their smoke. It's thermal imaging, but considering Ant's technical level, it's probably not that simple. As for Prosen, they had the Fritz X radio bomb right after the war started. Maybe their technology will develop faster than the real World War II. Damn, it won't be like that German game Panzer Corps II, where the Me-262 and H-229 were flying everywhere in 1943. That would be really difficult, and we can only hope that the heavenly soldiers, US military, would save us. Pavlov didn't know what Wang Zhong was thinking. He followed his previous thoughts and said, no matter what, there will be defensive pressure in the direction of the ranch in 2 hours at the latest. And we have no troops anymore. At this time, the phone rang again. Pavlov said don't say it's bad news and picked up the receiver, division headquarters, talk. The next moment, he handed the receiver to Wang Zhong, Popov. Wang Zhong answered the phone, this is Rokosov, what's the matter? There are 2 church protection battalions here. Where are they going to be sent? Wang Zhong glanced at Pavlov and answered decisively, let them go to the ranch. Popov was shocked, ranch? When surveying the terrain over there, didn't you say it's not suitable for defense? Abandon the ranch and defend the houses and streets around the ranch. Popov, are you planning to let the Crusaders fight street battles? They will be bullied by the enemy. Wang Zhong, do you think I want to? The enemy has already deployed over there, and there is only a minefield blocking the enemy. If we don't send people to defend this block, they will go straight to Huanglong. After being cut off by the enemy's center, all defenses will become empty talk. Popov was silent for a second and replied, okay, I will let them go to the ranch. In addition, the labor camp strongly requires us to give them weapons. They want to defend their hometown in person. Wang Zhong, will they use Molotov? Of course, we have been teaching this these days. Wang Zhong asked again, then what extra weapons do we have? A considerable number of Mosin Nagants, and some shotguns. When Popov was talking, Wang Zhong heard someone shouting on the other end of the phone, just give us something that can kill people. Wang Zhong, give them guns. If there are still people who want to get weapons after they are distributed, let them throw Molotovs. Popov was silent for a few seconds, and then replied, I admit that I deliberately pushed this decision to you, but I didn't expect you to do it so straightforwardly. Because I have seen hell. Wang Zhong replied, I know how to prevent hell from coming. You are right. I will arm the ordinary people now. By the way, I heard that the artillery fire outside has stopped. What's the situation? We have temporarily repelled the enemy's attack, but the situation is worse than in the morning. We are surrounded and imprisoned. Wang Zhong said this very calmly, as if he was stating something that was very common. Popov noticed this and smiled, I have only been in your unit for less than a month. Just arrived. Yes, just arrived. Then I already felt that it was normal for us to be imprisoned and face enemies that far outnumber us. And you will stick to it as before until the mission is completed. Wang Zhong was about to answer and brag, but he changed his mind at the last minute. It seems that the southwestern front will not be able to escape this time. The enemy's 2nd Armored Group will definitely bypass Arc and start a desperate run. The most suitable retreat route for the southwestern front will be cut off, and he can only watch it happen. The brother, father, and good brothers in this body will be surrounded in Exakov. In this case, Wang Zongshi can no longer show off his ability. Popov seemed to understand everything, you have done everything you can and bravely resisted here for 2 days, this is the 3rd day. I believe no one can do better than you. Wang Zhong, thank you. Please arm the people and prepare for the worst. I will. Over. Popov hung up the phone. Wang Zhong just put down the receiver, and the phone rang again, so Wang Zhong picked up the receiver, I am Rokosov, what's the matter? Frack Peter on the other end of the phone said anxiously, Deo 217. It was the same sound as the plane that Ltov dropped the radio-guided bomb on last time, and there were two of them. Two bombers carrying that big bomb were coming towards us from high altitude. Wang Zhong, are you sure? I'm sure. I set the sound array to narrow wave mode, sacrificing coverage to improve performance, so I can hear it very clearly. It was Deo 217. It was exactly the same as the one that almost killed your fiancé last time. Exactly the same. Wang Zhong came to the window and switched to the bird's eye view mode, but he couldn't see the enemy plane. Brother Peter switched the sound array working mode so that he could be alert to enemy planes farther away. Finally, Wang Zhong saw the two Deo 217s and the radio-guided bombs hanging on their racks. Fritz X. Chapter 152 Nirvana. Two Dao 217s from the 10th Squadron of the 55th Royal Bomber Wing of the Royal Prasin were flying in formation towards the airstrike target. In the cabin of the formation leader aircraft, the radio man was calling the ground troops, the bald eagle is calling the wolf, the bald eagle is calling the wolf, please call back. He waited a moment and was about to call again when a response came over the radio and was heard throughout the plane over the intercom. This is Wild Wolf, please speak. The radio man glanced at the fleet commander. The commander said, Wild Wolf, please use the main gun of the number 4 tank to fire smoke to mark key targets. Bald eagle is over. The other person was silent for a few seconds before replying, I know. Mark the key targets and the Wild Wolf is finished. Cruz had a sullen face. Although he lost command of the entire attack, he was still the officer who knew the situation best, so the liaison with the Air Force was left to him. Cruz made a gesture, and a staff officer immediately came over, please speak. Choose the number 4 vehicle crew with the best gunnery skills and fire marked smoke bombs on Hill 153, preferably on their artillery observation post. Yes. In the air raid formation leader's aircraft, the observer reported, I don't see the marker smoke. Can I urge you more? Formation commander, be patient. The army is very cumbersome. It is like an elephant. It takes time for information to be transmitted from the brain to the toes. It is not as convenient as our Air Force. The pilot in the cockpit smiled and said, that's true. The army is like this. Just wait. They are now helpless against the Enter's new tanks. They can only count on our bombers and the anti-aircraft guns of the anti-aircraft artillery battalion. The commander smiled and said, during the Carolingian battle, the army only had those small tanks that were like toys. If they encountered a strong bunker, they would need dive bombers. At that time, when flying in the sky, the earphones were filled with calls from the army. The commander's words were suddenly interrupted by the observer, if you see the indicated smoke, please circle right. The plane immediately banked over, and then the pilot said, confirm smoke indication, I'm going to make a full circle. Track 217 began to circle clockwise, eventually turning its course to the indicator smoke. Pilot, it's a southeasterly wind outside, and the plane is shaking a little. In fact, even if he didn't say it, everyone in the cabin could feel the plane shaking. It was so shaking that the compass on the map table in front of the commander began to walk. As it trembled, it continued to move towards the edge of the table, and finally fell down. The table was momentarily held down by the commander. Observer, there is no problem with the heading. It is expected to enter the release position in 20 seconds. Final inspection. Mechanic, there is no problem with the guidance device and the hangar is normal. It can be launched. Observer, 10 seconds before release. Soon enough, the gunner in the dorsal turret was hit, and blood spurted directly onto the side-firing machine gunner sitting behind him. The broadside shooter yelled, we're under attack. We're under attack. Then the bullet penetrated the steel plate above his head, directly penetrated his skull, and hit the arm of the formation commander and navigator sitting next to him. The pilot looked back in horror. At that moment, the left wing of the plane was hit continuously. The stress structure collapsed instantly and the entire wing was removed. Immediately afterwards, a MiG-3 roared past the bomber with its wings cut off. Sparks flickered from the engine exhaust on the cigar-shaped nose. Next to the cockpit of the MiG-3, a row of red stars was painted neatly, each one representing a kill. The pilot, surrounded by red stars, looked at the disintegrated bomber through his goggles with a smile on his lips. Just as the MiG-3 passed by, another Deo 217 was also hit, but this time ant pilot's work was not so subtle. The bullet only penetrated the tail of Deo 217 and damaged the steering system. By the way, the rudder surface of the left vertical tail was lifted off. The wingman was unable to control its course and fell to the ground in an arc. After the two MiG-3s completed their attack, they quickly pulled up to regain altitude. The lead aircraft flipped up and down, pointed the canopy towards the ground, and carefully searched the bottom for other targets worth attacking. Through the cockpit, One can see a whole group of IL-2s skimming over the plain at low altitude. The IL-2s lined up in a line, strafing the ground with 23mm cannons and machine guns while flying over the ground, and dropped 50 kilograms of small bombs. Although they were small bombs as aviation bombs, their charge and power were comparable to heavy artillery shells. Viewed from the air, the IL-2 formation looked like a plow plowing through a field full of Procenians, and the smoke and dust created by the bombs looked like turned-up soil. General Moltke stood on the mound south of Aolikai, watching the Ant Air Force suddenly appear and bombard them indiscriminately. So is Grand Duke Meyer bragging again? I received a report before that the activity of the Ant Air Force increased. I thought it was mainly in the direction of the capital. Why are there so many active Ant Air Force in the southwest? The Chief of Staff of the cluster shrugged. Maybe it came from the direction of the capital. No, the Ant people will not relax their protection of the capital. General Moltke was silent for a few seconds, and then said, it should be the Air Force bragging. In fact, they did not do that much damage to the Ant Air Force, and they did not destroy 3,000 aircraft at all. At the airport. Chief of Staff, after all, it is the Air Force, so it is normal for this to happen. General Moltke was speechless. The Air Force is disrupting the situation. I guess the next wave of attacks will be postponed again, right? I'll go check it out. After saying that, the Chief of Staff turned and walked towards the radio communications vehicle. General Moltke stood on the slope with his hands behind his back, looking at the city of Araki that he had left behind. Next to him, the Prasen armored troops in a marching column were driving past in a steady stream, advancing southward. About 15 minutes later, the Chief of Staff came back. The losses of each department are not as great as expected, but it does take time to reorganize the attack. General Moltke, then use heavy artillery to bombard Araki first, and continue bombarding it until midnight. 0 o'clock. Of course. In the trench era, there were usually several days of firepower preparations. Now we only prepare until night. What's the fuss? The preparation area is not only the urban area, but also the difficult woods around it. The enemy's heavy artillery must be hidden in the woods. Don't bother to find them. Just blow them up. Plow through the entire forest. The Chief of Staff turned to give some specific operational instructions to the staff, and then asked General Moltke, then when will we attack? Of course, attack after the fire preparations are completed. 0 o'clock. Attack in the dark. The Chief of Staff was shocked. General Moltke smiled, don't worry, in the early morning, the entire city will become the lighting of our army's attack. The entire city will burn like daylight. What a white horse general, what a defensive genius, huh? The general was smiling, with such a despairing power gap, what's the point of personal talent? Let him wither here. I will record him in my memoirs, including his genius. The same tank bunker. After speaking, General Moltke turned around and walked towards his command vehicle. Let's move on. We're going to camp in Metz tonight. At midnight on August 6th. Wang Zhong got up from the ground and looked out the window. Has it finally stopped? Outside the window, the firelight dyed everything red. Wang Zhong, guard. Go see what's on fire. The guard came in and said, General, everything is on fire. The whole city is burning. Just as Pavlov was about to speak, he heard the roar of engines. Ours. No, we don't have that many engines. The enemy's? Night armor attack. Wang Zhong looked out the window. Goosebumps appeared on the back of his head. No, this is not a night attack. The fire turned everything into daytime. Just as Ludmila woke up from her coma, she heard the sound of an engine. She looked outside and saw the Prasen tanks advancing toward the city along the highway that passed through the city with their headlights on. Natalia. Tanya. She called loudly to the nuns and Skiterii assigned to her, are you okay? No one responded. Ludmila turned around to look for the divine arrows and the divine arrow launchers, and then found that the attic where she was half destroyed, and the divine arrows, nuns, and Skiterii were all gone. At this time, he heard the voice of the defensive Skiterii downstairs, Miss Praying Hands, go quickly. We use machine guns to block the enemy. Go to the church headquarters quickly. Ludmila got up, picked up the Mosin-Nagant rifle on the ground, stumbled open the attic door, and ran down the stairs. When she reached the first floor, the machine guns were already firing. As soon as the Skiterii saw him coming down, they shouted, take the back door. Go out and run along the road. You are more important than us. Go quickly. Ludmila nodded and rushed to the back door. As soon as she rushed to the street, she heard the sound of tank guns behind her. The machine gun immediately misfired. Ludmila ran desperately, and after running 5 or 6 steps, she heard the sound of machine guns ringing again, like a phoenix reborn from nirvana, blocking the enemy. She turned around, only to find that the building blocked her view, and she couldn't see the brave machine gunners. She could only keep running. Wang Zhong checked the situation through the phone that was still available and made a decision immediately. We can't defend here anymore. There is no point in holding on. The main enemy force has bypassed us and gone south. Pavlov, how to break out of the encirclement? In this situation. Wang Zhong, no, the enemy's attack at night gave us a chance. If they surround us and don't fight, I don't know how to go. If they attack the city now, even if there is fire lighting, they will fall into chaos. How about said the fire itself was a source of chaos? In the chaos, if someone can highlight all the enemies and know their location, that person will have a great advantage. Of course, it won't be able to annihilate the enemy, but it will be fine to confuse the enemy and allow the troops to break out of the encirclement. Wang Zhong began to give orders. Vasily, call tank number 422. It will come to the entrance of the division if it is not broken, or it will fight for its life. Vasily didn't ask any questions and started calling directly. Wang Zhong, the telegraph team sent a report to Duke Michigan, saying that we are preparing to break out in the chaos, and hope that the Duke can respond, just hope. After sending this telegram, destroy the radio station and burn the code book. All division personnel, whether they are clerks, staff officers, or cooks, be armed. Wang Zhong paused because he saw Nelly coming in carrying a Mosin Nagant that was taller than himself. He said out of nowhere, "It matches your boat hat very well." Nelly smiled. At this time Vasily shouted, "I contacted number 422, they are coming. With 6T-34s. Wang Zhong smiled, "Okay. Everyone. It's not time to die generously yet, see you in Shepatovka." Chapter 153 Fire and Sword. Gregory pulled the bayonet out of the enemy's body and looked around. The city behind him was burning, and the Prasen tank in front of him was also burning. The artillery positions were burning, the woods were burning. Gregory held a long bayonet, like a knight holding a sword, facing the fire rising into the sky. At this time, a messenger came galloping from the city on horseback. The whole army breaks out to the north. Leave enough ammunition for the seriously wounded. The whole army breaks out to the north. Leave enough ammunition for the seriously wounded. Gregory said in a deep voice, "You heard it?" His voice was like the sound of the mother river. It was not loud, but no one could ignore it. It easily passed through the crackling sound of the flames. "Gregory, if you can still walk, stand up. If you can't, please raise your hands. At least we still have grenades." Among the piles of corpses in the forest, many people stood up one after another. Everyone looked like an evil ghost returning from hell. "Gregory, they won't treat the seriously injured. Don't worry too much about the people who are left behind. We will be with you soon. Soon." At this time, there was an explosion from the artillery position behind them. Many people were startled, and some people fell down directly. "Gregory, don't be afraid. This is artillery blowing up heavy artillery. After all, we can't let the enemy capture it and fire on us. There will be a big firework to watch when they use explosives. But only the people left behind can watch it. Follow me alive. Let's go." Gregory obviously won't boost morale. After all, he is only in the 10th grade, but his image is very convincing and will convince the veterans who have survived hell. A group of people walked through the woods and handed grenades to every seriously wounded person who reached out. 153 on the high ground. The Prasen night attack was repulsed. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene pulled an empty ammunition box and used it as a stool to sit down, then poked the miner's pickaxe, which was full of blood and brains, into the ground. A machine gun was roaring next to him, pouring firepower on the retreating Prasen army. Most of the machine gun fire points on Highland 153 were wiped out by the continuous heavy artillery bombardment, leaving only the regimental fortress and the roof, so this became the place where the most intense fighting took place in the early morning. Captain Andrei also dragged an ammunition box over and sat down. He inserted the bloody engineer shovel next to it and said to Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, "The engineer shovel is easier to use than that thing. It has a sharp edge. One shovel will kill a Prussian." Lieutenant Colonel Eugene took out his cigarette and touched the matches while replying, "I'm not used to it. This guy is the best. I know how to swing it with less effort and how to break solid rocks. Where's my match?" Captain Andrei took out a match and struck it. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene lit up his cigarette, took a long drag, leaned against the cracked wall, let out a long breath, and then asked, "What did the division say?" Captain Andrei looked back at the phone with the receiver broken in two parts. "I don't know, the phone line must be broken now, and there are still gunshots in the city. I guess there won't be enough communication troops to repair the phone line for a while." Lieutenant Colonel Eugene nodded. At this time, the machine gun fire stopped, and the lieutenant colonel asked, "What's wrong?" "I can't see the Prasen Japs anymore," the machine gunner said, "it's too dark." I just scanned the shuttle when I saw something moving. That's it? It just so happens that your gun barrel is smoking. Change the cooling water quickly. Captain Andre said. The machine gun gunner and deputy gunner immediately dragged the gun back and began to replace the cooling water. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene watched them operate and asked, "What will happen next? Should we send someone to contact the division headquarters? Then why not ask the tank crews if they still have radios they can use?" As soon as he finished speaking, Battalion Commander Orlov came in. "We received a radio call. The division headquarters decided to break out to the north and asked all ministries to blow up the baggage, burn the documents, and leave enough ammunition for the seriously injured people who cannot move." Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, "Isn't this a bit? Captain Andre, the enemy will kill our seriously wounded and will not treat them. Because we are an inferior nation and do not deserve to waste precious medicines. If they treat you, it is to show the kindness of a superior nation." Lieutenant Colonel Eugene did not answer, but put the cigarette into his mouth and took a long drag. The light from the cigarette butt became brighter and quickly turned most of the cigarette into ashes. Then Lieutenant Colonel Eugene threw the cigarette on the ground and stamped it out. The big puff just now made his nostrils spit out white smoke continuously like a boiling kettle, and it took a long time before he stopped. Then he stood up with a miner's pickaxe, walked out of the bunker with tired steps, and walked along the trench, looking at the wounded soldiers in the trench. "Soldiers. The division headquarters has issued an order to break out. There are two kinds of people who can stay here. One is the person who has died, and the other is the person who is about to die. It is said that the Plozans will not treat the seriously wounded well, but we do not have the power to take you away, so we can only leave you with enough bullets and grenades. I'm a miner. I can't predict the direction of the war, so I can't guarantee you that we will definitely win. I can only tell you what I said to the miners in the mine." Lieutenant Colonel Eugene stopped because he saw a severely wounded man with no legs sitting in the trench, looking at him calmly. The lieutenant colonel held the wounded man's shoulders. "This land will treat everyone equally, it will produce milk to feed us, and it will eventually become the destination of each of us. Don't think of being buried in a mine as a sad thing. The black soil of Hazaria is like a mother. You just returned to her arms." The wounded in front of the lieutenant colonel suddenly hummed a song, an ancient song. Almost every Hazarian can sing it. It tells the story of the riders on the black soil fighting against the conquerors from distant foreign countries a long time ago. They galloped on the grassland, fell in the trial of fire and sword, and slept forever on the black soil of their hometown. Their bodies were buried under the weeds and washed into the Mother River. And the big river called the Mother River just flows quietly. Gunfire rang out in the north of the city. It was obvious that the enemy's infantry planned to seize the forest position in the north at night. In addition, there were gunfire on the east and west sides of the city, and the most intensive gunfire came from the pasture. The two battalions of the Guardians had obviously encountered the enemy. Wang Zhong walked out of the headquarters and found that the stable had collapsed, but Bucephalus was unharmed and was still eating the grass scattered on the ground. Wang Zhong pointed at the horse and said, "Saddle it. Let the lightly wounded ride it." As soon as he finished speaking, the number 422 tank drove into the courtyard of the division headquarters. There were a lot of scars on the outer armor, and only half of the flag on the antenna was left. The driver's hatch was gone, and Belyakov's head was directly exposed. When he saw Wang Zhong, he grinned. Wang Zhong jumped directly onto the tank, turned around and pulled Nelly onto the car, and then got into his own exclusive position on the turret. As soon as he put on the headphones, he heard Alexander say, "You are here. I am so busy. It is easier to just be a gunner." Wang Zhong did not answer him, but shouted to the busy crowd in the division headquarters, "Let the lightly wounded and women get on the tanks. Let the vehicles be given to women." A woman below shouted, "We can go. Let the lightly wounded sit." "Yes. General, please let the lightly wounded sit." When Nelly heard that she was going to get off the car, Wang Zhong grabbed her, then let the children sit on the tanks and cars. And the praying hands and the listening monks. "Nelly, I am not a child. You sit down." Wang Zhong said. This time Wang Zhong's proposal was not opposed, and all the children in the city were sent to the tanks. The only children left in the city. Some children were holding submachine guns, and they already had the expression of a soldier. At this time, Wang Zhong's heart moved, and he turned his head and asked, "Has anyone seen Lucia, Captain Ludmila Vasilievna?" No one answered. Pavlov also left the division and threw a pile of documents into the burning fire. "Damn it, we spent a lot of time making these reports, and now we have to do it again." "Professor. Where are you going?" He grabbed the only 6th level clerk in the division. The old man turned his head. "It's the Academic Affairs Committee. And now you should call me by my rank." "Rank. Okay, where are you going, Colonel?" "The old man, get your weapons." Pavlov took the guard Tokarev and stuffed him to the old man. Okay, follow the team, my professor. It's Colonel. Where is the team? Pavlov pointed to the division column that was lining up. The old man strode over, not like an old man at all. Pavlov, General. You still have to lead the way. Let's go. Wang Zhong nodded and held the microphone on his throat. Let's go. Bilyakov, follow my instructions. Let's show the enemy in the city some power. Are you sure you want to take so many children to fight the enemy? Don't worry, we will quickly defeat the enemy. Wang Zhong said confidently. The tank drove out of the division compound and sped along the street dyed red by the fire. Suddenly, a figure rushed out in front, and the silver-white hair was particularly conspicuous under the fire. Wang Zhong, Lucia. This way. Ludmila saw the tank and ran over, and was then pulled up by the children in the car. As soon as she got on the turret, she gave Wang Zhong a passionate kiss. Huh? Is this appropriate? Ludmila's eyes were covered with tears. After a long kiss, she said, enemy tanks are entering the city from the northeast, and the Crusaders are fighting them. Go and reinforce them. The Crusaders need reinforcements. Wang Zhong put his hands on Ludmila's shoulders. We are preparing to break out, and we need a rear guard to break out. Ludmila was stunned. You don't care about them? Just like Luktov. This time Wang Zhong answered with certainty, this is to save more troops. This is a troop that has come out of the trial of fire and sword, and it must be preserved. One day, this fire will become a prairie fire that destroys the Prosan Empire. He didn't explain more, and tank number 422 didn't stop moving forward. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 154 Rushing to Rescue, 21,000 monthly votes plus more updates. Church, Popov walked out of the church and said to the people gathered around the church, the main force of the division is now ready to break out. They will attract the enemy's attention. We will break out from different directions with the choir, and fight with them on Sheptovka rendezvous. Those who are willing to go with the main force of the division should go to the division headquarters, and they should be able to catch up. But in the current situation, even the main force of the division may not be able to get out. Separately the enemy may ignore us because we are militiamen and laborers. Someone in the crowd shouted, what about the fighting camp? Popov, when they come into close contact with the Prosen infantry, they are in danger. With the level of training and organization of the Skiterii, it is basically impossible to retreat from the enemy in an organized manner. I experienced the same thing in Luktov. Once the Skiterii come into contact with the Prosens in the city, there are only two results. The first is to maintain the will to fight until the last moment. The second is to lose the will to fight and run away in a swarm. Then he was killed by the Prosens. Only a handful of people can escape. Popov paused and continued, if the battle situation is so bad that the Skiterii are needed to fight the enemy face to face, it means that the regular army is almost finished. This is the situation now. So we can only hope that the Skiterii will fight. The will can be maintained until we break through the encirclement and delay the enemy as long as possible. This is war. If anyone is dissatisfied with this, you can lay down your weapons and go home. You are not wearing military uniforms anyway. As for what the Prosenians will do after they occupy this place, I can only say good luck to you. If you don't want to place your fate on the mercy of your enemies, just come with me. Popov pulled out his pistol. Let's go. Sukfang silently recited Saint Andrew bless us and then led the choir to follow Popov's footsteps. At 0230 hours on August 6, Shepatovka. Prince Mishkin coughed violently. The orderly came up and patted him on the back, and brought him a cup of hot coffee. The Duke stopped coughing, took a sip of coffee, and then breathed a long sigh of relief. Then he looked at Lieutenant General Skduchevsky, commander of the 10th Tank Corps. Lieutenant General. Your Excellency, how are your troops preparing for the attack? Duke Mishkin is polite to everyone, and even uses honorific titles to his subordinates, so everyone is used to it. Skduchevsky, I received the order at 2020 yesterday to start preparations for attack, and we can set off at any time now. Very good. Duke Mishkin coughed again, but this time he didn't cough as much as before. We have received a request for reinforcements from the 151st Infantry Division in Aalachi, and now we can basically determine that the enemy's second the main force of the armored group has moved south. Skduchevsky said happily, then we will attack from the front. No, the enemy must have made defensive preparations on the front. Although it seems very tempting to break through the front enemy line and cut off the supply line of the second armored group, but no, we cannot do this. To be precise, it can't be done. Our tank army's offensive capabilities. I have already fully experienced it, and I don't want to experience it again. Skduchevsky frowned, what do you mean? Duke Mishkin came to the map. There are only a few enemy defensive positions between us and Arch. Obviously, The enemy is more worried about being cut off from their supply lines than us when we go to rescue Rokosov's 151st Division. You see, the three roads converged into an inverted shape in Araki. The enemy only had defenses on the vertical one. Although there were troops between us and Araki, the attention of these troops is all on Araki. If your tank army sets off now and gallops along the road, it will surprise the enemy. Skujheski frowned. Do you mean I won't launch an attack formation? Yes, this way you can be sudden. You can even turn on the tank's headlights, rush to the enemy, fire flares, and then massacre the enemy. Is this possible? Skujheski frowned. It would be fine if we were equipped with T-34. The enemy would not be able to penetrate our armor in a panic, but we are all BT series tanks. Duke Mishkin smiled. BT is better, T-34 may not be so sudden. This is a night race. I will allocate a regiment of infantry to you and let them sit on the tank. This way you will look more like troops on the move, and the enemies in Black Brundong will not be able to see the outline of the tank clearly. Skujheski, but the enemy knows that their troops will not come from this direction. Duke Mishkin interrupted him. Their commander may know, but how do the top soldiers below know so much? Even the Plosin army cannot have even the grassroots officers know the overall situation clearly. And the enemy has been rushing south for the past 2 days and is very tired. Trust me, Skujheski. In 5 minutes, I will order the artillery to open fire. The bombardment will last for 2 hours. At this time, you must seize the time to rush over. Artillery fire will only cover enemy positions on both sides of the road. When you rush over, the infantry units will begin to attack. Skujheski nodded. Okay, I believe you. Then I'll set off. Duke Mishkin, remember, no matter your training or equipment, you can't defeat Prasen's armored forces. This is just a rescue operation. Try to get the remaining people of the 151st Division out as much as possible, and wait for them to pass. And return to Shepatovka. I will order the infantry troops to advance along the road to meet you, yes, to meet the troops. That General Rokosov can resist Araki for so long with so few troops, he is a real defense as a combat expert. I think there will be plenty of room for him to show off in the future. We may have another year or even 2 years of strategic defense. He is crucial to us. Crucial. Skujheski saluted, guaranteed to complete the task. After saying that, he turned and left the headquarters. Perhaps because he relaxed, Duke Mishkin coughed violently again. His military bishop said worriedly, your health is very important. After all, you have just returned from Liechtenstein to recuperate. Mei Shijin waved his hand. It's sheer nonsense that mountain air is effective for my disease. I stayed there for 2 years and it didn't get better at all. Of course, the air there is fresher and the scenery is better, which makes me feel a lot happier. But it's just a happy mood. Chief of Staff, sometimes just being in a good mood can make your condition better. How can I feel happy in this situation? Since I am going to die anyway, I choose to die on the battlefield. Duke Mishkin coughed a few more times and looked at the clock in the corner. The time is up, let the artillery start. The Chief of Staff picked up the phone. I'm the Chief of Staff. Let's start as planned. The moment number 422 fired, air waves swept over everyone on the tank. Nelly pressed her boat-shaped hat with her hand and almost hid behind the turret. Ludmila had lost her hat a long time ago. She was half sitting on the turret, her whole body pressed against Wang Zhong. At the intersection about 100 meters ahead, the enemy tank burst into flames. The tank crews opened the hatch cover and got out, rolling on the ground to put out the fire. Wang Zhong operated the anti-aircraft machine gun and ended their suffering. Machine gunner. Set up a machine gun at this intersection and block the intersection. Leave the traffic commander behind to guide the large forces. After giving the order to the infantry unit next to him, Wang Zhong pressed the microphone without stopping, put in high explosive bombs. We will blow down the house in front and block the enemy's road. Ludmila heard someone shouting from the hatch, high explosive bomb, okay. The next moment the cannon opened fire, and the muzzle blast tore Ludmila's silver hair. The building behind the destroyed tank was hit by bullets. As the support pillars were blown away, half of the building collapsed sideways, blocking most of the road at once. The Prasens bravely crossed the intersection, only to be shot down by tanks and newly set up machine guns. The next moment, the enemy uses their favorite smoke. Wang Zhong, facing the smoke breakpoint, the enemy is also a human being and will be afraid. The infantry machine gunner immediately followed the instructions and fired short bursts of Big Pan chicken into the smoke. Sure enough, no new enemies rushed over. Wang Zhong, Bilyakov, turn left, let's continue to open the road. The tank turned around. The other tanks saw this and hurriedly followed suit, so the tank column began to march through the city again. Wang Zhong, turn left at the intersection ahead. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong in surprise, are you so familiar with this city? Wang Zhong, I am the commander, and I am familiar with every road in the city. At this time, the tank passed an apartment building. A woman and several children stood at the door of the apartment and looked at the tank column coldly. Wang Zhong, stop. Bilyakov immediately braked. Wang Zhong, madam. Let the child get on the bus. You can follow the team. The woman raised her head high. My ancestors are from Prasen. Nelly, spy. Why didn't the Inquisitor shoot her? The little boy who was also on the tank raised his submachine gun. Let me kill her. Wang Zhong, no, the Prasen people will not let him go, let her reap the consequences. Bilyakov, move forward. Number 422 opened again. Tanks passed in front of the woman one after another, followed by trucks, bullock carts, and columns of infantry on foot. Everyone looked at the family. The woman held her head high, showing the arrogance of a superior nation looking down on an inferior nation. No one knows whether her ancestors were Prasen, but she was probably one. After number 422 finally left the city, Ludmila breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Wang Zhong. You don't look worried at all, as if you know whether there are enemies ahead. Wang Zhong, nonsense, how could I know? I'm just 100% sure of destroying the enemy, that's all. To be honest, if the enemy surrounds us without fighting, I don't know how to break out. As soon as he finished speaking, the infantry of the 31st Regiment hidden in the woods shouted, General. Is he a general? Wang Zhong, it's me. How's the situation? The next moment a crowd of people stood up in the woods. Without waiting for Wang Zhong's order, Bilyakov stopped advancing. A major ran to the tank and saluted, we repelled the enemy's dark attack. There are more than 100 people left in our battalion, and they are all here. Wang Zhong, thank you for your hard work, I will take the lead, you can follow and retreat. The major saluted and turned to leave. Wang Zhong, Bilyakov, move forward. Chapter 155, Running Towards the Dawn, 22,000 monthly tickets for additional updates. After leaving Aolikai, the situation was far beyond Wang Zhong's expectation. There are no enemies on either side of the road. All enemies are camping more than 100 meters away from the road. Why? Not only were there no people on both sides of the road, but there were no enemies stationed in the villages on the road at all. The deserted villages were like ghost villages. When Wang Zhong was puzzled, the Pulosan people camping far away from the road seemed to have discovered them and shouted something from a distance. Wang Zhong turned to look at Ludmila, what are you shouting? The girl frowned, it seems to remind us that the Ant army likes to bombard roads and villages at night, so let us be careful. Wang Zhong was shocked, but my artillery has already evacuated its position, and the cannons have exploded. Ludmila spread her hands, maybe, the Prasens forgot to inform other troops of this. Wang Zhong was completely shocked, how many times did I touch the prize at night, and also found a magical heavenly road? This time I really hit the jackpot. Wang Zhong suddenly couldn't help laughing. Ludmila looked at him, and then looked at Neri. If possible, Wang Zhong would like to pass on the order and tell the entire army to advance silently, but now the entire organization of the 151st Division is almost in chaos. Even if the order is given by radio, it cannot be conveyed to each unit smoothly. Moreover, using radio now might alert the Prussian troops on both sides of the road. Anyway, there is only the faint sound of gunfire in the distance, so the troops running out of the city should not be discovered. As for the specific number of troops that ran out, we can only wait until Shepatovka nods again. This kind of retreat will definitely lead to chaos. The current overall situation of the 151st Division, to use the words of the Great Battle to describe it, is probably a three-dimensional roller-type retreat. It always feels like there won't be any big problems before dawn. The problem is after dawn. At the speed of the T-34, we will probably arrive at Shepatovka tomorrow morning at full speed, and it will start to get light around 4 o'clock. By then, the Prasen army on both sides of the road will not be able to turn a blind eye to them as they are now. What's more, only a few people can run wildly in tanks. The large troops of the 151st Division moved in on foot. This was discovered by the enemy's armored troops on the road. Instead of armored troops, they were replaced by a large number of armored grenadiers equipped with half-track vehicles. It would be embarrassing if the troops found out. The machine gun of the half-track vehicle is not easy to mess with, and the same goes for the machine gun attached to the enemy infantry squad. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong's relaxed mood immediately became serious. Maybe it's not good to run like this, but to kill the enemy first and plunge them into chaos. But the more reliable troops he has are 6 T-34 tanks. There are 6 of them, thanks to the mercy of the machine spirits of these 6 tanks, which have not broken down until now. After all the trouble tonight, it's not surprising that these 6 tanks could break down at any time. After all the motorcycle hours have been used up. In addition to the enemy on the grassland, The enemy's air force is also very deadly after daybreak. There are no trees in Wang Zhong's field of vision now. From a bird's eye view, Wang Zhong can see 6 tanks clearly visible even in the middle of the night. What's more, the road they are taking now is really bad. The dirt road is flattened, and the smoke and dust are billowing when tanks drive up it. There is only a crescent moon in the sky now, and there is no moonlight, so the smoke and dust are not obvious. At dawn, the billowing smoke and dust can be seen by aircraft in the sky at an altitude of 6 to 7,000 meters. Damn, the more I think about it, the more worried I become. I don't know if there will be air support from the eldest princess after dawn. The most important thing is that the eldest princess may not know that the 151st Division has abandoned Aoraki, and the Air Force support may still go straight to Aoraki. Wang Zhong's brows twisted into knots. Ludmila looked at him from the side, looking like she wanted to comfort her, but she didn't dare to interrupt his thoughts at all. August 6, Exukov, in the estate of Prince Rokosov. Old Duke Rokosov had just slept for 2 hours when he was awakened by the sound of rapid footsteps. The Duke was old and slept very lightly, and would wake up if there was any disturbance. He sat up and tried to turn on the bedside lamp, then he remembered that there was a light outage and the power supply bureau had cut off the power in the city. At this time, the old butler Mikhail pushed the door open and came in, holding a candlestick in his hand. The candlelight illuminated the bedroom. Master, the second young master has abandoned the defense of Araki and broken out. Old Rokosov was shocked. Which way did he break out? Shepatovka. And he also sent a telegram asking Prince Mishkin for support. The old man let out a sigh of relief. That's okay. He lasted shorter than I thought. According to the intelligence sent back by the eldest young master from the front army headquarters, the main force of the enemy's 2nd Armored Group attacked Aolikai. The main force of the 2nd Armored Group? Is the news accurate? The old duke raised his voice again. Yes, now the main force of the enemy's armored group has crossed Araki and advanced 30 kilometers south. The old duke hurried to the map table in the bedroom. The old housekeeper immediately followed and provided lighting with a candlestick. 30 kilometers. Old Rokosov said with a serious face, it's broken, Alyosha is fine, we are the ones in danger now. The first group in the south is moving so fast, and now the second group is also speeding up, it will be surrounded within a week, and now is the last window to retreat. The old butler said nothing, waiting for the old duke to sort out his thoughts. The old duke was pacing next to the map table. After walking a few times, he said, even if Alyosha runs out, it will be very dangerous during the day tomorrow. The old housekeeper couldn't help but said, you just said that we are in danger now. Oh, we are in danger, but this danger cannot be avoided. But Alyosha can make a little effort. How many air forces are there in the front? The units commanded by Ant's front army include the air force, which is different from Prasen's army group. The commander of the front army can also command the air force under his command and give them instructions. There are also 3 destroyer groups, all newly transferred. The old housekeeper said, the source of the information. Don't worry about the source, I want to make a phone call. Bring me the phone. The old housekeeper put the candle on the table, took the telephone from the desk, and handed the receiver to the old man. The old man picked it up and said, bring me to the front headquarters. I am General Rokosov. Please ask the Chief of Staff of the front to answer the call. Are you General Skorob? Skorob, do you still insist on your opinion now? Retreat quickly. What? Your Majesty won't let you. The old man curled his lips, Sucka. Oh no, no, I didn't call you specifically to ask you to retreat. My second son is retreating to Shepatovka. Can you give him some air cover? You have to cover tomorrow attack. Where are you attacking? Nonsense. It's not the old days anymore. Don't you know what will happen if the infantry attacks on the plains? Every enemy infantry squad has a machine gun. Everyone has one. Do you know how terrifying the density of machine guns on the front is? No, I think the infantry attack will fail regardless of whether the Qin faction sends air support or not. We should retreat now, before the pincers are closed. Retreating does not require artillery fire or offensive formation, just running with the soles of your feet. You. Suddenly, the old man took the receiver away and stared at it with a frown. This grandson is hanging up on me. Hanging up on me. Old housekeeper, why don't you call Air Force Lieutenant General Antchalov? No, I have retired. It is not good to interfere too much in the military command of active personnel. The old butler hesitated for a moment, then said, in that case, you should leave Exukov while the airport can still take off and land passenger planes. It won't help if you stay here. Old Rokosov smiled, no, Mikhail, my old buddy, I can't leave. I have the most important things to do here. Very, very important. In fact, call Alyosha the Air Force. Things like that are just icing on the cake, not my main purpose. The old housekeeper frowned. I don't understand. Even I, who have served you for so many years, don't understand. You don't have to understand, or you will understand by then. Old Rokosov sat on the chair, lay back, and looked at the ceiling. Now let me pray that Elisha can escape. That's all. Wang Zhong suddenly saw car lights on the road ahead. Bad, enemy. He switched to the overhead view and noticed there were no highlights. Those were friendly BT tanks, each carrying infantry. Wang Zhong was overjoyed, and then he rang out. The last time he met friendly forces at night, he was shot by friendly forces. So he quickly put the microphone on his throat and turned on the radio to call, "This is General Whitehorse, General Rokosov. Call the friendly forces in front of you." He remembered that he and the friendly forces coming in person had not agreed on a radio call sign. If you directly say that General Whitehorse is across from you, you might not realize who it is. He did not wait long, and a response came from the earphone, "This is Lieutenant General Skduchevsky of the 10th Tank Army, Major General Rokosov. Where are you?" Wang Zhong temporarily turned off the radio. "Bilyakov, turn on the headlights." This order was carried out without hesitation. No 422's headlights were turned on, brightly illuminating the road in front of the tank. I turned on the light. See. You see, General, how do you know that we are not pro-Sens? Because I have a unique secret, it's a pity that I can't tell it. Wang Zhong, I'm just giving it a try. If you don't respond, I'm going to fire. Fortunately, you called us first and didn't fire directly. See you later, General. See you later. Wang Zhong cut off the communication, and Ludmila asked with concern, "Are there friendly forces in front?" "Yes, the troops of the 10th Tank Corps. Duke Mishkin probably ordered them to come out to meet us." Because all the Prosins camped far away from the road, they drove over without incident. After a moment, tank number 422 braked suddenly and stopped on the dirt road. The oncoming BT also stopped, and the two tanks almost collided with each other. Wang Zhong climbed out of the hatch, jumped off the tank excitedly, walked forward and took the hand extended by the Lieutenant General on the opposite side. "We have caught you," the Lieutenant General said with a smile. "Duke Mishkin asked us to rescue you no matter what." Chapter 156 Iron Current. Wang Zhong, thank you for your concern, Duke. Although we asked for support when we sent the telegram, we never thought that we would meet the support troops so soon. We didn't expect it either. We originally planned to fight the enemy at night, but we didn't expect that the enemy would camp far away from the road. We set up defensive positions on the roadside as we walked, and rushed all the way here. Skidusky scratched his head. Why didn't the enemy camp on the roadside? Wang Zhong pretended to be innocent. Yes, why? But he immediately thought of his worries just now, and said, we still have a large number of troops behind, including the people of Araki. They can't walk fast, and they will be wiped out by the enemies on both sides of the road after dawn. Skidusky smiled. Don't worry, we will help you. Just put the enemy rushed so hard that they had no time to attack your people. I didn't provoke the enemy before so that I could support you as soon as possible. Now I can finally deal with these Proson devils. I'm so frustrated. After that, he saluted Wang Zhong, please go to Shepatovka as soon as possible. We will attack the enemy and disrupt the enemy's deployment as much as possible. Wang Zhong saluted in return, good luck to you. Skduchevsky, I prefer to listen to St. Andrew is with you. Wang Zhong, St. Andrew is with you. Skduchevsky grinned at Wang Zhong, turned around and climbed onto his tank, and ordered on the radio, everyone get off the road and make way for the 151st Division and the residents of Araki. The 1st Battalion will follow me to the left and get off the road, the 2nd Battalion to the right, and so on. We are going to hit the enemy hard, cheer. After the order was issued, the BT tanks of the 1st Battalion of the 10th Tank Army turned off the road in unison and rushed towards the enemy camping in the distance. The 2nd Battalion drove off the road to the right and rushed towards the enemy on the right side. From Wang Zhong's perspective, it was the left side. Wang Zhong, pass the order, the remaining tanks will lead the way forward, and if they encounter enemy troops blocking them, they should try their best to attack to ensure that infantry and civilians pass through. After the messenger rode back on his horse, Wang Zhong said to the driver of tank number 422, Bilyakov, leave the road and drive to the mud on the side. The order was immediately executed, and number 422 drove off the road. The tank that had been following behind immediately overtook it. When passing number 422, the commander and gunner even got out of the turret to salute Wang Zhong and tank number 422. Ludmila asked puzzledly, why stop by the road? Wang Zhong, I want to see my troops, to see what the troops that I have worked so hard to build for so long have become now. Ludmila gently stroked Wang Zhong's head, don't blame yourself, you have fought well. We faced at least 3 tank divisions of the enemy, held out for 3 days, and finally broke out. Isn't this enough for you to be proud of? Wang Zhong, until we took Prothenia, I had nothing to be proud of. In other words, winning the war completely is the moment to be proud of. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong's profile and said nothing. At this time, all 5 T-34s passed by Wang Zhong, and then trucks carrying wounded soldiers, women, and children and infantry troops on foot were mixed together and passed by Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong looked at this army and suddenly felt a little unwilling. When he came to Arc, he was full of confidence and planned to block here for a week. At that time, he was strong and powerful, a temporary infantry division, plus logistics and laborers, with 20,000 people, far exceeding the general anti-infantry division's 8,000 combatants. In addition, he had so many technical weapons, from cannons to T-34 tanks, everything. Now, there are only 6 tanks left as technical weapons, and the soldiers have also been greatly reduced. It feels like returning to the pre-liberation era. Of course, the fact that the loss would be great was already known when he was stationed in Arc. It was foreseen, but the main reason why Wang Zhong was unwilling was that he could not hold out for the time he had imagined. The enemy was stuck for only 2 days, and then they made a decisive move to bypass Arc. Wang Zhong stood on the turret of the tank, watching the troops of the 151st Division pass by. Everyone was exhausted, everyone was injured, and there were spots of red on the white bandages. Everyone. They lost the city they planned to defend for 7 days, lost almost all the technical weapons, suffered heavy casualties, and lost contact with their military bishops and most of the church monks. How should a defeat be defined? This should be called a defeat. Wang Zhong was thinking about this, when he suddenly saw Brother Peter mixed in the marching infantry. The monk carried a Mosin Nagant on his back and swaggered on the road, chewing carrots as he walked. Wang Zhong, Brother Peter. The monk was indeed a man with superb hearing. Even without the aid of the sound array, he could still hear Wang Zhong's words in an environment surrounded by the sound of gunfire from the 10th Army. The monk raised his head and waved to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong said nothing. At this time, he saw another truck coming over. The driver was actually Deputy Knight Yakimenko. The monk looked very tired and could fall asleep on the steering wheel at any time. He suddenly shuddered when he saw the tanks on the side of the road, cheered himself up, and saluted Wang Zhong. The Deputy Knight's car was filled with wounded and women. Wang Zhong only saw the bad-tempered Yekaterina's face being squeezed to the edge, looking angry. Yekaterina saw Wang Zhong and immediately pouted to express her dissatisfaction. Nelly suddenly said, "Why is that little one pouting?" Wang Zhong glanced at Nelly and thought to himself, how could such a little kid have the nerve to laugh at someone's short stature? After the Deputy Knight's car drove by, there was a queue of female workers in the division, including the field laundry team and the field cooking team. The girls carried their own guy stuff, everything from laundry tubs to washboards to marching pots. Although they looked tired, they were in high spirits. Then came the team of ski-terii. There were not many ski-terii following Wang Zhong's main division, and it was unknown where the remaining ski-terii and Popov were. Behind the ski-terii were troops without guards' cloaks, probably a battalion of the 5th Vyshinsk Regiment. They were laughing loudly as they walked. They stopped when they saw Wang Zhong and tank number 422, looking at them with admiration. Wang Zhong looked up at the top of the tank. Ludmila noticed this and asked, "Don't you say something? Everyone trusts you so much, looks at you with such admiration." Wang Zhong shook his head, "What can I say? I originally thought I lost the battle this time, but now everyone is looking at me like a winner. What else can I say?" He didn't realize he was repeating "what else can I say" again. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, he was suddenly hugged by Ludmila. Ludmila stroked Wang Zhong's hair and said softly, "You have done a good job, that's why everyone looks at you like this. Relax, we will achieve real victory in the future, instead of leaving the city in embarrassment like now." Wang Zhong thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of burying his face in the gentle countryside. I don't know how long it took, Ludmila let go of her hand, pulled away slightly, looked at Wang Zhong's expression, and grinned. "That's right, the iron-fisted warrior can't show that melancholy look just now." "Yo." Wang Zhong was quiet for a few seconds and said thank you to the girl. At this time, the white color of Fishbelly gradually appeared in the east. I don't know if it was because of the morning light, but Wang Zhong's perception of the whole scene changed. Wang Zhong found that everyone's eyes were full of high fighting spirit, as if they were ready to join the battle again at any time and fight the enemy to the last shot. This expression does not look like that of a defeated army. I didn't notice this just now, probably because it was dark at night. At this time, Wang Zhong saw Vasily and Filipov in the team, and they also successfully broke through the encirclement. So Wang Zhong shouted to Vasily, "Son of the music professor, sing a song." Hearing the words "son of a music professor," Vasily showed an expression as if he had eaten a fly. But when he saw that the speaker was Wang Zhong sitting on tank number 422, he immediately swallowed the fly and returned it. Say delicious expression. Vasily, Filipov. Drum. Filipov, are you sure? I'm so tired. Vasily, Major General Rokosov wants to listen to music. Just fight. Wang Zhong heard this and shouted again, wars come and go, but music will last forever. Filipov, music is needed at times like this. Filipov took out his folding marching drum and started beating the drums. Vasily started to sing Tanya Tanyusha again. The cheerful song seemed to make the team move faster. The two of them just walked past tank number 422. At this time, the sun had completely come out, and the sunlight fell on the tank and Wang Zhong's shoulders. Before Vasily, who had already walked away, could sing another song, the female worker walking in the team spoke. My loved ones are at the front. Ludmila frowned, this is a song from the Civil War. More female labor camp workers joined the chorus. No one grieves as much as he does. He was loading cannonballs. While thinking about me. A letter has come, and it's stamped with the official seal. My dear ones died on the battlefield. Oh, 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 my dear. Lie down by the wild tree. His temples, those golden temples. Tell the wind to blow it into a mess. His eyes, those passionate eyes. Tell the crows to peck it into 2 holes. Wang Zhong pursed his lips. The arrangement of this folk song was mediocre and the lyrics were all in vernacular, but the sadness in it deeply captured his heart. Miraculously, despite all the sadness, no one on the road was afraid. Rather, this sad song made their steps even more determined. Like a rushing iron stream. Chapter 157 Reunion. At this time, the 10th Tank Army and the tank cavalry on their backs had already engaged the enemy, and tracer bullets and explosions continued to tear apart the morning glow. Thanks to the chaos they created, the brigade on the road did not attract much attention, even though it was already dawn. Wang Zhong had originally thought that his number 422 would be parked here, and if the enemy attacked, it could still attract attention and cover the brigade's retreat. But it was unknown how long this situation would last. The Prosons would always react, and the 10th Tank Army could only attack the enemy with whom they had visual contact. In addition, the enemy's air force was also very worrying. Based on the experience of the past few days, the first wave of enemy air forces would generally arrive around 6 in the morning, and now there were less than 2 hours. Because he was worried about the air force, Wang Zhong subconsciously checked the anti-aircraft machine gun. The lesson left by the sudden failure of the anti-aircraft machine gun of the BT tank in Luchtov last time, which led to the sacrifice of the entire crew, was too profound, forcing Wang Zhong to learn the structure of the machine gun thoroughly. Now Wang Zhong looked like a veteran when checking the machine gun, and even laymen could see this. Nelly looked at Wang Zhong's hand adjusting the bolt, and then at his face. Ludmila smiled and said, "You are more skilled at handling a gun than you are at handling a girl." Wang Zhong frowned and looked at Ludmila. At this time, the little boy sitting in front of the turret turned around and said, "What do you mean by handling a girl? Are you playing house?" The adults, both men and women, who were marching beside the tank all laughed. The little boy was very confused and asked repeatedly, "What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?" After Wang Zhong checked the machine gun, he was about to tell the little boy some adult knowledge when he saw Yegorov sitting in a fellow villager's carriage in the middle of the road. Wang Zhong immediately asked, "Yegorov, why are you being lazy?" Yegorov raised his right foot and showed the splint and strap on his calf. "My leg was broken during the retreat and was just reattached. I could have walked with a gun, but the villagers pulled me up." The fellow driver said, "If you don't take my car, your leg will be useless when you get to Shepatovka, and you can't kill the enemy anymore. Maybe you will have to have it amputated. Now I'll give you a ride, and you will have to come back to fight the Japanese in half a year." Yegorov spread his hands. "Look, the villagers are really clear about the accounts." Wang Zhong also laughed, but he immediately asked a new question, "Where is your unit?" Yegorov pointed to the west, the back. "This time the bunker was useful, and I brought a lot of people out. You stay in Shepatovka for a few days, and I guess more and more people who have been separated will return to the team." "Okay, I will." Wang Zhong replied. Yegorov's indifferent smile suddenly disappeared. He stared at Wang Zhong and said, "I will go to recuperate for half a year, and then I will come back to hell to accompany you, General." Before Wang Zhong responded, someone among the soldiers shouted, "Maybe it will be the enemy's hell in half a year." Everyone laughed, and Wang Zhong laughed too, although he knew that half a year would not be the end of suffering and happiness. The carriage that Yegorov was sitting in passed in front of tank number 422 and headed towards Shepatovka. Wang Zhong stared at him for a long time, and only looked away when he could no longer see him clearly. Then he saw Lieutenant Colonel Eugene carrying a miner's pickaxe and Captain Andrei, the military staff assigned to him, Walking in the team. Wang Zhong, Lieutenant Colonel Eugene, why are you holding a miner's pick? This is convenient. The lieutenant colonel carried the pick on his shoulder while speaking. If you want to ask about the situation of the troops, they are almost all here. Wang Zhong, where is Erlo from the 5th Tank Army? In the back. I originally planned to use their small tanks to transport some lightly wounded soldiers, but they broke down just after leaving the position, and the lightly wounded had to be carried by them. Wang Zhong nodded, and saw Pavlov and the group of military staff and clerks in the crowd again. The chief of staff just nodded and didn't speak. Wang Zhong, Pavlov, why don't you speak? Pavlov pointed to his throat and gestured. It seems that he talked too much when organizing the retreat and directly hurt his throat. When Pavlov passed by, Ludmila suddenly said, why didn't I see Popov and the choir? I didn't see them. Wang Zhong sighed, there are still many people who didn't see them, such as my guard Gregory. I sent him with the guard company to reinforce the position in the woods in the east to cover the artillery. Ludmila hesitated, and just looked to the west with Wang Zhong worriedly. At this time, a roar came from the sky. Wang Zhong's first reaction was to look to the west and north, and then he realized that the sound came from the northeast. Then he saw the IL-2s in the attack formation flying close to the ground, strafing the Prosan army on the ground with machine guns. Everyone on the tank raised their heads and watched the anti-air force ravage the enemy. Cheering in uneven patterns rang out in the mixed column on the march. Ludmila suddenly said, it is said that this is the reinforcement you asked Her Royal Highness for. Yes, at that time, I thought that the Air Force could arrive at the battlefield immediately and be useful immediately. Wang Zhong turned his head to look at Ludmila, are you familiar with Her Royal Highness? Ludmila shook her head repeatedly, no. What's the matter, I am so familiar with the Crown Prince, why don't you take the opportunity to get to know him? Her Royal Highness the Princess doesn't come to the salon very often. She always hangs out with the uncles at balls and listens to them talk about difficult things. She is the most difficult flower in St. Catherine's Castle. Even you have hit a wall. Did I actually hit a wall? More IL-2s joined the battlefield, and it looked like at least 2 aviation regiments were coming. The Prussians hastily organized anti-aircraft firepower, but it didn't seem to be very effective against the IL-2, which is known as flying cement blocks. At this time, Wang Zhong saw an airplane with a yellow nose swooping down from the sky. Bf-109. The Prussian Air Force finally dispatched to provide air cover for the ground troops. Previously, Wang Zhong thought that the Prussian Air Force in this time and space would only dispatch dive bombers and level bombers. At the same time as 109 joined, the Lager 3 of the Ant Air Force also joined the battle. Ant pilot's voice could be heard on the radio, go up, kill them. Cover the attack aviation group. So a row of Lag 3 swooped down from the direction of the rising sun. Wang Zhong muttered subconsciously, why is it Lager 3? Where is Jacques 3? Ludmila and Neely both looked at Wang Zhong curiously. They had obviously never heard of these two aircraft models. Wang Zhong, send Yak 3. Ludmila asked curiously, what happened to Rag 3? Wang Zhong, this aircraft will lock the rudder at high speeds and cannot be pulled at all. The maneuverability of the nose at low speeds is as bad as a brick. The engine production capacity is like constipation. The speed is completely lost after a slight rotation. You have to open the flaps to get enough lift. He realized that these were things this Rokosov should not know. Then he glanced at his fiancée guiltily. Ludmila, how do you know this? Have you never flown a plane? Yes, it's Vasily. He flew in the flying club. He told me. Wang Zhong forcibly made up a reason. Ludmila blinked, Vasily knows a lot. That's right, Wang Zhong shrugged, the professor's son, the professor. But since he joined the flying club, he should go to the Air Force. How could he join the infantry school? Wang Zhong, his father won't let him. He's the son of a professor. His father thinks that the Air Force is a hooligan and will learn bad things. Understood. Ludmila nodded. At this time, Lag San had already been shot down by the highly skilled 109 pilot, dragging thick smoke into the grass on the ground and exploding into a fireball. The remaining Lago IIIs were still fighting enemy planes. The radio was filled with the shouts of Ant pilots, number 8, it's behind you. It's behind you. Semyon, circle left. Damn it, circle left. Remember that the circling performance on both sides of our aircraft is different. Mother. Nikitavish, take care of my son for me. White parachutes bloom in the sky, looking like lonely dandelions. Wang Zhong watched it for a few more seconds and felt it was too bad. He directly adjusted the radio's receiving frequency and stopped listening to the pilot's channel. Pilots are more valuable than tankers, but they were killed by rotten aircraft. Anyone who hands over bad equipment to the troops should be taken out for target practice. He tried to turn his attention to something else, so he looked westward along the road, and saw Gregory hanging among the group with a cigarette in his mouth. Wang Zhong, Gregory. Where is the person I entrusted to you? Gregory pointed to the back. There are about 200 alive, but this is the entire battalion combined. There are still alive artillerymen following behind. The organization is in chaos, and they are mixed with the common people. I don't know how many there are. Wang Zhong, okay, you did a good job. Also, did you see Popov and the people from the church? Gregory, we didn't enter the city. We walked directly through the forest. When we came out, there was a firefight in the city behind. Maybe they were mixed up. Wang Zhong was speechless and waved his hand. Gregory continued walking northeast, smoking comfortably while walking. Ludmila, he looks so calm. Well, he is like this. He was like this when he ambushed the enemy reconnaissance team last time. He was terrifyingly calm. Wang Zhong said. At this time, Neely suddenly pinched Wang Zhong's waist and pointed into the distance. Look. Wang Zhong looked over and found that several Prasen soldiers 200 meters away had discovered that the team walking on the road was not one of their own. Alexander. Wang Zhong immediately ordered from inside, turn the turret 20 degrees to the left, load the high explosive bombs, and kill the enemy. Quick. The turret immediately began to rotate and then opened fire. Several Prosens who discovered the abnormality were suddenly blasted into the air. Wang Zhong operated an anti-aircraft machine gun and fired at the group of Prasen tents near the Prasen people. While shooting, he shouted to the people on the road, quick. Run forward. The enemy has discovered something abnormal. At this time, the directional machine gun on the number 422 car body also started firing, mowing down another group of enemies who noticed something unusual on the road. Wang Zhong, the White Horse is calling the 10th Tank Army. The White Horse is calling the 10th Tank Army. The enemy has discovered us. Please contain the enemy as much as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone shouting, Elisha. He followed the sound and saw Sufang sitting on an ox cart. The driver was Popov, and there were a large number of fellow Skiterii following around the ox cart. Wang Zhong, stop shouting and leave quickly. The enemy has reacted. After saying this, Wang Zhong shot at the enemy again. Chapter 158 Arrival at Shepatovka, 23,000 monthly tickets plus more. Wang Zhong was in a hurry when the response from the 10th Tank Corps came, we have seen the head of the queue, your team is finally almost finished. At this time, Wang Zhong really wanted to take a closer look at the situation, but the 10th Tank Corps was not under his command, and its commander was a lieutenant general, older than his major general. But he soon saw the end of the procession on the road. There was still a queue about 1 kilometer long, all made up of Skiterii and laborers, with many fellow countrymen's horse-drawn carriages and ox carts mixed in. A platoon of BT tanks was protecting the group on the roadside. Wang Zhong waited anxiously for the group to finish. Finally, the last carriage passed by number 422, and there were no more people left behind, at least no organized ones. As for how many scattered soldiers there are, Wang Zhong can't control that many. You guys should retreat together. He shouted to the tank platoon helping to protect him. The platoon leader pushed open the canopy and got out, responding, the commander ordered us to cover you, you guys, let's go, let us deal with the enemies who are chasing us. Wang Zhong nodded and ordered through the internal communication, Bilyakov, let's go. Tank number 422 backed up about 5 meters, then turned right and drove onto the road, then ran a few steps at full speed to catch up with the rear of the marching column, and began to move forward at a speed similar to human walking. Nelly couldn't help but ask, what's going on with this pounding sound? Oh, this is the sound of hitting the joystick with a hammer. If you don't hit it, you can't control the vehicle. Wang Zhong explained. Is this still going on? Nelly looked down at the tank, seeming to have a new understanding of this big guy. At this time, the ant in the carriage at the end of the team asked, General, are you the General Rokasov that everyone is talking about? I am. Wang Zhong nodded. He thought the ant was going to ask, do you know how my son who joined the Skiterii Corps is doing? But he didn't expect the ant to say, thank you for sending my grandson away and finally giving me a seat. Wang Zhong, this was not arranged by me. It was the position assigned to you by the executive below. You should thank that person. The ant smiled, I thanked him before, now I thank you. Wang Zhong, when you get to Shepatovka, you can take your grandson on the train and go all the way to the rear. Okay. The ant nodded, and the smile on her face looked sincere and without impurities. Wang Zhong suddenly thought, is his current situation similar to Liu Bei's retreat from Xinyi? Like, very similar. Is it possible that there will be many more retreats like this in the future? Until we finally retreated to the gates of St. Catherine Castle, Anti is huge, but we have no way to retreat. Wang Zhong turned around and glanced at the direction he had just evacuated, and found that the thick smoke from the fire around Aolikai could be seen even from such a distance. When they were still 20 kilometers away from Shepatovka, Wang Zhong saw the Ant infantry occupying a small slope on the roadside, setting up a simple position on it and setting up a machine gun and a 45mm anti-tank gun. There are 2 carriages behind the slope. Wang Zhong waved to them, "Hello." The captain who commanded the small force gave a thumbs up, "Hello. Salute to you." It seems that the captain did not recognize Wang Zhong's rank of Major General. After passing this post, Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. "We have entered our military defense zone. I can finally feel relieved." Ludmila gently touched his hair. "You worked very hard, Alyosha, please take a rest." Captain Mardali Apollovich watched the T-34 with the red flag go away. He heard the gunner Vasia chewing next to him. "Did you see, there are 2 beauties on the tank. One is a big one, and there is a beautiful little maid. The nobleman is really having fun." Captain Mardali cursed. "What are you talking about?" "That's General Rokosov. His division blocked several times the enemy's strength in Araki for 3 days, and then he ran out with so many civilians." "What?" Vasia was shocked. "That's General Rokosov? Where's his white horse? Didn't he say that he rode a white horse and rushed to the enemy's headquarters single-handedly and hacked 3 generals to death? Where's his horse?" "Captain Mardali, you are blind. Isn't there a white horse painted next to the tank's tactical number? That's his white horse. Don't you recognize that tactical number? Number 422. There is also a red flag. When the enemy sees the red flag, he's scared to death." Vasia was speechless. "This is the first time I have heard of it, but why does he bring so many women to the battlefield?" At this time, the old loader next to Vasia spoke. "Silly boy, what do you know? That is an angel sent by Saint Andrew. The bishop said it when he preached. When Saint Andrew established the secular sect, there were 10 people around him. 2 angels. Those 12 angels all came from poor families and were blessed with their character and courage. The general has been blessed by Saint Andrew." Vasia said, "Oh, so that's it? Mardali, why, are you going to the tavern to brag again? Next time the priest catches you drinking like that, you will be the one to look good on." "Vasia, how can we? We don't know how long we will be stationed on this slope. Who knows when we can go to the tavern?" After seeing the anti-aircraft gun positions deployed outside Shepatovka, Wang Zhong truly felt relieved. The soldiers at the anti-aircraft artillery position all looked at car number 422 curiously. Someone asked loudly, "Is that General Rokosov?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, I am. I heard that you killed another General Prasen last night." Wang Zhong frowned. "When did it happen? Why didn't I know?" The anti-aircraft gunners looked at each other. Someone else asked, "I heard that you killed another 100 tanks last night." Wang Zhong, "No. This is a rumor. You are too outrageous. Are you going to say that I wiped out an enemy armored division next time?" The expert gunners immediately burst into joy. "Did you hear that? The general has annihilated an enemy armored division." Wang Zhong was 2 heads tall, so he could only change the topic. "Where is Duke Mishkin's headquarters?" A captain pointed to the east. "Go straight and turn left when you see the cathedral, next to the hospital." As soon as he finished speaking, the engine of tank number 422 suddenly made a strange noise, and then a large cloud of black mist spewed out of the exhaust pipe. Then the tank began to slow down, and under the influence of inertia, it advanced a few meters before coming to a complete stop. Bilyakov cursed and climbed out of the cockpit. "I knew it was almost time. General, you'd better go on foot. I guess a wrench won't work." Wang Zhong, "Thank God, it persisted until here before laying down. There is an anti-aircraft gun next to here, at least you don't have to worry about being blown up by a Stuka." As soon as he finished speaking, the captain of the Air Defense Battalion shouted, "Want to help? We have blacksmiths and mechanics here. Bilyakov, it would be best if you can help. If there is a master who knows how to repair tractors, please call over." "Thank you." The captain of the Air Defense Battalion immediately gave the order, and a fast-legged gunner rushed out of the gun position and disappeared in a hurry. Wang Zhong held the edge of the turret with both hands and tried to climb out of the turret. As a result, his joints became stiff after sitting for too long, and he almost fell. Ludmila and Neely held him on the left and right. The captain of the Air Defense Battalion next to him asked worriedly, "Are you injured?" "No." Wang Zhong said, and with the help of the girl, he stood firm and got down on the tank. The child sitting on the tank asked, "General, where are you going? Can we follow you?" Wang Zhong, "Stay. The nuns from the church will come to pick you up later. At this time, only the church nuns can take care of these children, and the nursery and the like have long been closed." The child clenched his submachine gun. "We can fight? We are soldiers." Wang Zhong, "Yes, I know. Sister will give you battle orders. As Wang Zhong moved his numb body bones, Ludmila also got out of the tank and rubbed his shoulders. On the way here, I felt that your shoulders were too stiff. Nelly also got out of the car. Shall I find a carriage? I'm quite good at driving carriages. As soon as he finished speaking, a jeep drove down the street and stopped in front of Wang Zhong. The lieutenant who was driving got out of the car and saluted Wang Zhong. We received a call from the anti-aircraft gun position and are here to take you to the headquarters, General Rokosov. Duke Mishkin is waiting for you. Wang Zhong, okay. Should I go alone? The lieutenant glanced at Ludmila's monk uniform and said, the church people are on the way. Bishop Popov, who arrived first, will arrange for the monk lady to rest. Wang Zhong, I still have an orderly, what should I do with her? Nelly took the initiative and said, send me to the general's residence. Your statement will cause misunderstanding. The lieutenant obviously thought wrongly. He glanced at Wang Zhong and replied, then you come too, just sit in the back seat. Wang Zhong was speechless and walked directly to the passenger seat and got into the car. Wang Zhong originally thought that Duke Mei Shijin was a mature and steady middle-aged nobleman. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a young man not many years older than himself. When Wang Zhong entered the door of the map room, the Duke was coughing, and there was a sickly aura surrounding him. The Duke coughed for 20 seconds before he stopped. Wiping his mouth, he raised his head and looked at Wang Zhong. You are here, His Excellency General Rokosov. Wang Zhong, are you, okay? Mishkin smiled, it's an old problem. It's been like this since I was a child. I went to Liechtenstein for some time before the war started, thinking it would get better. He spread his hands. Wang Zhong, tuberculosis. This is a terminal disease in this era. If it cannot be cured, it can only be delayed, but it cannot die immediately. If you are in Ceres, you may have to take Bigupi pills. Duke Mishkin waved his hand, let's talk about the situation of your troops. We have received many skirmishers and small groups one after another. I have designated the dormitory of the old railway school next to the station as your gathering place. Your chief of staff has passed away. Your bishop, is in the church. I have no control over church affairs. Wang Zhong nodded, it's a very appropriate placement. We will soon set up a guidance point on the edge of the city to guide people there. Mei Shijin nodded, when the train is organized, you will retreat backwards. Wang Zhong, what? We still maintain our organizational structure, and we can still fight. Michigan waved his hand, I know you can fight, and I also need troops to guard Shepatovka, but what you have retained now are the backbones, and they will play a greater role when they are replenished. I know this very well. No, I can't waste my elite troops here. You have to leave. Suddenly, Duke Mishkin stopped, however, Her Royal Highness the Princess just sent over 30 T-34s. I hope you can leave these to us. When the troops of the 10th Tank Army withdraw, we should be able to gather enough crews to drive these 30 tanks. Wang Zhong, I can command these 30 T-34s. My car number 422 can also continue to fight. Duke Mishkin smiled, it broke down, didn't it? I guess it needs to be returned to the factory for a thorough overhaul. Our tank factory has already dismantled it and sent it away, and no one can repair it. And we know that you need a separate command position to command the tank, and other T-34s don't have this special command position. This is true. Wang Zhong wanted to persuade Duke Mishkin to agree to let him stay and continue fighting. But the Duke said, okay, you've been tired all day, take a good rest. We'll discuss other things tomorrow. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 159 Situation on August 7, 24,000 monthly votes plus update. Afterwards, Wang Zhong followed Duke Mei Shijin's advice and fell down to have a good sleep. He didn't expect that he would sleep for so long. When he opened his eyes and got up, the calendar on the table showed that it was August 7th. As soon as he sat up, Nelly opened the door and came in, want to have breakfast. Only then did Wang Zhong realize that his belly was already in a state where his chest was touching his back. After all, he had slept for almost 20 hours. Just have some. As soon as he finished speaking, Nelly came in pushing the cart. Nelly, I saw that you like walnut butter, so I made some, but there is no softer bread in the city. In addition, there is no ready-made beef in the city, so I cooked some cabbage soup from cans. Yogurt is also canned. Wang Zhong asked in surprise, why are the supplies so poor? We can always eat fresh meat, eggs, and milk in Aolitai. Nelly looked at him angrily, there is a large ranch in Araki, but there is no one here, and all the people in the surrounding countryside have run away, so we can only eat cans and sausages delivered by the railway. Wang Zhong stood in front of and under the table in the room, posing as if he was having a meal. Canned food is fine, too. You make it very fragrant. My appetite increases as soon as I smell it. Neely brought the dishes to the table one by one, and Wang Zhong picked up the spoon and started drinking the soup. The sour soup was very appetizing. Nelly held the pot of sour cream and asked, "Would you like sour cream?" At first, Wang Zhong couldn't understand the habit of adding sour cream to this kind of sour soup, but now he has adapted to this practice, just like Indians can't live without masala. "Have some." So Nelly poured a large amount of sour cream into Wang Zhong's soup bowl. Wang Zhong stirred up the sour cream with a spoon and asked, "Where's Lucia?" "Last night, yesterday she went to church and didn't come back." "You're back. Miss saw that you were sleeping soundly, so she didn't wake you up and went back to attend the collective funeral of the Divine Arrow Company." Wang Zhong frowned. "Who died in the Divine Arrow Company?" "She was the only one left in the Miss Arrow team. The nuns and ski terii responsible for launching, as well as the ski terii responsible for protection, all died. Many people from other teams also died, and it is said that a praying hand also died." Wang Zhong stopped stirring the soup with a spoon. "On the way out yesterday, Lucia's condition was hard to tell." Nelly didn't answer, just made oatmeal with milk and placed it next to Wang Zhong's soup bowl. Wang Zhong continued to eat and asked while eating, "Has Pavlov established the headquarters?" "It's on the opposite floor." "Has the casualty count been finished?" "Yesterday he wanted to come over and report, but I drove him away." Nelly paused and asked cautiously, "Did I do the right thing?" "You did the right thing." Wang Zhong nodded, drank the oatmeal as quickly as possible, ate all the sour soup and the chopped sausage in it, and finally took a few bites of bread with walnut jam. After eating, he stood up and said, "I'll go to the headquarters and get my uniform." Nelly immediately brought over the military uniform and hat, as well as the polished leather shoes. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the headquarters, he directly saw the map on the wall. Moreover, the telegraph team was not divided and was placed directly next to the map table. The huge headquarters looked extremely busy. Pavlov was looking at the report in his hand in front of the map. How can it be possible that there are only so few people left in the anti-aircraft artillery battalion? Wang Zhong walked to him. "What's going on?" Pavlov raised his head. "Are you awake? You look good." Wang Zhong stared at Pavlov's dark circles for a few seconds and replied, "And you seem to be about to die suddenly. I suggest you take a nap." "You put it lightly. Do you know how much energy it takes to gather such a scattered army? Apart from anything else, my staff department still has 5 staff officers who have not returned to the team, and there are also 27 clerks missing. I have a total of a clerk with less than 100 people. Our division company's competence and logistics have only assembled less than 6,000 people now. When we set off, the logistics alone only numbered more than 10,000. Wang Zhong, has a point been set up at the entrance of the village or outside the city to guide the returning troops? It's almost like the entrance to a village. Shepatovka is a railway hub and a big city. It's set up, and a big pot filled with food and enough water are prepared there. People returning from the team will be brought here every once in a while." As soon as he finished speaking, singing came from outside, so Pavlov came to the window, opened the curtains and took a look, and then said to Wang Zhong, "Look, there are more than 100 people outside. Who knows how many more there are? People are rushing here. By the way, look at this roster, the gathering efficiency of competence is much higher than we expected, and now there are more than 3,000 people gathered." Wang Zhong looked surprised. "There are actually more than 3,000 people? I thought they were almost all gone." "Some battalions are all gone, such as the Bishinsk Regiment on Highland 153, which includes infantry, armor and anti-tank gun crews, just a few people. I think more competence can be gathered. Judging from the enemy's situation, they are in a hurry to go south and don't have so much energy to catch our people scattered on the plains. But logistics? The logistics staff are not as well organized as the combat troops. Many people don't know how to read maps at all and will get lost in unfamiliar places. They don't have any tactical skills and are not good at concealing themselves when encountering enemies." Pavlov shook his head. "Wang Zhong, where is your 6th level clerk?" The old man ran out very smoothly. "Did you hear the sound of the seal being stamped?" Wang Zhong then realized that amidst the dripping sound there was also the sound of stamping. "What is being stamped?" Wang Zhong asked in confusion. Pavlov answered casually, "Death notice." Wang Zhong was stunned into silence. Pavlov raised his eyebrows. "Why, you are not used to it yet? I thought you should be used to this kind of thing after you personally delivered the remains." "Wang Zhong, I hope I will never get used to it." He turned to the map and fell silent again. Pavlov glanced at the map and said, "That's it? The situation is very bad. The 2nd Armored Group rushed south after crossing Araki. The good news is that the speed of the 1st Armored Group in the south has been slowed down. The naval infantry played a big role, but it's still not slow enough. Wang Zhong, isn't it 3 or 5 days before we are surrounded?" Why don't you retreat? General Skorobo refuses to retreat. No, the front headquarters requested a retreat last night, but His Majesty the Tsar did not agree. Pavlov pursed his lips. Maybe His Majesty thinks that there is still such a wide area on the map to transport supplies, and there is no need to retreat at all. At this time, the judge who supervised the use of the code book on the radio looked up at the side, but did not say much. Isn't this still wide? Tsar Nicholas V cursed while tapping the map. You can't even send supplies to such a wide area. My Majesty, the Chief of Logistics of the High Command tried to explain, logistics transportation requires roads and railways. Now most of the roads have been cut off, and the railways have been almost bombed because of the enemy's advance of the field airport. Your Majesty, if you don't retreat. Nicholas V tapped the table. You told me you can defend it? You said so. All the generals were silent at once. Because they did pat their chests and say they could defend it? Nicholas V continued to slam the table. You also said that the enemy was at the end of its strength, and used the enemy's central heavy troops stopped advancing as an example. You said that the enemy suffered heavy losses. Then what? What about now? The Chief of the General Staff said, the enemy stopped at that time, probably just waiting for supplies and infantry units to follow up. That's not what you said at the time. Nicholas V interrupted the Chief of the General Staff. I should record everything you said at the time. And then play it here. Wait, there should be meeting minutes at the time, right? Take it out, let's see what my general said at the time. Chief of the General Staff, the situation on the battlefield is constantly changing, so the judgment will also change. At that time, we came to a conclusion that we could stick to, but now it has been proven to be wrong. Since it is wrong, we must make adjustments based on the current situation. Since it is wrong, Nicholas V stared at the generals fiercely. You should be dragged out and shot. Even if we are shot, we should retreat now, said the Chief of the General Staff. Nicholas V was silent for a few seconds, and then said in a much gentler tone, Exekov is our most important core city, the origin of Gwent. Losing this place will be a heavy blow to our morale. Can you bear this responsibility? Let Skorob bear this responsibility in the future, said the Chief of General Staff. Nicholas V sighed. This is the only way. Can we withdraw all the troops now? Several generals looked at each other, and finally Marshal Semyon Konstantinovic said, it's difficult. Under the current circumstances, we estimate that we can withdraw 200,000 to 300,000 troops. Nicholas V was shocked. Can we only withdraw this much of the nearly 1 million troops? What's the difference between that and not withdrawing at all? Marshal Semyon, there are no more than 1 million troops. The enemy's attack is very fierce. Now Exekov has about 700,000 troops. The rest have been dispersed and need to be regrouped and replenished, but there are no conditions for regrouping and replenishing troops in the encirclement at present. Nicholas V, 700,000 is not a small number. Only 300,000 can escape. No, I refuse such a retreat. Either you give me a safe plan, at least 600,000 can escape, I don't care if you use troops to support or not, anyway, if you want to retreat, you must withdraw a large number of troops. After speaking, Nicholas stood up, turned around and walked out of the meeting room angrily. The people in the room looked at each other. Failed again. The Chief of Staff sighed. If Her Royal Highness the Princess hadn't done that, it wouldn't have been so difficult to persuade her. Chapter 160 Determination. Exekov, at 20:10 p.m. on August 7th. When the communications officer entered the door, Crown Prince Ivan Nikolaev Antonov immediately stood up. Is it approved? The communications staff officer shook his head. The headquarters called back and said that our retreat plan had too many losses and His Majesty did not approve it. A better plan was needed. Standing in front of the map, General Skorobo let out a long sigh. Send another telegram to tell His Majesty that this is the best plan we can come up with. If launched now, at least 300,000 people can be sent out. The reason why so many people can be sent out is because General Rokosov helped us fight for 2 days, 2 precious days. If we don't start, even these 2 days will be wasted. General Rokosov, the efforts of General Rokosov and Prince Mishkin were in vain. The communications officer completed the shorthand and then read it out again, basically a written version of General Skorobo's words. General Skorobo nodded. Just send this. Wait a minute. Just as the communications staff officer was about to leave, the Front Army's Chief of Staff called out to him, additionally, it's an urgent matter. The staff officer made a note, turned and left. Crown Prince Ivan, I don't think it will work. This is not a question of whether it is useful. We must do our best to make His Majesty realize the seriousness of the situation. The Chief of Staff sighed, although it may be useless. After the words fell, the entire map room fell into silence. Everyone looked preoccupied. At this moment, the Crown Prince gritted his teeth and finally stood up. How about we kill first and then tell the story later? I will take the lead. The whole army began to retreat and tried its best to break out. Then I admitted my mistake in front of my father. The most my father can do is kill me, the crown prince. Everyone in the room looked at the crown prince with expressions of surprise on their faces. The crown prince frowned. Why do you look at me like this? Can't I do something more heroic? My best friend Rokosov could hold on for 2 days in Araki and break out on the third day, so I should do something to save the front army, isn't it? The chief of staff spoke. However, your decision is not legally valid. You have no power to approve this plan. In fact, no one in this room has the power to approve this plan. The chief of general staff of the headquarters had the power to approve this plan, but he did not approve it. The crown prince looked puzzled. Don't you, a frontline army, have the right to make your own decisions on how to fight? Yes, but such a strategic level plan is beyond our decision-making scope. The crown prince sat down slumped. Is there nothing I can do? Yes. General Skorobo said. Hurry up. The crown prince stood up again, patting the table and urging. General Skorobo, fly back to St. Ekaterinburg and persuade His Majesty. The crown prince immediately became discouraged. No, my father will definitely be furious because I didn't supervise the troops at the front line and went back without notifying him. Even if I can coax his father back, it will be a few days later. Sometimes I always feel that my father is still a child, fragile, sensitive and suspicious. With so many people present, only the crown prince dared to say this. The crown prince continued, however, my father's love for us brothers and sisters is true, so we can persuade him, but it takes time. And we don't have time. Unless we can take advantage of our father's feelings for us immediately. The crown prince suddenly stopped. He looked at the others and said, I have thought of a highly feasible method. Maybe my father will immediately agree to your breakout plan. Others in the room looked at each other, and General Skorobo asked on behalf of everyone, what can we do? Crown Prince, I sent a telegram to my father, saying, since my father wants me to die here, the child can only fulfill his father's wish. Then I commanded a unit and died in battle, while you guys continued to secretly prepare to break out. Because the Crown Prince said the words I will die in battle very lightly, no one could react at once. Then the Chief of Staff knocked on the table and shouted, no, this won't work. You can't predict His Majesty the Tsar's reaction later. The Crown Prince smiled and said, I can. I know my father best. He will calm down after crying and use the most direct method to prevent the situation from getting worse. As long as I die, I don't even need to die or be seriously injured. 1. Father will calm down. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to agree to letting the Crown Prince die. General Skorobo also advised, Your Highness, it's getting late, you'd better go and rest. Crown Prince, I want an army, no, just a division to accompany me in the attack. The direction of the attack is Lebedian. As long as we penetrate there, we can run out. Of course, Arach is also good. After breaking through, you can rush to Shepatovka and meet up with Rokosov. Everyone continued to look at each other. The Crown Prince was unhappy and slammed the table. What are you hesitating about? Or just ignore the opinions of St. Catherine Castle and break through first. It will be difficult for the foreign king to follow his orders. Or let me die and shock my father. These powerful words echoed in the huge map room. Old Duke Rokosov put down the phone and looked at the old butler Mikhail who had been on call. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is prepared to die generously to stimulate His Majesty and make His Majesty understand the situation clearly. Mikhail was very surprised. Him? Are you mistaken? How could he have such consciousness and ability to act? This is growth. Old Duke Rokosov said, think about it, the problem child in our family has become a warrior in his own right. Is it any wonder that the Crown Prince has made such progress? And he also has a role model. Isn't it? The role model, of course, refers to the Crown Prince's friend who ranked last, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, the original problem child of the Rokosov family. Mikhail, that's true. The growth in the young master is obvious. This is not an obvious thing. Old Rokosov stood up, came to the window, and looked at the gradually fuller crescent moon outside. After a brief reflection, old Rokosov said, it's not that I can't help the Crown Prince. Mikhail, you no longer have command authority. You can't command any troops. Ha ha ha, old Rokosov laughed a few times. To say that I can't command the troops is a bit contemptuous. Maybe I can't command the Air Force, Navy, but I can still command the army if I want. Yes, it just needs to be covered with a layer of skin that looks very powerful. Mikhail, Your Excellency. This is no joke. If you are held accountable afterwards, you will have to. Old Rokosov interrupted the old butler, Mikhail, how many years have you served me? For more than 70 years, I have lived in your manor almost since I was born. I have been doing something within my ability since I was 6 years old. Old Rokosov nodded, then you should be able to understand my intention. Please clarify. Mikhail said. Old Rokosov sighed, Mikhail, Misha, can't you see? The Ant Empire may not lose this war, but if the Ant Empire wins, the power of the church will definitely be at its peak. Then the secular priests will no longer need us nobles. Never again. But Mikhail seemed to want to express a different opinion. Nothing is wrong. The day the war ends, the church's plan to cleanse us old nobles will begin to count down. At that time, the noble status will become a stumbling block for Elisha, and may even lead to death. But if I die in battle together with the crown prince, or if only I die in battle and the crown prince lives, then the situation will be different. The nobles will make me a national hero to fight against the rapidly expanding church in this war. But that's not the point. The point is that Elisha will become the son of a national hero. Coupled with his own military exploits, he will gain a lofty status in the new empire. Do you understand? Mikhail. The old housekeeper thought for a while and could only admit, I am ashamed of your foresight. Old Rokosov smiled, anyway, I'm almost 80, and it's an age where it's not surprising to die at any time. Just let me die a heroic death. Mikhail, I would like to die with you. No, 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 Mikhail. If you are going to die, how can I pass on my connections to Elisha? No, you can't die, and you will get on a plane tonight and fly directly to St. Ekaterinburg. The old housekeeper was silent for a few seconds and said, then I should also ask the eldest young master. He is a staff officer, and he has his own duties to perform. Old Rokosov waved his hand, besides, even if he stays in the encirclement, the staff officer will not necessarily die. The old butler Mikhail hesitated to speak. Old Rokosov asked, what's wrong? Just say what you want to say. Mikhail, no, there's nothing more to say. Old Rokosov, then contact my old troops for me, and I will personally command them. See you tomorrow. Chapter 161 Princess Olga's Time. St. Ekaterinburg, afternoon of August 7th. Princess Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna, the second in line of succession to the anti-empire, once again entered the office of General Turgenev, chief of the military order division of the High Command. The general looked up and said, Good afternoon, Your Highness. The combat office is next door. Olga, I was kicked out. Then I have no way to send you back. General Turgenev spread his hands, our military command office is just a stamping agency. The operations office makes plans and we stamp them. Our real function is personnel, you just come to us when you need to make personnel adjustments. In addition, we will also be responsible for issuing medals. Princess Olga frowned, why do I feel like you are telling me what you can do? That's right. Is there any problem in explaining one's functions to the royal family? Admiral Turgenev shrugged. Olga, okay, can you? At this time, the staff officer opened the door, Lieutenant General Chekhov has arrived. Let him come in. Your Highness, you can sit down and drink some tea. Admiral Turgenev pointed to the tea set on the table. Princess Olga walked to the side, and Lieutenant General Chekhov came in before he could sit down. Seeing the princess, the Lieutenant General was stunned, huh? Princess Olga, talk about your business and don't pay attention to me. Chekhov saluted the princess, and after completing the duties of an ordinary soldier to the royal family, he turned to General Turgenev, why did you call me back? Exukov's situation is very bad now. The logistics commander, if we leave, their supplies will soon be in disarray. General Turgenev waved his hand, don't worry, such a large army will form inertia, and your short departure will not cause too many problems. Short time? How long? Turgenev, that depends on how fast the Prosins move. It took Lieutenant General Chekhov a second to realize that Turgenev would not let him go back, so he stepped forward and knocked on the table with his wedding ring, are you kidding me? General Turgenev, your new assignment is to serve as the logistics commander of the reserve front. It was suggested by Patriarch Belinsky. After consideration, we found that you are very suitable. What you did in Exukov very good, the army will definitely be able to achieve results in the reserve force. But because you have no military merit, there are some problems with promotion. Serving as the logistics commander of a front army does not require the rank of general. You can go to the post now and get familiar with the situation as soon as possible. We predict, the War Department predicts that the situation in Ekaterinburg will gradually become severe starting in mid-September. Lieutenant General Chekhov stared at the general for a while and said, you abandoned Exukov's heavy troop group. We didn't give up. We have been working hard to save it, and now we are still sending troops to Duke Mishkin, who has the best hope of rescuing the siege. It was the incompetence of the headquarters and the incompetence of the senior generals that ruined this army. As he spoke, General Turgenev picked up his pipe and filled it with tobacco as he said, as early as July, General Gorky Konstantinovic believed that Exekov was in danger of being surrounded, but then at that time, the headquarters was full of optimism, feeling that as long as our new tanks were put into battle, the war would be over soon. So General Gorky was relieved of his post and sent to the Fort St. Andrew front to sit on the bench. The only advantage of this transfer is that General Gorky will soon show off his talents in the coniferous forests and mountains around Fort St. Andrew, because the Northwest Front can't stand it anymore. Princess Olga frowned and looked at Admiral Turgenev with a suspicious look on her face. Lieutenant General Chekhov, you don't need to shirk responsibility from me, Lieutenant General. Let's leave this to the historians. Where is my appointment? General Turgenev took out a document and threw it in front of Lieutenant General Chekhov. It was just stamped. In addition, here is an appointment for your follower. Where are the others? Why don't you come in? Lieutenant General Chekhov turned around and shouted, Rokosov. Olga was shocked. She stood up and looked at the door with passionate eyes. The person who came in was a fat brigadier general. Princess Olga hesitated and said, Isn't that right? I remember that Count Rokosov was a tall, well-built young man. I saw him from a distance at the ball. Then you should be talking about my brother Count Rokosov. I am Duke Rokosov, His Royal Highness the Princess. The brigadier said, saluting the princess and completing the courtesy to the royal family. Lieutenant General Chekhov handed over the appointment on the desk of General Turgenev to Brigadier General Rokosov. The brigadier general looked at it and exclaimed, Why do you want to transfer me to the logistics force? What I study is the formulation of combat plans. General Turgenev, we originally wanted you to command the troops. After all, your brother performed so well, and your father also performed very well. One can't help but suspect that this is a family inheritance. But Brigadier General, your exercise performance on the map is too poor. You lose everything every time. Now we can't take the risk of letting you command the troops. What if you destroy Rokosov's sign? The Brigadier General's fat face wrinkled up. You called me back just to prevent me from becoming a stain on my brother. Admiral Turgenev, no, we think you are excellent in logistics organization, so we transferred you to a place where you can better play your strengths. After all, the main function of our military command department is personnel transfer, so that the right people can go to the right place. If you have no questions, you can go. My secretary has arranged accommodation and transportation for you. Lieutenant General Chekhov saluted the general, turned to the Brigadier General and said, Okay, let's go, Brigadier General. The Brigadier General saluted and followed the Lieutenant General out of the room. After the door was closed by the secretary, Admiral Turgenev and Her Royal Highness the Princess were left in the room. Olga, is this the main responsibility of the Military Affairs Office? Admiral Turgenev, yes, it is still a very important responsibility. Without us as lubricants, this huge old machine will not be able to run for a day. Your Highness, let's talk about the issues you are concerned about. Olga, you are sending troops to Prince Mishkin. Are you preparing to save Exekov? It is unlikely that we can save him, but we can rescue as many troops as possible. The enemy is very powerful. If we don't send reinforcements to Mishkin, we may even lose Shepatovka. After all, aerial reconnaissance shows that the enemy's 9th Infantry Army is about to move to the front of Shepatovka. Although the enemy's army is called this name, it is different from our army. Olga asked again, will Rokosov participate in the defense of Shepatovka? No, his troops will soon withdraw from Shepatovka and withdraw to Shostka. We expect him to have a month to build a defensive position here. Shostka also has a cement production plant, and there is enough cement. Olga frowned, I don't know much about military affairs, but it sounds like it's not the same place as Shepatovka. There is a railway connection. After Shepatovka fell, Mishkin's troops would retreat through Shostka. In addition, there is a river in this place. It is not the flood season in September, but it is still difficult to force a crossing. General Rokosov can fully demonstrate his defensive talent here. Admiral Turgenev explained enthusiastically. In addition, after the troops arrive here, we plan to ask the Major General to bring his meritorious personnel to the capital. At that time, we will award him a medal and let him accept an interview with the newspaper. We will need these after the massive defeat at Exekov. Princess Olga's brows were almost twisted into knots. Are you already planning these? Yes, if the defeat is inevitable, we must prepare for the aftermath. Don't underestimate what we do. This can prevent the defeat from turning into a full-line defeat. The Proson command must think that the overall situation is determined by destroying 1 million of us at Exekov, but the reserve front has organized more than 1 million people, and there will be more in the future. But if morale collapses, millions of people will surrender faster than pigs. Do you understand? Princess Olga Nikolavna. Olga's lips trembled and she didn't answer. Admiral Turgenev, You have to get used to this as soon as possible. I heard that your goal is to become a female Tsar like Catherine the Great, and the great emperor will not tremble his lips because of this matter. Olga bit her lips with her teeth and forced herself to stop trembling. Admiral Turgenev, that's it? As the head of the military command department, I can assure you that after this, Rokosov will be adequately supplemented. Olga, are you going to promote him? Admiral Turgenev waved his hands repeatedly. No, although he performed very well, he was just promoted to Major General. In addition, he was promoted from Lieutenant Colonel to Brigadier General. This promotion speed is too unreasonable. We plan to promote him to Lieutenant General at the end of this year. Not promoting his rank does not prevent us from shaping him into a war hero. If he were in the United States, he would have completely left the front line and given speeches everywhere to sell war bonds. But we are on the verge of national extinction, and such an outstanding general must continue to be on the front line. Of course, as a war hero commander's troops, we will give him many privileges, such as veterans who have recovered and returned to the team will try to return to the army instead of supplementing other troops. For example, give them slightly more technical weapons than others, and many things will become easier to operate after he returns to the capital. The admiral stopped and looked at Olga. When he is in the capital, Your Highness, you can accompany him more often. Of course, if your brother comes back, you won't be needed to accompany him. Olga stared at Turgenev for several seconds and asked, what do you mean by this? The admiral stared at the princess for a long time before saying, during the Civil War, I was not a secularist, but a centrist. I was trying to guard Bohemia and Monaheim, ready to resist the intervention army at any time. Later, I became the director of the military command. The secularists who won the war wanted the Tsar because the saint-worshipping faction had the support of so many people. The secularists said that the magic arrows and hymns were all natural phenomena, and one day they would be mastered by humans like radio. The old farmers in remote areas don't think so. They are all saint-worshipping factions. Do you understand? But now, the old farmers have been convinced by sausages, champagne, and caviar, my princess. Princess Olga held her chin and fell into deep thought. Chapter 162 Telegram from the Crown Prince. The night of August 7th, Shepatovka. 151st Provisional Infantry Division Headquarters. Pavlov cleared his throat continuously and frowned. Wang Zhong, your throat still feels uncomfortable. Yeah, I couldn't do it without shouting when I was retreating, and then I became mute. I'm fine now, but speaking normally doesn't have much impact. Pavlov raised his voice as he spoke, but if I want to shout, I'll do this dash. When the voice is raised to a certain level, the words become muffled, leaving only the sound of air passing through the throat. Wang Zhong, it looks like a singer who overuses his voice. Maybe you can ask Vasily, the music professor's son, maybe there is something he can do. At this time, the communications staff officer at the radio station stood up and came over with a telegram. The telegram that has just been decoded is an order for us. Wang Zhong took the telegram and found that there was only one very brief one, so he read it out. Your troops will immediately move to Shastka, repair and build fortifications in Shastka. Where is Shastka? Pavlov came to the map and quickly found the place name on the edge of the map. Here, an important railway junction on the Duva River. The only way to take the train from Shepatovka to the capital. Wang Zhong also stood up, came to the map, and carefully looked at the place pointed by Pavlov. This is very suitable for defense. There are mountains, woods, and a river. Get the geographical information. I want to check the high and low water periods of the Duva River. The staff officer immediately began to look through the geographical information. The wet season is the pulp turning period in spring and autumn. Wang Zhong, it's the end of September, isn't it going to get cold soon? But the mud itself during the mud turning period will greatly slow down the pace of the attacking troops, which is beneficial to the defenders. Pavlov replied. At this time, Wang Zhong suddenly noticed something. But the national border of the Kingdom of Zalia just passes between Shepatovka and Shastka, even closer to Shepatovka. Wang Zhong, we are leaving Keselaya. Pavlov just noticed this. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. At this time, other people in the room were also looking here, most of them were Hazalaya. Wang Zhong, now that the order has been issued, let's make preparations. How many people have we gathered now? Pavlov, including the slightly injured, there are 5,100 combatants and 4,500 support personnel. Except for your 6 small tanks, all the technical equipment has been basically lost. Wang Zhong, arrange the trains and start transporting them to Shastka. Do you have the trains? Yes, there were troops taking trains into Shepatovka all day today, and the free trains were used to transport local civilians and the wounded in the hospital. It should be easy to get trains to evacuate us. Very good, you arrange this matter. It is best that our advance team sets off to Shastka tonight and arranges the station. Is Popov back? Let him be responsible for this matter. We must win the support of the local church. Let the church organize workers to start digging anti-tank trenches and pouring anti-tank piers before we arrive. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, Popov opened the door and came in. I heard someone calling me. You're back, what about the prayer hand? No. Popov shook his head. The church decided to promote your practice of using magic arrows for air defense, so the prayers became more delicious. Everyone on the front line was holding onto them and planning to poach us. I protested. Hold it. Wang Zhong, okay, very good. But I have something to ask of you. We have just received an order to transfer us to Shastka. I need you to lead the leading team and go to the front station. First, establish contact with the local church and recruit laborers. Our logistics personnel have suffered a lot and need to be replenished. Popov nodded, okay, leave it to me, Shastka. Isn't this outside of Hazalaya? Popov's shout made the beeping sound on the radio stop for a moment. Wang Zhong patted him on the shoulder, are you also from Hazalaya? Of course. Can't you tell by looking at my eating habits? I owe my life to the sour cream from my hometown. Wang Zhong, then you should eat more now. Nelly. The maid opened the door and came in, looking at Wang Zhong doubtfully. Prepare sour cream and let Popov eat enough. Wang Zhong said. At this time, someone on the staff raised his hand, I want it too. And I. Wang Zhong changed his words and said, Nelly, prepare a midnight snack and prepare more local Hazalaya delicacies. Nelly nodded and left. At this moment, Wang Zhong suddenly thought that he had been in this world for so long and didn't even know what hometown delicacies were, so he would take this opportunity to learn more about it. Learn about the food in your hometown. Hometown. St. Catherine's Castle, Summer Palace, Operations Department of the High Command. As soon as Nicholas V entered the door, he asked, have you made a new plan? How many troops can be rescued? Marshal Semyon Konstantinovic stood up, picked up the long pole placed next to the map, and drew signs on the map, we are now increasing our troops to Shepatovka. When the relief operation begins, the attack was launched under the command of Prince Mishkin of Shepatovka, with the goal of threatening the supply lines of the enemy's 2nd Armored Group. Nicholas V interrupted Marshal Semyon, I don't care about your plan. I don't understand it anyway. I just want to know how many people can be saved. Marshal Semyon and Chief of the General Staff Tkachev looked at each other and replied, 400,000, it is impossible to save more from this situation. Nicholas V sat down slumped and looked at the map. Is this the best case scenario? He asked. Marshal Semyon nodded, yes. What's the worst case scenario? Let me be mentally prepared. His Majesty the Tsar said in a much older voice. Marshal Semyon looked at Tkachev again. He considered it for a moment and said, the worst case scenario is that no one can evacuate. What? Cried the Tsar, no one can evacuate. Chief of General Staff Tkachev said, if we retreated immediately when the enemy's offensive began, we could have saved more troops, but now it is too late. The Tsar stood up, knocked on the table and shouted, it's too late, it's too late. That's all you can say. Less than a week ago you were saying that you would soon be able to push the enemy back to the border. You cowards should all be shot. You are traitors to and. At this time, Marshal Siemiao said, you were the one who prevented us from retreating. If we had retreated at that time, even if the situation was very bad, we could have rescued 300,000 troops. Nicholas V sat back in his chair, looking much older. Yes, I was the one who refused to retreat. Are you starting to blame me, right? You want me to take full responsibility for this great defeat, right? That's what you think, regardless of who patted my chest before the war started. Who arrogantly forced Gorky Konstantinovic away? It's you. It's you. After Nicholas V finished venting his anger, he sighed, call my son back and let the plane take him back. Marshal Siemiao, the retreat plan. Nicholas V, follow your plan, I approve it. Several generals looked at each other, not hiding their surprise at all. Tkachev stood up and picked up the phone on the table, I am the Chief of General Staff. The plan has been approved and will be executed immediately. Repeat, execute immediately. Nicholas V, send the best pilots. Go pick up my son now. Marshal Siemiao said, if we take the Crown Prince away now, it might lead to a retreat. After these days of fighting, the morale of the troops has been very shaken. I do not care. Just as Nicholas V was slamming the table, the communications staff opened the door and came in. Seeing this scene, he was stunned and stood at the door with the telegram in hand, not daring to come in. Tkachev found the communications staff officer and said, give me the message. Where did it come from? Communications staff officer, Exukov is here, signed as the Crown Prince. Nicholas V stood up suddenly, walked over in 3 steps, grabbed the message, and began to read it. He knelt on the ground as he read. All the generals were shocked and rushed over to help His Majesty. Marshal Xiamiao held a corner of the message. Is it okay? Nicholas V released the message and waved his hand gently. Marshal Xiamiao looked at the message. Dear Father, I have decided to fulfill my responsibility of supervising the army and personally lead the troops to attack the enemy. The current situation is very dangerous. Exukov may be surrounded at any time. As your son, I am really unable to stop the enemy's offensive. I can only do my little bit to save the millions of troops here. Love you, Ivan Nikolaev Antonov. After reading the telegram, the marshal handed the telegram newspaper to Chief of Staff Tikayev. After reading it, the Chief of Staff had a very complicated expression. At this time, the Tsar suddenly cheered up and shouted, "Send a plane! A plane! Tie Ivan to the plane and let him fly over! Fly over! Tikayev, understood, we will send a plane immediately." Exukov, headquarters of the Southwestern Front. When the communications staff officer walked in, he couldn't control the smile on his face. The telegram is here. The retreat plan has been approved. The senior officers in the headquarters were stunned. It was the Chief of Staff of the Front Army who reacted first. Show me. The communications staff officer immediately handed the message to the Chief of Staff. After quickly reading the telegram, the Chief of Staff was overjoyed. It's a retreat order. And the headquarters is ready to launch an attack in the direction of Shepatovka to support our breakout. There is also an order here, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, later the plane to pick you up is coming. A smile suddenly appeared on Ivan's lips, but it disappeared immediately. No, what will happen to morale if I leave in this case? It will collapse. The Front Army Bishop said firmly, the breakout will turn into a large group of people running around like headless flies. But the fields of Salia are so vast, there should be many people who can run out, but they can only run out. Ivan gritted his teeth, then I won't leave. The original plan remains unchanged. I will personally lead a troop to break out and let the whole army know this. In addition, prepare a royal flag, which should be larger than that of my best friend Ludo. That red flag is bigger in Kosovo. Chapter 163 The Children of Zalia. August 8, 08:30 hours, Shepatovka, 151st Provisional Infantry Division Headquarters. Wang Zhong was about to go out, but when he passed by the table that Nelly was clearing, he stopped by accident, rolled a layer of sour cream with his fingers and put it in his mouth. Nelly, what are you doing? Like a child. Can't hold a spoon. Okay, get a spoon, get a spoon. Wang Zhong took the spoon from Neely and scooped a large spoonful of sour cream into his mouth. Sour cream is such a weird thing. It feels so weird when you eat it at first, and it feels weird even when you put it into soup and drink it. But after drinking it once, I can't help but eat it again. The second time, my mood is probably it's so weird, I'll taste it again. Then I couldn't stop and had to eat a little of everything. Especially here in Anti, the rice is full of ingredients and high in calories, and there is a lot of fat. It is impossible not to eat sour cream to relieve the greasiness. This is a bit like eating pig's trotter noodles. After taking a bite of the big pig's trotters, some sour radish will relieve the tiredness. It feels like it's already turning into the shape of sour cream. After Wang Zhong finished eating, he returned the spoon to Neely and warned, the train from the division headquarters leaves at 10:30. Watch the time carefully and don't be late. You are my orderly. Yeah. After saying that, Nelly grabbed Wang Zhong who was about to leave. Wait a minute, you haven't wiped the sour cream on your hand just now, bring it over. Then Nelly wiped Wang Zhong's hand carefully with a napkin, and then let him go. Wang Zhong, you are almost becoming my mother. Nelly said angrily, I'm not that old. Is this what I am disgusted with? Wang Zhong turned and left the room. As soon as he came downstairs, he saw a group of people wearing labor camp armbands pouring into the courtyard of the division headquarters. The newly formed divisional security company of the division was blocking them. Grigory, holding a submachine gun, stood alertly at the door of the building where Wang Zhong lived. The workers are passionate. Let's meet the general. Yes, let's meet the general. Wang Zhong, what do you want from me? The restless crowd stopped and looked over. It's the general. Isn't that right? Isn't the general 6 meters tall? What the hell is the Primarch? Wang Zhong, I'm not 6 meters tall. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm just an ordinary person, but I also killed 2 General Prasen. The crowd became restless again, discussing how the remaining 5 generals Plosen died. Wang Zhong couldn't stand it anymore. If he continued like this, he would become the champion warrior of St. Andrew, so he interrupted their discussion. What do you want? You just came to see what I look like. The workers fell silent, and finally looked at an old worker. The old man took a step forward and said, We are workers at the Shepatovka textile factory. We heard that General your flag was broken in the last battle, so we made a new one overnight. Radilov, bring it up. The workers parted ways, and an extremely strong worker came over carrying a flaming red flag. He waved his arm in front of Wang Zhong, and the flag unfolded. It's Wang Zhong's red flag, only 10,000 times more exquisite, and there is a line of gilded words at the base of the flag, gift from Shepatovka textile workers. The old worker continued to introduce, it took us all night to make this red color. The young people in the factory heard it somewhere, saying that General, your flag is dyed red with the blood of martyrs who died, and they have to put their own S for the blood. I couldn't think of anything. The blood will turn black, so I used this blood red color. How about it? Someone in the crowd shouted, Polutkin is our best dyer, General, just accept him. Wang Zhong looked at the red flag, and the sunlight penetrated the red cloth and fell on his face. Gregory. He ordered, take down the flag and come here to be the flag bearer. You will follow me wherever I go. The workers cheered. Exukov, Rokosov estate. When Mikhail opened the door and entered the Duke's bedroom, the Duke was gesturing with his clothes. Mikhail hurried over and took the clothes. I'll do it. We shouldn't fire all the maids so quickly. It's nothing, I don't have hands. You are making too much fuss. Tell me, how is the situation? The Crown Prince will lead his army to set off today. It is your old army. Humph, old Rokosov smiled, my old troops are the most determined, and General Skorobo also knows this. This is just right. Where is the direction of the attack? Mikhail replied, attacking towards Shepatovka can delay the outflanking of the enemy's armored groups on the one hand, and cover the troops running out from the gap on the other. Old Rokosov added, the third possibility is that the Crown Prince was lucky and it stuck out. The abacus is very loud. Where is the planned deployment position? Kabusk village. Okay, let's go straight to Kabusk. We should be able to catch up. Choose a driver who has no worries at home and take me there. Then it's just me. No, you can't. You have to take the plane out today. Mikhail thought for a while and said, then Stepan. 2 of his 3 sons are adults, and the elderly man in the family has passed away. It's just right. Yes. Old Rokosov nodded. By this time he had already put on the old military uniform and all the medals. Looking at himself in the full-length mirror, the old man snorted, like a toy doll. My medal is almost bulletproof. I don't know which Proson bastard will take advantage of it. No, I have to take the medal off. You take it with you. Don't give it to Elisha, the Proson devil. So in the next 20 minutes, Mikhail, an old servant, helped the general remove all the medals. Rokosov looked at himself in the mirror and said, when I first put on this military uniform, I was the same age as Elisha. I didn't know anything. All I could think about was picking up girls at the dance. Mikhail, the second young master is already able to take charge of his own business. Yes. Now it's my old father's turn to show him what it means to be a warrior. The old man suddenly smacked his mouth, my mouth is a little dry, give me some sour cream, and sour cream, right. Mikhail, of course. Even if everything else is missing, this one will be missing. I'll get it for you. Bring me some more waffles, and if you have some walnut butter, bring me some. New. After Mikhail left, the old duke stood alone in front of the dressing mirror, looking at himself in the mirror. Humph, it doesn't look bad. You can charm a girl. He gently straightened his beard and put on an old-style military cap. After staring at himself in the mirror for a few seconds, he suddenly slapped his thigh, oh, I forgot the saber. After the Civil War, the army cancelled the saber, so I forgot it. Mikhail. Where is my saber? Exukov, 43, Krugen Street. The old lady Alexeyevna put the small pot of sour cream on the small table in front of the wounded person, you can eat it yourself. The wounded man said, old mother, leave us alone. If the Plozans find out that you are hiding us, they will kill you too. The old lady pushed up her glasses, glanced around the cellar, and smiled at the dozen seriously injured people hiding in the cellar, don't worry. If they want to kill me, old lady, there is no need to find a reason. If one day if you don't come down, open the door over there. The old lady pointed to the end of the cellar, behind the jar of pickled cabbage, I have moved the cabbage away, so even you can open it easily. That was a tunnel prepared by the locals when they resisted Emperor Pali. There was a large community of beggars down there, and the Prozans couldn't eradicate them all. Just say you are Alexeyevna's tenant, and they will help you. The wounded looked at each other, and the old lady left along the cellar stairs. The old lady Alexeyevna went to the ground, carefully disguised the entrance to the cellar, then picked up the strange thorn, and slowly moved to the door of the apartment. She opened the door and went out, standing in the deserted street of Exukov. Not long ago, the streets were full of pedestrians, and there was a queue for sausages in front of the church store not far away. But now, the whole street is empty. Alexeyevna stood for a while and decided to go back to the house, when an army came from a distance. The soldiers marched in unison while singing military songs. The high morale was in sharp contrast with the desolate streets around them. Alexeyevna couldn't help but stop, holding the doorknob with one hand, and looked at the troops. Her eyes were fixed on those young faces, like a mother looking at her children. An entire regiment of troops drove past number 43 Krugen Street, and then the only tank appeared. Alexeyevna could not identify the model of the tank, but she recognized the huge flag on the antenna behind the tank. A very young captain was sitting on the turret of the tank, looking forward confidently. Seeing Alexeyevna, the young captain suddenly patted the hatch of the tank. "Stop!" He shouted several times before the tank stopped, but it stopped right in front of number 43 Krugen Street. Alexeyevna took a few steps forward and said to the young captain, "I seem to have seen you, Your Majesty the captain." The captain smiled, "No way, it's my father on the coin." "Old woman, run quickly, the enemy is coming." Alexeyevna smiled, "I can't leave, I still have things to do." "I'll wait for you to come back, my child." "May Saint Andrew bless you." The captain was confused, "What else do you have to do? How about I ask someone to do it for you?" "You'd better leave quickly." Alexeyevna shook her head repeatedly, "May Saint Andrew bless you." She took a few steps back and drew a triangle in front of her. The captain shrugged and ordered inside the tank, "Let's go." "No, move forward." "Is that the order?" The man in the tank replied, "That's right, Your Highness." "Why don't you come in? It's windy outside." "No, no, no," within a few minutes of entering, I was completely confused. The captain said, continuing to sit on the turret of the tank. Alexeyevna stood in front of the apartment door and watched the young man and his flag go away. Chapter 164 Wish us a safe journey. Kabusk village, near the planned deployment line of the offensive troops. Ivan Nikolaev Antonov heard someone shouting "Ula" from a distance. He asked curiously, "What's going on?" However, no one answered him. The sound of the tank was too loud, so Ivan reached into the hatch and patted the commander on the shoulder, "What's going on?" The commander turned back, "What?" It seems that without an inside line, the people in the tank can't hear what others are saying at all. The crown prince waved his hand, sat up straight again, and looked ahead. Finally, he saw clearly who the soldiers were shouting to. A jeep was parked on the road, and an old man in an old military uniform was saying something. The tank stopped in front of the jeep, and Ivan recognized the old man as Duke Rokosov. "Your Majesty the Duke." Although he is the crown prince, Ivan still used the honorific title, "Why are you here?" The old man smiled, "Come to be the infantry company commander. I worked as a company commander for a long time when I first joined the army, and I am very familiar with the business." Ivan asked curiously, "Then why did they call you Hurrah just now?" "Ah, the young people on active duty show respect to their old superiors. In fact, most of the privates have never seen me, and they don't know why they asked for Hurrah. Anyway, Hurrah." The old duke stopped, raised his head and looked at Ivan. "Well, except that his body is a bit thin, he looks like a soldier." Ivan didn't know why, but he wanted to become more like a soldier, so he jumped off the tank. As a result, he lost his balance and almost fell to his knees. The old duke grabbed him and pulled him up. "Be careful, Your Highness. If your knees touch the ground, I will go to the ceremonial hall of the palace to accept the etiquette assessment." Everyone around heard this, laughed, and then was chased away by the veteran chief of staff. "Stop laughing. The battle is about to begin. Do you want to take advantage of the enemy's bombardment by standing still?" The soldiers then moved forward, towards the expansion line. Old Rokosov squeezed Ivan's shoulder and asked, "How are you, Your Highness?" "I'll tell you the truth, my legs started to shake when the chief of staff just said something." Ivan smiled bitterly. "Is this normal, Your Majesty Duke Rokosov? Is this your first time participating in an attack?" The Duke asked. "If you don't count the simulated attack formation training at the military academy, yes. That's so normal. When I first joined the war, I couldn't sleep the night before. I tossed and turned. As soon as I closed my eyes, I started thinking wildly. My heart was beating fast, and the blood vessels in my neck and temples were also shaking. A trembling one." Ivan looked shocked. "Really or not? It's exactly the same as what happened to me last night." "Really, everyone is like this. The difference is the second time. Brave people will still be nervous the second time, but at least they can sleep for a while. And those bastards who are born for the battlefield will fall asleep the second time and fight." Snort. Ivan smiled, "Really? Then I'm starting to look forward to the second time." I don't know what Alyosha's situation is. He should follow me and sleep harder than a pig the second time, said Prince Rokosov. At this time, a whistling sound came from above the head. Ivan subconsciously wanted to lie down, but the Duke grabbed him and couldn't move. It's our own firepower preparation, don't worry. It's for bombing the enemy. As soon as the words fell, explosive fire broke out on the plain to the north. Ivan looked into the distance. Are the enemies so close? It's not close. It's almost 3 kilometers. It takes a long time to walk there. Of course, Your Highness, it will be faster if you ride a tank. Old man, I will follow the infantry. I'm also following the infantry. Ivan suddenly lowered his head and looked at his feet that were shaking so much that the outside of his trousers could be seen clearly. Forget it, I'd better take the tank. I feel like my feet should be weak after walking halfway. Alyosha has killed several people on the battlefield, but I am so useless. Duke Rokosov looked at Ivan's feet, hesitated, and said, at least you didn't pee. You're very brave. Ivan also laughed. I think that must be a rumor fabricated by people who hate Alyosha. Who knows? Duke Rokosov looked at the enemy positions that were being bombed in the distance. Silence temporarily enveloped the two of them. Only the thunderous explosions in the distance and the constant roar of artillery shells in the sky continued. Duke Rokosov suddenly said, I originally wanted to change Alyosha's name, because there is a song you have heard of. It's called Alyosha. Ivan thought for a while and said, the one with the lyrics he can no longer give flowers to the girl, it is the girl who gives them to him. Yeah, it's so unlucky, isn't it? But then I thought about it, the name Alexei is the name of a saint, chosen based on the time of his birth. If you change it casually, you might offend something. This idea is very unsecular, isn't it? It is the custom of the Ant people to choose their names from a list of saints based on their birth time, so there are many duplicate names. Ivan smiled, indeed. Now, I can only hope that the Saint Alexei will bless him to live until the end of the war. The general smiled and drew a triangle in front of him. After a brief conversation, the two quietly watched the artillery bombard the enemy positions in the distance. After an unknown amount of time, a messenger ran over, dismounted in front of the Crown Prince, and saluted. The army commander asked me to inform His Highness that the offensive formation has been deployed. Ivan responded, tell the commander that I am just a captain. You don't need to report to me. Just attack at his pace. I will be at the front of the team. Yes. The messenger got on his horse and walked away quickly. Ivan turned to Duke Rokosov and said, then I'll go. Well, I'll be there soon. After saying that, the Duke took a step back and saluted Ivan. Ivan turned around and wanted to climb onto the tank, but his feet were shaking so much that he couldn't climb up. Old Prince Rokosov stepped forward, grabbed him by the creaking nest, and lifted him up. The Crown Prince stood behind the tank turret, put all his weight on the turret, and then looked down at Duke Rokosov. Thank you. You're welcome. Ivan knocked on the tank turret cover and shouted, go forward. Get to the front of the queue. The tank started to roll. Roaring forward. Old Rokosov watched the tanks leave, and then got into his jeep. Let's go in front of the first line of infantry, and then Stepan can run away. Go wherever you need to go. Stepan nodded, I understand. The car started. Half an hour later, the offensive front was at the forefront. All the soldiers present could see that the barrage in front changed to Sujin's barrage, which meant that the attack was about to begin. A company commander ran to Ivan's tank. Your Highness. Tell us something. Ivan looked at the soldiers who were looking expectantly. I can't. When I spoke before, people wrote the manuscript for me. Company commander, then you have to say something? Everyone is waiting. Ivan scratched his head and said, okay. I am the Crown Prince of the Ant Empire. Can't hear you. Someone yelled from below. Ivan suddenly raised his voice a lot. I am the Crown Prince of the Ant Empire, a close friend of General Rokosov, General Whitehorse. He has led the troops and has won many victories. I don't know if I can lead you to victory like him, but I can at least lead you on the tank to charge like him. That's it? The company commander who asked for a speech before the formation was not sure whether he was satisfied or not. Anyway, he blew the whistle to start the march. Ivan patted the tank's turret. Let's go. Forward. The tank started and drove towards the enemy's position. Prince Rokosov was on the right flank of the Crown Prince tank, in front of the first skirmisher line. After seeing the Crown Prince's tank begin to advance, Rokosov shouted, the Crown Prince has taken the lead. But sons of Zalia, move forward. As he spoke, he pulled out the old command knife. Although it was old, the knife was well maintained and its reflection could be seen hundreds of meters away. Prince Rokosov put his military cap on the tip of his sword and raised it high. Follow me. Go forward. Sing the military song. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy's counterfire preparations dropped and exploded in the skirmish line. Prince Rokosov advanced without fear. The captain of the 1st Squadron of the 13th Attack Aircraft Wing of the Prasen Army heard a call from the ground in the earphone, "We have been attacked by enemy infantry. We have been attacked by enemy infantry." The squadron leader tilted the control stick, and the plane tilted over, revealing the plane that was originally blocked by the wings. Then, the squadron leader saw a very interesting target, a tank with a very huge flag. "That flag looks a bit like the royal flag of the Ant Empire." The squadron leader turned on the radio, "I saw a high-value target. The squadron maintains its direction. Number 2 will attack with me." After saying that, the squadron leader moved the control stick to the right, and the aircraft rolled in a circle and then buckled down, entering a dive attitude. The squadron leader opened the speed brake, and the iconic roar sounded. Goosebumps immediately appeared on Ivan's neck when he heard the roar. He vaguely remembered that the sound seemed to be caused by an enemy dive bomber. What was it called? A death scream. He grabbed the anti-aircraft machine gun on the tank turret and looked up for the target. He saw 2 blackbirds in the direction of the sun. Ivan turned the muzzle of the gun and squatted down on the side of the turret to raise the machine gun's firing range as high as possible. He opened fire, tracers flying into the sky. However, Ivan, who had not received any anti-aircraft shooting training, did not realize that he should increase his lead. There is no set scale. It was completely impossible for him to shoot down an enemy plane that dived from a height of several thousand meters. The 2 enemy planes dropped bombs at an altitude of 700 meters, then pulled up and broke away. When the plane passed over Ivan's head, 2 500-kilogram bombs fell, and one was inserted into the ground on the side of the tank. When Ivan turned around, he only heard the beep of the bomb's time delay protection device. The next moment, light engulfed his consciousness. The Crown Prince of the Ant Empire, Ivan Nikolaev Antonov, was killed in action. Prince Constantine Alexandrovich Rokosov clearly saw the Crown Prince's tank being engulfed by the explosion. The royal flag, mainly white and blue, slowly fell in the green gauze tent. The Duke closed his eyes and said silently, "Have a safe journey, Your Highness." When he opened his eyes, more death screams came from the air. Constantine raised his head, held high the long sword that embodies all his glory and military qualities, and faced the latest advancements in military technology. "Take the first step, my son." General Constantine Alexandrovich Rokosov, killed in action. The train from the 151st Provisional Infantry Division headquarters stopped at a deserted station. "Pavlov, you said you know how to drive, so we can add water here." Wang Zhong nodded, then passed through the door of the tank car and jumped to the platform. "Is this still in the territory of Kozalia?" He turned around and asked Pavlov. "Still." Pavlov nodded, "You can tell by looking at the scenery. Where else can there be such beautiful grassland and such fertile black land?" Wang Zhong nodded. "I don't know why, but looking at the grassland under the afternoon sun, Wang Zhong suddenly felt a little melancholy. It stands to reason that this is only the hometown of Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, but Wang Zhong's hometown does not have such open grassland at all, and the scenery is completely different. Logically speaking, Wang Zhong, an outsider, should not feel melancholy over a simple place name. At this time, Ludmila and Neely got off the second carriage and came to Wang Zhong. "Ludmila, as a kid, you were only less of a jerk when you were riding a horse." Wang Zhong looked at his fiancée, "Really?" "Yes, you always let go of the reins on your horse and let the horse run by itself, then open your hands and feel the wind like a fool." Wang Zhong recalled for no reason the feeling of riding busy fallas, and the feeling of sitting on the number 422 turret. "Open your arms and embrace the wind like a fool, it seems that it really means this." Suddenly, Wang Zhong was excited. He turned around and asked Nelly, "Did I also like eating sour cream before?" Nelly said firmly, "I like it very much, especially it was made by your deceased mother." At this moment, huge sadness surged out like a torrent that had lasted for a long time, occupying Wang Zhong's heart. He obviously couldn't remember anything, not running in the fields, nor what the sour cream his mother made tasted like, but the sadness that was like a passing peak was so real. "Why feel melancholy?" "Because I am Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, I was born here, I grew up here, and the milk of the black soil nourished me. Even if there is no memory, even if the soul is replaced by someone else, my body still remembers it. Remember the wind here, everything here." Wang Zhong tried hard to suppress the trembling in his voice. "Nelly, bring a lunchbox." "Lunchbox? Or another iron box with a lid for easy portability?" Although Nelly looked confused, she turned around and ran away. Wang Zhong moved forward, crossed the platform, jumped down, and landed on the black earth. Nelly trotted back with a lunchbox. "Here you go." After taking the lunchbox, Wang Zhong opened the lid with force, put the lid under his arm, squatted down, and grabbed a handful of black soil. Nelly, I'll get the shovel. No. No need. Wang Zhong stopped Neely, continued to insert his hands into the fertile black soil, and carefully placed the soil of his second hometown in the iron box. The third time, a frightened cricket rushed out and jumped into the grass not far away. Wang Zhong just filled the lunch boxes one after another. Mud filled the spaces between his fingernails and his fingerprints. His hands looked like those of a child playing in the mud, dirty. But everyone looked at him in silence. Ludmila even had tears in her eyes. Gregory carried the red flag and stood silently on the platform. Finally, Wang Zhong closed the lunchbox and pressed it tightly. He smiled at the people around him. This way my hometown will always be by my side. He raised his head, as if looking at the scenery of Hazalaya for the first time. As if greedily wanting to imprint everything in his mind. He thought of countless faces, including the unknown old man in Kalinovka, the master worker whom Luktov rescued from under the tank, and Aunt Alexeyevna from number 43 Krugen Street. Finally, Wang Zhong saw Crown Prince Ivan and Father Constantine standing in the light, seemingly talking about something. They were saying have a safe trip. At this time, the whistle of the train startled Wang Zhong. He turned around and saw a tanker truck full of young faces passing by the opposite side of the platform, heading towards the direction Wang Zhong left. Regardless of his hands being covered with dirt, Wang Zhong put his hand to his mouth to make a microphone and shouted to the young face, have a safe trip. The soldiers of the 151st Division shouted together, have a safe journey. The red flag sent by the Shepatovka textile workers fluttered in the wind. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.